Slice with a dull thud, a severed head fell to the ground. A man with jet black hair exhaled heavily, his eyes fixed on the tattoo of the character blood etched onto the corpse's forehead. It was the mark worn only by the highest-ranking blood disciples of the Central Blood Sect, Zhang Yuan's most formidable martial order. The man slowly turned his back on the body. Without a word, he began to ascend the snow-covered mountain, cloaked in a thick, suffocating fog. His steps staggered. His arms trembled violently. Anyone watching would have seen Clearlithis was a man at the edge of collapse, and still he climbed. Even if death awaited him at the summit, he had to go. He didn't stop walking. Half a jiong, a quarter hour, half an hour, a full hour, 2. By the time 5 had passed, he halted. Before him stood the ruins of the everlasting snow palace collapsed over a decade ago. He said nothing, did nothing, just stood there, watching. Silently, solemnly, he stared. Another hour passed. Then, at last, he clenched the sword in his hand with force. A biting wind swept past his cheek. He could feel it. The pursuers from the Central Blood Sect closing in fast. Their killing intent weighed heavily upon the mountain. The overwhelming pressure of warriors who had reached the second realm of the fivefold path of the martial god manifestation of the infinite. Among them, one presence in particular seemed powerful enough to shake the very heavens. So this is it. He muttered to himself. Just then 5 figures descended from the sky. One of Theman, imposing bald man, shouted at the top of his lungs, "You ungrateful bastard, lower than a stray dog. Are you speaking to me?" The black-haired man replied calmly. "Who the hell else would I be talking to?" The man chuckled. "Well, you've got 4 others standing right next to you, elder. You little," but the man's smile didn't waver. Still grinning, he continued. "Since the day I joined the Central Blood Sect, I've never once committed an act that harmed it. That, I believe, is a fact. You speak as though your mouth isn't the very reason for our sect's ruin. Because of you, because of me," he interrupted, voice still calm. "Someone declares they want to leave, and your response is to poison them and launch a surprise attack. All I did was defend myself, an elder. No matter how depraved the blood sect may be, even among monsters, those at the top should at least know how to honor their word. You dare lecture me? Why not? There's a saying among 3 walking together, one is bound to be my teacher. I'm offering you a sincere piece of advice, and all you do is blow your top. Sial Unwai, bearer of heaven's judgment. That title's long since discarded. Regret this I won't, so leave." The bald elder gave a bitter chuckle. "Unfortunately, I can't just walk away." "Is that so? I've been given a direct order to take your head, so that's what I'll do. A direct order from the sect lord himself." Unexpectedly, the elder gave a sly smile and pointed skyward with his index finger. "No, from even higher." At that, Sial Unwai gave a knowing smirk. "So those lazy bastards up top finally got their egos bruised. You know damn well why, do I? Let's see, smashing the bloodstone you were planning to sacrifice, setting fire to the peach garden, decapitating the demon sect's lord of thunder. Honestly, I can't think of anything else. Any one of those alone is reason enough for a death beyond imagining. And you know it. Of course I knew. But what could I do? It just irritated the hell out of me. You're insane. Am I? Then what about the dozen others above me who have clearly lost their minds?" Then with a quieter voice, "And let's not pretend, elder. You know it too. You speak to me as though you understand them, but in truth, you don't know a thing about those people, do you? There are truths in this world one should know, and truths one must never learn. You've always been afraid. I've known it from the beginning. You're a dangerous man, I'm aware. No, you're not. You have no idea. You're the only one in this entire martial world who could truly threaten the sect lord's reign. Why are you complimenting me all of a sudden? Doesn't suit you." The truth was, Sial Unwai had reached a level where he could challenge even the supreme masters of the martial world. The title Heaven's Judgment hadn't even existed in the blood sect before. One who corrects the heavens of the sect itself, that was the meaning. It was a position created by the sect lord himself 2 decades ago, and solely for Sial Unwai. Its authority rivaled that of the Grand Elder. Even the deputy sect lord tread carefully around it. It carried autonomous power, authority to monitor the sect's internal affairs, to train and educate talent, to oversee discipline. In essence, a position second to none, yet above all, which was exactly why they could not let someone like him walk away. He knew far too much. This ending was inevitable. Grand Elder Yong Unseong slowly shook his head. "So be it. The order has already been given, even if you regret it now." "I've regretted a great deal. Truly," Sial Unwai interrupted. "You dare interrupt me? We're strangers now. Am I not allowed to? And for the record, none of my regrets have anything to do with the blood sect. They're all from my past, elsewhere. That's why you came here. There's nowhere else for me to go. You lunatic. A bastard born in the everlasting snow palace, returning here in your final hour, pretending to repent. Don't make me laugh. Was it not your own hand that brought this place to ruin? I'm not NOVL letter 1D692 GHT exclusive on NOVL letter 1D692 GHT here to repent, and I had my reasons. After the former lord of the everlasting snow palace died, some lunatic took the throne and began pulling every sort of ridiculous stunt. What was I supposed to do? Leave it standing? Sial Unwai ran a hand through his hair. As you said, Elder, we've known each other a long time, so one last time I'll make a final offer. Is that your last will? No, but you should hear it. Yong Unseong gave a slight nod, motioning him to go on. Sial Unwai spoke plainly. Turn back. The 30 years we spent Tojdurlit that be payment enough. I see, I understand, so you'll leave? Of course not. Sial Unwai's words had meant, live your life on the run, but that was something Yong Unseong could never accept. Running, how could a man like him spend the rest of his life fleeing? He'd last, at best, 2 weeks. He would be caught and killed before the month was over. Yong Unseong began drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while Sial Unwai raised his sword. Sial Unwai had brought the sect countless victories. He had trained promising successors through talents who could one day lead the blood sect forward. His blossoming abilities had arrived late, but they were nothing short of divinely blessed. But when the sect kept trying to devour him from within, what choice did he have? This outcome had been inevitable from the start. Even before arriving at this place, Sial Unwai had already reached his limit. Now blood poured from his lips. He didn't even bother to wipe it away. Life, they said, is an arrow once loosed, and now that arrow had reached its mark. The last remnants of his innate energy flared to life. The strength he had cultivated over a lifetime surged and gathered into a single point. Farewell, Elder. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yong Unseong roared, kill him. The blood sect warriors charged forward. The masters of the fivefold martial realms reached into the sky, drawing down its divine force. The heavens themselves seemed to fall. They clashed. Though his body teetered on the edge of death, Sial Unwai's spirit trephined over 5 decades stood unshaken. The arrogance with which he had once quelled the martial world, the force with which he shattered the gates of heaven, the moment he split open the skull of the immortal Maitreya, the awe that made elders of the martial alliance kneel. All of Ithai's very being was not something to be cowed by the likes of this. Even if Yong Unseong now stood on the verge of achieving the final state of the martial gods, path sovereign of primordial oneness. Even if Sial Unwai's body were so fragile it might die from a mere breeze. Resolve was beyond the reach of such things. His arm surged with power. The heaven-defying blade shatters the firmament, all laws crumble before it. One sword pierces through eternity, gods and devils vanish alike. Heaven-defying sword of desolation, the one sword that embraces the void. A lifetime of swordsmanship surged through a single swing. The sword light cleaved the heavens. The everlasting snow mountain groaned. Crimson energy laced the glacial wind, splitting through centuries of ancient ice. Slice. A hairline crack opened across Yong Unseong's neck. The 4 blood sect warriors who had charged in alongside him, each now bore a fracture clean across the waist, their overwhelming power, their presence that had pressed down the entire mountain, even the everlasting snow mountain itself. Everything had been cut in half. KRRAK, a deafening explosion, a blizzard tore through the sky. Sial Unwai staggered. He drove his sword into the ground, leaning on it like a cane. No one remained to hear him, no one at all. Even when he shattered the blood stone, even when he burned the peach garden to the ground, even when the martial world branded him a demonic fiend beyond redemption. He had never once regretted those things. That was the truth, but just anciently once. There was one regret that clung to him like a chain. At first he hadn't known what it was, hadn't known what kept dragging him back, what it was he couldn't shake off. Too late he realized, I should have stayed. That time, the sundered mountain began to collapse. An avalanche thundered down from the heavens. That colossal wall of ice, which had stood for millennia, maybe tens of thousands of years, came crashing down with a roar. Sial Unwai didn't dodge. He had no intention of running. The right to choose your final moment is a rare one. He chose this place. He accepted it, his death. And because it was that kind of moment, finally let the words inside him pour out. Because only in such a moment could he say them, if I had just one more chance. The avalanche was upon him. He saw his father, the man who had once terrified him, the supreme lord of the everlasting snow palace, the sky above the palace itself. Sial Unwai remembered the spikes he had driven into that man's chest, how deeply he regretted them. I won't run this time, father. I'll face it, do what I was meant to do. The avalanche swallowed him whole, his body shattered, limbs torn apart, and then, from within the collapsing storm of snow, a brilliant light flashed. Sial Unwai didn't see it. He didn't see the gemstone embed itself into his heart, and just like that, his consciousness vanished. Death, or perhaps a beginning. It was strange. There was a momentary sensation as though he were being pulled somewhere. Then a crushing weight overtook his entire body. Death, so this is death. He'd brushed against it more times than he could count, stared it in the face even, but this was different. This must be true death. His mind blurred, dissolving into fragments. Everything he had built began to scatter. Even his enlightenment, his essence, fragmented like petals in the wind. I learned that humans are animals meant to walk forward, but what about the moment of death? Could it be walking backwards? Like now, I didn't resist and naturally accepted it. But why? Why are my eyes opening? My mouth gaped in shock. An unbelievable scene unfolded before me. A familiar wind chime at the end of the eaves swayed in the breeze, and beyond that, the everlasting snow mountains stood unharmed. I had split them in half with all my might, so why are they still intact? I immediately got up and was greatly alarmed. It was I who had gotten up. I looked at my arms. I had undergone 3 major transformations in my life, yet scars had always formed. But now not a single scar was visible. It was too clean. No, this wasn't just clean. They were the hands of someone around 16 or 17 years old. I turned my head. The door burst open and a man entered. His face was all too familiar. He. Master, you need to sign some documents today. His grinning face, my eyebrows furrowed. Before I fled from the everlasting snow palace, I was the branch chief of the snow compression branch, and the man who had been in charge of a subsection since I first took office was this very scoundrel in front of me. His name was Yawun Sang. He bowed and handed me a stack of documents, his face smeared with a malicious smile. I had seen it before in my past life. I had just been too busy avoiding it. I looked around. Structure of the walls, the tables and desks, the bedchamber. Putting it all together, it was clear this moment was from when I was 17, whether this was a dream or not. At this moment, there was something I had to do. I reached out and took the documents Yawun Sang was offering. Just stamp your seal here. I quietly skimmed the document. A plan for pioneering a new supply route through the northern ice cliffs. Yes, that's correct. There's been a lot of demand for a new route. It would shorten the time. Shorten the time, huh? A bitter smile spread across my lips as I flipped through the pages. You've signed a contract with the Chungwon Trade Company. Yes, branch chief. Chungwon is the most trustworthy company in snow compression. But do you know that this new route goes through an avalanche-prone area? The fact that he stopped talking was unusual for Yawun Sang, and his expression hardened. It must have been the first time for him at this point. Yawun Sang forced a smile and opened his mouth. Ah, you don't need to worry too much. I am worried. The old route is safe but takes longer. The new one is faster but dangerous. And there are other strange points here. What might those be? Firstly, the transportation cost estimation for safety measures is too low. Even if warriors fly through the skies and shatter mountains, there are no such powerful individuals here in snow compression, especially since most of the company consists of civilians and weak warriors. Let's skip that for now since there's a bigger issue. Ignoring Yawun Sang's gulp, I continued. Second, the contract lists me as the responsible party, but the recipient of Novelrecap, the insurance money, is you. Well, since you're the transportation manager, if I'm the manager, shouldn't I be the recipient? Ah, master, haven't I always managed the company's operations? If an avalanche occurs, the insurance money received will quickly. It was an excuse. I cut him off again. There was no reason to listen to such things. Third, the price of this Hanryung jade essence is listed as 20 silver pieces. Yawun Sang's face turned pale. As far as I know, the market price of Hanryung jade essence is about 10 silver pieces, but if it's inflated like this, the insurance money received in case of an accident will double. That is. It was simple. Signing insurance contracts with trade companies is common, but why would a trade company? Chungwon is not foolish, and they would know that 10 silver pieces are sufficient for Hanryung jade essence, so why sign for 20? It was obvious. Have you heard that story? What story? The one about a servant who dares to rise above his master should be torn apart. Yes, was the Chungwon Trade Company's second daughter that appealing to you? That is, you seem to have grown quite ahead while acting as the power behind snow compression. Has it grown so much that now you also desire women? Whether this situation was too surreal, Yawun Sang seemed unable to gather his thoughts. Why would you say that? His dumbfounded expression wasn't too unpleasant to look at. I continued solemnly. I'm not sure if you knew this, but about 10 days after I sign these documents, an avalanche will occur. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Due to heavy snowfall the previous day, the ground will weaken there, and you, among about 4 others, will survive. And because of that incident, you will take over everything from Chungwon Trade Company. You'll take both the younger and older daughters. From what I remember, you were the one who executed the head of Chungwon Trade Company. Yes, that was it. Yawun Sang started looking at me strangely. However, I could feel the faint fear in his eyes. You take the money, and I take the blame. It's still fresh in my memory. I slammed the documents shut. Yawun Sang, did I not see this before? Yes. Or did I see it but chose not to want to see? Branch chief, even if there is an accident, the responsibility I can take is minimal. Why, I may be a bastard, but I'm still of the blood of the everlasting snow palace. Thinking it's natural to run away, being a pile of inferiority complex, makes you a perfect candidate for assuming power. A fool like you above makes it right for someone like you to act this way. After all, in this world, the one who gets stepped on becomes a fool. It's a world where stepping on others is how you prove yourself. That's absolutely not the case. You say it's absolutely not the case, but isn't this similar to what has happened more than once? I slowly stood up. This is the martial world. In the martial world, if you don't have power, you're eaten. That couldn't be denied. That's the world where martial artists live. But let me say this. If you've risked everything to gain something, you should be prepared to lose everything if you fail to obtain it. Are you fully prepared for that? It's settled. Talking more makes my mouth hurt. I swung the bundle of documents. Whoosh, Yawun Sang's head jerked back. I utilized the Snow Mountain Heart method still lingering in my memory. Though weak, a definite surge of internal energy rose from my blood vessels. It soon moved towards the bundle of documents, and not long after, a very faint level of sword energy emerged at its end. After adjusting my grip, I brought it down sharply. Thwack, Yawun Sang blocked it with his hand. Master, what are you doing? I swung my foot. Wham, Yawun Sang, struck in the jaw, fell backward and rolled before quickly getting up. Anger and murderous intent filled his face. As I walked towards him, Yawun Sang cried out, "Stop, please stop." Ignoring him, I kicked, striking his abdomen. Thud, he staggered back. I couldn't help but chuckle at his technique to soften the impact with his internal energy. Master, can't you hear when someone says stop? Yawun Sang's tone changed, but it didn't matter. No matter how much anger he unleashed or murderous intent he spread, his lingering hesitation was still there. Hesitation dulls the sword and determination sharpens it. I'm already intent on killing you, yet you hesitate. Whether you're a ghost or a real entity doesn't matter. I let the bundle of documents hang down. At least come at me like a man, not a scared dog in your final moment. Fine, even if you're the master, attacking a subsection chief like me without cause is wrong, so I will restrain you first. Saying this, Yawun Sang drew his sword and stamped his foot. His sword embroidered the air. Above, beside, below, it was excessively flashy. Illusory swords are dazzling, and real swords are tranquil. I took a light step forward. Yawun Sang's sword missed the mark, and I moved in close to him. Shock filled his face. How did you? Silently, I thrust the document bundle, filled with my internal energy. Poomph, it struck his abdomen, but I wasn't satisfied. Casually, I tossed it aside and drew the dagger from my waist. As Yawun Sang, clutching his abdomen, staggered backward, I looked at him. Please spare me. A smile formed on my lips at his pitiful voice. Such a small man he was. In the past, such a trivial man had exploited me. I had been mocked as a puppet and used, all because I lacked power. Thinking that avoiding the situation was the best option was the biggest mistake and regret of my naive youth. Everything started here. It was time to shake it off. As I walked slowly, I continued. If there's a next life, live within your means. Don't climb higher than your station. I struck down decisively. Poomph, it pierced his heart. I withdrew it and then thrust it into Yawun Sang's neck. Poomph, ack. Quietly, I watched his dying eyes. Soon they lost their strength. At that moment, I felt certain. All of this was not a dream but reality. Just as I was standing up, the door burst open and 3 men rushed in. What's going? Oh, wiping the blood on my face, I spoke briefly. Clean this up. Excuse me, that wasn't the response I wanted. I turned my head. The discipline of the snow compression branch is a mess. Don't make me say it twice. Clean this up and gather all the branch members. Immediately, truly, it was a refreshing morning. Even if I felt certain, I couldn't help but doubt. Traveling back in time was just too surreal. But dreams, no matter how vague or realistic they might feel, can't be as realistic as this. This is clear reality. I have traveled back in time, by as much as 40 years. I touched my face. The Danshin, which had always been distinct, was now separated, and the power I once wielded, drawing on the spirit of the heavens and the earth, had disappeared like dust, yet I was alive, and I could start again. But first, I needed to understand the phenomenon. Why had this happened? Defying time meant defying the natural order and the flow of the universe, something utterly incomprehensible. The fate of defying heaven isn't something anyone can bear, and not everyone is capable of defying heaven. Not even those heavyweights above the skies could manage it. I stroked my face as I looked in the mirror. The last moment, I had been caught in an avalanche. The protective aura around my body had been meaningless then, since I had already expended it all. I distinctly felt my limbs being torn apart, my neck ripped open, and my head crushed. No, wait, I focused more intently. There was something more. The realm I had reached was the sovereign of primordial oneness. At such a level, one could hardly be called human. Even with a shattered head, one could survive. No matter how depleted and tired, to truly kill a warrior of the sovereign of primordial oneness, certain conditions must be met. First, the head must be destroyed, followed by the heart. Second, the heart must be destroyed, followed by the head. Or else, both the heart and head must be destroyed simultaneously. Only the complete loss of both heart and brain functions results in death. Let's think again. I had definitely felt my limbs being ripped apart and my head being crushed. So at that moment, what happened to my heart? Had it burst? Yes, it had. But before it burst, something had pierced it. I touched my chin thoughtfully. What could have pierced it? It was the avalanche that occurred in the great everlasting snow mountains, which I had split in half. It couldn't have contained just snow and dirt. There must have been byproducts. What if one of those byproducts was a heavenly treasure capable of defying heaven? If so, that would explain the current phenomenon. I looked up at the window. The enormous everlasting snow mountains, clearly visible, filled my view. Those mountains that had stood there for thousands of years must hold many secrets yet to be uncovered. A smile formed on my lips. All those things I had burst out with before dying were sincere. The Life of a Bastard. As a child, I felt that life was like being a pig tied up in shackles, and I had to escape from there to live a truly human life. The only thought occupying my mind was that this place was not where I belonged, and everything I did was a mess. To be honest, after leaving the Snow Palace, my life did change. I entered a mysterious realm, learned martial arts there, made a name for myself with those martial arts, and eventually joined the Central Blood Sect, known as the most malicious sect in the Central Plains. 40 years. That was how long I had lived as a warrior in the Blood Sect. And only 19 years, that was how long I had lived in the Snow Palace. The 40 years I lived wildly, without regrets, but those 19 years were filled with deep regrets. They always held me back, haunting even my dreams. Since I was no longer able to return to the Snow Palace, I had wished from afar that it would last forever. However, as time passed, the Snow Palace began to resemble a filthier group than even the Central Blood Sect, and I had to make a decision. I personally destroyed it, though I have no regrets about that. Now a new opportunity has arisen. I plan to live without regrets. Branch Chief, I turned my head. A middle-aged man with unkempt hair stood there. There is only one general manager who handles various matters in this snow compression branch. His name is Sung Yongho. Usually he's called Manager Sung. All the branch members have assembled. I nodded and moved forward. Then, pausing beside him, I placed a hand on his shoulder. Manager Sung. Yes, sir. Ah, master. Is the job manageable? Yes, of course. Something about this situation made me laugh unwittingly. I know the job of a manager is tough. It's okay. It's strange to be okay with a job you never expected to have. For a moment, Sung Yongho's eyes flashed, but that was fleeting. Had I not returned, I wouldn't have noticed such a brief moment. Manager Sung. Yes, master, there will be a storm of blood today. Make sure the subordinates don't falter. No reply came. Why do you look at me like that? Are you okay? Do I look ill? It's not that, but you seem much changed. I laughed. In a world where one must change to survive, of course, I must change. If you need anything, come find me, and let's standardize the form of address. Whether it's young master or branch chief, I'd like to call you young master, then let it be so. With that, I stepped outside. There were 18 people in total. These were the members gathered at the training grounds of the snow compression branch, regardless of age or gender, all harboring the same question. Xiao Anwai had changed. Once a subordinate figure, always crouching, he had killed a man today. Not just any man, but Yaoun Sang, a deputy chief of the snow compression branch. Who was Yaoun Sang? He was a distinguished disciple from the jurisdiction sword sect, officially dispatched to the snow compression branch. Among the disciples of Bingxiao Jiamhun Ice Snow Sword Scar, Li Jai Chang'an of the four elders of the jurisdiction sword sect, Yaoun Sang was a promising individual. But now he lay there, just a head remaining. A madman. This had to be madness from a bastard. It was an act no sane person could conceive. Suddenly, another question occurred. Yaoun Sang was at the beginning stages of the Yongqinghyun realm, but how could Xiao Anwai, who was barely at the Juchen level, have killed him? And why had he gathered us here like this? Putting other questions aside, the last one was soon answered. Is everyone here? Everyone turned towards the still youthful voice. At 17 years of age, his face looked youthful as his voice, but strangely he carried a weight about him. Xiao Anwai quietly surveyed the members of the snow compression branch with inscrutable eyes. You must be curious why I've gathered you here. Yaoun Sang, who lies dead over there, dared to overstep his role as a deputy chief and tried to usurp the authority of the chief. He stole money and power, and he deserved to die for his crimes. Xiao Anwai paused for a moment, then smiled lightly as he put his hands behind his back. I am the chief of the snow compression branch, and each one of you is an integral part of this branch. From this moment on, one absolute rule is established in the snow compression branch. Absolute obedience to the chief's words. Anyone who violates this will be executed immediately. I will rip their heads off and grind their limbs to feed to the dogs. If anyone dislikes this arrangement, raise your hand now or turn around and leave the branch. Why had Xiao Anwai gathered them here? It was for two main reasons. The first was as just stated. From this moment on, the snow compression branch would change. The role of branch chief is not a lowly one. Especially here in the north, where the everlasting snow palace is located, the branch chief holds a very high position. Everyone knows that there is no nation in the north. The everlasting snow palace might not be a nation, but it operates in the form of one. Most of the lands around these snowy mountains are under the rule of the everlasting snow palace, and the position of branch chief is akin to that of a military governor or magistrate in these parts. Surprisingly, there was no one who opposed Xiao Anwai's speech. Everyone stood their ground, only looking at him with stern eyes. Meeting their gaze, Xiao Anwai brought up the second reason he had summoned them. Second from the left, the N-A-V-Y L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT don't copy. Read here one with long hair, step forward. A man with a displeased look took 2 steps forward, and at the far right, the bald one come forward too. As Xiao Anwai instructed, the man with the shiny bald head walked forward. Xiao Enwai looked at them and asked, "You seem to have grievances, speak up." "Master, I understand what you're thinking, but this isn't right. This isn't right." Yes, Yawun Sang was a distinguished disciple of the Jurisdiction Sword sect. His master is Bingxiao Jiamhyun, a warrior among warriors who has reached Samwachujiang. Xiao Enwai looked at the man curiously. "A warrior among warriors. That's not a common phrase, what's your name?" The man, as if implying that Xiao Enwai should know the names of his subordinates, introduced himself. "I'm Kang Sang. And the bald one, what about you?" "Wu Sanghyun, good, we've introduced ourselves. Continue, Kang Sang." "The wrath of Bingxiao Jiamhyun will come down upon the snow compression branch. And his wrath will not only fall on you, master, but all of us branch members will likely die as well." Kang Sang's story continued, detailing the influence of the Jurisdiction Sword sect in the neighboring city of Yangryong, how much the elders of the sect had cherished Yawun Sang, that Xiao Enwai had been in the Snow Palace before Yawun Sang was even a deputy chief here, and how Yawun Sang had wielded significant influence. Xiao Enwai listened very quietly to the entire account. After it seemed Kang Sang had said all he needed to, he finally shut his mouth. "Are you done?" "Yes, I'm done. Interesting. But listening to you brought up a question." "What question?" "While belonging to the everlasting Snow Palace, why do you speak on behalf of the Jurisdiction Sword sect?" Kang Sang flinched. "If this Bingxiao or whatever comes here, this place will become his grave." "Excuse me, if he brings people with him, they will die too." Xiao Enwai moved closer until he was right in front of Kang Sang's face. "What do you think this place is?" This is snow compression. I am the master here." Xiao Enwai looked at Kang Sang with steady eyes. "Being the master means I hold the life and death of everyone here in my hands. Talking about it brings back memories that had become vague." "What memories are becoming clear?" "It was a memory from the past, and it was confusing. But it was clear that Yawun Sang had devoured Chingguan Trading Company. In Xiao Enwai's past memories, that event had definitely occurred, and from that point on, Yawun Sang began to exert tremendous influence in snow compression, while Xiao Enwai increasingly became a puppet. The everlasting Snow Palace had never intervened. In the past, Xiao Enwai had resignedly thought that the Snow Palace didn't care because he was a bastard, but upon reflection, that wasn't the case. The palace's ruler had been giving him opportunities all along. "They said I could make amends. They said I could turn it all back, that I could overturn everything. That's just how the world works. Helping someone isn't hard. Giving money isn't hard either. The everlasting Snow Palace is powerful and wealthy after all. But teaching someone how to gain power or how to earn money, that's a different story. That's something a person must decide for themselves. No one can help you with the very first step. I didn't know that. And because I didn't, I regretted it. In any case, there were people who supported Yawun Sang. Those two over there. I had a feeling there were more, but for now, I let it slide. I was confident I could weed them all out eventually." After a moment of silent thought, Xiao Enwai continued in a calm voice. "Chingguan Trading Company. It may not be a major company across the entirety of Zhongyuan, or even compared to the everlasting Snow Palace, but here in this backwater like the snow compression branch, it's a very large one. There's no way Yawun Sang swallowed it whole on his own. And seeing the look on your face full of dissatisfaction with me for killing him and how desperately you're defending him, it all fits." A cold smile formed on Xiao Enwai's lips. "Were you pocketing the dirty money with Yawun Sang?" That's so you were. Honestly, there was no need to keep talking. That's enough. It happened in a flash." Xiao Enwai drew the dagger strapped to his waist. Zwag, and drove it straight into Kang Sang's side. Flash phantom piercing art. This was Xiao Enwai's own modified martial art, adapted from the Ghost Soul One dagger technique, the signature assassination art of the Gate of Phantom Souls. The original technique was designed to suppress killing intent entirely and approach the target like a shadow to strike a vital point in assassination technique, but it required far more preparation than people assumed. First, to suppress killing intent, one had to waste unnecessary internal energy. Second, there was no guarantee a single strike would kill. Third, mastering the technique for concealing intent required significant time. Fourth, the complexity of the form made the entry barrier incredibly high. Enwai had modified it to an extreme degree. First, he gave up concealing killing intent and instead focused purely on the suddenness of the ambush. Second, he condensed and exploded his internal energy in an instant, allowing him to move at nearly the limit of human speed in the blink of an eye. Third, he minimized the preparatory movements to an absolute minimum. Enwai had set dagger release points. From the back of his waist, 3 CHE approximately 9 centimeters to the left, 4 CHE around 12 centimeters to the right. There was no way a regular martial artist could defend against such a technique. Gah. Watch Kang Sang, who groaned in agony, just a little farther forward and it would pierce the heart. Unwai asked, does it hurt? Ta Lord, branch master. Kang Sang wanted to live. He clutched Unwai's arm desperately, his eyes pleading. Please pull it out. Please don't kill me. A gentle smile tugged at Unwai's lips. You want to live? Cough. Why yes, yes. And yet, while lining your pockets with dirty money, you dared covet the branch master's authority. And you think I should spare you everything. Cough, it's all in the warehouse. Please. The warehouse, huh? How generous of you, telling me exactly where you hid the money. Turns out you're dumber than I thought. Whether it was actually in the warehouse or not didn't matter. He'd search every spot that came to mind anyway. Unwai shoved the dagger deeper. Thwack, cough. The blade pierced Kang Sang's heart. His body began to collapse. Sial Unwai grabbed the man's hair, pulled the dagger from his chest, and then stabbed it into his throat. Thwack. Blood spurted, he twisted it to the side, and with a sickening crack, Kang Sang's spine snapped. Unwai pulled out the dagger and turned around. Standing before him, trembling, was the bald-headed man, Wu Sanghyun. Unwai, still holding the blood-soaked dagger, began walking toward him. With every step Sial Unwai took forward, Wu Sanghyun took one step back. Lord Branch Master. I really had no such intentions. Yawun Sang made me do it, it was all him. So just because he told you to, you ignored your branch master's authority, tried to climb over him, and planned to swallow an entire company for yourself. You have quite the sense of humor. More importantly, I Snow Sword Scar will come. I know everything about Yawun Sang's crimes. I've even spoken with him in private. I can persuade him, I swear. Unwai burst into laughter. Oh, were you worried about me all this time? I'm touched. I don't know what to do with all this gratitude. Sanghyun kept retreating until his back hit a scarecrow in the corner of the training yard, and Sial Unwai stood before him. They were both about 6 chok tall, roughly 180 centimeters. Though Sial Unwai was slightly shorter when measured precisely, it didn't matter. It was the perfect angle to drive a dagger through the neck. Do you have anything else to say? Yes, I do. Save it for the afterlife. What? Thwack. Sial Unwai's dagger pierced straight through Wu Sanghyun's throat. Silence fell over the training yard. I didn't care what they thought of me. I had no intention of living while watching their faces, and no reason to in the first place. There's a reason why positions of authority exist. This is how it's supposed to be. Especially in a small, backwater place like the Snow Compression Branch, only one person needs to play the role of leader. More than one just creates problems. I merely restored it to how it should be, so what more is needed. As I stared at them in silence, I pointed to one man. You, 2 steps forward. The man, whose body was a head taller than most, swallowed hard and stepped forward as instructed. What's your name? It's Chimpeng. I'll give you an order. Choose about 5 branch members and raid the residences of that dead bastard Yawun Sang, and those other 2. Unfortunately, Yawun Sang's name was the only one that stuck in my mind. I couldn't remember the names of the other 2, but it made sense. Guys that insignificant weren't worth remembering. Stuffing my head with useless things like that would just take up space better used for something else. Chimpeng clasped his fists in salute and soon selected about 5 branch members. The 5 of them looked a bit bewildered. It seemed Chimpeng's status wasn't all that much higher than theirs. That was fine. Even if I'm currently only at the realm of revolving heavens, I know talent when I see it, and he had the potential to reach the 5 foundation pillars one day. Before long, the 5 branch members began running off, and Chimpeng came to report back. I instructed them to retrieve everything from their residences. Also, I forgot to mention there's a ledger. A ledger, yes, a record written by Yawun Sang himself. It should be there in his quarters, but tell me, those 5 who ran off, can they be trusted? Probably, I let out a sigh. When you're doing something, the first thing you need to determine is the priority. What's the most important thing right now regarding Yawun Sang? The ledger? That ledger will contain everything he's done naturally. It'll also list the names of his accomplices. I'll ask again. I picked you for a reason, because I saw potential in you. That's your chance and you know it. So in this situation, what should you do? Chimpeng swallowed again. I'll go myself and retrieve it. I'd prefer if you could bring it back without damage. Of course I will, without fail, without damage. And don't make me say something like this again. Understood? Yes, sir. Then go. Chimpeng bolted off. He was almost drawing on innate energy with that speed. At this rate, he'd not only catch up to the others, probably pass them. I looked around and spoke. Our destination was Chungwon Trading Company. Chungwon Trading Company. The company head, Chung Myung, swallowed hard. There was no way he didn't know what had just happened at the Snow Compression Branch. Sial Unwith, bastard son of the everlasting Snow Palace, was rampaging. He killed Yawun Sang, the deputy chief, and the 2 loyal subordinates who followed him, Wu Sanghyun and Kang Sang. He had only heard rumors up to this point, but now, right before Chung Myung's eyes, were the 3 severed heads neatly laid out. Between the heads, Sial Unwai pushed forward a bundle of documents. Read it. Chung Myung swallowed again and picked up the papers. Though soaked in blood and still dripping red, they were legible. He skimmed through them quickly. All the while, he kept sneaking glances at Xiao Enwai. Don't be scared. At those unexpected words from Xiao Enwai, Ching Myong felt his chest loosen strangely. A sudden calm washed over him. He was an odd man, you could say, a man who knew how to give his words weight. Once Ching Myong had carefully read every line in the document, just as he was about to drop to his knees on the spot. Don't kneel either, he slowly lifted his head. Xiao Enwai stared back at him with an emotionless face. It made him question whether this was really the same Novelight man he'd known until now. Had the real Xiao Enwai died and someone else taken his place? If not, then how could a man change so drastically? We don't need a long conversation, just one question. Why did you do it? That is, was Yawun Sang really that terrifying? It wasn't an easy question to answer. It couldn't be. To be honest, Xiao Enwai had a point. Yawun Sang was terrifying. But why had he been so afraid of Yawun Sang? When you followed that thread back, the root cause was simple. Xiao Enwai, the branch master, had been nothing but a scarecrow. In a situation like that, how could anyone not be afraid of Yawun Sang? He had powerful connections, especially to the nearby city of Yangryong. He was a true power player. Ching Myong swallowed again. His mind raced. If he said he feared Yawun Sang, it would naturally imply that Xiao Enwai had been weak and incompetent. As a merchant, there was only one logical choice left for him to make: silence. He wanted to change the subject, to move away from it as fast as possible, to just apologize, say he would accept punishment, promise never to let it happen again, just anything to avoid ending up like those 3 severed heads. He was ready to beg, grovel with hands and feet, when Xiao Enwai's next words made his eyes go wide. It's not uncommon for a madman to go wild, thinking he has real power, in a place where the idiot at the top not only lacks ability but avoids responsibility altogether. That's, and it's true, isn't it, that I've been acting like some half-witted moron with half a brain this whole time? Ching Myong's mouth dropped open. What in the world was happening? If he answered yes, that's right, I was that stupid and pathetic, then one of the swords behind him would almost certainly take Ching Myong's head, especially that small-framed man. There was a savage glint in his eyes. He wasn't ordinary. That one was probably a branch member named Han Murin, Master Cheng. A voice snapped him back to reality. Yes, how could I not know what's in your heart? I understand it all. That insurance contract in your hands, you only drew that up because of coercion. And while those 3 bastards took responsibility for it, strictly speaking, I can't say I'm completely without blame either. But these events happened because I was too soft before. It's only right that I take responsibility for that. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll be handing over my own head, so I intend to take responsibility in my own way. Would you care to hear it? It was disorienting. He expected to be rebuked, yet instead, Xiao Enwai was practically apologizing. Seriously, was he insane? Ching Myong swallowed hard and replied, I'm listening. Good attitude. It's simple. From now on, I intend to entrust over 70% of the snow compression branch's transportation to your company. It was a short statement, but Ching Myong wasn't the master of a trading company for nothing. He was sharp with numbers, which was exactly why he was a company master. He knew instantly how huge that offer was. Lord Branch Master, we may be a large trading company in the snow compression area, but even so, I don't think we're capable of handling over 70% of the logistics here. Why do you think you can't? Ching Myong blinked. You're quick with calculations, but it seems your ambitions are a little small. You're not saying, to take responsibility for snow compression, you'll need to grow to the proper size, hire people, absorb the surrounding companies. He was dazed. As he stared, Xiao Enwai continued, those without power usually have 3 choices. The first is to crash into things and die gloriously in the attempt. The second is to lower their heads again and again, no matter how filthy the work. The third is to side with someone stronger. Xiao Enwai's face was serious, and Ching Myong's expression mirrored his. At the very least, whether you believe it or not, I'm currently the strongest in snow compression. Later, if someone stronger appears, you can choose to follow them or not. That's your decision. But for now, you should stick with me, and I'll give you a fitting opportunity for doing so. Why would you grant us such a great opportunity? I don't know whether someone like you should be running a company of your current size, or if you're capable of managing something even bigger. Honestly, I have no idea, but this is how I choose to take responsibility. Xiao Enwai stared silently at Ching Myong, then asked calmly, earlier I said the powerless had 3 choices. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Then what kinds of choices do those with power have? That is, they can use someone for a long time, use them and discard them once they're no longer useful, give them better opportunities and test their worth. There are countless choices. I'll choose in my own way. You choose in yours. With that, he stood up. Do you need time to prepare? Yes, please give me 2 days. 2 days. Fine. And from now on, all transport operations are yours. And before you begin, bring a proper insurance contract to the branch office. I'll allow a reasonable profit margin, but if you do anything remotely like Yawun Sang did, all my offers will be rescinded on the spot. and Chingguan Trading Company will be kicked out of snow compression entirely, and I expect you'll leave behind a decent amount of blood. Why, you have nothing to worry about. Xiao Enwai gave a slight nod and turned away. He'd handled the tasks in front of him lightly. Now it was time to raise his martial cultivation. As he stepped outside, he saw Chenpeng, smiling brightly with sweat on his forehead. You found it? Yes, I found it. Xiao Enwai took the ledger he handed over and began flipping through it quickly. His eyes darted without pause, scanning every part with the clear intent not to miss a single detail. Then he stopped at one section. A short laugh escaped him. They really pulled all kinds of crap. A few of the branch members flinched at those words, but Xiao Enwai pretended not to notice and resumed reading. He stopped and snorted, agging 3 times in total. Then, silently lost in thought, he closed the ledger with a snap and turned to Chenpeng. How much did we get from their quarters? We recovered 10 gold ingots and about 500 silver pieces. It was a massive discrepancy from the amount listed in the ledger. 6 years. Over the span of 6 years, only 10 gold ingots and 500 silvers. That didn't make sense, but it was understandable. They must have been skimming funds on a regular basis and sending the money elsewhere. No wonder the place was empty. What about items? We found spirit pills, advanced cultivation resources, and some armaments. Everything's been brought back to the branch. You can verify them when ready. Xiao Enwai thought for a moment about the entries in the ledger and casually asked, among the pills, were there any Ice Heart Purity pills, White Tiger Essence elixirs, Body Reinforcement pills, or Jade Mind Nourishing elixirs? Chenpeng thought for a moment and then shook his head. There's no Body Reinforcement pill or Jade Mind Nourishing elixir, but we found 1 Ice Heart Purity pill and 2 White Tiger Essence elixirs. But you mentioned advanced cultivation resources. Yes. We found pattern grass and the 10,000 form chi fruit. Naturally, for martial artists, spiritual pills are indispensable items. They can be manufactured or occur naturally. They're usually expensive and hard to acquire, but their effects are permanent. But as previously mentioned, they're difficult to obtain and costly, which means not every martial artist has access to them. That's why cultivation resources were developed. The stark difference between them and spiritual pills is the price. Cultivation resources are much cheaper, and while their effects are temporary, they also have virtually no side effects. So the majority of martial artists seek out cultivation resources instead. Some are made by apothecaries, others are acquired from reclusive physician-like figures with near-mythical status. Ordinary cultivation resources are typically only effective for martial artists in the realm of refined qi, but advanced cultivation resources are a different matter. They're highly effective for martial artists preparing to enter the realm of heaven and earth, those who have reached the 5 foundation pillars, and those who are already in the heaven and earth realm. For someone barely at the level of Yang Guangli Hyun to have acquired the highest grade resources. What level did you say Ice Snow Sword Scar was at? He's at 3 Flower Purification, and the sect master of the jurisdiction Sword Sect, which Ice Snow Sword Scar belongs to. He's a 5 foundation pillar master. And he's currently in seclusion, right? Yes, the picture started to come together. Chenpeng. Yes, Lord Branch Master. The spiritual pills and advanced cultivation resources I mentioned, I deliver them to my quarters, then summon General Manager Sung and have him begin categorizing the rest of the items. Yes, I'll take care of it. Xiao Enwai's gaze swept across the branch members. It was a curious sight. Among those who met his eyes, a few flinched as if guilty, while others wore expressions like they'd made a decision. To anyone, it would have looked suspicious. Xiao Enwai smiled faintly. Return to your posts, all of you. Lord Branch Master, aren't you returning? There's somewhere I need to stop by. Go on. Yes, sir. Turning his back, Xiao Enwai began walking at a leisurely pace. The world of martial artists is cruel. Power reigns supreme. In a martial world, the words of the strong are law, and their actions define order. There's one obvious, rarely contested standard used to determine who qualifies as strong cultivation realm. It begins with the foundational 3 realms of the body, followed by the 4 realms of refined qi, where one learns to control energy. Next comes the 4 realms of heaven and earth, which involve opening the upper danjian and manipulating natural energy. Finally, the apex, the 5 realms of the martial god. In the martial world, every so-called strong individual belongs to the 5 realms of the martial god. Reaching even the first of those stages, unity of heaven and man, is enough to be considered a powerful figure. Those who go beyond into a manifestation of the infinite, Tao transformation and true authority, or vast emptiness beyond form, are revered wherever they go. And the final step in the martial god realms, sovereign of primordial oneness, is the level where contenders for supremacy over the entire world emerge. Even now, at this moment, and even at the time of my death only, about 100 people, in all the countless millennia of Zhongyun's history, have ever reached it. Of course, that 100 or so is based on what I know. There are rumors of an even greater realm, the 3 realms of pre-heaven, but I know little about that. I've never reached it, nor have I seen anyone who has. though I've stirred the hornet's nest before. Their behavior pissed me off, so I burned their peach blossom sanctum to the ground, smashed the bloodstone the blood sect was about to offer them, and wiped out the thunder vein demon sect that used to clean their boots. To be honest, I did want to see them once, but no matter what I tried, they never revealed themselves. It's not that they don't move personally, it's that they can't move. That's everything I know. It was always their subordinates who acted in their name. Anyway, I lived like a madman, and I suppose in this life I'll do the same. Saying I have no regrets is true from my own perspective, but to others my actions probably look like nonsense. I don't need to justify that to anyone, just like now. I saw a man ahead of me. Around his waist was a sash. It symbolized a first-rank tie of the Beggars' Union. A freshly initiated disciple has no sash and is called a white cloth beggar. Upon promotion, they receive their first sash and become a first tie. From there, with each rank, they receive another sash, second tie, third tie, and so on. At third tie, one becomes a branch leader of a small region. Fourth tie governs a larger district. At fifth tie, one manages several branches or becomes a protector of the central hall. Sixth tie manages multiple central halls. Seventh tie becomes an elder of the main headquarters. Eighth tie is an heir to the sect leader. And ninth tie signifies the head of the Beggars' Union. Exactly, the Beggars' Union. An intelligence network disguised as a band of beggars. They roam every corner of the land, and the everlasting snow mountains were no exception. The first tie beggar saw me and his eyes lit up. How may I help you? Is your branch leader inside? The branch leader. No, I don't think so. Not here. Yes, I'm pretty sure he's not. Do you know who I am? The first tie looked me up and down with an odd expression, then smiled faintly. I have no idea. The Beggars' Union is supposed to handle intelligence. You're not even a newly inducted white-tied member. You are first T and you don't know who I am. How am I supposed to interpret that? Well, I don't know. Is there really anything to interpret? Our branch leader isn't here right now, so you'll probably have to come back later. A soft smile formed at the corner of my lips. I was about to speak again, but the voice of the first tie by my ear made me stop. As you surely know, this is a branch of the Beggars' Union. I can relay your message up the chain if you want, but you should just go back for today. I took a single step forward and spoke in a quiet voice. I'll say this once. Listen carefully. Sial Unwai, branch master of the Snow Compression branch, has business with Chu Yuijai, the branch leader of the Beggars' Union in Snow Compression. Go deliver the message. Now, the first tie furrowed his brow. Man, what's with you? I said he's not here. Just go already. What kind of place is the Beggars' Union? Forget intelligence. That's secondary. They're parasites, plain and simple. A domain of the Beggars' Union. Maybe that exists somewhere in this world, but not here in Snow Compression. This bastard doesn't know his place, doesn't know who outranks him, so drunk on some laughable sense of authority that he can't even think straight. Continuing this conversation is a waste of time and of mercy. I raised my foot and kicked the first tie hard in the left thigh. Thud. I'll ask again, is the branch leader inside? Why, yes, he is. Then why did you say he wasn't? That's and your tone was disrespectful. Do I look like someone beneath you? If you want, I can relay your message up. I tighten my grip. You lowlife leeching off Snow Compression. I am a disciple of the Beggars' Union. He cut me off, but I wasn't particularly offended. Honestly, so. Attacking me is the same as attacking the Beggars' Union. And Snow Compression's already in chaos. Do you really want to make enemies of the Beggars' Union too? Let go already. He was desperate. Everyone knows the 9 great sects, and the Beggars' Union is the last group to carry on that lineage. Even after the millennial chaos wiped out their history and martial arts, they barely managed to survive and rebuild. Picking a fight with them would be outright insane. Exactly. Only someone completely insane would dare do it. The Beggars' Union. I heard you. The first tie's face brightened, thinking I'd back down at the name, but my next words turned that hope to despair. I was just going to break an arm or two, but now I can't let it go that easily. What? Turning something that should have been a slap into a life or death situation. That's a talent in itself. Using the name of the Beggars' Union to threaten me, that I won't let slide. I extended my left arm and placed a hand on his shoulder, then applied pressure. Crunch, Gaia. I wasn't about to stop there. I threw him to the floor, stomped on his left arm, then stomped on both legs. Crunch, crack. The sounds of bone snapping followed one after another, and the first tie, who had been screaming at first, finally passed out. Honestly, it was probably for the best. I grabbed his hair and started walking. A door appeared across the hall. I kicked it open and tossed the unconscious first tie inside without a care. The room exploded in commotion. Who are you? What the hell is this? This is the Beggars. I silently looked around the room. The shouting began to die down. In the farthest corner, a man writing something on paper looked up and met my gaze. 3 cords were tied around his waist. That was the man, Chu Yuijai, branch leader of the Beggars' Union's Snow Compression branch. He spoke. What's the branch master of Snow Compression doing here? And his sentence trailed off as his eyes flicked to the first tie sprawled on the floor. Then he continued in a subdued tone. You turned one of our boys into a goddamn vegetable. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I didn't kill him. Sure, I shattered his limbs, but I didn't sever his life as a martial artist. I've broken enough bones to know exactly how to do it without causing permanent death. Not that I had any intention of explaining myself to a bunch of beggars. Without a word, I pulled out a chair in front of Chu Yuejai and sat down. Chu Yuejai. No matter who you are, even if you're the branch master of snow compression, I am a three-tied officer of the Beggars Union. Show some resp. If you talk down to me again, I'll kill you. Chu Yuejai stopped mid-sentence, furrowed his brow, but I didn't care. I'll kill not just you, but every last beggar in this building. Every parasite near snow compression dead. Heh, that first tie, he was just dumb. That's why I let it go with a few broken bones, but my patience ends here. Understood. Chu Yuejai, who had been glaring at me with cold eyes, gave a strained laugh. I understand. It seems our branch master is very angry today. I've clearly committed a grave discourtesy. Please accept my apology. He even gave me a martial salute, which I ignored. His eyes were still cold. That smile, nothing but protocol, I asked in a quiet voice. We found the ledgers in Yawun Sang's residence. At that, Chu Yuejai's face contorted. Typical 3T-Hi's ability to control his expression was abysmal. If he were at least a 4-Tai, he might have kept his mask on. In any case, there were some interesting names in those ledgers. Were there, Chu Yuejai? Over the past 6 years, you engaged in various dealings with Yawun Sang and took 50 gold coins and 1,000 silver. I'm here to collect. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, yes, like the misunderstanding where you shattered the limbs of our precious first Tai on your way in. I burst out laughing. You've got it all wrong. Excuse me, that first Tai. He knew exactly who controls this region, and still pretended he didn't know me. He lied and said you weren't inside, even though you were. And then he had the audacity to threaten me using the name of the Beggars Union. Apparently he hadn't realized it had gone that far. Chu Yuejai's face stiffened. And since you're part of an intelligence organization, you must know this already. When mercy is repeated, some fools start to mistake it for entitlement. So don't expect anything more from me. Chu Yuejai looked at me with frozen eyes. Staring back at him, a thought suddenly came to me. Ah, I forgot to mention. If you deny that your name was in the ledger, I'm going to kill you. Ha, and if you refuse to return the money, I'll kill you anyway. You're really out of control. I can't understand how you're acting like this even knowing who I am. I belong to the Beggars Union. I crossed one leg over the other. Understanding. That's funny. What is? Isn't this conversation right now happening between you and me? Then why do you keep bringing up the Beggars Union like it means something? And you, Branch Master, aren't you still enjoying the shine of the everlasting Snow Palace's legacy? Legacy, that's an amusing word choice. So you've known all along and still treated me like garbage. The Branch Master's alive and well, and yet you and that mutt conspired to make him a puppet while skimming a fortune in bribes. And now you have the nerve to feed me some pathetic excuse. The smile faded from my lips. Chu Yuejai. Yes, I won't say it twice. Bring every single coin listed in the ledger. And if I say no, I shook my head. You really like making me repeat myself. I told you what would happen if you refused. Don't tell me you can't pay. I can't, you can't, huh? Fine, then I'll collect it myself. What? There was no need for more words. I kicked the table straight at him. Bang! With a crash, the table slammed into Chu Yuejai's solar plexus. Gah! I shot my right fist toward him. In that instant, his eyes lit up. Chu Yuejai's current cultivation realm, the first stage of the 4 realms of refined Qi-Yang radiance, appears. As expected of a practitioner of Yang radiance appears, he sprang to his feet and reached out, grabbing my right fist. This bastard. The illegitimate brat's lost his damn mind today. Yes, my right fist was caught. Not that's what I let him think. I reached out with my left arm, grabbed his wrist, and spun my body. Chu Yuejai's body lifted clean off the ground and crashed into the floor. Boom, letting out a small groan from the pain in his back. Chu Yuejai's expression twisted in panic. Understandable, my knee was already driving down toward his face. He quickly rolled to the side, dodging the blow. How typical. I don't blame anyone for doing what they must to survive. There's no such thing as a good or bad technique when it's a matter of living. That applies to me as well. If it means killing the opponent, I'll do anything. He was only in the 3 realms of the body, yet he thought he could wrap this up today. That confidence must have come from somewhere. I pulled a dagger from my belt and charged forward. Chu Yuejai had put some distance between us, but one of the beggars stood in my path. I didn't hesitate. I drove the blade straight into the man's throat. Shulka! I twisted the dagger hard. With a crack, the nameless beggar let out his last breath. You bastard! Chu Yuejai screamed and ran toward me. I ripped the dagger out and flung the corpse at him. Again, Chu Yuejai panicked. He dodged to the side when he turned his head back around. My dagger was already flying toward his neck. And no, Shulk, I drove the blade into Chu Yuejai's throat and shoved it in deep. not a single inch off, right in front of the cervical vertebrae. You know, I really hate trash like you beggars. KHHHK. I've met countless bastards like you over the years, and most of them were just like you leeches who didn't even recognize the hand that fed them. I gripped the handle tighter. Etch this into your soul. In your next life, don't bark if you're not ready to bite. Without hesitation, I twisted the blade sideways. Crack, Chu Yuejai's neck snapped. As I looked down at his crumpled corpse, I found myself thinking not quite enough. The dagger I'd used was a cheap one anyway. I was going to toss it. Might as well make good use of it. I flipped my grip and stabbed the blade straight into Chu Yuejai's skull. Thud. The dagger was buried nearly to the hilt. I let go and turned my head. The beggars were staring at me with fear in their eyes. I ignored them. Who's the deputy branch leader? One man raised his trembling hand. Me, it's me. Name, Jang Siok. Jang Siok? No, sir, just Jang Siok. Jang Siok, huh? Starting today, you're the branch leader. Me, the previous branch leader, is dead. Naturally, the deputy should take over, don't you think? Why, yes, that's right. I walked toward him. Jang Siok stumbled backward on shaky legs until his back hit a bookshelf. With nowhere else to run, his face collapsed into despair. Smiling, I placed a hand on his shoulder. You've been promoted. Sir, congratulations on becoming the branch leader. So tell me, who do you think owns Snow Compression? Do you want the honest answer? I nodded, and Jang Siok spoke aloud the truth everyone knew but never dared to say. The true owner is Lord Xiao Yunqin of the Everlasting Snow Palace, my father, the Lord of the Palace, Xiao Yunqin, sovereign of the frozen heavens. Officially, Lord Xiao Yunqin is the master of snow compression, but in practice, I believe the one who governs this place is the branch master of the snow compression branch. He wasn't wrong. The owner of snow compression wasn't mate was my father. I'd only been delegated authority to manage it. So technically, I wasn't the owner, but I wasn't not the owner either. I stood somewhere in the middle. Claiming ownership wasn't exactly false. This was my domain to oversee, and not every commander is also the administrator. Good answer. At the very least, you're better than the filth rotting over there. That too I appreciate. So then, what are you going to do about my money? Jang Siok swallowed hard, but he began speaking as if he had already prepared a plan. First, I'll raid Chu Yuejai's residence over there, but do you think all the money will still be there? No, I doubt it. Everyone knows Chu Yuejai's been offering bribes to higher-ups in the Beggars Union. At best, he'll only have a portion left. Then how do you plan to make up for the shortfall? Jang Siok was a quick thinker. Turning a crisis into an opportunity isn't easy, but there are always those who try. Jang Siok was one of them. We're the Beggars Union. I will offer the union's intelligence network to you, sir. Sir, huh? If you don't like the title. It's not that I dislike it, so you're saying you'll compensate the remaining balance with information. Yes, we usually charge a fee for intelligence, but we won't charge the full rate. At most, we'll reduce it by 50%. At minimum, 30%. We'll deduct that from the amount owed. I like that. I gave his shoulder a friendly pat. To celebrate your promotion, I'll give you a gift. Whatever it is, I'll gladly accept it. Write a detailed report about everything that happened here today and send it to your higher-ups. Excuse me, I mean don't twist the situation or try to excuse anything. I broke the first tie's bones. I killed that nameless beggar, and I killed Chu Yuejai. When the Beggars Union sends someone to investigate and you'll tell them everything exactly as it happened, and send them to me. Understood, I turned and walked away. The beggars cleared the path without needing to be told. Just as I reached the entrance, I stopped and turned my head like I had just remembered something. When you bring the money to the snow compression branch, bring along a piece of intelligence good enough to tempt me. I'll do my best to prepare something. It was then, just as I was about to return to the branch. Jang Siok swallowed hard, bowed formally with a martial salute and said, "Safe travels." How polite. If you're going to leech off someone else's money, you'd best have at least that much tact and courtesy. I walked away without another word. Xiao Unwai returned to the branch, his long coat soaked in blood. He stepped inside silently. Chinpeng sat on the floor, wounded. 4 branch members were with him, all showing signs of damage. And standing nearby, gasping for breath as though he'd run a marathon, was Inspector Xiang. Xiao Unwai glanced at each of them in turn, then looked toward the center of the room where the recovered items were piled neatly, as if this was all expected, as if it had gone exactly how he wanted. Xiao Unwai moved without hesitation. Inspector Xiang. Yes, young master, is the sorting done? That's not the issue right now. To me, it is. Is the sorting done? Yes, it's finished. Inspector Xiang handed him a crisp, freshly prepared bundle of documents. Xiao Unwai took the papers, walked over to the goods, and began comparing what was written to what lay before him. Everyone fell silent, and Xiao Unwai got to work. He examined the pills carefully and asked, What about the cultivation pills I mentioned earlier? We placed those in your quarters, I see. Sial Unwai shifted his gaze back toward the stack of goods and picked up a dagger and a sword. It was the cold ice dagger and the snow-white sword. The cold ice dagger was, just as the name suggested, a blade imbued with a chilling energy. Once it pierced the body, cold would naturally spread from the wound outward. It was classified as a mid-grade weapon on the market. A shame there was only one, but it was fine. The snow-white sword was forged from Cold Ridge jade crystal. It wasn't quite a legendary blade, but it wasn't a common one either. Very practical. For a martial artist in the four realms of refined chi, it was more than adequate. Sial Unwai quietly planted the snow-white sword into the ground and turned his eyes to Chinpeng. Chinpeng. Yes, branch master. Looks like we're short on branch members. Of course they were. They'd all fled. Sial Unwai had been treated like a scarecrow for 6 whole years. The fact that some lowly first tie from the Beggars' Union had dared to speak casually to him and that their branch leader had done the same without hesitation was all the proof needed. If only 2 of the branch members who had followed Yawun Sang had died, that would have been more suspicious. The 18 branch members aside from Yawun Sang, all but 5 had been his loyal dogs. The 2 who died earlier had only been involved because of matters related to the Chenggun Trading Company. The rest had been busy helping Yawun Sang with various affairs, embezzling funds, exploiting their positions, chasing their own gain. That was why they'd looked so afraid when Sial Unwai found the ledgers. Chinpeng responded. They ran away, I figured. You knew. Sial Unwai offered a small smile and sat down under the eaves. A new system needs to be built, and putting unverified men in positions of trust would be sheer stupidity. 11 had fled in total. There seemed to be a few things missing from the inventory. We tried to stop them, but we couldn't block everything. I see. Sial Unwai crossed one leg over the other. Stop standing around. Come here. Chinpeng stepped forward first, followed by the other 4 branch members. Sial Unwai asked, why are you living as branch members in snow compression? Each had their reasons. The salary was decent. Even as the lowest rank, they could still learn martial arts from the everlasting Snow Palace. In the end, they were all martial artists. And what martial artist doesn't crave stronger techniques? The world is vast. But in that vastness, to find opportunity, that's like plucking a star from the sky. I'm giving you that opportunity now. All 5 branch members looked up at Sial Unwai along with Inspector Siong, still sitting in the corner. 200 years ago, there was a lone wanderer who stirred the martial world. His quiet voice carried a subtle weight. His name was Han Chiola, man like a wolf. His martial arts, too, were like a wolf's. He paused, then began to chant a verse in a soft, measured tone. The bright moon and myriad stars reveal a cold gleam. A pack of wolves roams the skies, forever cleaving the void. All creation falls silent, and the whistle of wind rises. A single sword seals the heavens, never to return. As the chant continued, the branch members' eyes widened. They were martial artists, and because of that they understood. That verse was no ordinary mantra. Not only did it hold the secrets of ascension, it reeked of an aggressive, battle-oriented martial art. Clearly not something anyone could learn or even know of. And oddly enough, Inspector Siong, who was widely believed to be an ordinary civilian, sat with his mouth agape, as if he recognized the verses, as if he understood them. But Sial Unwai paid him no mind. He simply continued, calm and unwavering. The line between success and failure is thinner than a strand of hair. The world has reached its present state through countless cycles. The lonely howl of a wolf echoes beneath the moon, and cold frost cleaves through the sky. This is the heaven-slaying Wolfstar Technique and Ascension martial art made up of 3 forms. Sial Unwai's eyes slowly moved from one branch member to the next. I want to test you. I want to see how faithfully you obey orders, whether you can raise your blades against those who were your comrades until yesterday but are now proven traitors. None of them needed clarification. Track down and kill every last one of the deserters. Be branch master, don't bother bringing me their limbs, cut off their heads or bring them back alive, and retrieve everything they stole. Chinpeng was sharp. He set his jaw with resolve. The other 4, though shaken, also sensed what this meant. A chance. Avenge this betrayal and return with all 11 heads, and I will teach you the 3 forms of the heaven-slaying Wolfstar technique. You'll need cultivation pills as well, of course. Sial Unwai pointed toward the pile of goods. There are pills and resources stacked right there. If you satisfy me, you'll receive a reward that matches your worth. Understood. Yes, sir, your eyes have changed. I like that. Go at your command. Chinpeng and the rest sprinted out like madmen. Their faces were those of men who had seized a rare chancing, who had no NOVLIGHT intention of letting it slip through their fingers. The branch fell silent in an instant. Sial Unwai spoke. Inspector Siong. Why yes, young master. How long are you going to sit there like that? Ah, forgive me. Inspector Siong quickly rose and approached Sial Unwai. Do you have anything you'd like to say? There were no casualties. Was that your doing, Inspector Siong? Yes, I stopped it with everything I had. It was truly fortunate. With everything you had. Xiao Unwai let out a quiet laugh as he repeated the word. Everything you had. Sure, let's go with that. Inspector Xiang's expression turned peculiar. You're really strange today, young master. In a good way, or a bad one, I'm not sure. I don't think I'm in a position to judge. And why not? Pardon, as a person, it's only natural to make judgments in all things. That's what the word subjective usually refers to. Xiao Unwai reached out and grabbed Inspector Xiang by the shoulder. Even tools are capable of making judgments. I asked a question. Is it in a good way or a bad one? I think it's in a good way. At that, Xiao Unwai smiled, but Xiang continued speaking. Still, I'm concerned. Concerned about what? You don't seem to look back very often, then I suppose you'll have to stand behind me. Inspector Xiang didn't respond right away, and Xiao Unwai didn't bother pressing him any further. You went after the Beggars Union too, didn't you? I did. How many did you kill? Hard to say. I usually don't keep count. But this time, 2, I think. Did you kill the branch leader as well? I did. What exactly are you planning to do? He smiled faintly. Is this snow compression branch the Beggars Union's land? No, it's not. They're parasites, plain and simple. What do you think happens when beggars who live off scraps start acting like they own the place? What does happen? You beat them to death. That staff they carried, dog-beating staff, was originally used to strike dogs that harassed beggars. But if the beggar holding it starts acting more like a dog than a man, what then? You help them come to their senses. By killing them. If they've done something worth dying for, then they die. This is the martial world, isn't it? Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Unwai rose from his seat. Do you intend to kill all the branch members too? Xiao Unwai slowly el Cyrillic letter 456 GHT don't copy. Red here turned his head. Forget the Beggars Union. Among the men currently out pursuing the deserters, the highest level martial artist is at the realm of heaven and earth. Same goes for the deserters. There's no one above that. We're outnumbered. Do you really believe the branch members will manage to retrieve the supplies and kill all the deserters? The meaning behind Inspector Xiang's question was clear. Why did you force them into a death trap instead of giving them a chance? From the very start, Xiao Unwai had anticipated everything. The value of the supplies, the spiritual pills, the cultivation resources, money. Bluntly, Puth didn't give a damn about any of it. Even if he lost it all, it wouldn't matter. What he valued even less than all of that was other people's lives. Do you think I made the wrong decision? Let me ask you something. When I was treated like a scarecrow, what did they do? I remember it being about 6 years. In that entire time, they stood by and watched. Sure, the branch members changed a few times, but whether it was many times or few, and whether it was many men or not, the fact remains they turned a blind eye. I'm sure they each had their reasons, but that doesn't mean they deserve to be embraced. Why the hell should I take in people like that? But I believe true rule comes with acceptance. True acceptance means understanding their past mistakes, forgiving them, and giving them another chance. Don't you think that's what true leadership is? Xiao Unwai paused, considering Xiang's words. His eyes turned serious. It sounds like your idea of acceptance is to embrace everyone regardless of their past. You're chasing an ideal. Young master, the acceptance I know is different from yours. Acceptance isn't about protecting the weak. It's judgment passed down by the strong. It's the power to decide whether they deserve to live or to die. That is true acceptance. So you'd best abandon that sweet fantasy of yours. At the very least, I didn't kill them outright. I gave them a chance. I need them. I need hands and feet that will obey my every word. Even if they were comrades who shared meals with you just yesterday, if they turn traitor, and I give the order to kill, then I need a blade that will strike them down without the slightest hesitation. At Xiao Unwai's words, Inspector Xiang fell silent, a troubled expression crossing his face. Xiao Unwai continued. You asked if they'd be able to kill every last one of the deserters. I don't know. I don't know whether they'll return after killing them all, or if they'll be the ones who end up dead instead. But this is the martial world, and the martial world is a stage where only those who prove themselves survive. If they all die, then that's all they amounted to, not even worth remembering. But if they manage to come back alive, I might consider giving them a chance. And if they're the ones who die, what will you do about the deserters? They'll all be dead before long. How can you be so certain? I plan to hire assassins. There are about 2 assassin organizations near snow compression. I'll put out a contract with both of them, young master, and I'm thinking of offering them a little incentive. The deserters stole a great deal from this place, but I'm not planning to claim any of it. Whether they torture them or whatever else, it doesn't matter. So long as they recover the stolen items, it'll count as a bonus reward on top of the original fee. In other words, the deserters won't even have the luxury of a quick death. He rose from his seat. I'll be training. Don't let anyone inside. Understood. Someone from the Beggars Union or the Chenggun Trading Company will probably show up today. You'll meet with them. If their proposals or information check out, go ahead and proceed. As for the branch members, I doubt they'll be back by the end of the day, but just in case, stay on alert. Yes, sir. Sial Unwai turned to head inside when, Young master, may I ask, how you came to know Han Chual's martial art? So many questions today. I apologize, you're curious about the source? Yes, Sial Unwai answered without the slightest hesitation. I found it in the mountains. I'm sorry, more precisely, at the base of a cliff on Mount Hwaesang. There was a skeleton there, and carved into the stone wall before it was the heaven-slaying wolf star technique. He tilted his head slightly. Does that answer your question? Yes. With that, Sial Unwai stepped inside, and Inspector Seong silently watched his back as he disappeared from view. Now the memories from his previous life soaked through Sial Unwai's entire being. A familiar sensation, that subtle tremble at the moment the middle dantian opens. Sial Unwai remembered it clearly. A path he had walked once before. He was simply walking it again. When emptiness and substance merge, true void is born. When good and evil intertwine, the supreme Tao is attained. The pure nature of pre-heaven joins with the force of the blood demon, and together they transform, revealing the hidden mystery. Though faint, a distinct trace of false true vital chi began to stir within Sial Unwai's body once again. The same energy he had wielded countless times in his past life, but this current body was weak. The amount of chi couldn't even match a fraction of a fingernail, and yet even that small quantity felt like a vessel holding the force of a mighty river. It was fine, truly fine. Sial Unwai recalled the grand void immortal blood heart technique in his mind. The profound blood of the grand void connects to all principles. As the incantation rang through him, a wave of realization followed. It didn't matter that the vessel was small. The path to the Tao had an order. Opening the first gate alone was enough for now. Pre-heavenly blood transforms into true void. With a dull resonance, the middle dantian opened. Two lights began to rise, just as in his previous life. In that fleeting moment when purity and sharpness coexisted, a faint light dyed Sial Unwai's consciousness. All laws returned to the one, revealing the great Tao. The light blended in perfect harmony. A small change, but the beginning of a much greater current. False true vital chi began to flow through his meridians. His blood vessels were still murky, and his dantian was cramped. But that was fine. Those who walk the Tao never rush. Moonlight illuminated his body. Memories from his past life, and the limits of his current flesh. Bridging that gap was the task that lay before him now. It would be a long road. Sial Unwai opened his eyes. He had stepped into the first stage of the four realms of refined chi. Yang radiance appears. Stepping out of my quarters, I smiled faintly as the cold wind brushed against me. It had been a while since I felt this refreshed. Compared to the level I'd reached in my previous life, this was the lowest of the low. Barely a step off the ground, and yet I didn't mind. Reaching this stage meant I'd opened my middle dantian, which also meant I could, however faintly, wield false true vital chi. That was enough. I threw the white tiger celestial robe over my shoulders. It wasn't just excellent for insulation, it was also novelite, a subtle mark of my bloodline from the everlasting snow palace. I sat by the entrance of my quarters and looked up at the sky. A full moon hung above, not just night dawn, that time when almost no one was awake. I wondered how long I'd been inside. At the very least, it had to have been over a day. I sat quietly, letting the night wind wash over me. Half a watch passed, an entire watch, then two. Someone began trudging up from the path beyond the gate. It was Chenpeng, drenched in blood. He silently laid down 3 heads in front of me along with a small bundle. Then, wordlessly, he knelt. He had always looked a bit dim, but it seemed he was surprisingly capable when it mattered. Chenpeng said nothing. I said nothing. Another watch passed like that. Then the 4 remaining branch members returned, each carrying 2 heads. All 5 had suffered injuries, but they returned alive. With the heads of the traders, and of course they recovered the stolen supplies, I watched them in silence. In this bitter cold, their eyes were still sharp and clear. Now this was satisfactory. I was finally convinced that these men were good enough to serve as my hands and feet, but before I could truly use them, their current levels left me utterly dissatisfied. I spoke quietly. Well done. The 5 branch members raised their heads and looked at me. To be honest, I didn't expect you to kill them all. Yet not only did you come back alive, you completed the mission flawlessly. So I suppose it's time I keep my end of the deal. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. I looked each of them in the eye as I continued. The heaven-slaying wolf star technique will be compiled into its own manual and distributed later. But before that, I'm going to teach you the inner art required to wield that technique. The incantation is simple, and the content is straightforward, so you'll memorize it here and now. There was no one nearby besides me and the 5 of them. I didn't know how good their memories were, but they'd remember this. They had to. What I'm teaching you is the heavenly image heart technique. At my words, all 5 of them tensed, focusing sharply. The essence of this technique lies in observing the natural order of heaven and earth and grasping its truths. Watch the movements of the heavens, feel the currents of the wind, understand the flow of water. I closed my eyes for a moment and then slowly opened them. The first step of cultivation is to sit in silence and observe everything around you. At first, you won't see anything, but as time passes, you'll begin to sense the subtle shifts in heaven and earth. I raised my hand and pointed into the empty air. A breeze, the drifting of clouds, a single snowflake. Each of these holds the truths of nature. When you come to understand this, your inner power will break through to the next level. I began reciting the incantation, slowly and clearly. Observe heaven, examine earth, 10,000 phenomena take form. Let the heart merge with nature, never to perish. All sounds return to the heart hand, the Tao reveals itself. One thought connects to heaven, transforming into the formless. As my words ended, the air around us trembled faintly. The true value of this technique lies in refining the quality of your internal energy. Most people focus only on increasing its quantity, but that's surface-level strength. True power comes from qualitative growth. The eyes of the branch members gleamed. They already sensed the value of this inner art, and frankly, if they hadn't, they may as well have died outside. Heavenly Image Heart Technique. At minimum, this was a heaven-earth grade cultivation art. Look at the sky, look at the ground, and everything in between. That is both the beginning and the end of this technique. After that, I explained in detail how to circulate their energy through the proper meridians while meditating twists, slowly, and then sent them all back inside. I turned my head slightly and glanced toward the pillar of my quarters, Inspector Siong. At that, Inspector Siong stepped out from behind the pillar. Eavesdropping isn't a very respectable habit. I didn't know you had a taste for it. I didn't mean to listen. But standing out here in the cold so long, I was worried. I laughed softly. What about the people from the Chungwon Trading Company and the Beggars Union? They came by yesterday. No problems. None. The insurance contract was standard. As for the Beggars Union, well, as you might have expected, they brought information. Bingxialjiamhyun Li Jicheng has apparently caught wind of Yawun Sang's death. I see. Doesn't that scare you? Scare me, Bingxialjiamhyun. He's a master of Samhwa Meditation Hall. I scoffed. Someone once said this, that a master of Samhwa is a warrior among warriors. You're talking about the 2 branch members who died. Unfortunately, while Samhwa Meditation Hall is an impressive school, their masters aren't quite worthy of the title, warriors among warriors. As impressive as your progress and accomplishments are, young master, I still don't believe you can face a martial artist of that caliber just yet. And why's that? I know you have plenty of experience, Inspector Siong, but I suggest you stop assuming your experience defines the entire world. That kind of attitude is usually called arrogance. Young master, also go bring some food to the ones inside. Tell them they've earned a full day of rest tomorrow. Inspector Siong fell silent for a moment. I figured I knew why. It was probably because of my tone, not my usual rigid tone but a casual, familiar one I only used with him. I suppose it was natural for him to react like that. Still, this was more comfortable for me, he finally answered. Understood, but may I ask why you're not angry? Angry, I eavesdropped. The Heavenly Image Heart Technique. Even I could tell it wasn't ordinary. That's a heaven-earth grade cultivation art, isn't it? Probably higher ranked than the heaven-slaying wolf star technique, which itself is mid-tier within the heaven-earth grade. So, how did you even come by something that valuable? I looked up at the sky, still freezing cold. It made sense Eth's region was heavily affected by the snow mountains, but even so, tonight felt especially frigid. So many questions. Should I answer them all at once? You don't have to if you don't want to, but you're curious, so I will. I smiled. How many years has it been since you've been by my side? About 16 years. 16 years, that's a long time. It is. You've been guarding me since I was a child. You were the butler of the main palace, weren't you? Yes, I was. Then when you were sent to snow compression, I followed and my position changed to inspector. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't let it slide. But you're different. You can eavesdrop. You can ambush me. Hell, you can stab me in the back if you want. If it were anyone else, I'd tear them apart on the spot. But if it's you. I smiled gently. It's fine. I trust you had your reasons. Why do you trust me that much? Is there a reason not to? Aren't you the person closest to me? Maybe, I suppose I am. Then what more reason do I need? Inspector Siong scratched his head, and for the record Heavenly Image Heart Technique, I created it. His eyes went wide. You created it. I broke down and restructured every technique I knew. That's how it was born. Back in the Central Blood Sect, I raised countless disciples. The Heavenly Image Heart Technique was something I made to teach them. You're not even some legendary grandmaster, and you made that? I looked at him and spoke calmly. Unfortunately, I've never once lied to you, Inspector Siong. Never exaggerated, never downplayed. I only ever told you things exactly as they are. Whether you believe me or not, that's your business. I don't think I need to say more. So then when do you think Bingxialjiamhyun will show up? I heard he's absolutely furious. If he's fast today, if slow tomorrow at the latest. I nodded slowly. Looked like it was going to be a long day. Since we're on the topic, the situation with the mine. Well, it's the same as usual. The warriors from Yangyong are occupying it, interfering. I think it's only going to get worse. Sounds like the extraction of the cold jade crystals is being delayed. If all we're dealing with is a Novelrecap delay, we're lucky. We haven't been able to mine at all, actually. With Yawun Sanghu was receiving the crystals on a regular basis dead, I'd say the damage is going to spread. Not just to the Chingguan Trading Company, but to the other merchants and local residents too. The conclusion was simple. There was a lot to be done. I looked silently at Inspector Siong, and he offered an awkward smile. I'll go carry out the order you gave me earlier. He turned around to leave but stopped after a few steps, and the supplies we had stored in the yard have all been moved to the warehouse. You must have worked hard. That's nothing, not even worth calling effort. Then since you've been working so hard, how about one more task? I pulled the ledger I had tucked inside my robe and tossed it lightly. Inspector Siong caught it, looking puzzled. It was the face of someone thinking, why are you handing this to me? It should list the people who were exploited under Yawun Sang's rule. Some of them are dead, some still alive. Separate them and return what's owed. All of it, not all. Leave out the spiritual pills and cultivation resources. Why are you doing this? Because it happened while I looked the other way. This all started because of me. If I don't take responsibility, how am I any different from Yawun Sang? Understood, I'll identify the dead and the living and repay as much as possible. If it's not enough, take the remainder from my personal funds. Understood, young master. With a nod, I turned my gaze back to the sky. It was truly beautiful. Starting tomorrow, things would get very busy, so for now, I intended to enjoy this brief moment of peace. The man with 4 knots on his belt Wansum, the branch leader of the Yangyong division of the Beggars Union, suddenly burst out in rage. Xiao Unwai, that son of a bitch. Next to him, the vice branch leader Jiang Gisan flinched, quickly adding, sir. Maybe don't say son of a bitch. It's Xiao Yongchen's son, Xiao Yongchen's. If Xiao Unwai's a son of a bitch, then who's the bitch? As Jiang Gisan implied, it would be Xiao Yongchen. Wansum cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly changed his words. They say a tiger fathers dogswell. Under the white tiger, a damn mutt's been born. Mutt wasn't the worst insult, honestly. Better to insult the kid than his father. He's illegitimate, right? Yes, he's a bastard. Figures, sorry, that bastard kid probably just realized something. That with the everlasting snow palace behind him, he can run wild like a madman and no one will stop him. What a filthy, I mean he's like a damn insect. That mongrel's gotten cocky, less than a dog. Even ripping him apart wouldn't be enough for a mutt like him. To be frank, Wansum didn't give a damn whether Yangyong and the Snow Compression Branch were at war or not. Let them fight all they want. But touching someone from the Beggars Union, that was a different story. Arrogant little bastard. While Wansum ranted furiously, Jiang Gisan quietly pulled out a cloth from inside his robe. It was filthy with old stains, but still necessary. Wansum took it and wiped the bits of food stuck to his face. That bastard Ice Snow Sword Scarwy, the hell is he venting on me, huh? Acting like a lunatic. Throwing his leftover food was a bit much. We may be beggars, but we're well past the point of eating scraps left on someone's plate. You think that's the point? Sorry, click, and the head of the jurisdiction sword sect had to enter seclusion now of all times. The current head of the jurisdiction sword sect was a master of the 5 origin martial stage. He entered closed-door seclusion about a year ago and hadn't emerged since. If it went long, it could last for years. The issue was that during this period, the one exercising real authority over the sect was Ice Snow Sword Scar. Jiang Gisan cleared his throat and spoke. From the look of things, Ice Snow Sword Scar is going to visit the Snow Compression Branch today. Shouldn't we do something about that? Of course we should. One of our 3 time members was killed. We can't just sit on our hands. So what will you do? What do you think? Isn't he near Yangyong right now, you mean? Yes, him. The vice commander of Sword Press City. Sword Press City managed all the small towns in and around Yangyong. Its commander was a 7-time member of the Beggars Union and the vice commander was a 6-tie. A 6-tie Chinsugeng. Jiang Gisan swallowed hard. Are you really going to call him? I am. That bastard brat's treating the Beggars Union like garbage. Someone needs to tell him to watch where he lies down before he starts acting like he owns the place. That's true, and while we're at it, maybe we can squeeze a little something out of the everlasting snow palace too. Jiang Gisan didn't try to stop him. Honestly, there was no point. Wansum wasn't the kind of man who listened to anyone once his mind was made up, and more than anything, he was obsessed with authority. If that Chinsugeng guy told him to lick the food crumbs off his own face, Wansum would probably do it without hesitation. A man rotten with greed thighs was clearly an opportunity to him. Jiang Gisan clicked his tongue inwardly, who knew how this would turn out. Xialep was a small city. Actually, calling it a city was a bit much, but it didn't quite feel right to call it a village either. It sat somewhere in between a place that didn't fully belong to either category. By contrast, neighboring Yangyong was undeniably a city. Administrative divisions were separated into Province Ju, District Gun, and County Hyun. All 5 nations in the martial realm followed this same structure. Officials were only dispatched starting at the county level, and below counties came towns, villages, and hamlets. Now in the neighboring Yang Empire and the far-off Moon Laurel Nation, there were fortresses Siang ranked above provinces, but the total number of those across both countries was 4 at most. It was a structural quirk unique to those 2 nations. Sialap, on the other hand, didn't belong to any country. It was land owned solely by the everlasting Snow Palace. That's why it was simply called Sialap, but if one were to force it into the usual classification, Sialap could be considered roughly equivalent to a village. Sialap Rai, and its neighbor Yangyong was Yangyong County. There was a difference in scale, but the real difference wasn't about size. It was about quality. The strongest expert in Sialap was someone at the level of Samwa Meditation Hall, but in Yangyong County, there were masters who had reached the 5 origin martial stage. More than 5 Samwa-level martial artists lived there too, and yet Yangyong had never made a move to swallow Sialap, for one very clear reason, because Sialapan myself, who resided in Sialap, carried the bloodline of the everlasting Snow Palace. Laying a hand on Sialap meant provoking the everlasting Snow Palace, and what kind of lunatic would ever try to touch a northern giant like that? They simply didn't have the power to mess with the frozen heavens. Watching closely from a distance at that was another matter. The palace didn't care about being checked. After all, a fair fight was a fair fight. A conflict with reason behind it was still a legitimate dispute. The situation here was simple. There were 2 mines between Sialap and Yangyong, the Chingnung mine and the Sialhin mine. The Chingnung mine belonged to Sialap. It was clearly within our territory, and Sialap was the rightful owner. But the Sialhin mine was a different story. It was located along the border between Sialap and Yangyong. Technically, it was supposed to be under joint administration, but that had never happened. Even that might have been tolerable. We could have simply gone and claimed half of the Sialhin mine's share, or renegotiated the terms and resumed joint operations as agreed upon. But it had been 6 years. For 6 years from the moment I arrived as the branch lord of Sialap, Yawun Sang had served as the acting branch lord. Though there had been multiple changes in the rank and file staff, that position had never once changed hands. For 6 years, even the Chingnung mine, which lay clearly inside Sialap's bordershed, had been under the de facto control of Yangyong's sects. The Sialhin mine, too, was fully under Yangyong's grasp. It wasn't just a matter of getting robbed blind. We'd been turned into utter pushovers. Time to fix that. I arrived at the Chingnung mine with my subordinates. Mining was still in progress, but the people overseeing the workers looked entirely unfamiliar. One glance was enough to tell they weren't from Sialap. I walked straight toward them. They noticed me, and their expressions immediately soured. I spoke curtly. Explain. Chinpeng stepped forward from behind me and quickly opened his mouth. They're warriors from Yangyong. Judging by their uniforms, they're from the Long Sword sect. And yet they're managing the place, yes. They're claiming quality control is necessary because impurities were found in the latest batch of cold jade crystals. Quality control, and that excuse keeps changing. Sometimes they say they received intelligence about illegal smuggling and are conducting an investigation. Other times it's about ensuring smooth trade between the regions, so they've taken on supervisory authority. There's no end to the reasons. I'm just a former figurehead, so my memory might be off, but has it always been like this? Yes, always. I paused in thought and asked. They're still mining, so who does the cold jade crystal they're digging up go to? To Yangyong, so let me get this straight. It's Sialap's mine, but Yangyong manages it. Yangyong's people are doing the mining. Yangyong transports and sells the minerals, and Yangyong profits from it. Chinpeng shut his mouth with an uncomfortable look. There was no need to say more. The situation was obvious. Even the records in the ledgers were worse than I imagined. This whole setup had been orchestrated by Yawun Sang and the sects of Yangyong. They bribed each other, shared the profits. If Yawun Sang had gone into business instead of martial arts, he probably would have become a tycoon. I lifted my gaze and stared at the men looking confused directly in front of me. So you're from the Long Sword sect? Yes, and you're overseeing things here. Yes. Why? Well, because that's how it's always been. Always, You think this is Yangyong County? Look, we're warriors of the Long Sword sect, and since we've received intelligence that cold jade crystals with impurities were being circulated, we're conducting an investigation. Please come back tomorrow. This is Sialap's mine. Are you seriously telling the owner to come back later? Come on. What are you talking about? This mine belongs to Yangyong. Based on territorial maps, this mine is within Sialap. The original discoverers, the ones who first planted the flag, all of them were from Sialap. And yet you're spewing bullshit. So this mine belongs to Yangyong. You ready to take responsibility for those words? The warrior from the Long Sword sect paused to think, then smiled in an odd way. Ah, now I get it. Get what? You're here to ask for a share of the ore, just like Yawun Sang used to. I'll report it up the chain and arrange a new round of negotiations soon. Unbelievable. You really don't get it, do you? The longsword sect, huh? Can't say I've ever heard of a sect like that in my life. Were you ever strong enough to throw your weight around like this? Are you insulting the longsword sect? I'm insulting it because it deserves to be insulted. Don't try to hide behind some half-baked fammates unpleasant to look at. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. First, return every last coin you took from Yawun Sang. Second, remove your blockade. The man chuckled. Did the branch lord of Sialep eat something bad this morning? Are you insane? So that's a no? Obviously. Good. I'll just take back the 100,000 gold, Nyang, you pocketed myself. What did you just say? His jaw dropped. The number sounded like utter nonsense, absurd beyond belief, but I didn't care. I already had Yawun Sang's ledgers, and I could forge the rest as needed. That would be my justification, me cause for war. From here on out, I'd simply do what I always did. That's right, do what I always did. Flash phantom piercing art. I drew the cold ice dagger from my waist and thrust it forward like lightning. Thwack, it pierced deep into the man's side. Gah. I yanked it out, reversed my grip, and drove it straight into his throat. His eyes quivered violently. He was begging me, with them begging to be spared, but I'd already given him the chance. Not just once, but several times. If you can't take it when it's handed to you, you're basically asking to be killed, and I planned to oblige. I twisted the dagger. With a sickening crunch, his neck snapped. I withdrew the blade, and his body collapsed to the ground. Only then did the warriors from the longsword sect who had been occupying the Chingnung mine seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. They started charging toward me. I sheathed the cold ice dagger and drew the snow-white sword. Some of the branch members moved to draw their swords as well. Stop, you don't draw. Sir, watch closely. This is the first form of the heaven-slaying wolf star technique, lone wolf soaring the heavens. I looked straight ahead. Two warriors were rushing at me. True to their sect's name, they carried massive longswords, but their level was pathetic. At best, beginning of the heavens stage, I gripped my sword and dashed forward. My lower dantian surged, and my internal energy skyrocketed. No need to draw from false true vital chi. That level of opponent wasn't worth it. My sword aura surged. The faint glow that had clung to the blade like moonlight instantly sharpened into icy frost. With a single sweep, the aura split into dozens of slashes and tore through the two warriors. SHHKRRKKKKKRRKKK. Ignoring their shredded corpses, I kept speaking calmly. Lone wolf soaring the heavens is about dividing a single sword aura into dozens. Once it's perfected, the power of each divided aura remains identical. Now 3 more were charging toward me. 2 more followed behind. 5 in total. I raised my sword horizontally and faced the first 3. Slowly, I gathered the chill of the air around me. The second form, moonlight, devours the sky, without hesitation. I struck just one slash, but it howled through the air like a wolf crying out to the moon, and when the blade extended, the sword aura detonated in an instant. BOO. The 3 warriors were instantly reduced to pulp. The last 2 had only just realized what was happening. They froze in place. They looked terrified, but it didn't matter. Moonlight devours the sky may seem like nothing more than an upward surge of sword aura followed by an explosion, but it's not. The core of the technique is the detonation of atmospheric energy from the moment the sword begins moving to the moment it finishes. If you can control that explosion, amplify it at will, that's when the form is considered complete. Someone behind me let out an odd breath. I ignored it. The heaven-slaying wolf star technique was composed of 3 forms. I launched myself toward the 2 warriors who had recoiled in fear. This is the true core of the techniquate's 3rd form. Frost star shatters the void. I unleashed the full extent of my inner strength. My chi burst outward like starlight in the night sky, then collapsed into a single point. I guided the condensed energy around my blade and swung lightly. A long-sword sect warrior raised his sword to block. SHHK, his blade was cleaved in 2. Boom, everything the sword touched exploded in a chain reaction. I spun, driving my sword forward. Wow, wait. His words never finished. Thunk, my sword sank into his throat. A beat later. Boom, his neck exploded. Blood splattered across my body. I flicked the gore from my blade and turned back around. Frost star shatters the void, gathers the surrounding chi and the user's inner strength into one point, then detonates it. It seems simple, but of the 3 forms, it's the hardest to master and the most unpredictable. The reason was simple. Moonlight devours the sky required sweeping through space, scattering energy along the sword's trajectory, which naturally diluted its power. But Frost Star shatters the void, compressed that energy into a single strike and detonated it at once. The raw power was incomparable. You could even trigger the detonation before the blade landed, using it like moonlight devours the sky. From the enemy's perspective, it was practically impossible to predict or counter. That's why a mere 3 forms made the heaven-slaying wolf star technique a heaven and earth rank martial art. Wiping the blood from my face, I continued speaking. As with all high-level techniques, once these core forms are fully mastered, the user can draw out power beyond their own stage of cultivation. For someone in the martial god stage, the amplification doesn't mean much. But against martial artists in the heaven and earth stage, it's devastating. I sheathed the snow-white sword and added, all martial artists, once they reach a certain stage, begin to ask themselves the same question. Chunpeng asked, and what's that? How do I draw out the maximum power from my current stage? The heaven-slaying wolf star technique gives an answer to that question at least up to the heaven and earth stage. These three forms, though basic and complete on their own, can evolve depending on how you wield them. They're simply the foundational moves created by one man. Remember this, don't let the martial art consume you. How you wield it and the path you choose to follow is entirely up to you. Martial arts are tools. If you make the mistake of being consumed by a mere tool, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I turned away. There had been 20 warriors from the longsword sect occupying this mine. I'd killed about 6 with my own hands. That left 14. Time to practice. Practice, sir. There, see. About 14 of them left. Someone somewhere audibly swallowed. One of the remaining warriors from the longsword sect cried out, "Spare us. We swear we'll never set foot in Sialep again." I ignored him. Kill them all? The eyes of the branch members sharpened. If you're a martial artist, if you have even a shred of sense as a martial novelite artist, you'd know that every word I say, every action I demonstrate is a stepping stone to growth. My branch members, at the very least, were smart enough to understand that much. With unwavering gazes, they shouted in unison, "By your command." 5 branch members charged forward, and a storm of blood swept through the mine. I stood silently and watched it all unfold. Sialep was my land, and these arrogant bastards thought they could come here and dictate terms. I was going to collect on every debt they'd racked up over the years. If you've been wronged, then you ought to be paid back. That's only fair. Gratitude and resentment matter more than anything else. Repay grace with grace. Repay hatred with vengeance. If you ignore that, you're unworthy to be called a person, let alone a martial artist. I may have committed countless insane acts in my life, but I've always lived as a human being, and I intend to keep living that way. This is how I live. Didn't take long to slaughter every last warrior from the longsword sect. All of Sialep's branch members were martial artists at the beginning of the heaven stage, and now they had access to a heaven and earth rank mental techniqueen, had learned how to wield a heaven and earth rank martial art. From what I'd seen, at least Chunpeng had the talent to climb all the way to the 5 origin martial stage without much difficulty. The others varied in potential. 2 of them stood out in particular. One was a small-framed man, the other slightly taller but still slim. Their names were Wanyang and Han Murin, if I remembered correctly. Based on how they fought, how they moved, how they absorbed and embodied martial arts, they could both potentially reach the heaven and earth stage. In short, they would dominate anyone at the same stage, and if they stayed focused, they'd even have a 30% chance of beating someone at the Yang Radiance Appears stage. No wonder martial artists chase after high-level techniques. There's always a reason behind that hunger. I looked straight ahead. The 5 branch members, soaked in blood, stared back at me with firm eyes. They looked confident, which was good to see, but don't let your guard down. Understood? You know the saying, pearls before swine. No matter how good your martial arts, mental technique, or equipment is, if you are flawed, it means nothing. All 5 swallowed hard. This was advice I had to give, not just as their branch lord, but as the one who taught them these techniques. Know your limits. Understand what you can and can't do. And if your strength falls short, then ask for help. Don't wait until arrogance rots your bones before you regret it. Chunpeng spoke quietly. Then, sir, I hope that someday you'll ask us for help too. Me? Yes, I chuckled. At your current level, you can't even cover my back. Then what level must we reach? Let's see. You'll probably need to reach the heaven and earth stage before you can even step on my shadow. Their eyes blinked in disbelief. I gave no further answer and simply walked forward. Keep training, catch up. Yes, sir. I walked toward the entrance of the Chengnung mine. There about 50 people were gathered, trembling in fear. Porters and miners. Behind them lay a massive pile of cold jade crystals. Clearly, it had all been mined from inside. Who's in charge? A middle-aged man, still shaking, stepped forward. Name and affiliation. I'm Yang Dioksu of the Sangji Trading Company, you the overseer. Yes, and those behind you. Miners and porters hired by our company, Sangji Trading Company. Honestly, I'd never heard of them. Chunpeng stepped up beside me and whispered quietly. They're based in Yangyong County. The company's head is a former member of the Long Sword sect. That was extremely useful information. Sial Unwai turned his head and looked at Yang Dioksu. He walked toward the man, whose face was full of fear. This mine belongs to Sialep. What made you think you could dig here? Not only did you mine, but you even sold the ore and pocketed the money. You must have been ready to die for that. I was just following orders. He kicked without hesitation. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out as Yang Dioksu's chest caved in. The man was flung backward and slammed into the wall. He hacked up blood, trembling violently, then went limp. Sial Unwai turned again. Miners and porters came into view. There were 48 miners in total, and 20 porters. I plan to hire all of you. Everyone gasped, stunned. Clearly, that wasn't the answer they had expected. This was a fight between martial artists, between those in charge. None of you are martial artists. You're just ordinary people trying to get through each day. Even if I go too far at times, I still uphold a certain line. And this is that line: martial artists and civilians, those who bear responsibility and those who don't. These people were only doing a job for pay. There was no need to slaughter them all. Turns out the Chungwon Trading Company in Sialap is looking to hire miners and porters. If you're interested, step to the right. Some of them had guts. A man with a thick beard stepped forward and asked me directly, "If we don't step out, will you kill us like you did Inspector Yang?" I let out a short laugh. "I promise, I won't kill you. Oh, and come to think of it, I forgot to mention if you relocate to Sialap today, you'll each be paid 3 silver taels." Didn't take long for them to make a decision. Every single miner and porter moved to the right. I quietly gestured behind me. "Wanyang, come here." He was the smallest among the branch members, so small, it was hard to believe he was even a man. And that's because he wasn't. She was a woman dressed as a man. She clearly wanted to be seen as a man, so I had referred to her that way. But right now, I needed him. Wanyang was one of the 2 men I had looked at earlier. Should I say he stood out? He shined. A gem I hadn't seen in a long time. I said to him, "Take the Cold Ridge jade crystals piled over there and deliver them to Chungwon Trading Company. And should I distribute 3 silver taels each from the branch's funds?" I smiled. Unlike a certain someone, you don't need things repeated twice. Very convenient. Jinpeng flinched, and Wanyang gave a martial salute before turning around and starting to lead the miners and porters away. I watched them go, then opened my mouth again. Jinpeng asked, "Where are we going?" "Isn't it obvious?" My gaze drifted toward the snow-covered hill. "We're heading to the Sialhin mine. Beyond that hill and another ridge past it lay the Sialhin mine. Let's go." "Yes, sir." Sial Unwai and the branch members arrived at the Sialhin mine, and there they witnessed a very unexpected scene. Sial Unwai smiled faintly. The other branch members looked confused. It was understandable. Signs of retreat were everywhere. Not a single person carried a sword, and all that remained were about 100 people, and 500 to 600 june of Cold Ridge jade crystal snan, of which were even properly loaded onto carts. The miners and porters had slumped to the ground as if they had given up completely. Some bore cuts and bruises on their faces and bodies. Among them, a man with long hair, scholarly in appearance and the least disheveled, looked up at Sial Unwai and smiled politely. "It's an honor to meet the new ruler of Sialap, Star of the Everlasting Snow Palace." Star of the Palace. "Oh, it's a nickname I came up with. Do you not like it?" "Like it or not, if that's what people want to call me, I don't see the point in objecting." Sial Unwai stepped forward and faced the man directly. "What's your name?" "My name is Han Seokyeon." "Your position?" "I'm a low-ranking inspector of the Universal Trading Company." "A low-ranking inspector, huh? Mind explaining the current situation?" Han Seokyeon, as he had introduced himself, answered quietly. The man stationed here as manager was Supreme Inspector Joe Wallen of the Universal Trading Company. He had posted some martial artists from the Long Sword Sect and the Juryung Sword Sect here, but only a few. I'm sure you know why. Of course, it was obvious. Until now, no one had dared to touch Sialhin Mine or the Chungnung Mine. Sialap, there were insiders cooperating already, so there was no need to act openly. And the mines were located right between Yangyong and Sialap. The fact that there had been 20 Long Sword Sect martial artists stationed at Chungnung Mine was the real anomaly. Usually there were maybe 10, sometimes 20 at most. Their job was to monitor the miners, make sure they were doing their work properly, and more importantly, ensure they weren't stealing ore. In short, we heard that the Long Sword Sect had been annihilated at the Chungnung Mine. Supreme Inspector Joe Wallen immediately gave the order to Navel Yoda GHT. Couldn't escape in time, or we were abandoned. You seem surprisingly calm. When you expect nothing, you're never disappointed. That's true. Han Seokyeon smiled faintly. Take all of this Cold Ridge jade crystal with you. And Han Seokyeon hesitated for a moment, then continued in a quiet voice. Please hit me hard in the face. Sial Unwai's eyes gleamed. That was an unexpected suggestion. I heard the person in charge at the Chungnung mine was killed. Is that true? It is. Then right now I'm clearly the one in charge here. Everyone else ran. So you're begging for your life. Yes, I may be the one in charge, but I'm still just a low-ranking officer. I firmly believe that keeping me alive will be more beneficial to you than killing me. A smile formed on Sial Unwai's lips. A merchant bargaining with his own life. This is the best I can do. If I pass out, it'll look like I resisted. And the fact that the Cold Ridge jade crystals were taken will prove I did my duty. If I survive, I can plan for what's next. Han Seokyeon paused in thought, then added, and the men with swords, none of them stayed to protect us. They didn't even look back. Do you know what they said before they ran? What did they say? They told us to carry all the ore. If they had time to say that, they could have carried some themselves. Bastards nothing but thugs. Sounds like you weren't entirely without expectations. I won't deny it. I thought it was fine to push the miners and porters hard. If something happened, those guys were supposed to protect us. That's what I believed, but I was mistaken. When you see the world through rose-colored glasses, disappointment is inevitable. Is that so? It's not about your mindset. The world itself is like that. Reality is brutal, soaked in blood. Is that the kind of world you live in, branch leader? It is. That must be hard. Do I look like I'm struggling? Han Xiaoqian stared at Xiao Anwai for a moment before shaking his head. I wouldn't know. You're far too deep for someone like me to judge. You mean me? I've heard it's been 6 years. If you mean the 6 years I spent as a puppet, then yes. You seem so different now. Like, you were preparing for this all along. Xiao Anwai let out a dry chuckle. Preparing, huh? Do I really look that way? You've already clashed with the Juriyoung sword sect, the Long sword sect, and by extension Yangyong itself. But you show no concern. You must have a plan. It seemed the man had a big misunderstanding. I don't know what your plan is, but there must be allies of yours inside Yangyong too. Someone like you, who's planned everything this far, wouldn't leave that to chance. So I'll be blunt. Han Xiaoqian lowered his head slightly. I just want to live. Please take all the Cold Ridge jade crystal here and spare our lives. He never intended to kill them in the first place. All the ones worth killing had already fled who was left to execute. More than anything, Xiao Anwai found himself liking this man, Han Xiaoqian. His assumptions were one thing, but more importantly, even in this situation, the man hadn't lost his composure. It was impressive, honestly. Even while begging for his life, he was already preparing his next move. More than that, he had drawn a clean line between himself and the Juriyoung sword sect. They abandoned us anyway. Take it all. Oh, right before you do, like I said earlier, please hit me hard. To create justification. Yes, we want to make it look like it was stolen from us, nothing more. Xiao Anwai stared quietly before tossing a question. You've been begging for your life this whole time. But you haven't once said what you can offer me in return. Ah, if I go along with your little game, what exactly do I gain? I'll provide you with constant intel. Intel, yes, on the inner workings of the Universal Trading Company and what's happening in Yangyong. I thought you already assumed I had people planted in Yangyong. I still do. But when it comes to information, cross-verification is the foundation, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Han Xiaoqian was starting to look like raw ore to Xiao Anwai. Unpolished, but with potential. I've already had everything stripped from me by those bastards in Yangyong. I'll tell you everything. A man who draws a clear line between loyalty and gain, who thinks not only of survival but of what comes after. The Universal Trading Company. It had a grand name, but Xiao Anwai had never heard of it before. Still, Han Xiaoqian, that name might be worth remembering. Are you satisfied with your current position as an inspector? Until today, I was somewhat content, but now, not really. Xiao Anwai stared at him for a moment, then said plainly, one hit won't be enough. Pardon, you need to look like you almost died. Only then will it seem real. Han Xiaoqian gave a bitter smile. So even to create justification, you need real skill, huh? Xiao Anwai stepped forward. Han Xiaoqian shut his eyes tightly. Then at his ear, Xiao Anwai whispered, there's only one inspector in the Xiaolap branch. Han Xiaoqian opened his eyes. If you want to swim in deeper waters, say so. He didn't even have time to respond. Crack! Xiao Anwai's fist smashed into Han Xiaoqian's face with merciless force, and the man crumpled to the ground. Xiao Anwai gave the order, secure the Cold Ridge jade crystal. The moment he spoke, the branch members moved swiftly into action. Xiao Anwai silently stared at the unconscious Han Xiaoqian. Not bad. Since his return, all he'd seen were people either running or begging. But this was the first time someone had made a clear-headed judgment in such a pressing situation. Of course, it wasn't perfect, but decisiveness and insight, that's what mattered. Those qualities could be refined. Before long, Chenpeng, having loaded all the Cold Ridge jade crystal, reported back to Xiao Anwai. He answered crisply, we return. Yes, sir. Xiang Yangho, he had watched over Xiao Anwai since childhood, a butler who had genuinely cared for him. When Xiao Anwai was appointed as branch leader of Xiaolap, Xiang Yangho had followed him without hesitation. Usually referred to as Inspector Xiang, he was the only inspector of the Xiaolap branch and managed nearly everything that happened in Xiaolap. Because the branch existed in name only, he oversaw everything from the distribution of basic cultivation resources and financial management to building repairs and even the upkeep of the gardens. It was well beyond what one man could handle, and yet, strangely enough, he managed it all without issue. There had never been a single financial mishap within the Xiaolap branch. That alone was proof. Even he found the current situation baffling. No, if he were being honest, it was driving him crazy. On one side, dozens of unfamiliar people were arriving with several hundred june of Cold Ridge jade crystal. On the other side stood a man, arms crossed, silently watching the scene unfold. That man was Li Jicheng, nicknamed Frozen Snow Sword Scar Elder of the Juriyoung Sword Sect, one of Yangyong's dominant forces, and the mentor of Yawun Sang, who had recently been killed by Xiao Anwai. His expression suggested sheer disbelief, and in that, he looked just like Inspector Xiang. Giving out 3 silver taels, that could be overlooked. Everyone knew the mines had been stolen years ago, and now they had been reclaimed, and in the process the longsword sex martial artists who had guarded those mines had been slaughtered. He had heard everything, and that was why he wore that face. Most martial artists live and die by vengeance. Inspector Siang was no exception. Xiao Unwai probably wasn't either, but not every martial artist acted like Xiao Unwai. There's a reason why lines exist. Right now, Xiao Unwai was going far beyond those lines. A day to clean out the branch, a day to advance his cultivation, a day to retake the Chungnung mine, and apparently right after that, he had gone straight to the Xiaohan mine and handled that too. At that point, words failed. 3 days. He had done in 3 days what would normally take someone months. Even in medicine, rapid progress brings backlash. Inspector Xiang's gaze turned to frozen snow sword scar. That man was the backlash. With arms crossed and a faint smile on his face, he exuded something Inspector Xiang immediately recognized: undisguised killing intent. Frozen Snow Sword Scar had reached the 3rd stage of the 4 realms of refined Kai Samwa meditation hall, while Xiao Unwai was at the 1st stage. Yang Radiance appears. By conventional logic, they weren't even close to being equals, he thought seriously. Should I intervene? No, he decided. He shook his head and forced a smile. Now was not the time. Frozen Snow Sword Scar wasn't a fool. He wouldn't risk everything here and now. He was here to deliver a warning. At that moment, Frozen Snow Sword Scar turned to look at Inspector Xiang. Seeing his awkward smile, the elder let out a faint chuckle. You've served the wrong master. Ah, you mean me. You're Xiang Yangho, the one and only inspector of Xialep, aren't you? Yes, that's right. For someone of your capability, it's a waste. An OVELIGHT serving a brat like that. Hee hee. Well, you know, things happen. Inspector Xiang looked completely ordinary, maybe even a bit slow. It was a masterful performance. Just then, another group entered the branch compound. It was Xiao Unwai and the other 4 branch members. They were pulling over 10 carts. Judging by the horses panting heavily, they hadn't taken a break along the way. Frozen Snow Sword Scar, watching them approach, murmured under his breath, "Speak of the devil, that little roach." He didn't notice. He didn't see the sudden chill that flashed across Inspector Xiang's face. In his mind, Inspector Xiang carved the character for patience, then forced a smile again. Xiao Unwai approached. You came without sending word. Yes, and yet you don't even greet your senior. A smile tugged at Xiao Unwai's lips. Surprisingly, he gave a very proper martial salute. I greet my senior with utmost respect. I didn't expect you to come in person. How could I not when you killed my disciple? At that, Xiao Unwai tilted his head slightly. Oh, so that's why you came. What else would I come here for? I thought perhaps you were here to return all the resources you extorted from Xialep over the years and offer a formal apology. The moment Xiao Unwai said that, the miners and branch members froze in place, along with Inspector Xiang, who had been standing with his head bowed. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Frozen Snow Sword Scar's lips. You little bastard, are you insane? Senior, I'm perfectly sane. Xiao Unwai gestured to Inspector Xiang. The meaning of the gesture was clear. Bring it. Inspector Xiang swallowed hard. His eyes asked, are you really going through with this? But Xiao Unwai didn't so much as flinch. He had no choice. Inspector Xiang let out a long breath, then hurried inside. A moment later, he returned with a small box. Xiao Unwai took it with a pleasant smile and handed it to Frozen Snow Sword Scar. A gift. Heh, you really are unpredictable. One moment you're making demands, now you're offering gifts. Frozen Snow Sword Scar opened the box and his expression hardened instantly. Inside was a severed head, crawling with maggots. Yawun Sang's head, it's not much. The head of a worm who destabilized Xialep and funneled our resources to Juriyoung Sword Sect and Yangyong. He was a piece of trash to me, but to you, he was a disciple, wasn't he? Do you have a death wish? Not at all. I really want to live a long time. And just so you know, unfortunately, that head is all that remains of him. The rest was hacked into pieces and fed to wild dogs. If you want, you can track down those dogs and piece him back together. Murderous intent exploded from Frozen Snow Sword Scar's body. His hand shot out and grabbed Xiao Unwai by the collar. But surprisingly, Xiao Unwai didn't move. In fact, the branch members who had been hauling Cold Ridge Jade Crystal had drawn their swords and were rushing in. Stop, don't come any closer. At Xiao Unwai's command, they halted instantly. You think I won't lay a hand on you just because you've got the everlasting snow palace behind you? To that, Xiao Unwai let out a soft chuckle. Senior, not long ago I killed the beggars here in Xialep. I don't know why everyone keeps saying the same thing. You and I are in different factions, and this isn't a problem between me and the everlasting snow palace. It's between me and Yangyong, also. Xiao Unwai struck down the arm that was gripping his collar. Let go, you can't even tear it off. Do you know what separates you and me? What is it? You're bound. What? As for me, if the Martial Alliance comes after me, I'll take the Alliance leader's head. If the nation comes for me, I'll take the Emperor's. My background is meaningless. This is personal. You're insane. I've heard that one plenty of times. But I'm not talking about madness. I'm saying the problem here isn't about affiliations or factions. It's about the individual. Do you understand? So, I don't act recklessly. If I do something worth killing for, I kill the one responsible. But those who benefited from that person, I give them one warning. Heh, fine, keep talking. You've been exploiting Sialep through Yawun Sang. Return everything you've taken, and cease all involvement in the Chengnung minets located on Sialep's land. If anyone besides those I've authorized shows up there again, I'll kill every last one of them, including the ones who sent them. And that's enough, I don't need to hear any more. Frozen Snow Sword Scar stepped forward, eyes locked on Sial Unwai. This is your first and final warning. Listen carefully. Chengnung mine belongs to Yangyong, so does Sialhin mine. We of the Juryung sword sect will continue to manage both of them. As for the so-called exploitation you mentioned, Ed, that was Yawun Sang acting on his own. We knew nothing about it. We'll let you keep the ore over there. But if you interfere with Yangyong or the Juryung sword sect again, blood will rain down on Sialep starting with you. Understood, surprisingly. Once again, Sial Unwai responded with a gentle smile. Yes, understood. You really are impossible to read. Frozen Snow Sword Scar reached out and tapped Sial Unwai on the head with his fingers. From now on, try to understand the difference between when to crawl and when not to. Got that? That same gesture, those same words, he'd used them not long ago on the men he'd killed. But this time, Sial Unwai didn't smile. And as for Yaosu, you spent 6 years playing the fool, preparing something or other. Fine, but that's where it ends. You're an illegitimate child. That's your fate. In the end, you'll always have to cling to someone. That's just who you are. Accept it. That's advice from someone who genuinely pities Yaukarvid into your bones. Frozen Snow Sword Scar meant every word. To him, Sial Unwai was just a bastard son. Sure, the everlasting snow palace stood behind him, but hadn't they been watching all this time? Even with all the provocation, the palace had stayed quiet. Sovereign Sial Yungchen hadn't lifted a finger, nor had his brothers. The mines belonged to Yangyong, and the ruling family of Yangyong was the Juryung sword sect. That was already decided. It might as well have been fate. And yet here stood Sial Unwai, an illegitimate child with no real backing, strutting around with nothing but arrogance. It was disgraceful to behold. You know as well as I do, your future is not your own. Sure, Yawun Sang was just a pawn, and now he's gone. But that's fine. If you become the new pawn, your life will be even more comfortable. So bow your head and learn your place. Playtime's over. Got it. And soon, we'll send someone to deliver the new operational policies. Sialep will follow. Be prepared. Sial Unwai still didn't answer. Whether it was fear or confusion, no one could say for sure. All that mattered to Frozen Snow Sword Scar was that Sial Unwai had finally shut his mouth. With a silent pat on Sial Unwai's shoulder, Frozen Snow Sword Scar walked past him. He was returning to Yangyong. In the place he left behind, a heavy silence settled. Within that silence, Sial Unwai's lips began to twitch. Ha 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 ha. A crazed laugh burst forth. It was strange. Sial Unwai was genuinely laughing as if he found something utterly hilarious, clutching his stomach from laughter, while everyone else watching him was the one getting frightened instead. Among them was someone who looked genuinely concerned. Inspector Siang. He quietly approached Sial Unwai. He had words prepared in his mind. That things in this world don't always go your way, that sometimes hardships like this come, and you have to retreat, that under the circumstances this was a decent outcome. That Frozen Snow Sword Scar showing up to issue a personal warning meant he intended to bury everything that had happened up to this point, so best to think of it positively. But none of that mattered. Sial Unwai had already made up his mind. The laughter cut off just like that. Inspector Siang. Why yes, sir, isn't it funny? What is, sir, being alive? I never knew it could be this entertaining. Are you all right? Of course I am. Sial Unwai patted Inspector Siang on the shoulder instead, then turned away. Where are you going? Without even glancing back, Sial Unwai gave a curt reply. There's something I left behind. Inspector Siang didn't ask any further, because Sial Unwai's face as he walked away was far too cold. He hadn't said anything yet. Siang flinched. He had never seen an expression like that, not from Sial Unwai, not from anyone. Li Jicheng was walking. Sialep was small, so small he didn't even want to stay there. He looked around. A blizzard was raging. This is why no one lived in the snow mountains. This fickle weather was enough to drive anyone insane. If someone claimed to enjoy this, they weren't just crazy, they were the definition of crazy. Clicking his tongue, Li Jicheng walked with his hands clasped behind his back. A blizzard like this couldn't threaten someone at the level of Samwa Meditation Hall. And yet something felt off. Why is it so quiet? Li Jicheng stopped walking and looked straight ahead. Through the whirling snowstorm, he could see someone, about 6 chiak tall, not exactly small but not bulky either. A well-balanced build, a man. The clothes he wore were clearly made from white tiger pelt. White tiger heavenly garment, worn only by the bloodline of the everlasting snow palace. It was absurd. He had clearly departed first. So how the hell was that bastard standing there? Senior, you're a bit late. Was there a shortcut? Yes, you even know of such routes, huh? I've lived in Sialap for quite some time. You think I wouldn't know at least one shortcut? He laughed. So then why are you standing there? I already said all I had to say earlier. Surely you're not here to beg for forgiveness now, are you? Forgiveness? Why do you want me to beg? If you did, I'd accept it, like I said earlier. Even though you're a bastard son, you're clearly more useful than Yawoon Sang. You've got no real backing, that's true, but you're still of the everlasting Snow Palace bloodline, so taking you under me wouldn't be such a bad move for the Juryung sword sector for me. A smile curled at the corner of Sial Unwise lips. I have no intention of apologizing. Never have. Then why are you here? There's something you left behind. Me? What? Yes, that thing on your shoulder. I'm going to have to take it. There's only one thing on a person's shoulder. The neck. Ha. Ha 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 ha. You really have lost your damn mind. Do I look it? A brat stuck at Yang Radiance appears dares to threaten someone's neck. Li Jiqing couldn't finish the sentence. His eyes widened. The straight line of the blizzard vanished in an instant, and in that same instant, Sial Unwai had closed the distance. From his eyes, a red glow poured forth, and then those eyes filled with murderous intent, enough to make one's skin crawl. It was horrifying. The phenomenon unfolding right before his eyes. This was something he'd heard of, a technique said to be taught only to the leader, vice leader, and heir of the Central Blood Sect. The sect's ultimate martial art, blood domain encirclement. A divine-level martial art where condensed blood energy creates blood eyes that dominate the surrounding aura. Sial Unwai's crimson-stained palm. CRIIACK. Smashed into Li Jiqing's solar plexus with brutal force. Staggering backward, Li Jiqing coughed up blood. His eyes were trembling wildly. He knew this martial art too. Blood flame palm flesh. You're one of those demonic bastards. Again, he couldn't finish. A shadow fell across Li Jiqing's face. Wham! Sial Unwai's heel struck the side of Li Jiqing's head like a whip. He was sent flying, crashing through 2 trees before being buried in a heap of snow. Sial Unwai landed on the ground, blood eyes blazing. The Central Blood Sect would go on to become the greatest sect in all of Zhongyuan, but even at this very moment, it was already near the top. The word greatest is a fair and absolute measure. There are dozens of organizations in the martial world. The Martial Alliance, the Heavenly Will Alliance, the Sichuan Alliance, even groups like the 5 Great Sword Clans and the External 4 Families. Whether it's a massive alliance of dozens or hundreds of sects like the Martial Alliance, or a single organization. Greatest is a word that only applies when something is truly the greatest. At this moment, the most powerful organization is the Martial Alliance, and the only one capable of standing against it alone is the Central Blood Sect. By anyone's standards, it's close to the top. Of course, the Central Blood Sect also had sub-branches, 5 in total. In the future, they would bring every group under their feet. They would establish the Blood Sect's rule over the world naturally so. So how exactly did they accomplish that? Let me make it clear my contribution was significant. So significant, in fact, that the Blood Sect leader created a position just for me, the one and only seat of Blood Heaven's middle pillar. I had access to the sect leader's martial arts and scriptures, and learned every core essence of the sect during that time. I drew up false true vital chi. It was no bigger than a grain of dust, but it immediately began to break apart and take on a blood-colored hue. This is blood chi. I focused. The ultimate body technique that can only be executed with blood chi. Blood demon vaulting heaven technique. One of the reasons the blood sect leader was hailed as the strongest under heaven. It is composed of 5 stages, and throughout the history of the Central Blood Sect, only the current sect leader had ever reached the final 5th stage. Thum. The tremor that started in my lower dantian echoed throughout my entire body. The blood chi surged upward, spreading across every inch of my flesh. First gate blood gate breathing. The constraints that bound my physical body melted away, still not enough. Soon, the blood chi enveloping my body began to leak outside. Blood-colored mist rose from my skin. Second gate blood body transformation. I swung my arm. CRACK. Li Jiqing, who had rushed in and struck with his sword, was thrown back as it bounced away. That trembling in his eyes that was unmistakably fear. I stomped the ground. My body shot forward. At the same time, I extended my left arm and grabbed Li Jiqing by the throat. I'll say it again. Samwa Meditation Hall may be a high level within the refined chi realm, but it's not a level reserved for the strongest of the strong. Not enough to crawl before me. I tightened my grip, staring into Li Jiqing's eyes, now flooded with terror. He panicked. Li Jiqing felt Sial Unwai's grip tightening around his throat. He immediately struck at his wrist and leapt back to gain distance. A fear he couldn't even describe surged up inside. In that instant, he pulled up his innate vital chi. Had he not done so, his neck would have been crushed. It was unbelievable. Li Jiqing wasn't inexperienced, not in the slightest. If anything, his experience was extensive. yet even he had never seen such a thing before, only heard of it in legend. The Central Blood Sect, even just hearing that name struck fear into people, and this was one of the martial arts used only by the top 3 within that demonic sect. How the hell was that bastard using it? This doesn't make any sense. He drew the sword at his waist. He had to kill him. No, if not kill, then at least knock him out and bring him back, interrogate him. But could he kill him? Could he even knock him out? Could he interrogate him? Who would he even bring him to? To whom exactly? This was no longer about man versus man. It was organization versus organization. And in his mind, so used to calculating political capital and power behind the scenes, Li Jiqing still hadn't realized. He fundamentally misunderstood what separated him from Xiao Enwei. Gritting his teeth, he struck with his sword. His hand trembled, but the direction was accurate. Xiao Enwei tilted his body, letting the blade miss and strike the ground. The tip of your sword is shaking. Li Jiqing retrieved it and swung again, teeth clenched. Xiao Enwei didn't dodge. He faced it directly, body upright, just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce between Xiao Enwei's brows. He turned his head slightly. The blade skimmed past his face, and then CRACK, the back of Xiao Enwei's hand smashed into Li Jiqing's solar plexus. Skidding backward, Li Jiqing coughed up blood and lifted his head. Impossible. He couldn't understand what was happening. It felt like every piece of martial logic he had built over decades was crumbling. You, what the hell are you? Li Jiqing's voice trembled. The shaking in his sword arm had spread to his voice and now to his neck. Even his face had gone pale. He had no idea how to explain it. What the hell was that thing in front of him? That idiot Xiao Enwei, that bastard son. No, what stood before him now was like a transcendent being, a sage descended from the heavens, something untouchable. Xiao Enwei walked forward silently. His steps barely touched the ground, as if he were walking on clouds. The pulse of life forged from blood qi filled the air. Aren't you curious? At Xiao Enwei's calm, echoing voice, Li Jiqing swallowed hard. What happens when the one closest to being strongest under heaven wakes up one morning as a 17-year-old? The raging blizzard isolated the two of them from the outside world. With narrowed eyes, Li Jiqing looked at Xiao Enwei. Xiao Enwei spoke slowly. Senior, you couldn't even begin to imagine it. To have mastered all the martial arts in the world, to hold the principles of heaven and earth in the palm of your hand. You've only ever watched that height from afar. Xiao Enwei let out a bitter smile. Even if the body has weakened and the realm has fallen to the depths of the earth, one's enlightenment and insight can never disappear. The eyes of a man who once placed the world beneath his feet, even if they fall to the ground, they still reflect the heavens. The blood qi floating around Xiao Enwei shimmered across the air like a dance, painting the space around him. Just like this moment, all the blood qi around him surged inward and was absorbed into his body. I know exactly what I'm capable of, and I know how far I can reach, but you senior, you don't. You don't know where your limits lie, and you don't know what you're truly capable of. As the air around them grew colder, so too did Xiao Enwei's gaze darken. That's why, even in this very moment, you're standing there as if all you see is a bastard child. Please spare me. Are you referring to yourself, senior? Xiao Enwei gave a short, dry laugh. And why should I? I'll keep your secret. I beg you. Let me serve you. Yes, I'll become your sword, your servant. Please, it's too late, senior. Xiao Enwei's left hand shot forward like lightning and seized Li Jiqing by the hair. Mercy is an emotion that reveals the limits of rationality. That's why the wise are wary of it and fools are seduced by it. Senior, do I look like a fool to you? You told me yourself, didn't you, to know when to crawl forward and when not to. That, I'll return the favor. If you're granted another life, then may you finally learn when to crawl and when to stay down. Xiao Enwei extended his right hand and drove it forward. Squelch. His hand pierced straight through Li Jiqing's throat, and without pause he clenched his fingers. He seized Li Jiqing's windpipe and tore it out. Crunch rip. Xiao Enwei silently looked down at the corpse of Li Jiqing. Then cough blood burst from his mouth. His blood vessels raged like they were about to explode, spasming uncontrollably, but he didn't collapse. He quickly activated the Grand Void Immortal Blood Heart technique. The surging, boiling madness in his bloodstream slowly began to calm. He had suffered considerable internal damage, but it was fine. He had pushed himself too far, but even that was fine. This wretched body needed to suffer more. Physical body he had in his previous life, and this one they were far too different. He would temper it, again and again. As he calmed his body in silence, his thoughts drifted. His current cultivation was at Yang Radiance appears. So then what kind of opponent could he realistically handle at this level? He could deal with someone at Samwa Meditation Hall fairly comfortably, but this last fight had been borderline. He hadn't used the weapons in his possession, he had relied solely on martial arts. If he approached it this way again and faced a master from 5 origins and 5 essences, his only option would be mutual destruction. He needed to circulate his energy properly, to create maximum efficiency with minimal internal force. if he predicted the opponent's martial arts and movements. It would end easily. Of course, that only applied to fighters within the refined Chi realm. As for martial artists in the heaven and earth realm, they were absolutely beyond him right now. No matter how well he predicted, no matter how lucky he got, it was impossible. There was one reason. Until refined Chi realm, one manipulates ordinary Chi. From heaven and earth realm onward, they wield natural Chi, and that natural Ki is the problem. No matter how enlightened he might be, to even attempt to face someone in the first stage of heaven and earth realm, realm of harmony, he would at least need to reach Samwa Meditation Hall, where the middle and lower Danshan are unified. Only at that level could he even hope to fight someone in the realm of harmony, and once again he felt it. He had returned, but now he was the weak one. Cough, cough. Blood poured from his lips without pause. There was no regret in killing Li Jiqing. Even if it happened again, he would kill Li Jiqing all over again. Soon his entire body grew cold. It had been a while since he felt a real chill. He spoke in a quiet voice. Inspector Xiang. The sudden call was met with an equally sudden appearance. Xiang Yangho appeared beside him. He said nothing, his face frozen in shock, but he placed a hand on Xiao Unwai's back and began transferring energy. Relief washed over him instantly. Of course it did. Inspector Xiang was a martial artist of the heaven and earth realm. What exactly did I just witness? You saw what you saw. When did you come into contact with the Central Blood Sect? Did you only hear half the story? Doesn't seem like it. Then why ask? Young master, this really isn't right. Not as wrong as exposing your own identity as a member of the White Snow Spirit Guard, wouldn't you say? White Snow Spirit Guard, an elite secret force that protects the bloodline and secrets of the everlasting Snow Palace. Xiao Unwai looked directly at him and spoke, pure as 1,000 years of snow. The response came without hesitation. Shadowed like the soul that endures, the motto of the White Snow Spirit Guard. This organization was directly under the command of the Palace Lord, made up of one leader and numerous agents. Numerous because not even the members knew each other's identities. Only the commander and the Palace Lord knew who was who. Within the everlasting Snow Palace, they underwent more than 20 years of strict selection and training, and it was a rule that they never reveal their identities to each other. Even in death, they were bound by oath to protect their secret. But there was one thing that was absolutely certain. Every member of the White Snow Spirit Guard was at least heaven and earth realm. Since when did you know? From the beginning. How? Xiao Unwai turned his head to look at him. Inspector Xiang. Yes, young master, I don't care if you're White Snow Spirit Guard or whatever. To me, you're just Inspector Xiang, the one who stood by me since I was a child. Young master, you heard everything I said earlier. If you're asking me again, it's either because it's too hard to believe, or you want to hear it directly from my mouth. Which is it? Both, he answered quietly. I went back in time. Is that true? How else could I possibly explain this situation? Just like I told you that night in the residence. I didn't exaggerate what was true, and I didn't make up what wasn't. I only spoke exactly as things are. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. Young master, I'm getting tired of repeating myself. So is that the only thing you're curious about? In your previous life, what happened to the everlasting Snow Palace? He answered plainly. It was annihilated. By whom? By me. Inspector Xiang's jaw dropped. Xiao Unwai stood up with a body that now felt significantly better. He staggered a little, but this much was manageable, though apparently not in Inspector Xiang's eyes. You should rest a little longer. Xiao Unwai shook his head. There's still something I need to do. Unbelievable, muttered Inspector Xiang, supporting him for now, then asking, what are you planning to do? What else? I need to erase the traces. The blizzard is fierce. The blood chi you released will be wiped out naturally. And the body, Inspector Xiang. Yes, young master. Li Jiqing came to Xiala, bowed his head in apology, confessed everything I didn't know about Yang Yong's corruption, and disappeared on his way back to Yang Yong. Isn't it strange? A martial artist at Samwa Meditation Hall, one of the so-called strongest of the strong, suddenly vanishes. I think I get what you're thinking, but please just end it here. If you push this further, it gets dangerous. End it, meaning I should let all the friction go and move in a more constructive direction. Yes, as I suspected, Inspector Xiang is still the idealist. Why are you saying that? If I back off now, do you think the other side will back off too? Grudges in the martial world aren't as simple as you think. Think about why a phrase like uproot the source exists. Young master, this fight has already started, and I wasn't the one who started it. They made the first move. All I did was respond. So why should I be the one to stand down? But still, 6 years. That's not a short amount of time. And during those 6 years, in my name and in the name of the everlasting Snow Palace, they plundered and schemed. There's only one kind of forgiveness for bastards like that. Kind death, to me, clearing grudges means exactly that. That is my mercy. That is the price they'll pay. He took a breath, speaking quietly. When I passed the Beggars Union branch in Sialep, I took a look at its condition. It looked bad. Sialep owns an entire minhwaedit. The people there looked like starving beggars. Whose fault is that? Inspector Siang didn't answer right away. So Sial Unwai made it easier for him. It's my fault. I ran away, I hid, and the people under me paid the price. So you're going to see this through to the end. That's how I've always lived. And if you die, then I'll have died living how I wanted to. That means I died as a martial artist, and that would be an honorable death. You really are different, what is? Just everything. Inspector Siang, as if he had come to a decision, stepped back from Sial Unwai. Will you be able to walk alone? Sial Unwai nodded. Then go on ahead. I'll stay behind and clean up the scene. Sial Unwai smiled faintly, trying to help. Honestly, it's not the first time I've cleaned up after you. I can handle this much. I don't mind that choice of words, cleaning up after me. Well, good luck. Without hesitation, Sial Unwai walked away. He could clearly imagine the look on Inspector Siang's face, staring at him in disbelief. But that was fine. Right now, he had to return to Sialep. There was still one thing left to deal with there. Returning to Sialep, Sial Unwai stopped in front of a rather large manor. He looked up. The sign above the pavilion read, Iron Mountain Sword Sect. This was the most powerful sect in Sialep. The sect leader, Yangso, was a martial artist at Samwa Meditation Hall and possessed respectable talent. He was also quite young, barely 30. Sial Unwai addressed the two guards at the gate. Open it. There was no response. As if unsure what to do, the two warriors stared at him, visibly flustered. Sial Unwai repeated himself. I said open it. The two guards swallowed hard and moved to open the gate, but surprisingly, it opened from the inside. Standing there was a man with short hair and sharp, clear features. Strapped to his waist was a sword about 6 chiak long. Etched on the right side of the blade were the characters, Iron Mountain. It was the Iron Mountain sword, the best weapon of the Iron Mountain sword sect, and considered a sacred treasure. Of course, calling something a sacred treasure when it was held by a mere Samwa Meditation Hall martial artist was a bit ridiculous, but to them, they were serious. And Sial Unwai didn't mock people like that. Value is a relative thing. If you mock what belongs to others, they too can mock what is yours. There was no reason to scoff in a situation where they weren't enemies. More than anything, Yangso. He had definitely heard that name before. Roughly 20 years from now, Yangso would come to command an entire martial force of the Everlasting Snow Palace. At that time, his cultivation level would reach the 4th stage of the 4 realms of heaven and earth, the realm of heaven and man. Ha ha ha. No wonder I felt good energy from this morning. I've finally had the honor of meeting a noble guest. Yangso clasped his hands in greeting. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Yangso of the Iron Mountain Sword Sect. Sial Unwai of Sialep. Haha, well now it's already been over 5 years since we settled in Sialep, and only now do we finally get to meet. I Yangso feel quite delighted. There was a slight edge to his words, but it wasn't a problem. This much could be laughed off. Shall we head inside? I just received a fine new tea. Yang Snow Tea. Uses the same Yang as my name. Ha ha ha. With a nod, Sial Unwai stepped inside. Together, Sial Unwai and Yangso headed toward a detached residence where they sat down facing each other. It was quite strange. That was Yangso's thought. 5 years. When the Iron Mountain Sword Sect had first settled in Sialep, Yangso had tried to meet the branch lord, Sial Unwai, before anyone else but had been rejected. If you were establishing a base in a region, it was only proper to pay respects to the one in charge, especially since even as an illegitimate son, Sial Unwai still carried the bloodline of the Everlasting Snow Palace, and yet he had been turned down, not once but 3 times. Instead of Sial Unwai, it had been Yawoon Sang, the deputy branch lord at the time, who visited Yangso. And Yangso had said this, if you're not here by order of the branch lord, then get lost. Because Yangso had known full well that Yawoon Sang was nothing but a cockroach strutting around under borrowed authority. To be blunt, Yangso didn't hold any particular grudge against Sial Unwai, but he didn't have any goodwill either. After all, it was Sial Unwai's negligence that had allowed the likes of Yawoon Sang to thrive. And now, after 5 long years, Sial Unwai had come in person. Honestly, I never expected you to visit me directly. Is it strange? Of course it is. When I kept requesting to meet you, you wouldn't even spare a breath through your nose. Sial Unwai let out a faint chuckle. If you're asking that without knowing, then there's no reason for me to be here. But if you're asking while knowing, then I'll let it slide just once. There won't be a second time. A strange smile curled at Yangso's lips. You're a curious one indeed. Was the scarecrow who lived all these years the real you? Or is this version of you the real one? They're both me. Must we really draw a line between the two? I suppose not. Humans are dual-natured beings. No matter what kind of personality one has, it can be understood. But I still can't tell. Why have you come to see me? To be honest, Sial Unwai had no intention of involving this man in his plans. What's your ultimate goal? Ultimate goal, you say. I'm curious. Why don't you tell me? Yang So paused as if thinking and then quietly said, several things came to mind, but in the end they all lead to a single answer. And what is it? Power. Power, Branch Lord. I am a martial artist. And as a martial artist, I am endlessly curious just how far someone like me can climb. The sky. Yes, my goal is the sky. Xiao Enwai finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. And at that very moment, Yang So's expression hardened. Why are you laughing? Yang So's voice had gone cold. Understandably so, had taken Xiao Enwai's laughter as mockery. Xiao Enwai's smile vanished. Do you feel insulted? Don't you? I'd rather you not misunderstand. Then why did you laugh? I need to hear the reason. Staring at Yang So with a strange expression, Xiao Enwai let out another soft laugh. Truly. He hadn't expected to hear something like that here. The sky, huh? Are you confident? I am, a bit of a shame. What do you mean, because my goal is the same? You said your aim was the sky. Mine is also the sky, and the sky should only have one master. Because there can't be two skies, that's why I laughed. No matter how it ends, you'll always be beneath the sky I occupy. Only then did Yang So laugh as well. Who knows, I might end up standing above you. I sincerely hope you do. That was enough. This was plenty. Xiao Enwai had wondered what kind of man Yang So was, and this conversation had resolved every doubt. I intend to resume mining operations at the Chingnung mine. I heard Yangyong's people were mining there until now. Did you take it from them? I didn't take it. It always belonged to Sialap. But unfortunately, no one in Sialap has the strength your Iron Mountain Sword sect possesses. So let me ask, would you be willing to join me in a job? Yang So's expression grew serious as well. Listening to you, something comes to mind. Let's hear it. Is it escort duty? You're quick. I've survived on my instincts. But if it's escort duty, are you talking about protecting not only the Chingnung mine, but also the Chungwon and Aviye letter 2170? IGHT read more on our source trading company. Xiao Enwai nodded. Yang So fell silent, lost in thought. He was weighing the pros and cons in his head, and he quickly realized that this would be a net loss. Conflict with Yangyong was inevitable, and the damages would be significant, but there was still something he hadn't heard. What Xiao Enwai was offering in return, and right then Xiao Enwai spoke. I'll give you 20%. From net profit or total revenue, 20% of the net profit. It wasn't nearly enough for something worth his life. That was what Yang So thought as he began to prepare his refusal. But then, you said your goal was the sky, didn't you? Yes, I did. Then how exactly do you plan on reaching that sky? You're only capable of using refined chi-level techniques at best. Even if you were to go hunting in secret realms with that level of cultivation and those kinds of martial arts, you'd need divine luck to succeed, and even then the chances aren't good. 10% at most, which means you're left with two options. 1. In the everlasting snow palace. If they recognize your talent, you'll be given high-level martial arts, and if you're placed in charge of a strike unit, even if it's lower tier, you might get access to heaven and earth grade techniques. If your talents prove extraordinary, you might even be selected for the White Spirit Guard. I've considered that, but didn't you say there were two options? I did. Xiao Enwai continued in a quiet voice. The other is take it from me. From you, Branch Lord, have you heard of the heaven reversing sword art? The moment Yang So heard that name, his already large eyes widened to the point of almost bursting out of their sockets. How could I not know? That's the signature martial art of Han Chenu, the heaven reversing sword emperor, one of the 10 masters of the world from 800 years ago. The same man who split Mount Wuding in half by himself. You're surprisingly well read. Then what martial art is required to perform the heaven reversing sword art? Of course I know, the heaven following sword art. One must fully master it first before one can even attempt the heaven reversing sword art. But why are you bringing that up? Xiao Enwai quietly recited a chant. Respond to heaven, align with the way, and grasp the mysterious principle. Let the profound transformation reach infinitely until it connects with the mechanism of heaven. Crash. Yang So jumped so violently that his chair toppled backward. Silence filled the detached residence. As Yang So sat there, eyes trembling like mad, Xiao Enwai met his gaze and asked, no matter how much of a prerequisite it is, the heaven-following sword art is still a heaven and earth grade technique. Do you want to hear the rest of the chant? Why, yes. Yes, I do. Then, are you accepting my offer? If I accept, will you really give me the technique? Of course, not just the heaven-following sword art, but the heaven-reversing sword art as well. Xiao Enwai nodded, and if it's fake, I'll stake my life on it. Gulp. Yang So swallowed hard. He truly couldn't understand. For a technique that powerful, why wouldn't you use it yourself? It's of no use to me, but for you it will be useful. And Yang So, yes, I don't know how far you'll be able to go with this martial art, but remember one thing. I'm listening. Don't stab me in the back, and don't stab the everlasting snow palace in the back either. If you don't, then not only the heaven-following sword art, but the heaven-reversing sword art as well will be yours. You don't have to worry about that. I Yangso may have only lived 30 years, but in all that time I've never once lived like a petty coward. Good. Sial Unwai rose from his seat and recited the remaining lines of the chant. The way follows nature and inherits the path of heaven. One sword becomes truth and reaches the heart of heaven. And then to the trembling Yangso, whose arms were now shaking as well, Sial Unwai spoke as if tossing the words at him. Come to the branch office before the caravan departs tomorrow. I'll teach you the first stance then. Thank you for this grace, I won't forget it. Sial Unwai was curious. In his past life, Yangso had wielded a heaven and earth grade martial art and reached the level of a heaven and earth class martial artist. So then what if he gave him a martial god grade technique? Could he possibly ascend to the 5 realms of the martial god? In Sial Unwai's eyes, Yangso clearly had enough talent to reach at least the upper edge of the heaven and earth realms. He needed more hands, but for now, he would wait and watch. And with that, Sial Unwai returned to the branch. Without a word to anyone, he walked straight into his quarters, the moment he shut the door. All strength left his body. He passed out completely, but before his collapsing body could hit the floor, someone rushed in with lightning speed and caught him. It was Inspector Siang. Lifting Sial Unwai with ease, Inspector Siang gently laid him down on the bedding. Staring at the peacefully sleeping Sial Unwai, his expression was full of concern. Sial Unwai couldn't get up easily. That lasted for 4 full days. Even so, Sial Unwai did what needed to be done from bed. First, all members of the branch had successfully memorized the basic stances of the heaven-slaying Wolfstar technique. Yangso of the Iron Mountain Sword Sect received the full heaven-following sword art from Sial Unwai and took charge of the escort mission for the Chingnung mine. Ore extraction went smoothly, and no interference came from Yangyo. The Chingun Trading Company's caravan also departed without trouble. With the start of sales of uncut Hanrung jade, money began to circulate through Sialep again, and the people slowly began to smile. All of this happened in just 4 days. Sial Unwai rose from his bed. He had managed to get up after just 4 days only because he had continuously consumed cultivation resources and spiritual pills and fully refined them. Without those, he would have had to stay bedridden for over 10 days. That was the price of using the blood demon vaulting heaven technique with such a fragile, low-grade body. Even with his blood vessels being vastly denser than those of ordinary people, Sial Unwai had barely survived. Had it been anyone else, they'd be dead already. Sial Unwai stood and washed himself, then changed into fresh clothes. Finally, he draped the white tiger heavenly robe over his shoulders and stared into the mirror. He looked a little haggard but still human. Will you be going alone? Inspector Siang's voice. Sial Unwai simply looked at him in silence. Why are you looking at me like that? I was just looking. Let me just say this just in case. I swear I had nothing to do with the sovereign summoning you. A faint smile, but you did report it, didn't you? I mean I did, but Sial Unwai quietly patted Inspector Siang on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'll be away for a few days, so I want you to keep Sialep secure while I'm gone. Can you do that? When you say secure, it sounds a lot like you're telling me to use force. Still, these people have become mine. I should at least make sure they don't die. Someone like you, Inspector Siang, is more than enough to protect Sialep. Or am I wrong? You're not wrong, but if it's discovered that I'm part of the White Snow Spirit Guard, the moment it reaches the captain's ears might actually beat me to death. If you're beaten to death by the captain, then I promise you in everything I have that I'll make sure that captain dies in far more pain, and if he has any family, I'll find them and kill them all. Sial Unwai stared at him for a long moment and said, if you're that worried, just wear a mask. They're all over the place. Leaving behind the utterly dumbfounded face of Inspector Siang, Sial Unwai set off for the main palace. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it awe-inspiring. The palace's pure white walls soared skyward, and at their peak were rooftops crafted from ice that never melted. Icicles hung from the eaves like dragon fangs, and whenever the wind blew, a subtle spiritual energy would flow from them, clearly marking this as more than just a building. On the central hall was inscribed the phrase, Everlasting Snow Palace. The characters seemed to breathe. This was it. The true main palace of the Everlasting Snow Palace, shaped by 2,000 years of history. The guards at the gate glanced at Sial Unwai's face without expression, then silently opened the door. With natural, familiar steps, Sial Unwai entered and walked along the vast ice wall saying nothing. A wave of emotion struck him. This was the place he had once destroyed with his own hands, where he had killed everyone inside. And yet Sial Unwai felt no regret. He had had more than enough reason to destroy it. He'd had the power to do it. It was right to destroy it. And here had died. He looked around. It was quiet, peaceful. At this point in time, there were no major issues. The war that would break out 10 years from now, the inevitable collision between the Central Blood Sect and the Sichuan Alliance. As far as Xiao Anwai knew, there were at least 7 years left. Until then, the martial world would experience a rare and fragile peace. After spending a moment in silence near the ice wall, Xiao Anwai quietly descended the stairs. He arrived at the ice-cold medicine hall, the pavilion where medicinal resources were managed. There were 2 reasons he came. First, since it had been a while, he planned to replenish some cultivation materials. Second, his blood vessels were still throbbing from the use of blood qi, and he intended to get spiritual pills to treat it. The moment he stepped inside, a subtle medicinal scent tickled his nose. Without hesitation, Xiao Anwai approached one of the pharmacists who was organizing ingredients. The pharmacist blinked, startled. His expression clearly said, "Why are you here?" He didn't care. "Do you have 100-year ice heart pill and 50-year snow marrow elixir?" The voice was calm, but it caused every pharmacist nearby to look up from their work. The 100-year ice heart pill was a high-grade cultivation resource. The 50-year snow marrow elixir was a rare medicine used to heal damaged meridians. Naturally, neither was easy to obtain, but this was the main palace of the Everlasting Snow Palace. Of course they had them. What surprised them wasn't the items but the person asking for them, Xiao Anwai. And he wasn't done. "I also need ice snow lotus and cold ice 100-mile grass, preferably in top grade." The eyes of pharmacist Jin Hansu narrowed ever so slightly. Well. Isn't this the branch lord of Sialap? A late greeting, polite in tone but filled with barbs. His gaze had changed. 100-year ice heart pill, 50-year snow marrow elixir, ice snow lotus and cold ice 100-mile grass. So you're mixing cultivation resources with recovery medicine. That kind of combination is used to circulate blood, repair meridians, heal internal injuries, and refine constitution. May I ask why you need such rare items? Do I have to explain that too? Perhaps you're unaware, but those 4 items are typically reserved for key figures of the palace. That is, members of the direct bloodline. It's extremely difficult to hand them out. Jin Hansu put particular weight on the word direct. It went beyond veiled sarcasm, it was practically open disdain. Besides, the ice snow lotus is a sensitive item. Its medicinal properties change if more than a day passes after harvesting. I wonder if a place like Sialap even has proper facilities for preservation. He scratched his head and let out a sigh. I don't know where you heard those names, but even if we ignore the fact that I can't give them to you, just eating them doesn't mean you'll benefit from them. They only show significant effects when you've suffered a major wound to blood qi or internal forcino. More importantly, even members of the direct bloodline need the right body constitution to absorb their properties. Direct bloodline, huh? Then tell Muho, do I look like to you? I remember. The wives instructed long ago, if he ever comes into the apothecary, give him nothing. Isn't that right? At that, Jin Hansu flinched. Xiao Anwai was a bastard son, technically not even worth monitoring, but some had decided it was better to cut him off early. More than one. Xiao Anwai had 3 older brothers and 1 older sister. Out of the 4, only 1 had actively worked against him. Others didn't go out of their way to suppress or interfere with him. Some had been kind, others ignored him. But the real problem wasn't the siblings themselves, it was the people behind them. To Xiao Anwai, they were stepmothers. To his brothers and sister, they were mothers. And behind them stood their respective clans. Those clans had acted in unison. That's what it means to be a bastard. That was why in his past life, Xiao Anwai hadn't even come near the apothecary, let alone entered it. He'd gone a few times and had been humiliated to his face more than once. Avoiding the place was only natural. He'd left for Sialap 6 years ago, but it had been nearly 8, maybe even 9 years since he'd last stepped foot in the apothecary. Calmly, Anwai continued speaking. All that talk about vessels or whatever everything you said after that was meaningless, so there's no point responding. But I will offer you one warning. Once again, it bears repeating. Xiao Anwai doesn't act without reason. Everything he does has a purpose, and no matter what the situation is, he gives at least one warning. Forget the past. I am of the Everlasting Snow Palace's bloodline, and I have come here with rightful authority to retrieve cultivation materials and spiritual pills. I'll repeat myself. 200-year ice heart pills, 5 drops of 50-year snow marrow elixir, 1 root of ice snow lotus, and 2 roots of cold ice 100-mile grass. Bring them. That's not possible, Jin Hansu replied, and just after that, another pharmacist nearby sighed and chimed in. Even if this is the medicine hall, you can't just demand something and have it fall into your lap. Tusk. It wasn't surprising. This is how things were here. Xiao Anwai gave a sidelong glance at the pharmacist who had joined in and then turned his eyes back to Jin Hansu. What's your name? Jin Hansu, listen carefully. In fact, all of you pharmacists here, open your ears and listen. Your duty is to serve the Everlasting Snow Palace. The one and only person you owe allegiance to is the sovereign. I, standing right here before you, am of the Snow Palace's bloodline. Bastard, illegitimate, whatever you want to call it, what does that even matter? You may not realize it, but I rarely speak this long, so I suggest you choose your next words very carefully. But even after that long speech, Jin Hansu's attitude didn't change. He'd been looking down on this bastard son for over a decade, and to him, this was an opportunity. Jin Hansu was aiming to become the assistant head of the apothecary, and behind him stood the Hanbing clan, the very same clan behind the third son, Xiao Unhe. There was no way he didn't know that Xiao Unhe and Xiao Unwei were on bad terms. In his mind, he was doing the right thing. All that nonsense Xiao Unwei had just said about loyalty to the sovereign, it was just formalities. That's how he saw it. No, go back. Xiao Unwei nodded as if he understood. Then he smiled gently. So the hierarchy here really is broken. And in that moment, Jin Hansu's entire body shuddered. That smellate was too chilling. It crawled under your skin. What did it mean? He barely had time to ask before Xiao Unwei grabbed him by the hair and smashed an elbow down on his face without hesitation. Crack, his nose flattened, teeth shattered, even his jawbone caved in. Gah, why is it so hard for people to understand plain words? Xiao Unwei threw Jin Hansu's crumpled body to the floor. Then he drew the sword at his hip, flipped it into a reverse grip, and stabbed it straight down. Squelch, it went right through Jin Hansu's spine. It wasn't enough. He pulled the blade out and stabbed it through the man's neck, then again through the skull. Jin Hansu had already lost consciousness the moment his spine was pierced. He died the instant the sword went through his neck. Xiao Unwei pulled his sword free and slowly turned his head. His eyes locked with another man's. It was the pharmacist who had chimed in earlier with his arrogant remarks. You, what's your name? I'm Yang Weisang. Xiao Unwei nodded as if he'd heard clearly and started walking toward him. Yang Weisang began to retreat in a panic, but it was meaningless. Xiao Unwei's strides were longer, steadier. Yang Weisang's legs were shaking uncontrollably, but Xiao Unwei's pace never faltered. The distance closed inevitably, and then Xiao Unwei's sword pierced Yang Weisang's heart. Squelch, he pulled it out clean and swung. Slice. Yang Weisang's head shot up into the air. Xiao Unwei casually flicked the blood off his sword and swept a chilling gaze over the remaining pharmacists. Those who met his eyes collapsed on the spot. They had no idea his sword would be this ruthless. None of them had even imagined he'd actually kill. Is that really the bastard's son? They couldn't understand, just then. What's with all this commotion? A deep, resonant voice echoed through the medicine hall. A middle-aged man who had just come down from the upper floor blinked in disbelief. He looked like someone who couldn't grasp what was going on. Xiao Unwei spoke curtly. Are you the head of the ice-cold medicine hall? Yes, I am the hall master, Menryong. I didn't expect our reunion with the final descendant of the polar bloodline to turn out like this. After nearly 6 years, no, maybe 8, polar bloodline. That was the term used to refer to the bloodline of the everlasting snow palace. All the descendants were collectively called the polar bloodline. The first son was the great snow Kirin. The second son, the second snow Kirin. The third son, the third snow Kirin. The fourth son, the dark snow Kirin. These titles were used for male descendants. For women, the first daughter was called Ice Snow Spirit and the second Ice Ridge Flower. There were titles beyond those, but currently there was only a first daughter. These were the unique titles used to refer to the polar bloodline of the everlasting snow palace. Dark Snow Kirin, Xiao Unwei said, in those 8 years, nothing in this medicine hall has changed. Is that so? Who decided to employ those maggot-like bastards down there who don't even know who they're supposed to be loyal to? If I said it was my decision, would you be angry with me too? Xiao Unwei quietly climbed the stairs and stopped in front of the hall master. If you're too slow to understand your situation, I'll kill you here and now. I am the head of the ice-cold medicine hall. Even as a descendant of the polar bloodline, killing a hall master won't be easily overlooked. Wanna bet? A bet? I'll wager everything that I'll get away with it. What will you wager? Oh, that was poorly phrased. You're a dead man anyway, so wagering anything is meaningless. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Xiao Unwei's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The hall master, facing that killing intent, made a swift judgment. He had survived off reading people for 20 years. He spoke quickly. It was a mistake. First, I apologize for the rudeness committed by my subordinates and for the rudeness I'm committing right now. He stepped back and respectfully performed a martial salute. Xiao Unwei stared down at him silently. As the hall master slowly relaxed his salute and lifted his head, his eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even realized it. Xiao Unwei's hand had already reached out and grabbed him by the throat. Hall master. Yes, it's clear the responsibility for this mess starts with you. The palace lord is already too busy with affairs of the court to discipline every dog beneath him. That responsibility falls to the man in charge of you. So tell me, what exactly have you been doing? I'm sorry, those who disrupt the hierarchy deserve to die. The two lying dead over there paid their price. You must pay yours as well, am I wrong? You are not. Then I'd like to ask, how do you intend to take responsibility? When Xiao Unwei loosened his grip, Menryong swallowed hard and began to speak slowly. I will make sure this never happens again. I'll personally oversee their training, one by one. Can you stake your neck on that? Yes, I will. Xiao Unwei's grip tightened again. Manryang couldn't help but Panish thought the conversation was over. Then Sial Unwise voice pierced his ear, heavy with murderous intent. Hierarchy begins from the top. Remember this. The ones you owe loyalty to are not individual descendants of the polar bloodline, certainly not to some maternal clan or affiliated sect. You owe loyalty to the rightful master of the Snow Palace, to him and him alone. I'll remember that. This is your last warning. If something like this happens again, I'll kill you without hesitation, and I'll kill everyone connected to you. Manryang couldn't understand what was happening. His cultivation was in the manifestation of the infinite stage, yet Sial Unwai was crushing his protective martial energy like paper. How was that even possible? Is that bastard son really him? Next time, choose your people carefully. Train them properly. Got it? Yes, then bring me the resources I requested. As Sial Unwai lowered his hand, the coughing Manryang signaled the pharmacists below. They scurried off without hesitation, and before long, Sial Unwai had obtained every single resource he needed. For the first time in a long while, I meditated in my residence located at the outskirts of the main palace. The elixirs I obtained from the medicine hall weren't meant to raise my cultivation level. They were meant to restore my body to a functional state. I had forcefully drawn out my blood chi, and even used the blood demon vaulting heaven technique with it. I wouldn't deny it had been somewhat foolish. But once I finished my meditation, a rare sense of clarity and freshness came over me. As I stepped outside, I had no choice but to stop at the entrance. I wasn't quite sure what to say. That man walking toward mate had been so long since I'd last seen him that I couldn't even remember when it was. He smiled brightly and spoke. It's been a while, little brother. He was 5 years older than me, 22 this year. Third Snow Kirin Sialan he said, have you lost your damn mind? You mean me? No one in their right mind would dare spill blood in the medicine hall. You've gone insane. When the incident broke out earlier, some of the pharmacists had bolted outside. One of them must have reported it to this brother of mine. I smiled and replied, then I guess I'm insane. What, fourth brother, did you know something? Know what? When someone takes action, they ought to take responsibility for it. So, I walked forward in silence. Without hesitation, I stepped right up to Sial He. At that moment, the two martial artists standing at his sides drew their swords and blocked the space between us. I ignored NAVL letter 1D55AGHT them. When I kept walking forward, clearly unfazed, even their blades were forced to yield and retreat with me. Naturally, I ended up standing right in front of Sial He, and the two drawn swords crossed between us. That's the situation now. Honestly, you haven't changed a bit. Who the hell do those underlings think they are, drawing their swords in front of a descendant of the polar bloodline, and in the main palace no less? I calmly glanced back and forth between the two men standing beside him. I'll count to 3. If your swords aren't sheathed by then, you both die. They're my men. Are you seriously saying you'd kill them? I scoffed. You think I can't? You crazy bastard. And clearly, your comprehension skills haven't improved either. Are you even in your right mind? Even if I don't kill them, they'll die anyway. This is the main palace. If they had drawn their swords outside, no one would care what some bastard son had to deal with. But drawing a blade in the main palace, do you really think those loyal to the Snow Palace will just let that go? The fools in the medicine hall might be your poncer lackeys of your mother's sect, but they are not part of the core of the Snow Palace. And if someone's that blind to the situation, isn't it better for them to die than keep living? If they're your men, then take proper responsibility for them, unless you want to die with them. Sial Unhe's eyes began to tremble violently. That look of bewilderment I'd seen the same thing earlier in the hall master's face. I understood it all too well. Eventually, Sial Unhe spoke. Sheathe your swords. How dare you draw them before a member of the polar bloodline? We're sorry, once again, it was just the two of us. I looked at him quietly and said one thing, when will you finally grow up? You arrogant little bastard, how dare you? Fourth brother, you're not a child anymore. Well, shut your damn. Sial Unhe couldn't finish. I had grabbed him by the shoulder. His rage instantly turned into confusion. He hadn't seen it coming. He had reached the Samwa meditation hall, and I was just at Yang Radiance appears. Yet here I was, reaching out hand he hadn't even been able to react, let alone block it. Not just Sial Unhe. The men he brought with him were all visibly shaken. I spoke calmly. If you waste my time again with this kind of nonsense, I won't hold back next time. Before I even finished speaking, he slapped my hand away. He then tried to grab my shoulder in return. I slapped it aside. A sharp crack rang out as his hand was deflected, and his eyes flew open in disbelief. There's only one warning. I'll let it slide just this once because we share blood and because father wouldn't want to see kin slaughtering one another. Who are you? I am Dark Snow Kirin Sial Unwai. No, you're not Sial Unwai. No one could change this much. Maybe I just matured finally. Anyway, the meeting's about to begin. You should get going. You seem like you've got a lot to think about. Then I'll go on ahead. But I do hope you don't forget what I said. I turned around. Blood. Once, maybe twice, I could issue a warning because of that. As I walked away, Sial and he called out behind me, "You're mistaken about something." I turned my head slightly. What would that be? Same blood. Who gave you the right to say we share the same blood? Sial and he glared at me with cold eyes. You're a bastard, illegitimate, not a proper son, just some rootless mongrel. You must not understand something. What? Half the blood in my veins comes from the Snow Palace, and half the blood in yours does too. That means half of what flows in us is the same. How the hell can you say that makes us the same? The smile faded from my lips. Really, ever since my return, I'd had this feeling from time to time when talking to certain people. It was like dealing with children, just like now. Yes, I'm a bastard. Some call me illegitimate, but the proper term is bastard son. It's a broad term. I'm different from the legitimate sons and daughters, but how can you deny that the same blood runs through us? The everlasting Snow Palace was a martial sect, but it also functioned like a nation. It had a unique system, the three consort system. In the Snow Palace, there are no concubines. Everyone holds the rank of formal spouse, though their territories and authority vary. What matters is that they all hold legitimate status. At present, I am the only bastard son in the Snow Palace. All of my older brothers and sisters are legitimate children. There are people on the outside who criticize this system, but it's one of many institutions that reinforce the palace's unity, and no one dares question it, because it's worked this long. I continued speaking quietly. The only reason I'm called a bastard is because of background, right? What are you trying to say? I'm saying to judge people not by background, but as people. Quietly, I drew a dagger from my waist and lightly cut across my left wrist. A slicing sound followed, and blood began to trickle down. The sound of blood dripping to the floor broke the silence like water tapping stone, and with every drop, Sial Unhe's expression twisted more grotesquely. Is this blood any different from yours, brother? It is. Oh, is it? Does blue blood run through your veins then? Are you mocking me? I shook my head. What I'm saying is simple. This is Snow Palace blood. The rest of the blood in your body, brother, comes from the Hanbing sect. Mine comes from a slash and burn peasant bloodline. But don't you see, whatever the rest may be, the only reason either of us is called a descendant of the polar bloodline, the only reason we carry those titles before our nameses because of the blood from the Snow Palace. How much longer are you going to keep clinging to this nonsense about legitimate sons and bastards? And really, of all people, you fourth brother, don't have time to waste on that. You please grow up already. It's pathetic. I stared at Sial Unhe's frozen face. I was curious what kind of answer he'd give if any but none came. And tell your maternal clan to stop interfering. When I was young, I let things slide, but if they so much as meddle in my affairs again, there will be a price. One way or another. Do you understand? If you've got nothing more to say, I'll be going. Even as I finished, Sial Unha remained silent. Whether he chose not to speak or simply couldn't, I didn't care. I'd said all I needed to. I'd issued my warning. That was enough. Wasting any more time would be foolish. I turned and walked away. That bastard, was that really? Sial Unha. He was already out of sight, but the scene that had just unfolded replayed vividly in Sial Unhe's mind. He couldn't make sense of it. Weak was not the word to describe Sial Unha. To describe Sial Unha, you had to include curses, a disgrace to the palace, a dumbass, the kind of guy whose every thought was transparent, who'd stammer and run away the moment things got tense. A pathetic coward, always a disappointment. That was Sial Unha. But what he'd just seen was nothing like that. His tone, his actions, his gaze. Sial Unha instinctively looked down at his own hands. They were soaked in sweat. The man had completely changed. He wasn't the Sial Unha he used to know. It felt like he just stood face to face with a martial master who had spent decades in the Murim world. Young lord, are you all right? It was one of the two men who had drawn their swords on Sial Unha earlier. He was one of Sial Unhe's most trusted subordinates and served as his personal escort. His name was Yijiom. Sial Unha asked him, you said earlier, that bastard killed 2 people in the medicine hall. Yes, he killed a senior pharmacist and a mid-level one. The senior pharmacist, Jin Hansu, was someone Lord Jin Yongj of the Hanbing sect had openly said he'd recommend for vice hall master. Grandfather said that. Yes, Sial Unha let out a sigh. That was one thing. Even if that bastard dared show me that kind of attitude, do you think he could do the same in front of the older brothers? Yijiom paused for a moment, then answered swiftly. I don't believe he ever would. You sure about that? As you well know, my lord, Second Snow Kirin and Great Snow Kirin have already reached the realm of heaven and earth. Sial Unha didn't exactly feel inferior about that. Since the founding of the Snow Palace, no one had ever progressed that fast. Great Snow Kirin, Sial Horyong, was 27 this year. Second Snow Kirin, Sial Marion, was 26. Both had reached the first stage of the realm of heaven and earth, the realm of harmony. They had already done so 2 years ago. Not just in the Snow Palacine, all of Murim reaching the realm of harmony at that age was extremely rare. So Sial Unha had no reason to feel inferior. They weren't just exceptional geniuses, there were 2 of them. Even though the position of the future lord of the Snow Palace hadn't been decided yet, Sial and he had no desire to compete in that fight. Sial Unwai had asked him whether he really had time to be acting like this. That was the context behind the question. In the end, he had to pick a side. Who would become the next palace lord? The two geniuses were nearly equal in talent. The public believed the elder brother, Great Snow Kirin, held a slight edge, but the result wasn't guaranteed. Someone could die before then. So you're saying he acts like that in front of me because I'm an easy target, but he'd watch his mouth around the older brothers. That's not what I meant. Forget it, I'm curious myself. Has he been hiding his fangs all this time, or has he really gone mad? Unfortunately for Sial and he, his guess was wrong. Sial Unwai didn't treat Sial and he that way because he thought he was easy to push around. He disliked Sial and he because out of all the blood relatives, he was the most cunning, the most foolish, and the most unimpressive. Embarrassingly so. That's why Sial Unwai couldn't stand him. As I quickened my pace toward the main palace conference room, I came to a natural stop. Hey, little brother, I turned my head. There stood a woman with hair white and soft as snow. It's been a while. Yes, it has. Sister, have you been well? Been well? I'm too young to be hearing that kind of talk, don't you think? I just couldn't think of a better phrase. Truly, it's good to see you again. I Snow Spirit, Sial Yonwa, my sister. She's 26 this year. She tilted her head slightly. So they say you've changed. Guess it's true. Anyway, listen. I went Novelrecap to a post-Heavenly Alliance youth gathering recently, right? As usual, like always, she began to speak naturally while walking beside me. But some of those guys were seriously weird. Is that so? Especially the young master from the path of the Overlord sect was just ridiculous. You've heard of them, right? Those idiots claiming they inherited the legacy of the Hubei Peng clan that was wiped out during the Millennium Turmoil. I've heard of them. He kept trying to hit on me, believe it or not. Even if his brain's made of muscle, at least he knew what was pretty. I just smiled. All of Everlasting Snow Palace, the only one who ever treated me warmly was her. My sister glanced at me with a curious expression. Are you okay, little brother? Yes, I'm fine. I'm asking because you don't look fine. What kind of mindset shift did you go through to come out all mature like this? Isn't that a good thing? It is. But I'm worried because that bastard definitely won't like it. The bastard she was referring to was a man just ahead of us, entering the conference hall at a measured pace. Long hair, a solid, well-built frame. Sharp eyes, crisp clothes, whole demeanor radiated icy composure. That was Second Snow Kirin, Sial Murian. Sial Murian. Technically speaking, although my sister is the eldest daughter in the hierarchy, she's placed below Sial Murian. The order goes Great Snow Kirin, Second Snow Kirin, Ice Snow Spirit, Third Snow Kirin, Dark Snow Kirin. Sial Murian and my sister were born from the same mother. But because Sial Murian took his first breath just a few moments earlier, he's considered the older sibling and she's never quite gotten over that. Second brother glanced at the both of us once, then walked silently into the meeting room without a word. He's always been the quiet type, but he seems especially mute today. Second brother rarely speaks. He lives for cultivation. He has no interest in family affairs, doesn't care who bullies me, and generally couldn't be bothered. His only goal is the title of Palace Lord. I paused briefly and then turned my head. My sister, who had walked ahead, turned back as well. There stood a tall man, about 6.5 feet tall, with an imposing presence. It's been a while, both of you. Great Snow Kirin Sial Horyong, a powerhouse who reached the realm of harmony at 27. I bowed with a martial salute. It's been a while, first brother. It has, but hey, little brother. Yes. I heard you killed 2 pharmacists in the medicine hall. My sister's eyes widened. It was the first time she'd heard that, but she didn't interrupt. I raised my head and looked at my eldest brother. This man. He seemed warm on the surface, but I knew all of it was purely ceremonial. It had always been that way. That didn't mean he was two-faced or insincere. Just precise. Sial Horyong is like Sial Murian, men consumed by martial arts. Neither cared about family drama or who was tormenting whom. They were cold, detached from those things. Looking back, I realized something else about my brothers, excluding Sial and he, of course. Both were obsessed with martial arts, yes. But they also shared a kind of philosophy. To them, when facing hardship, what mattered wasn't whether you overcame it but whether you fought desperately to turn it around, whether you did everything in your power to change your fate. They judged a person's worth based on that alone. If you failed to overcome it, that was all you were. If you gave up without trying, then you weren't worth the air you breathed. In their eyes, such people weren't even worth paying attention to. It was a surprisingly simple worldview. But a solid one. I had come to understand it far too late. Looking at my smiling eldest brother, I answered in an unwavering voice. They disrupted the hierarchy. Would you have let them live, first brother? A crack appeared in that carefully constructed smile. First brother stared at me, clearly surprised, and spoke slowly. Me, of course not. I'd have killed them too. Of course, first brother, you probably don't care much for being disrespected, but I've trained them thoroughly. Something like this won't happen again. Oh, that almost sounded like there was a bit of a sting to that, huh? Just think of it as a little sibling griping. A smile spread across First Brother's lips, and I knew that wasn't one of his formal, forced smiles. That was genuine. Well, damn, the heavens must be flipping upside down. Are you really our little brother? You've gotten reliable. Also listen, I snuck up just now, hiding my presence on purpose to surprise you both. How the hell did you notice me before Yonwa did? Do I stink or something? No, it's not a smell. I sensed the change in the flow of air around us. You did, yes. No matter how stealthy someone is, if they can't control the energy that surrounds them, then it's just a pretense of stealth. It's not real stealth. Huh? Well, looks like I just learned something today. You're already a genius who reached the realm of heaven and earth, First Brother. I'm sure you'll understand it naturally, sooner or later. He blinked, as if not quite understanding what was happening, and my sister, standing beside me, did the same. What is this? Can a person really change this much? Youngest. You're still the same youngest I used to know, right? Yes, I am. No, seriously, I just can't wrap my head around it. Yonwa, this kid is really our youngest, right? I don't understand it either, brother. Right, it's not just me, is it? Damn, trailing off, my eldest brother scratched his head. It was obvious why he was acting like this. What I'd said earlier was stuck in his head. And how did I know that? A movement pretending to be covert, huh? He was mumbling that to himself. My sister and I silently watched him. Then a movement pretending to be covert. Youngest. Yes, then what is true stealth? Just as I opened my mouth to answer. Aha, I think I get it. Youngest, you were pointing out that I was only trying to hide, right? That mere sleight of hand techniques leave behind traces in the end. My sister's eyes widened, and I simply looked quietly at my eldest brother. Leaves a trace. Right, of course it leaves a trace. If you're making an effort to hide, how could you not leave traces? So true concealment would mean not trying to hide, just becoming a part of nature itself. That's real stealth. The sudden monologue stopped there. And it was right that it did. My eldest brother suddenly sat down cross-legged on the spot in silence. He had reached a moment of realization. In an instant, he seemed to slip into a trance, but then his brow furrowed all at once. He got up again. Click. Damn shame. What do you mean? I thought I'd grasped a clue that could push me into the unity of heaven and man, but I guess I'm still missing something. He brushed a hand down his face. Is this man even human? In my past life, I never knew that my brother possessed this kind of talent. All I did was drop a tiny hint about the nature of stealth. And now he turned that into a possible gateway to the realm of the martial god. I hadn't intended that, but since the outcome was good, I let it be. My eldest brother patted my shoulder lightly. There's always a reason why people change. Our youngest, you've had your own struggles, haven't you? Looks like you've overcome them. That's roughly right. Oh, so it's not the right answer. It's very close. Sial Horyong burst into laughter. Good, youngest. Yes, brother, I really like who you are now. You finally look like a real descendant of the Snow Palace. Until now, to be honest, I wasn't impressed. I know, that's why you never treated me like a person. Hey now, don't say it like that. You'll make your brother feel bad, but I hope this change isn't just temporary. I hope so too. You're interesting. Sial Horyong looked at me with an odd expression, then casually gestured. Let's go in. We can't keep the sovereign waiting. As he said that, Sial Horyong leaned in and whispered softly by my ear. Our youngest. When I step into the unity of heaven and man, I'll give you a really nice gift. So look forward to it. I turned my head to see Sial Horyong grinning. He looked genuinely pleased as he strode lightly toward the council hall. My sister and I, who had paused for a moment, followed after him. I've reached the manifestation of the infinite myself, but that man, he's a real monster, right? It seems so. My gaze remained fixed on Sial Horyong. Sial Horyong, one of the two prodigies born of the everlasting Snow Palace. But unfortunately, he would never become the palace sovereign. No, wouldn't even become the deputy sovereign. Exactly half a year from now, he will die. Did you do something to upset your brother? I looked at Sial Yonwa, who had asked in a quiet voice. It wasn't just Sial Horyong, Sial Yonwa. She wasn't quite on the level of the two prodigies, but she was still an extraordinary talent by martial world standards. She was 26 years old and had reached the manifestation of the infinite. And exactly 1 year from now, she too will die, near the Martial Alliance headquarters. The cause of death, assassination. The number of attackers, 5. 3 were captured at the time. 2 escaped. Those 2. Later, I captured them myself, tortured them for about 10 years. Then I fed them alive to a pack of wild dogs. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something to you too? I was just looking. Really strange. What's gotten into you? Want some pocket money or something? I'm fine. You should go in first. Sial Yonwa scratched her head and only stepped inside the council hall. I stood at the entrance for a moment. Across the room, already seated and waiting, was Sial Muryan, arms crossed. People of the Snow Palace say. Either Sial Horyong or Sial Muryan will lead the everlasting Snow Palace. Half a year after Sial Horyong's death, Sial Muryan becomes deputy sovereign. Then 6 months later, Sial Yonwa dies. And 6 months after that, Sial Muryan dies too. In the far future, the one who finally sits in the sovereign seat of the everlasting Snow Palace wasn't one of the polar bloodline. Over there in the very back, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a warm smile. Deputy Sovereign Yang Xiaojun. He will be the one to lead the everlasting snow palace. I looked at him, and just then he looked back at me. A soft, comforting smile spread across his lips. I smiled back. A flicker of something strange passed through his eyes. I ignored it. Why did my father die? He wasn't the strongest in the world, but he was close enough to challenge the title. How could a man like that just die of illness? Why did all the polar bloodline heirs die in incidents? That bastard. He's the one who will ruin the Snow Palace, a flea drawing out a grand scheme. Yang Xiaojun's current level is the second stage of the martial god realm, manifestation of the infinite. About 10 years from now, he'll reach Dao transformation and true authority. But that's as far as he'll go. No, won't even make it that far, because I'll kill him, just like I did back then. He was a tall man. His height was around 7 chiak more than a full head taller than the average adult male. A towering figure sat at the seat of honor. Though his face looked young enough to defy the mark of 80 years, the faint wrinkles etched between his brows told the story of a long, grueling life. His silver-white hair was tied neatly behind his head, accentuating a broad forehead, a sharp nose bridge, and firmly pressed lips. The flowing hem of his pure white robe shimmered faintly, as if releasing a subtle spiritual aura with every gust of wind. Around him there was always a faint mist of frost, and with each breath the temperature in the room subtly shifted. The one who ruled over 1,000 years of snow and ice. Master of the everlasting snow mountains, sovereign of the everlasting snow palace. Here in this palace, he is called the Ice Heaven Supreme, the sovereign of the snow palace Ice Heaven Supreme Xiao Yongchen. His level was the 4th stage of the martial god realm, vast emptiness beyond form. Undoubtedly, he was only a half step away from reaching sovereign of primordial oneness, the peak realm reserved for true martial gods. Nothing else could explain his current state. A man who stood just short of the greatest in the world, ranked 4th in the martial hierarchy. That man was my father. Sit. At the weight of his voice, all descendants of the polar bloodline, including the deputy sovereign tucked in the corner, took their seats. A fundamental question lingered in the air. Why had this meeting been called? Though it might appear to be a family gathering, attended only by direct blood relatives, it wasn't nearly so casual. This was serious. Before any major affairs of the palace were decided, there were matters that had to be addressed solely within the bloodline. That was the reason for this meeting. My father turned his gaze toward the deputy sovereign. Receiving the unspoken signal, the deputy sovereign gave a nod and stood from his seat. He began to speak. Some of you may already know, but since others do not, I will begin with a brief explanation. The deputy sovereign paused, then pulled out a small pouch from inside his robes. He reached inside and pulled out an ice crystal more than twice the size of the pouch itself, a situation that made no logical sense unless you were here. That pouch was a storage sack, a treasure designed to hold items dozens of times its own size through embedded formations. It wasn't something common, of course, but it wasn't completely unattainable either. The deputy sovereign placed the ice crystal on the table. Instead of radiating a pure white glow, it gave off a dark, bluish-black hue. Exactly 10 days ago, martial artists from the Snow Celestial Guard discovered this while patrolling the northwestern ice wall. Since then, the ice along that section has started to discolor. And now, trailing off, the deputy sovereign reached into the storage sack again and pulled out another crystal. Its shape was the same as the previous one, but its color was different. Compared to the dark blue one, this one was pitch black. Seeing it, I nearly let out a scoff. I managed to keep a straight face and simply looked toward the deputy sovereign. It felt like I was watching someone perform tricks for a child. This crystal was collected from the perimeter this morning. The change took just 10 days, and the bigger issue lies elsewhere. This corrupted crystal is polluting the snow chi of the everlasting snow palace. 3 disciples collapsed during training and their meridians froze. It'll take them at least half a month of treatment just to recover. If this corruption spreads further, it will become a true disaster. So that's why we'd been gathered. This wasn't just important, it was critical. The odds that such a phenomenon occurred naturally were close to zero. Someone was attacking the everlasting snow palace, or at the very least testing the waters. Great Snow Kirin Sial Horyong asked, was this the work of the Central Blood Sect? To that my father answered, it's uncertain. I remained quiet, just listening. But in my mind, a memory from the past flashed before my eyes. The Central Blood Sect, undeniably the greatest sect in the martial world. Within the sect were 5 major subsects, and the one I recalled was Serpent Valley. Its mistress, the Poison Empress, once said to me, Elder, I heard you're planning to start a war with the Everlasting Snow Palace. You're incredible. When you crushed the Martial Alliance last time, I almost lost my mind. Are you going to make me lose it again? You're going alone? Why, that's disappointing. I don't think you'll fail, but if our elder is going on an expedition, how could I just let you leave empty-handed? I want to offer you a little something. Will you accept it? It's nothing big. This is called snow-infused frost poison. We developed it after years of infiltration and research inside the Snow Palace. I think it'll come in handy. Once you clear out all the weaklings, won't we have more time to play together at night? There was one thing I needed to make absolutely clear. I never accepted that poison. Snow-infused frost poison was developed under the leadership of Heavenly Serpent Yin, the poison fiend of Serpent Valley. Its mechanism unfolds in 3 phases: early stage, middle stage, and final stage. In the early stage, nearby ice begins to turn a bluish-black hue. The surrounding snow kithe natural spiritual energy of coldies contaminated and begins to decay. In the middle stage, the ice turns completely black. The snow chi reverses its flow and becomes corrosive. This causes practitioners' meridians to freeze and their internal energy to backflow, triggering chi deviation. Most ordinary martial artists are dealt with by the middle stage, and then comes the final stage. This is the critical phase. The moment a martial artist taps into the water attribute natural chi snow from a contaminated area, anyone in the 4 realms of heaven and earth dies instantly. The damage goes beyond meridian corrosion. The entire network collapses, and the dantian is torn apart. That's how powerful this poison isit can even affect a master in the first stage of the martial god realm, the unity of heaven and man. Judging by the sample the deputy sovereign was holding now, it resembled the middle stage in form, but its effectiveness was still below the early stage. Most likely, this was the research prototype, which meant this was the beginning. I held no personal grudge against the poison fiend or the poison empress, but in this life I intended to protect the Snow Palace, and anyone trying to destroy a tie would rip to pieces without mercy. My eldest brother spoke up to our father. I'll investigate this. I'll find out who's behind it and eliminate them. As if waiting for that moment, the second brother immediately followed. If it's the northwest region, that's near the IC domain. I know that area better. I'll take the investigation. The fourth brother, who had been lurking silently in the corner, seemed about to speak but closed his mouth again. The third sister hadn't shown any intention of joining the discussion to begin with. They still saw this as just a power struggle for the position of deputy sovereign. But unfortunately for them, this was far beyond that. This would escalate into something that endangered the very survival of the everlasting Snow Palace. And if it hadn't been for me, that poison would have spread unchecked and caused a catastrophe. It had to be uprooted now. Strangely enough, that was when my father looked at me. Is this your first time attending a meeting like this? Yes, I believe it is. Do you have an opinion? Everyone turned to look at me. Meeting their eyes, I let out a quiet scoff. To be blunt, while this issue certainly threatened the very existence of the Snow Palace, it wasn't a priority for me right now. The battle for the deputy sovereign position, the internal political games, none of it mattered. What I needed was to speak with my father. That was the only reason I'd come here. In a quiet voice I spoke. Serpent Valley. My father's eyes narrowed slightly. The deputy sovereign furrowed his brow. Serpent Valley? Yes, the poison was developed under the direction of Heavenly Serpent Yin. Everyone except my father blinked. The name Heavenly Serpent Yin wasn't commonly known. Most people referred to her simply as the Poison Fiend. That was both her title and her name. My father asked, "Do you have proof?" I don't. He blinked, genuinely taken aback by how firm I was. The deputy sovereign used that opening to interject. So you're accusing Serpent Valley without any evidence or basis. Lord Hyun Sealan, you seem unaware of the weight this meeting carries. It's called snow-infused frost poison. The deputy sovereign's face twisted in frustration, but I didn't care. I ignored him and continued. My time here was too valuable to waste. Heavenly Serpent Yin wouldn't have come herself. She likely sent her subordinate or poisoned disciples. Hyun Sealan, yes, sovereign. What is snow-infused frost poison? Explain it in detail. I answered without pause. It's a poison brewed from the venom of a 1,000-year viper. Its toxicity is amplified using cold ice 100-mile grass, which holds a deeply yin-aligned energy. Then the eternal glaciers of the snow mountains are melted down to stabilize the poisonous chi. Once stabilized, it merges into the surrounding snow chi, and any martial artist who absorbs that chi suffers meridian collapse. Silence fell across the room. I continued, unflinching. The fact that ordinary martial artists' meridians are freezing right now only proves that the poison is still in early development. But if we don't act now, the Snow Palace will be wiped out. It was my father who completed the sentence. Of everyone present, he had the greatest strength and the deepest knowledge. He immediately grasped the scope of destruction this poison could unleash, and he wasn't wrong. Perfecting snow-infused frost poison would take time and a tremendous amount of research. We had to eliminate it now and prepare countermeasures. Develop a formation or medicinal compound that could purify poisons that directly alter and corrupt snow chi. The hall remained deathly silent. You seem to know a great deal, as if you'd seen it yourself. No one questioned whether such a poison could exist. No one accused me of making it up, because my explanation had been too precise, too coherent. I don't usually like praising myself, but someone like my father would know I was telling the truth. Because snow-infused frost poison was absolutely possible to create both in theory and in practice. I saw it in a dream. Everyone except my father grimaced at that. No one here was a fool. I saw it in a dream was just a polite way of saying I'm not going to tell you more. You seem to have more to say. Let's hear it. Will you end the meeting early if I do? My father smiled faintly. If your answer is satisfactory, I promise the meeting will end immediately. Very well, then I'll continue. They're likely conducting their research somewhere within these snow mountains. So the question is, where are they hiding? That location must meet 3 specific conditions. 3 conditions. Yes. First, a place that's in contact with underground water veins but still allows deep permeation of cold energy. Second, a location close to an area with dense snow chi, yet remains outside the usual surveillance grid. Third, a place warm enough to sustain the body temperature of a 1,000-year viper. I paused and looked toward my fourth brother, the one who liked to wander aimlessly all over the snowy peaks. Do you have any place in mind? You're asking me? I said nothing, and I wasn't the only one. Everyone's eyes turned to the fourth brother, who swallowed repeatedly, then shook his head, saying he didn't know. He spent all his time wandering these mountains and couldn't even capitalize on this golden opportunity. That's not my problem anymore. Looks like we'll need our eldest brother to answer that instead. Most of those present probably had some ideas already. I didn't know where it was. I hadn't lived in the snow mountains that long. Not even a third of my lifetime had been spent here, so it'd be weirder if I did know. My eldest brother took a moment to think, then spoke with clarity. If those are the conditions, then the underground cave of Chingan Valley or the old weapons vault beneath Cold Spirit Peak would fit. Just as he finished, the second brother, who'd been silent, added without inflection. There's also the ice fissure in Frozen White Gorge. I turned my head and met his gaze. Cold eyes stared directly at me. I returned the look. A glint sparked in his. Of the 3, the fissure in Frozen White Gorge fits your conditions best. Even has abundant drinking water. There's no better place. Letter 1D40D, letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D42D for long-term hiding. Then I suggest we split the martial forces and strike all 3 locations. Stealth is essential, and speed. Wait, little brother, it was my sister. She looked at me with trembling eyes as she asked, how do you know all this? You're not just familiar with the internal workings of Serpent Valley, you even seem to know their entire plan, don't you? I told you. I saw it in a dream. Little brother, do I look like an idiot to you? Even if you don't want to talk, I saw it in a dream is way too lazy of an excuse. Even if this was just speculation, no one could know that much without a basis. The atmosphere in the council hall turned frigid. Everyone's gaze was pinned on me, but I didn't flinch. I simply looked at my father. He, unlike the others, would be judging me not by the source of my information but by my bearing. Do I need to say more? My father, who had been quietly watching, gave a small smile. Good, great Snow Kirin. Yes, Sovereign. You'll be assigned 50 Cold Spirit Guards from the White Spirit Guard, along with 3 of the 12 Cold Spirits. Go to Chingan Valley. At your command, Second Snow Kirin. Yes, you'll also be assigned 50 Cold Spirit Guards and 3 of the 12 Cold Spirits. Go to Frozen White Gorge. And I, Snow Spirit, 3rd Snow Kirin. At that, my sister and 4th brother rose from their seats at once. You 2 will be assigned 6 of the 12 Cold Spirits. Go to Cold Spirit Peak. At your command, the Everlasting Snow Palace has several armed forces. Among them, the Snow Spirit Guard is one, but the White Spirit Guard is in an entirely different class. They are the palace's elite. Their structure is simple: 1 commander, 12 cold spirits, and all others beneath them are cold spirit guards. The commander must be a master at the martial god realm. The current commander is a man named Hyun Sim, and his cultivation has reached the 2nd stage of the martial god realm manifestation of the infinite. Beneath him, each of the 12 cold spirits must be at least in the late stages of the 4 realms of heaven and earth, and they each lead their own independent units. Among them, 1st Spirit and 2nd Spirit are masters of the unity of heaven and man, while the remaining 10 are splitsix in the realm of harmony, 4 in heaven and earth initial realm. Below them, the cold spirit guards are composed entirely of martial artists at Samwa meditation hall level or higher. Their total number never exceeds 150. They are without question the elite. Everyone, you are dismissed. With that single line, the council began to stir. Some seemed to think they should raise objections. Shouldn't we at least discuss before launching coordinated attacks? But this was the everlasting Snow Palace, and its master was none other than my father, Ice Heaven Supreme, Seol Yungchen. His gaze was locked on me and mine on him. I didn't look away, had no intention of doing so. Those watching began to file out quietly, because they could sense it too. There was a conversation that needed to happen between my father and me, and it would be serious. Seol Yungchen, he was no fool. In fact, if he were, there's no way he could have reached that level. He'd sensed it from the very beginning, that Seol Unwai had no interest in things like meetings. It was a curious thing. Even though the topic of that meeting was as grave as the possible annihilation of the everlasting Snow Palace, his attitude treated it like something trivial. Anyone would think that kind of reaction went beyond strange and into madness, but Seol Yungchen wasn't like that. If anything, he found it intriguing. You looked like you had something to say. Go ahead then. Let's see what matters to you that much. I'll be direct. Good, I prefer that. I'm going to take Yangyong. Yes, again, it was strange. Was that really all he came to say? But that thought changed with what Xiao Anwai said next. Wasn't that the reason you sent me to the snow compression branch in the first place? Not exactly. Is that so? I thought it was the same in the sense of proving myself. You're saying, you intend to prove your worth that way. I'm a bastard son, aren't I? For someone like me to be recognized, it's only natural that I have to build achievements. And you've been giving me constant opportunities to do so. There was something about Xiao Anwai's words that gave Xiao Yunchen a strange feeling. It wasn't just a back and forth of arguments. There seemed to be something else layered within those words. He read it immediately. How much do you know? I know most of it, that you've been giving me chances, that you assigned someone to either protect me or watch me, that you kept throwing trials my way. The everlasting snow palace wasn't full of fools. There's no way they didn't know that the snow compression branch leader had been hollowed out and turned into a puppet by the people beneath him. There's only one explanation. They knew and allowed it, and they had good reason. You wanted me to prove myself, so now I will. You really have changed. I had to. And if I manage to take Yangyong, I'll have exceeded your expectations, so I'd like to ask for something if I may. You want something. There are two things. But if I achieve that much, I believe you'll give me the first without needing to ask. And the second, I need a core from a 10,000-year flame carp. As the name suggests, it's a carp that has lived 10,000 years. It's treated as a spiritual beast. Any creature that lives over 1,000 years naturally forms a core, and that core releases energy that no elixir can ever compare to. And what would a martial artist even do with something so rare? What do you think a martial artist would do with it? Xiao Anwai raised both arms slightly. This body's too damn weak. I need to consume something like a flame carp's core just to break through and start over. What else can I do? It was strange, truly strange. You sound like someone else entirely. Someone else, huh? Palace Lord, I had a very long dream recently. The same dream you spoke of before, yes. In that dream, I ruled the world. And yet I regretted one single moment from the past. Obsessively, regret is it. It held me down my entire life. I couldn't see opportunities for what they were. I locked myself away in a prison I built with my own hands, lived a meaningless life, ignored what mattered, ran away. I never want to live like that again. I imagine you must have had regrets of your own too, Palace Lord. You think I have? You did father a bastard, didn't you? That I did. Even after giving him countless chances, hearing report after report about how that fool didn't even recognize them as chances, I imagine you regretted it, didn't you? Surprisingly, Xiao Yunchen didn't even take time to think. He spoke with unwavering certainty. No. I see, I thought you might say that. Xiao Yunchen rose from his seat. Do you think I'm a cold man? You are the lord of the everlasting snow palace. It only makes sense that your martial arts and your heart are cold. Even so, if I'm cold as a palace lord, then how do I seem to you as a father? The title of palace lord, it's ultimately just a role, a matter of governance. Xiao Anwai quietly listened to his words. Xiao Yunchen descended from the platform with heavy, deliberate steps and stopped right in front of him. So you're saying, I have the least value. Xiao Yunchen let out a short chuckle, unexpected. It was the first time Xiao Anwai had ever seen his father laugh like that. I won't deny that your value is low. Coldly speaking, you're not someone anyone in the palace pays attention to, nor do you show much promise. He paused briefly, looking down at his son. You asked me before whether I had regrets. Yes, I'll answer you now. I did. Your mother, was a woman who loved not the palace lord, but the man named Xiao Yunchen, and I loved her. I could have given her everything. You were the gift she left behind. Regrets, of course. If I had brought her here to the palace, I might have noticed she had sealed her own meridians. She used martial training as an excuse, but she was suppressing her own flow of energy. I was too blind. I missed my chance, and I lost her. When you asked if I had regrets, what you really meant was, do I regret bringing you into this world? Isn't that right? Yes, then I'll speak plainly. I don't regret it at all. Even if you were a bastard, even if you'd been born without eyes, without arms, even without a dantian, I still would have smiled the moment you came into this world. I wanted you to realize it on your own, to understand my position. I never said these things to you because I truly believed that one day you would. I won't deny that either. I wanted too much. Not one thing, not two, three, then more. And the more I wanted, the more isolated you must have felt. Even so, I waited. Do I seem cold to you? You seem a little harsh, huh? You're welcome to resent me. Call me heartless if you like. I'll accept it without complaint. I've done enough to deserve that. He wasn't wrong. But there was one thing that had to be made clear. Xiao Yunchen cared about Xiao Anwai. And what was it that Xiao Anwai had come to realize too late? This, his father's heart. How could someone as weak as Xiao Anwai have run away from within the territory of the everlasting snow palace? How could he have entered a secret realm alone? That secret realm. It was Inspector Xiang who had told him about it. But was he really the only one who knew? Of course not. It was Xiao Yunchen who knew, and Xiao Yunchen who let it happen. It was in that place that Xiao Anwai cultivated strength and stepped back into the world. Afterward, he shook up the martial realm and became a powerhouse. and throughout that entire path, Xiao Yunshan silently supported him, until the day he died. That part was real. After Xiao Yunshan's death, the everlasting snow palace began to rot, and Xiao Enwai couldn't just stand by and watch it happen. At first, he tried to persuade them, then again, and again, a third time. But when words no longer worked, by the fourth time stopped speaking. He was no dutiful son, but he didn't want to be an unfilial one either. He wanted to honor what his father stood for. If the everlasting snow palace chose to walk that kind of path, then it deserved to collapse. So Xiao Enwai started a war alone, and in the end, the palace fell. At the hands of the bastard son, Xiao Enwai. That was the truth, and not for a single moment does Xiao Enwai regret what he did. Because he firmly believed that if it had been Xiao Yunshan, he would have made the exact same choice. With unwavering eyes, Xiao Enwai said, "I won't point fingers. I won't resent you. I've never been good with words. I don't know if I get that from you or from my mother who's passed, but I do know how to speak from the heart." Xiao Enwai took a step back and clasped his hands in a martial salute. "Your boundless grace, Palace Lord. I realized it far too late. I intend to repay it, but if you wish to cast me out, I'll leave without a shred of regret." Xiao Yunshan reached out and gently wrapped both of Xiao Enwai's arms with a single hand. That's how large Xiao Yunshan's hands were. No exaggeration, inhumanly large. "Even if you become a blood seal, I would never cast you out." Xiao Enwai let out an awkward smile. "So, you knew I was informed. More than that, you already killed the ice snow sword mark, didn't you? There's no way Inspector Xiang could have kept quiet after that. I understand. Never forget. You are my son, I know that. Pal, no, father," for the first time. It was the first time he'd ever said those words, with Xiao Yunshan standing right in front of him. Father, so close and yet so distant, the most difficult person in the world to face. "That's good hearing you call me father like that. If we ever meet privately again, I'll say it every time." Xiao Yunshan burst into laughter, a deep, satisfied laugh, and while laughing like that, a sudden question came to him. "Just now, you said there were two things you wanted. One was the flame carp's core. So what's the other?" There was only one answer: the complete Snow Codex. A martial manual containing the full history and legacy of the everlasting Snow Palace, passed down only to the direct bloodline of the Palace Lord. You could call it only on scripture, as the name says, a complete codex. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunshan responded without hesitation. "If that's what you want, I could show it to you right now." Xiao Enwai shook his head. "That's not what I want. I intend to prove I'm worthy. Only if I prove myself will there be no resistance to me learning from the Snow Codex. And if there is resistance, then that resistance itself will justify what comes next." "You mean, you're ready to draw blood? No matter which path you choose to walk from here, Father, I'm certain it won't be the same path I take." "Different?" My father once told me that being Palace Lord meant being a steward, that it meant watching over the relationships of those beneath you. I did say that, I don't deny it, but I believe your priorities were wrong. Wrong. Before worrying about those relationships, we should be worrying about the ones causing the problems. If they were truly loyal subordinates, they would have resolved those issues before the Palace Lord even had to worry about them. And if they couldn't, then someone has to clean it up for them. By spilling blood, when it comes to leading and managing an organization, the most important thing is power. Power is the method, and power is the means. The Thunder Vein Demon Sect, the Central Blood Sect, the Martial Alliance, the Thousand Justice League, the Sichuan Alliance, all of them are ruled by strength. "So that's the path you walk?" "Yes." Xiao Yunshan smiled gently. "Then shall we wager which of our paths is the better one?" "A wager. You may stake whatever you like." "And what will you wager, father?" Xiao Yunshan released the hand he was holding and declared boldly, "Everything." Xiao Enwai watched him with a faint smile curling at his lips. "Then I'll do the same. I'll wager everything. Whether one walks the path of blood, the tyrant's road, or the path of righteousness. The roads might differ, but perhaps they could meet at the end." These two men were completely confident in the paths they had chosen, enough to bet everything they had. This was not just a conversation between father and son, it was a conversation between men. "Then prepare the complete Snow Codex and the Flame Carp's core. You sound confident. I wouldn't be moving forward otherwise." Is that all you need?" There wasn't anything else, but something just came to mind. But the answer that came next made his heart sink without warning. "I want no involvement from the palace." "What? I don't want your strength or the halo of your name behind me. You're saying you'll take Yangyong with just the snow compression branch?" "Yes, I may use Inspector Xiang for a few logistical tasks, but I don't intend to use him for any combat." "Son, yes, father. You do understand that the line between confidence and arrogance is razor thin, don't you?" "I understand it very well. Right now, your level is just Yang Radiance appears. Yangyong has more than 5 martial artists at Samwa Meditation Hall, and 1 at 5 Chi joins the Origin. Even if you've already killed 1 at Samwa, there are still 4 left. I've heard the reports. I can't wrap my head around it. Have you heard that saying?" "What saying?" "When a snake tries to swallow an elephant, its belly bursts and it dies. So you've heard it, yes I have, but father you're mistaken. I am, yes, the snow compression branch isn't the snake, and Yangyong isn't the elephant. The snow compression branch is a white tiger, Yangyong is a fox. A tiger and a fox, is it? Why would a tiger ever fear a mere fox? So you have a plan then, I have many, though whichever one I choose, there may be criticism from various quarters. So it's not exactly clean. Are you worried? I am, don't be, I'll succeed. I don't care if you fail, I'm worried about you. That stopped Xiao Anwai cold. He'd been moved too many times. Todgit was starting to become alarming. It was then that Xiao Yunshin asked, do you know why I haven't asked about your secret? No, I don't. Because I have no reason to. Whether you walk the path of the demonic or the path of blood, you are my son. I didn't ask, because I believe you'll make the right choice. Xiao Anwai smiled faintly. Still, aren't you at least a little curious? What are you referring to? The blood demon vaulting heaven technique. At those words, the corner of Xiao Yunshin's mouth twitched. So you know about that too. Didn't Inspector Xiang report it to you? He said you used an unidentifiable martial art to kill the ice snow sword mark. He said it clearly wasn't orthodox, but it didn't carry any demonic energy either. So I thought maybe something bordering on demonic techniques. But the blood demon vaulting heaven technique, that's not something I ever expected to hear. For once, Xiao Anwai was speechless. Inspector Xiang had filed a report, but he had clearly withheld much. It meant he cared more for Xiao Anwai than for official protocol, far more than Anwai had realized. Just as Xiao Anwai had been surprised, so too was Xiao Yunshin. He'd known Inspector Xiang favored Xiao Anwibat to conceal the truth in an official report. That was a step beyond loyalty. There's no way Inspector Xiang didn't recognize the technique. No way he didn't know it came from the Central Blood Sect. He had been trained thoroughly. A quiet question began to rise in Xiao Yunshin's mind. How do you know that technique? He wanted to ask but chose not to. Before he could say anything, Xiao Anwai spoke up. Please don't punish him, I won't. You already have someone of your own, I see. A soft smile touched Xiao Yunshin's lips. It was warm, far too warm for a man like him. Soon, Xiao Anwai smiled just as gently in return. The martial world is a place where you must constantly prove yourself, even if this place is dismissed as outside the true martial realm. It's still part of it all the same. He wasn't wrong. This was the martial world, and it was no place for words alone. Xiao Anwai took one step back and once again offered a martial salute. Please rest well. I'll return with good results. Xiao Yunshin stared at him in silence, but unlike before, he did not reach out to grasp his hand. This was a declaration not from son to father, but from one man to another, a man standing to prove himself. And then Xiao Anwai glanced toward the edge of the council hall. There a go board sat quietly, a board crafted from 10,000-year ice jade. Among the countless jade stones imbued with the energy of the snowy mountains over centuries, only the purest pieces had been selected for this one. The surface bore an intricate carving of snowy peaks, and the grid lines were drawn in pure gold. A glimmer lit up in Anwai's eyes. This wasn't just any go board. The Frost Sky board, isn't it? You recognize it. Yes. It's the board used by the first palace lord of the everlasting snow palace. Its value can't even be estimated. Xiao Yunshin found it both surprising and strangely satisfying to see his son show interest in the game. Would you care for a round? He hesitated for a moment. Today didn't feel like the right day, but this wasn't just anything. It was Go, a game that contained all the emotions in the world: rage, sorrow, delight. After a brief pause, Xiao Anwai nodded. Yes. I'd like to sit across from you today, father, and share hearts through Go. Share hearts, you say? Xiao Yunshin smiled faintly. Very well, he meant it. With a wave of his hand, the Frost Sky board, which had been resting in the corner, gently floated through the air and landed between the two men. Sit. As Xiao Anwai took his seat, Xiao Yunshin handed him the black stones. Go ahead, you may start. Anwai gazed down Naviglight at the board. He had always loved Go and was known for his skill, but never once had he played on the Frost Sky board. He only remembered one image from his childhood, his father staring deeply into this very board, lost in thought. What had he been thinking? What picture had he been drawing in his mind as he looked at those arranged stones? Anwai had never known. He still didn't. But perhaps once the stones began to fall, he would. Anwai placed the first black stone in the center of the board. Xiao Yunshin's eyes trembled. You're starting from the center. All things in this world begin at the center. At those words, Xiao Yunshin smiled. Very well, continue. The game began. Anwai's black stones flowed across the board with an ease that made them feel alive, as if the movement itself contained the principles of heaven and earth. Make no mistake, this wasn't a casual match. Xiao Yunshin's demeanor shifted. He grew serious. His white stones began to reach for the corners, but Anwai had already fortified them. You're leaving no empty space. Empty spaces are always a source of danger. Xiao Yunshin lifted his gaze at that. In his son's eyes, he saw something different. You're trying to control the entire board. It's not control. I'm simply filling the places where the enemy could settle before they do. Only the quiet sound of stones hitting would remain for a while. Xiao Yunchen sank deeper and deeper into thought. His son's game was like that of an ancient master. No gaps, no openings, not even trickery could pierce it. He read and ruled the whole board. It was astonishing. He looked up. Anwai sat opposite him, expression solemn. Father, speak. If your heart wavers, your hand will place the stone in the wrong spot. Xiao Yunchen's hand froze in midair. Didn't they say go was a way to share hearts? Through this game, Anwai had come to a realization. His father's hand was uncertain. It wasn't that Anwai's skill had exceeded expectations. Nothai's was something only visible to someone whose mind had already touched another's. A distraction, something pulling at Xiao Yunchen's heart. He saw it. A single misstep and go can't be undone. That's why every move must be made with care. But excessive caution becomes poison, just like in life. And what exactly do you mean by life? Anwai set another black stone down and said, I believe you're overthinking every move. Sometimes the simplest answer is the wisest. Xiao Yunchen's eyes wavered as though his innermost thoughts had been exposed, and they had. Why in his past life had Xiao Yunchen been so helpless? Why had the great snow Kirin died 6 months later, followed by the ice snow spirit, and then half a year after that, the little palace lord? In just a year and a half, 3 heirs of the polar bloodline perished. And in all that time, what had Xiao Yunchen done? There were only 2 possibilities. There are 2 reasons why a man might remain blind. The first is obsession, when someone becomes so utterly consumed by something that they fail to notice they're being devoured from the inside out. Such was the case if one could be so focused that they failed to realize Yang Xiaojun was quietly swallowing the snow palace whole. And the second, blackmail. If there had been something so grave it could paralyze a man like Xiao Yunchen, both as a man and as the sovereign of the everlasting snow palace, then everything from the past life could finally make sense. It wasn't that Anwai had been foolish. He hadn't avoided investigation. Quite the opposite, it pursued it thoroughly. But the deeper he dug, the more baffling Xiao Yunchen's actions became. Even with destroyed Record 7, with the few whispered truths Yang Xiaojun had shared in his past life, there remained unresolved questions. Now, as he played Go, Xiao Anwai felt it clearly. It wasn't coercion. No, it was the first case. Xiao Yunchen was utterly consumed by something. Father. Speak. If you chase illusions, you may lose what is real. Silence followed. Xiao Yunchen stared at the scattered white stones before him. They seemed adrift, just like his thoughts, lacking any true center. The sages said that the game of Go mirrors life. Sometimes you must sacrifice a house to preserve the whole. A deeper stillness crossed Xiao Yunchen's face. He hadn't expected such profound insight from this stone, especially not from the illegitimate one he had least hoped for. You know this better than anyone. Life, like Go, may appear calm on the surface but can erupt into storms without warning. Yet even a mistake can become a blessing in disguise, and a single move can reshape the entire board. Anwai placed a black stone on the board, just like this stone. That move flipped the tide of the match entirely. Victory or loss no longer mattered. Xiao Yunchen understood what that stone meant. He felt the sincerity behind his son's words. And the Rizalvito correct what had been overlooked. Neither of them moved for a long while. Anwai did not reach for another stone, nor did Xiao Yunchen. There was no need, it was over. A difference of 5.5 points, not a large gap, but its meaning was weighty. This was Xiao Yunchen, the man renowned as the finest Go player on Mount Xiao. Shall we continue? No, not anymore. He was the finest Go player on Mount Xiao. I've lost, he said. No, you haven't. Xiao Yunchen tilted his head slightly at that. Today I did not face my father at his fullest, Anwai said. Today we merely shared a piece of our hearts. A faint smile touched Xiao Yunchen's lips. How composed this boy had become. And then, how could I possibly deny a loss? Their eyes met, suspended in the space between them. Today this father concedes. It was a clean defeat, not one I feel the need to argue. Yes, Xiao Yunchen. He was a man who could accept loss. Anwai slowly rose from his seat. When I return next time, I hope to read your heart more deeply, and I in turn will try to read yours. Anwai smiled faintly. You already have. He had shown it all without hiding. His feelings for his father. His loyalty to the Snow Palace. Every last bit of it, without a trace of deceit. Xiao Yunchen watched as Anwai walked away toward Xialap. It was a far distance, but for a man like Xiao Yunchen, it felt close. Anwai never looked back. He simply walked forward until he vanished from sight. Even so, Xiao Yunchen stood in place for a long time, staring into the distance. The change in his youngest son defied all logic. It wasn't just a shift in personality. Everything had changed, especially how he played Go. Every stone, every move carried the weight of something extraordinary. To most, it would seem like the skill of a veteran martial artist hardened by decades of experience in the Murim, but not to Xiao Yunchen. He saw it clearly. Anwai's skill was not that of a seasoned master, it was that of someone who had once stood beside the heavens themselves. It was astonishing. He had grown complacent, it was true. 10 years had passed since he failed to break through from the vast emptiness beyond form into sovereign of primordial oneness. He had chased every path he could find, and in doing so he had neglected the affairs of the Snow Palace. That thing he'd been chasing, believed it to be the perfect answer for reaching the next realm. But there was no excuse. Unwhy had opened his eyes, told him not to waste any more time, told him to wake up. His son's transformation went beyond extraordinary. And still he never asked why, because it didn't matter. Even if Unwhy used demonic techniques, even if he devoured someone alive, Xiao Yunchen would understand. No would accept him, because he was his son, not in a fragile, sentimental way. Xiao Unwhy was Xiao Yunchen's son. Even if the whole world pointed fingers at him, would be the one to stand beside him. He had to be. That's what it means to be a father. There was never a time when he didn't give his heart to Unwhy. He always had. He simply never expressed it plainly. That was the only difference. Had he done otherwise, it would have shattered the very foundation of the Snow Palace. Sovereign Xiao Yunchen, Father Xiao Yunchen. Between these two identities, he had always sought the best way forward. As a martial artist, as a father, 18 years ago, Xiao Yunchen, then at the realm of Tao-conforming insight, was preparing to ascend to the vast emptiness beyond form. He had always lived within the Snow Palace. He sought change, a different environment, new experiences that might lead to deeper insight. He didn't plan to stay long, a couple of months at most, but everything changed when he arrived at a small village of slash and burn farmers. What began as a detour became something more. Little by little, Xiao Yunchen began to open Yupis a man, the woman named Eryong. She was, without question, the one he loved most among all the women he had ever known, and so she became pregnant. At that moment he revealed everything: his identity, his status. He should have brought her to the everlasting Snow Palace then, no, perhaps even before that. Returning to his quarters, Xiao Yunchen picked up a stack of documents on his desk. At the top, one report read, Record of the Broad Bloodline Constitution. First recorded instance, Eryong. Manifestation level, maximum. Symptoms, severe deficiency, extreme frailty. Outcome, death after childbirth. Note, first recorded broad bloodline bearer among non-martial artists. Second record, Beek Chenu. Manifestation period, 300 years before Eryong's death. Manifestation level, maximum. Affiliation, Heavenly Sea Gate. Symptoms and outcome, extreme frailty until age 14. Cultivated the violent sea heart technique. Reached Yang Radiance, appears at 20. Reached Samwa Meditation Hall at 21. Died at 22 due to bloodline explosion. Note, first verified case of broad bloodline potential. Third record, Sword Emperor and Ovelight Jin Muhan. Manifestation period, 120 years before Eryong's death. Manifestation level, medium. Affiliation, unaffiliated. Symptoms and outcome, congenital weakness, delayed development. Ranked as high as 22nd in the Murim hierarchy. Found murdered near Mount Chinsan. This was not just research, it was a confession, an effort to avoid repeating a mistake, a chronicle born of guilt, broad bloodline constitution. That was the true name of the fatal condition Eryong had suffered. Xiao Yunchen had truly wanted to save her, but there are some things even an inner power that shakes the world cannot overcome, such as the laws of nature. If too much energy was transferred, the fetus would die. If too little, Eryong would. No matter the strength of the energy, one of them would die. And from the moment one intervened, the outcome was sealed. If Eryong died, the fetus would follow. If the fetus died, the backlash would claim her as well. Nature would not be defied. He'd said he should have brought Eryong to the Snow Palace sooner. But the bitter truth, Waisfin, if he had, she wouldn't have survived. That's what it meant to bear the broad bloodline constitution. Back then, Eryong had smiled and said one thing: save the child. She asked him, smiling, to watch over their baby, to take care of him. And Xiao Yunchen had promised he would. The man who didn't cry even at his own father's death had cried for the first time that day. He agonized over it, whether or not to give this record to Unwhy. Unwhy's broad bloodline capacity was approximately 6 times that of an average person. Eryong, recorded at the maximum level, had about 9 times the average. Jin Muhan, the Sword Emperor, measured at 3 times. Even the records made it clear, for a martial artist, the broad bloodline constitution, though considered a terminal one, was practically a blessing. The internal bloodline pathways were abnormally wide, allowing for significantly higher energy flow. A martial artist with this constitution could circulate energy at a volume far beyond the ordinary. In childhood, symptoms would be severe, debilitating frailty. But once martial cultivation began, those symptoms would disappear entirely. He had hoped. Hoped that Unwhy would grow upright, hoped he would realize it on his own. Holding the middle path is always the hardest, but he never gave up. The world is brutal. There were already far too many seeking to strike him down just for being born of the everlasting Snow Palace's bloodline. He had to awaken. No one could teach him. If someone tried, Unwhy would become a flower raised in a greenhouse and die a meaningless, premature death. The Murim is not a world of romantic ideals. It is cruel, soaked in blood, bound by grudges that lead only to killing and more killing, a hell for the living. Xiao Yunchen set the document down. A soft smile played across his lips as he looked out the window. Had anyone else seen that smile, they would have been stunned. Xiao Yunchen was not a man known for changing expression. Even those who returned victorious with great achievements had never once seen him smile. He hadn't smiled when the great Snow Kirin and the second Snow Kirin reached the realm of harmony. Thank the heavens, it was not the smile of a martial artist. It was the smile of a father. Slowly it faded. Vice Lord. At his call, the Vice Palace Lord answered immediately from outside. Yes, Palace Lord. Was it truly the work of Serpent Valley? Yes, it was confirmed. Prisoners. None. All committed suicide. There was much to be done. He intended to formally confront Serpent Valley, but that could wait. No one knew when snow-infused frost poison would be perfected. It might already exist in secret. Even if not now, it would come eventually. They had to prepare for it. He needed to develop a new grand defensive arton that could preserve not only the cold snow spirit guard, but also the very energy of the everlasting snow mountains. That came first. Only after fortifying their defenses could they think of wiping out Serpent Valley, or even reigniting war with the Central Blood Sect. Those knots could be untied then. He'd already given Unwhy a few gifts, but it still wasn't enough. Xiao Yunchen spoke after a brief pause. We need the core of a 10,000-year flame carp. A 10,000-year flame carp, you say? The highest grade possible if it can be found. I'll send word and see if anyone has one in their possession. I leave it to you. Yes, Palace Lord. Outside, the Vice Palace Lord Yang Xiaojun answered in a perfectly cold voice. It had been 2 shichen roughly 4 hours since I entered the council hall, spoke with father about the snow-infused frost poison, played a game of Go, and left. A long time, depending on how you looked at it, but not something to regret. There would be more time. I would return to the main palace again. I reached into my robes and pulled out a small pouch, a storage pouch, and not just any pouch atop grade 1. Inside this small pouch was space large enough to hold an entire house. To say I didn't care about winning or losing that game of Go would be a lie, but there had been something more important than victory. Reading father's heart, that had been my true purpose, and in that I succeeded. He didn't deny his loss and instead gave me a gift, thy's very pouch. A gift from father. Refusing it would have been disrespectful. I returned it to my robes and walked on alone, just as I had come, stepping beyond the main palace and reaching the entrance to Hyongseol Mountain. One of the 5 mountains surrounding the palace crossing, it would take me through 3 cities and 4 peaks before reaching Sialep. I was just about to pick up my pace. When I let out a sigh and came to a halt, 3 men stood before me. A dry laugh escaped my lips. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you got lost. Still throwing around stupid jokes, are you? You arrogant little shit. Of course, one of the oh-so-precious bloodline heirs of the polar bloodline. The 3rd Snow Kirin Sial Unhe. The air around us was thick with hostility. The kind of tension that screamed, if you don't see where letter 1D40D, letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D42D, this is going. You deserve to die. And then. Where's the pack mule? Pack mule ahu must mean Jingwoon. If you're referring to a man about 6'5", packed with muscle, then yes. Well, aren't you strange little bastard? I don't know how you know my servant's name, but why the hell would I bring a pack mule to something this important? I suppose our definitions of important differ, but no matter. I don't know if you've noticed, but I have quite a lot on my plate. So what? So I'd prefer not to waste time. Let's get to the point. Straight to it, huh? Fine. Let's do that. Igium Usham. Yes, young lord. Go beat the shit out of him, like the old days. The 2 men flanking Sial and he grinned wide. At your command. You read the situation, the mood, and the men, Igium and Usham. Their realm, 5 Dragon Peak Star, 3rd realm of the 4 realms of refined chi. Sial Unhe was in Samwa Meditation Hall, so someone like him wouldn't bring guards stronger than himself. He wasn't that kind of person. I raised my head. Igium lunged first. His fist came straight for my face. I twisted slightly, letting the punch glance past me. His fist ripped through empty air. Ever since I used my blood energy not long ago, I'd realized something crucial. I'm the weak one now, but there are ways for the weak to fight. And Ian like most curry insight and experience that go far beyond what any weakling should. If I blended the two, I could fight with ruthless efficiency. Without hesitation, I reached for my cold ice dagger. It flashed as it pierced through Igium's arm. AAGH. His right arm froze instantly, shards of bone and skin turning brittle in the blink of an eye. But even before I could fully withdraw, Usham came barreling at me from behind. It was fine. The moment Igium anchored himself into that spot, I had already calculated every potential outcome. Minimal movement. I stepped back once. Ushum's sword missed my face by inches. I immediately drew my snow-white sword and swung. There was no wasted motion. The arc of my blade traced across both of Ushum's arms. Slice. Both limbs dropped to the ground with a wet, final sound. A. I adjusted my grip on the sword and turned. Igium, with one dagger still buried in his arm, had pulled a sword with the other. A final attempt. Unfortunately for him, it missed again. I reached with my free hand and yanked the cold ice dagger free. Crack. The sound of frozen bones and torn muscle filled the air. Before Igium could even scream, I slashed the dagger straight across his face. Thwack. The blade pierced straight through Igium's left cheek and jutted out through the right. And in that brief instant, I saw him Sial Unhi charging at me from across the clearing, drawing his sword. You bastard. Shoving Igium aside, he launched himself forward, but I moved first. Faster than Sial Unhi. Faster than he could have predicted. That was all I needed. I caught Sial Unhi's sword with my left hand. Blood spilled, but I didn't care. My right hand, already gripping the snow-white sword, slashed downward like lightning. Crack, a sickening crunch. His left arm shattered. Agh, his scream rang out. I'm only showing restraint because of our father. I said it calmly, twisting his right arm until I felt the bone give way. Crunch. Another fracture. This sort of thing is rare. My foot split the air. Sial Unhi's right thigh broke like dry wood. Tried to remember each step clearly. I stomped down on his left thigh. Crunch, crack. Bone ground into splinters. Every movement flowed like water. The flawless efficiency of experience refined in a past life. Looking down at Sial Unhi, I spoke quietly. I have no desire to kill my siblings. Quite the opposite, I want to save them. But if you keep forcing my hand like this, I'll have no choice. As much as father loved me, he must have loved this foolish man as well. In my past life, I drove nails into them over and over. If I did the same again after being given a second chance, I'd only loathe myself. Remember this. No matter what happens, I will never kill my blood. I reached out and grabbed Sial Unhi's head. I'll keep you breathing, but I'll make sure you can do nothing else. I've realized, brother, that you're particularly bad at understanding words, so I'll give you more chances than most. If something like this happens again, I'll start by crippling your right arm. What? I'll tear it out or rip your blood vessels apart, doesn't matter how. I'll make it so you can't even lift a spoon, and you do well to remember the sequence. Oh, you wouldn't. Oh, I would. You get 5 chances. Why 5? Because on the 5th, I'll shatter your dantian. Even you aren't stupid enough to let it go that far. He swallowed hard. When that day comes, father will understand as well, so let's make sure it doesn't. I stood up. Igium was still on the ground. He had a dumb, blank expression on his face like he couldn't figure out how to pull the cold ice dagger from his face. Sadly, that question didn't matter, and it didn't need answering. I stabbed him through the chest. Thunk. The sword punched clean through his solar plexus and exited out his back. KHK. You pointed your sword at me, twice. GHHK, there won't be a third time. I pulled the sword free, and then I swung. SHHLK. Igium's head soared into the air. I turned. Ushum sat paralyzed in terror, staring at his severed arms like they were foreign objects. He'd figured it out at least, better than Igium had. I walked toward him without a word. He crawled backward, but what good would that do with no hands? I stopped a few feet from him. Got something to say? Spare me. Please, I beg you. You're asking something I simply can't do. What? Drawing your sword against a bloodline heir of the polar bloodline is no different than begging for death. Even I can't look the other way forever. I didn't mean. You've already lost both arms. You'll live the rest of your life that way. Wouldn't it be better to just start over? Start over. I don't know if reincarnation exists, but you might as well find out firsthand. The snow-white sword swung once more. Thunk. Ushum's head hit the ground. I wiped the blade clean and turned. Brother. KH Huck, did you think I was joking when I told you to be more selective about who you surround yourself with? Why you? I walked toward him. Yes, it's your choice who follows you, but even if they're comfortable, if they're beneath you in cultivation, and you can't protect yourself, then shouldn't you at least bring guards at the 5 principles of form or heaven and earth realm? You dare lecture me, I call it advice, but clearly it's wasted on you. I stopped in front of him. I was about to say goodbye, but he exploded first. You goddamn piece of shit. Hanbing sect won't stand for this. You bastard, you lunatic, you trash excuse for a human being. As I've said before, I crouched down slowly. No matter what happens, your mother's clan must not interfere. I gently placed my hand on his shoulder. He tried to scream but stopped. Because the killing intent I released wasn't something a flower raised in a greenhouse could possibly endure. I spoke in a soft, almost kind voice. What I swore to protect is the everlasting snow palace, not some second-rate sect like the Hanbing sect, especially not them. I met Sial Unhi's terrified gaze and continued. but if you start pulling strings behind my back, if your precious maternal clan starts pressuring me or meddling in my affairs. I clenched down on his shoulder. Do you truly not understand what will happen next? He had said everything he needed to say. There was nothing left to discuss, and wasting more time would have been foolish. I sincerely hope you make a wise choice. With that, Sial Unwai slammed his fist into Sial Unhee's jaw. Crack, a brutal impact. Sial Unhee's body collapsed in a heap. He was completely unconscious. Sial Unwai rose from his seat and spoke in a quiet voice. You can come out now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a man dropped from the sky. He had fallen at tremendous speed, but when he landed, it was silent as if a feather had touched down. Upon reaching the 5 realms of the martial god, one could begin to manipulate the energy of heaven and earth. That Techniqueth's kind of silent descent was one of its telltale signs. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even sense the movements of a master at that level, let alone perceive their presence. They existed, and yet they didn't. That was the realm of the martial gods. The man's appearance was utterly unremarkable. His hair length, average. His build, average. His arms and legs, perfectly average. Even the pressure he gave off and the look in his eyes unremarkable. And yet it was this perfect normalcy that made him feel strange. He didn't look like a martial artist. He looked like a killer. This was Hyun Sim, supreme commander of the White Phantoms. His realm was manifestation of the infinite, the second stage of the 5 realms of the martial god. At the very least, he was someone who could hold his own against Yang Xiaojun, Vice Lord of the Everlasting Snow Palace. Indeed, this is when the phrase a warrior among warriors applies. Hyun Sim looked down at Sial Unhee's broken, bloodied limbs, then turned his eyes to Sial Unwai. Even his gaze was indifferent. That was excessive, he said. Sial Unwai stared silently at him for a moment before asking, where was it? What do you mean? I asked where Serpent Valley had coiled itself. It was at the frozen White Gorge. Of course, were they exterminated? Hyun Sim answered immediately. They all committed suicide. You let them do that, or did they catch you off guard? That's a very strange question. There's nothing strange about it. It's exactly what I asked. Did you let them, or did they catch you off guard? I was caught off guard. Sial Unwai looked at him silently, so it was carelessness. All 12 of the cold commanders and their subordinates were deployed. You overestimated them. A flicker passed through Hyun Sim's eyes. He wasn't a fool. In my past life, he had sharp instincts and a mind like a blade. Perhaps he sensed the implication in my words. He responded with a slight edge to his tone. Are you doubting the White Phantoms? I sheathed the sword I had drawn earlier and asked, you were watching from the sky, weren't you? I was. You kept eyes on the frozen White Gorge, Cold Spirit Peak, and Chingan Valley, didn't you? Areas you could observe all at once. I won't say it was a poor choice, but in this case you were wrong. You still haven't answered my question. Do you doubt the White Phantoms? Is there a reason I shouldn't? You're good at asking questions when the answer is obvious. Why would you say that? Serpent Valley is no ordinary sect. As a branch of the Central Blood sect, their abilities are without question, but the way they slipped so seamlessly into territory under Everlasting Snow Palace's control, don't you think that's odd? No one noticed them, not a single person. Can you honestly say that makes sense? The White Phantoms are meant to protect the Everlasting Snow Palace, but the palace's enemies aren't only outside, some are within. Both of Hyun Sim's eyes lit up. You're speaking as if you know something. Am I mistaken? I don't know. Perhaps I do know something the Supreme Commander doesn't. But if you can't even sense it, wouldn't that be negligence? You're criticizing me. Yes, I am. Hyun Sim responded bluntly, almost as if throwing the words back. Shouldn't you be more suspicious of the White Snow Phantom Corps than the White Phantoms? I do suspect them. But in this particular incident, Serpent Valley's infiltration, the White Phantoms are at fault. The patrol region of the White Phantoms includes the frozen White Gorge, doesn't it? Or am I wrong? Hyun Sim let out a long sigh. You're right, this was our failure. He was a man who could admit his mistakes. And in this exchange, he seemed to realize the unsettling feeling he'd overlooked. He blinked slowly, like a man seeing something for the first time. You're strange, what do you mean? You're not afraid? A smile tugged at my lips. A memory surfaced. From a time long past, he had been drenched in blood when he first saw me. The moment he laid eyes on me, he prostrated himself completely, forehead to ground. I pay my respects to the dark snow Kirin. I asked why he called me that I had long since left the Everlasting Snow Palace. There's no blood left for me to serve but yours, he replied. Looking at his ruined body, I could see the downfall of the palace reflected in his wounds. The arm that had once embodied the dignity of the White Phantoms had been snapped without mercy. His dantian had already been destroyed. The Everlasting Snow Palace is no longer what it once was. His voice trembled with hopeless despair. Yang Xiaojun's depravity has corrupted not just the palace but even the mountains of Xialsan. Everyone is dead. Cough, he spat up blood. The White Phantoms have been disbanded, all its members replaced with Yang Xiaojun's puppets. Not a single one of the original warriors survived. the last loyal warrior of the Sialsan Mountainsant's proud guardian of the everlasting snow, Palais bowed his head before me. Please, avenge us. Even while vomiting blood, he never lifted his head. I, Hyun Sim, am a disgrace. I failed to protect Lord Sial and the everlasting snow palace, but please, this one wish. His final words drowned in blood, but it didn't matter. I had placed my hand on his shoulder, gently. I was planning to destroy it anyway. At my answer, the loyal guardian of Sialsan lifted his head and shed tears, and then he died. Even in his final moments, his tears were filled with unwavering loyalty to the everlasting snow palace. He had risked everything for something noble. But in the end, he lost it all. Even when there was nowhere left to run, he still believed I could strike back. He hadn't looked away, not even at the moment of death. All the way to the end, vengeance was the only thing on his mind. That's the kind of man Hyun Sim is. I lifted my head and looked at the man standing before me in the present. He'd asked me why I wasn't afraid. He's a master in the 5 realms of the martial god. I'm merely at the 4 realms of refined chi. Ordinarily, when a martial artist comes face to face with someone that far above them, fear is an instinctual reaction. Even heirs to the polar bloodline whose political weight rivals that of Crown Prince can't help but flinch. The sheer pressure of the gap in strength makes the body recoil on its own. But that only applies to normal people. I'm not one of them. Do you think I should be afraid? I did hear you'd changed, he replied, but I didn't expect this much. Also, when you drew your dagger earlier, I noticed traces of the phantom soul-piercing art. Care to explain? I'll say it again. The flash phantom piercing art I use is a refinement of an assassination technique from the Phantom Soul sect, a killer organization once aligned with the Central Blood sect. I never intended to hide that fact. Still, he lived up to his reputation as a master of the martial god realm, so I answered, do I have to explain it? You don't. I'd just like to finish the conversation we were having earlier. Yes, Hyun Sim is a loyal man. If he learns that the enemy of the everlasting snow palace is seated as vice lord, he'll likely act without hesitation. But that's not my approach. Besides, there's a more important question. Why did my father die? The official record says it was illness. But my father had reached the 4th stage of the martial god realm, vast emptiness beyond form. He was a top-tier powerhouse, capable of contending for the title of the strongest in the world. And he died of a sickness. It made no sense. In my past life, I had looked into it. The story was muddled, but the conclusion was this. Just as he was reaching the realm of sovereign of primordial oneness, his inner demons surfaced. He suffered a chi deviation, and though he spent a year recovering, he never regained his strength. Eventually, he passed quietly, which is why the official cause of death was recorded as illness. That part I can deal with. But the bigger question is how Yang Xiaojun managed to seize control of the palace. Even if the everlasting snow palace had weakened, it was far too vast a force for one man to devour. He had help, from outside and from within. The internal side is less urgent. In my past life, I came to know exactly who aided Yang Xiaojun from within the palace, and who turned a blind eye as he rose to power. I have all their names. They're not worth moving against just yet. When the time is right, I'll bring them all down in one blow. If I act now, it'll weaken the palace too much. But again, the important part is the outside, and I can say this for certain. It wasn't the Central Blood sect, nor any of its branches. More likely, it was one of those sanctimonious bastards sitting on their fat asses up in the sky. But even that isn't confirmed yet. I looked at Hyun Sim and said, I want the everlasting snow palace to endure. As do I, he replied. Then from here on, I ask that you not question anything, and simply grant me 2 requests. Do you really think this is the right way? I do. Very well, let's hear it. Since he agreed to hear me out, I'll speak. First, tighten your control over the White Phantoms. I'm certain someone within your ranks has been recruited from the outside, or worse, infiltrated in entirely. Start from the lowest ranks and comb through everything. Root them out. If this was simply an oversight, if they missed something unintentionally while patrolling thin at worst, it warrants a disciplinary measure. But if there's a spy, that's a whole different matter. So Hyun Sim asked the obvious question, there's a spy in the White Phantoms. Are you certain? Yes. Do you have any evidence? None. I was told you also had no evidence when you warned about Serpent Valley's infiltration. Is this the same kind of hunch? Yes. Very well. What's your second request? Who is currently assisting my father, the Vice Lord? Just him? Usually, yes. Then I'd like you to assist him as well. That's a strange thing to say. I smiled. There's nothing strange about it. 2 guards are better than 1. And frankly, if the Vice Lord ever decides to betray Yuzenli, you would be strong enough to stop him. You're saying you suspect the Vice Lord? Not necessarily. I continued, locking eyes with him. Desire is something no one can control. The more unattainable something is, the more people yearn for it. And when they do, they usually turn to forbidden paths to make it real. Hyun Sim's gaze darkened. This isn't about trusting or not trusting the Vice Lord, I said. If only one person is assigned to assist my father, then their judgment can become clouded. Their perspective narrows. Bias creeps in. That's why I believe it's better to put a counterbalance in place. That is my second request. Then why don't you doubt me? I smiled and took a step forward. I stood face to face with Hyun Sim. Then slowly, I reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, just like I did that day. Like in that moment burned into memory. Looking straight into his eyes, I spoke slowly. Because you're a man who knows what loyalty is. Respect is something beyond the grasp of reason. It belongs to the realm of the heart. And you, Supreme Commander, respect my father. Loyalty and respect. Those are noble values. If you already possess something that rare, what more could I ask of you? Hyun Sim glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and let out a small laugh. It seemed he didn't dislike hearing that. I quietly lowered my hand. Oh Hin, since you're here, could you take him with you? Understood. We'd already spent too much time here. It was time to return to Snow Compression Branch. There was still much to be done. I'll be going now. I had just turned to leave when Hyun Sim's voice came from behind me. Dark Snow Kirin. I turned my head, and then Hyun Sim said something I hadn't even considered. Have you ever thought about joining the White Phantoms? The White Phantoms were composed only of martial artists at Samwa Meditation Hall or above. It wasn't a place one could simply join, but as a blood descendant of the everlasting Snow Palace, I was an exception. With the Supreme Commander's approval, a descendant could join not as a grunt, but as a unit leader under the 12 Cold Commanders. Without a moment's hesitation, I answered, no. Then would you at least consider becoming my disciple? I smiled faintly. I'll accept the sentiment. His eyes widened slightly, as if he hadn't expected me to reject even that, but I didn't mind. It's cold today, I said, and my father's likely waiting to hear the outcome. You should be on your way as well. Very well, take care. You too, Supreme Commander. This isn't about trusting or not trusting the Vice Lord, I said. If only one person is assigned to assist my father, then their judgment can become clouded. Their perspective narrows. Bias creeps in. That's why I believe it's better to put a counterbalance in place. That is my second request. Then why don't you doubt me? I smiled and took a step forward. I stood face to face with Hyun Sim. Then slowly, I reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, just like I did that day. Like in that moment burned into memory. Looking straight into his eyes, I spoke slowly. Because you're a man who knows what loyalty is. Respect is something beyond the grasp of reason. It belongs to the realm of the heart. And you, Supreme Commander, respect my father. Loyalty and respect. Those are noble values. If you already possess something that rare, what more could I ask of you? Hyun Sim glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and let out a small laugh. It seemed he didn't dislike hearing that. I quietly lowered my hand. Oh Hin, since you're here, could you take him with you? Understood. We'd already spent too much time here. It was time to return to Snow Compression Branch. There was still much to be done. I'll be going now. I had just turned to leave when Hyun Sim's voice came from behind me. Dark Snow Kirin. I turned my head, and then Hyun Sim said something I hadn't even considered. Have you ever thought about joining the White Phantoms? The White Phantoms were composed only of martial artists at Samwa Meditation Hall or above. It wasn't a place one could simply join, but as a blood descendant of the everlasting Snow Palace, I was an exception. With the Supreme Commander's approval, a descendant could join not as a grunt, but as a unit leader under the 12 Cold Commanders. Without a moment's hesitation, I answered, no. Then would you at least consider becoming my disciple? I smiled faintly. I'll accept the sentiment. His eyes widened slightly, as if he hadn't expected me to reject even that, but I didn't mind. It's cold today, I said, and my father's likely waiting to hear the outcome. You should be on your way as well. Very well, take care. You too, Supreme Commander. As I've briefly mentioned before, the Open Gate sect ranks its members by the number of knots on the belts they wear. The highest rank is 9 knots. The sect leader is a 9-knot elder. Right beneath them, the 8-knot elders. Those are the direct disciples of the sect leader and destined to lead the sect in the future. But the ones to be most cautious of are the 7-knot elders. They are the very pillars holding up the Open Gate sect. Next in importance are the 6-knot elders. Like any sect, only those with exceptional talent and proven skill can rise high. 6-knot elders are considered highly likely to become 7-knot elders one day, and none can earn 6 knots without at least having entered the early stages of the realm of harmony. A 6-knot elder, so that's why you're freaking out. Young master, we're talking about a 6-knot elder here. I don't know your exact limits, but it's not a good idea to pick a fight with the Open Gate sect right now. I laughed. You're misunderstanding something. I am. If that 6-knot elder dies, the Open Gate sect still wouldn't dare declare war. Why not? That makes no sense. Why not? The sect's already up to its neck cleaning up its own mess. Starting another front would be idiotic. And as far as I know, even if their next leader is reckless, the current sect leader is not that stupid. Even so, wouldn't it be better to just avoid this? Commander Seong didn't know the life I'd lived, didn't know what I was capable of, but that was fine. Stick around me long enough and he'd find out naturally. A smile crept onto my lips. I quietly lowered his arm from my shoulder. That thing we talked about earlier, did you bring it? Just in case, yes. Before heading to the main palace, I had asked Commander Seong to take care of a few things. One of them handed over now. A dossier. Inside were details on the key factions operating in Yongyong County, who their leaders were, their secondary leaders, what martial arts they practiced, their personalities, even information on the current magistrate of Yongyong County. I had already told my father I don't want the everlasting snow palace involved. Whatever happens in Yongyong, it starts with me and it ends with me. Just curious, why did you want that information? Because I need to make a plan. Your plan? Commander Seong asked. What's the most important thing in the martial world? I replied. There's a lot, he said. Many things are important. I shook my head. There's only one thing that matters in the martial world: gratitude and grudges. To live as a martial artist means to live by the debts you owe and the grudges you bear. You must never forget a kindness and never forget a grudge. If someone wrongs you, you repay them in kind. If you don't, it's no different than announcing to the world that you're unworthy of being a martial artist. Young master. Right now in my head, I can think of 5 ways to wipe out every major family in Yongyong, 4 ways to swallow the entire region whole while minimizing damage, and 12 ways to erase the city from the face of the earth completely. Commander Seong swallowed hard, just skimming through this file. I've got a good sense of where to start. And what exactly are you going to do? I smiled faintly. First, I'm going to meet with the open gate sex beggars. I turned to leave, but Commander Seong grabbed my arm. Young master, like I've said before, Commander Seong is without a doubt someone I owe. If he were to stab me in the back or drive a dagger into my spine, I'd still forgive him. He would have his reasons. If he asked me for an arm, I'd give it to him. That's who he is to me. It's no exaggeration. Without him, I likely wouldn't have made it this Farsaventine, alive and breathing. He's been a pillar in my life, which is why I didn't feel annoyed right now. The worry in his voice, the slight tremble in his arm, I felt it all. And maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't get another chance to feel something like this. I'm fine, I said gently. Hearing the softness in my voice, Commander Seong slowly lowered his arm. Then he asked, young master, why don't you seem to know fear? I didn't answer. I just looked at him and he could see I had much to say. I do believe you when you say you've come back from another time, he began. But even if that's true, you are not the same person you were before. You were defeated by a martial artist at Samwa Meditation Hall. The man waiting inside right knows at the realm of harmony, possibly even further. Even I would have to risk mutual destruction to fight him. That man does not belong in a place like Snow Compression Branch. He was telling me that there's no shame in fear, that there are many ways to overcome it, and that retreating, just for today, could be one of them. Commander Seong. Yes, young master, do I really look like someone without fear? Yes, that's unfortunate, I said, because in my world, fear is very real. Whether you face it or flee from it, that's a personal choice, and I respect both, but I'm the master of my own world. And as the master of that world, I only have one way of dealing with fear. I raised my head and met his eyes. You said retreat is an option. You're right, I'm human too. I retreat, I back down, but not today. There's a difference between walking for the sake of living and walking forward despite fear. Humanity gave that act a name. We call it will. I am a martial artist, and for every moment that I live as one, I will walk forward with that will. Even if I face a master of the martial god realm or someone at the peak of the realm of harmony, none of them can stop my steps. That's how I confront fear. I smiled. Well then, let's not keep them waiting. Guest or not, it's rude to keep someone waiting, especially if they've come unannounced. In the end, Commander Seong couldn't stop me. I began walking ahead and stepped into the Snow Compression Branch's inner courtyard. There were 2 men inside. One of them I didn't recognize, but the other I knew all too well. I looked at the man's face, then at the 6 knots tied around his waist. A subtle smile curled on my lips. The sight of that smile made the 6-knot elder Chen Sugeng furrow his brow. A strange reaction. That was no ordinary smile. To Chen Sugeng, it looked wrong. Why did it resemble the smile of someone seeing an old acquaintance? Why did it feel like the smile of someone looking at a man he'd already killed once? I didn't expect you to come without notice, I said. With that, I walked past the 2 men and sat down beneath the eaves just like I had done once before. Ah, forgive me. I've come a long way, and I'd rather not keep standing. I trust you'll understand. Then I turned and looked at Chen Sugeng. Silence, there was no other way to put it. Chen Sugeng found himself speechless for the first time in ages. So this is the kind of man he had become. That bastard, that so-called illegitimate heir, had he truly changed this much? Xiao Enwai, whether he knew it or not, was now a name spoken throughout the martial world. When people referred to the mad dog of the everlasting snow palace, it was Xiao Enwai who came to mind, always, and now that very man stood before him. A pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Enwai, branch lord of snow compression. Ho ho ho, Likewise, I'm Chinsugang of the Open Gate sect, currently serving as Vice Branch Lord of Jinganxiang. Again, that faint smile played at the edge of Xiao Unwise lips, the same smile from moments earlier. What the hell is he smiling for? To be honest, I didn't expect this. Didn't expect what? That someone like you, the infamous iron-handed ghost, would show up in person. Had I known, I would have prepared a banquet in your honor. What a shame, HMPH, you little punk. You've been smirking this whole time. What's so damn funny? Xiao Unwise gazed shifted the man standing beside Chinsugang, the branch leader of the Yangyong division of Open Gate, Onesome. But Xiao Unwai clearly didn't recognize the man. He barely spared him a glance before returning his gaze to Chinsugang. That alone said everything. Senior, you have something to say? Go ahead, then I'll speak frankly. Has Open Gate fallen this far? Chinsugang blinked. What in the world was this boy talking about now? Your hierarchy is in complete disarray. Since when do subordinates interrupt their superiors mid-speech? Onesome bristled at that, but before he could speak, Chinsugang laid a calm hand on his shoulder firmly. So firm, in fact, that Onesome hadn't even noticed when it had been raised. That was the kind of movement only someone at the realm of the enlightened could pull off. Onesome gulped hard and clenched his jaw to stop himself from speaking. But then, it seems you want a proper, meaningful conversation, Xiao Unwai continued. Then please remove that thing. He referred to Onesome like he was an object, like he wasn't even human. Onesome began trembling with fury, but again, Chinsugang's hand pressed down, warning him. Stay quiet. Ho Chinsugang chuckled. That man may look rough, but he's still the branch leader of Yangyong. I don't care. Branch leader or not, that man has already proven his worth, or rather, the lack thereof. Proven. He speaks without authority, unaware of his place. He doesn't even understand who holds command here or who has the right to speak. At that level, he's already exposed. Don't you think so, Senior? I'm listening. Is this really Open Gate? Even for a sect of beggars, how can the person in charge of a regional branch be this stupid? Xiao Unwai's eyes were flat-utterly devoid of feeling, and Chinsugang, staring into that abyss, reacted in a way that startled not just Onesome but the other branch members, and even Commander Xiang. Ha 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 ha. The branch hall of snow compression echoed with thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. It didn't stop. Chinsugang laughed like he'd gone mad, and Xiao Unwai simply stared in silence. Commander Xiang had once said, he's not the kind of man who should show up in Xialap. Xiao Unwai had never agreed with that statement until now. Now that he was seeing it in person, he understood. It wasn't just that Chinsugang had reached the realm of the enlightened or even the mythic realm. It was more than that. The man known as Chinsugang, bearer of the nickname Iron-Handed Ghost, would one day be called the Beggar Overlord. Not even the sect master of Open Gate yet, he was destined to become the King of Beggars. A title like that wasn't handed out lightly. It was earned, and clearly he'd already done just that. Xiao Unwai thought to himself, fate can be such a cruel joke. Even just looking at his history made the man seem tragic. He always did what he believed was right, and in doing so he killed. A lot, especially demonic cultivators. Serpent Valley, the venomous offshoot of the Central Blood sect, had suffered massive losses at his hands. Even the Thunder Demon cult took a hit, and though not as deeply as the Central Blood sect, the 4 outer demon clans, known for their devotion to dark paths, were nearly wiped out by him. Some of them came close to total extinction. In the end, he vanished, taken without a trace. His Danshin destroyed, tortured to death. Why was he captured? A fundamental question. He had reached the peak of the blossoming petal fist, a force among forces. How could someone like him be kidnapped? The answer was simple. The sect master of Open Gate sold him out. Yes, that was the truth. In the Open Gate sect, Chinsugang wasn't just important, was central. So what happens when the head of the hunting dog grows too big? You put it down. That's what happened to Chinsugang. And he didn't die easily. They tortured him, over and over again. And yet even Thenhai's will didn't break. By chance, Xiao Unwai visited during that time. Chinsugang had passed on several pieces of crucial information. Then he made one final request. Kill me. So he did. Back then, Xiao Unwai never imagined he'd see Chinsugang again. Never in this life. And certainly not here in Xialap. Everyone watched as Chinsugang roared with laughter. At some point, it stopped abruptly. Good, I think I understand what kind of man you are now. And what kind is that exactly? Rumors are just thatch rumors. But you strike me as a true man. They say even a bear will dance if praised, but unfortunately, I've never had much talent for dancing. That's quite all right. Don't worry about it. I'll enjoy your dance another time if the chance comes. It sounded like casual banter, friendly even. But peel back the surface and it was anything but. Chinsugang had just cast his bait. A true man. Then, as a man, how do you intend to take responsibility for what you've done? He'd lifted him up with flatteringly to now measure his worth through judgment. That was Chinsugang's style. Xiao Unwai responded with a faint smile. Why should I be the one to take responsibility? Then who should? Still wearing that smile, Xiao Unwai stepped forward. I have a question for you, Senior. In front of the branch lord of snow compression, an Open Gate thug with only one knot tried to chase me off just because his branch leader wasn't present. He acted as if he outranked me. He even used the open gate sex name to threaten me. And so you shattered his limbs, even if he was disrespectful. How was that disrespectful? You're saying it wasn't. I'm saying it wasn't disrespect, it was betrayal. The word struck like lightning. Chinsugeng's eyes widened. The others around them stared in stunned silence. Betrayal. And is that how a beggar who eats martial arts is supposed to behave? Ah, so that's why you called it betrayal. Open gates beggars have the right to receive martial arts only because they've earned that right. If they don't have it, they shouldn't be taking martial arts in the first place. That one not punk threw away his qualifications. To eat martial arts, a strange turn of phrase, yet oddly respectful. It wasn't about begging for food or scraps, it was about martial inheritance. No one likes being mocked outright. Even beggars have their pride. But the way Xiao Anwai said it elevated them. Eating martial arts implied worthiness. That was when Chinsugeng's anger faded. Now he was just curious. Then what about the three-knot elder? Why did you kill him? Anwai calmly reached into his robes and pulled out a ledger. He handed it to Chinsugeng. What is this? A ledger. Wonsum's eyes immediately gleamed. He took a sharp breath, would have lunged and torn it apart if not for Chinsugeng's subtle signal to stay still. Why are you giving this to me? Because there's no reason not to. There is a reason. What if I burn it? Then Open Gate isn't eating martial arts. It's eating filth. You're very good at making people speechless. I don't think so. I'd wager you have one more question on your mind. And he was right. This young man, barely 17, spoke like someone who had lived through the worst of the martial world. Before killing the three-knot elder Chwi Iggy, you also killed a two-knot. Why? To kill the three-knot. So you're saying there was no reason? No, I'm saying the reason was to kill the three-knot. I think there's a misunderstanding here. If I had needed to kill every beggar in that room to eliminate Chwi Iggy, I would have done it without hesitation. Huh, that's what grudges are, aren't they? Or am I wrong? Chinsugeng said nothing. He was stunned, because Xiao Anwai was right, completely undeniably right. What is a vendetta if not absolute? No excuses, no compromises. If someone must die, they die. If others stand beside them, they fall too. Eradicate the root. That's the foundation of true vengeance. But few in the martial world ever follow through. Most negotiate, settle in the middle, trade pain for favors. Xiao Anwai had gone to the root, and this was a 17-year-old boy. The root? No, you're right, Chinsugeng murmured as he flipped through the ledger. Then he stopped. His eyes locked on Wonsum. The man flinched, and in that pause Xiao Anwai delivered the final blow. As you can see, every coin that passed between Yawun and Open Gate, both here in Sialep and in Yangyongis, in that record. As for the man standing beside you, there's no need to say more. The bribes are spelled out, crystal clear. How can anyone speak of responsibility in front of me? Chinsugeng's expression turned cold, but not toward Xiao Anwai. In a flash, faster than anyone could react. Splat, his hand slammed down with a crack of bone and blood. Wonsum's skull shattered. The atmosphere snapped in an instant. Everyone froze except for Xiao Anwai and Commander Xiong. They had seen this coming. You're absolutely right. In fact, I agree completely. Open Gate beggars only receive martial arts because they've earned the right to do so. If someone without that qualification dares to take in martial arts, that isn't just a violation of natural order, it's treason against the heavens. So you killed him for that. Exactly. He sold the name of Open Gate. Not just him, I'll be heading to Yangyong next to clean house there as well. Xiao Anwai watched him in silence for a moment, then accepted the ledger Chinsugeng handed back. I plan to use this to lessen the burden of responsibility on Open Gate's side. Are you all right with that? Yes, that's more than acceptable. And as for some of those numbers listed in the ledger, I can tell a few were probably exaggerated for effect, but it's fine. I'll send the appropriate compensation to Sialep soon enough. Is that agreeable as well? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Anwai's mouth. I have no reason to refuse, but rather than immediate compensation, I'd prefer something symbolic, a favor in the future. A favor in the future, and symbolic at that. Ho ho, fine by me, just be careful who you hand things like this to Novelegt in the future. I gave it to you because you're someone worth giving it to. Chinsugeng smiled too strangely, faintly. And here I thought we'd just met. We did, but oddly enough, it feels like I've known you a very long time. Ha, so it's not just me who feels that way. It was strange, unexplainable even. The way Xiao Anwai and Chinsugeng looked at each other, it wasn't something you could describe with reason or logic. It felt more like fate. Senior, I may be the junior here, but would it be all right if I offered you a piece of advice? If it's from you, I'd like to hear it. A brilliant blade is always envied by its sheath, and the sharper it grows with time, the more that envy turns to jealousy. Chinsugeng's eyes deepened. You know what comes of jealousy? A dagger in the pocket will eventually poke its way out. And when it does, it gets pulled out and discarded. Silence followed. Chinsugeng understood exactly what Xiao Anwai was trying to say, and it unsettled him. At first, he'd assumed this boy was hiding behind the name of the everlasting snow palace, letting that reputation do the talking for him. But the more they spoke, the clearer it became. There was no one standing behind Sial Unwai, not the palace, not his family, only himself, unshakable belief in his own path. A confidence so absolute, it might be called arrogance, yet his words carried weight, his presence command. Then let me ask something in return. Will you answer me honestly? Of course, were you really that idiot branch lord everyone talked about? Sial Unwise smiled again. Even a foolish tree will eventually blossom. Ha, the wind's getting cold. Please travel safely, senior. A tree that survived the winter has now met the spring. That's what Shinsugang said before he burst out laughing and left. Under the eaves of the building, Sial Unwai sat quietly, deep in thought when Commander Siang approached him. It was fortune itself that someone like Shinsugang backed down so easily. Unwai chuckled lightly at that. Fortune, huh? Was I wrong, Commander Siang? Yes, young master. It seems you don't quite understand. I'm not someone who puts their faith in fortune. What do you mean? There's a Freischen Myong Soang. That the heavens respond brightly to the will of man. But to me, that sounds more like a given than a blessing. Isn't it true, though? Then let me ask Yao, where exactly is this heaven-sent fortune you're talking about? If you just sit and wait, does the sky reach down and save you? Young master, isn't that a bit harsh? Unwai laughed softly again. There's also Sunrajayant idea that things flow naturally when aligned with reason. But even reason is just a word created by man. True reason belongs to those who move, not to those who sit idle and pray for heaven's grace. Then, what do you think of destiny? Destiny, that's even simpler. It lives in the footsteps of those who move. Sitting still, hoping for fate or fortune, that's nothing more than an excuse. I don't wait for fate or fortune. I take one more step forward and create my own. He smiled faintly. The heavens help those who help themselves, don't you think? It's just hard to process, that's all. What is? You speak like someone who's already reached the martial god realm, but you're still only in the refined chi realm. The disconnect is intense. Unwai said nothing. He just smiled. Shinsugang had made the right call. True, Unwai's sword still couldn't reach someone like Shinsugang, and Shinsugang's heart was still made of flesh and blood. No divine barrier shielded it, but even he sensed it. Unwai's spirit was unreachable. Just like Unwai had sensed his strength, Shinsugang now knew. Sial Unwai's neck wouldn't break easily, even if you tried to twist it like a chicken's. In truth, whatever became of the open gate sex affairs, Shinsugang was a man who focused solely on what stood before him. The reason Sial Unwai had shown him the ledger was simple, because he was someone worth showing it to. Now, in the campaign to take Yanyong, there would be no interference from Open Gate, and if there was, it would be on Sial Unwai's side. It bears repeating, for an organization to endure, retribution is not optional, it's a necessity. A faction that turns its back when its own are struck down has no right to exist. The letter we sent to Yanyong, delivered to one of Open Gate's beggars. It should arrive sometime today. To the north of Yanyong County stood a place called Chingun Mountain, Blue Cloud Mountain. At the heart of that mountain sat the stronghold of Juryong Sword Sect, and at this very moment, 4 men were gathered before the gates of the sect master's manor, who held true dominion over Yanyong. Ask any 10 people living in the region, and 5 of them would answer Juryong Sword Sect. The other 5 would be divided among the remaining contenders. There were 4 factions in total: Juryong Sword Sect, Long Sword Sect, Chungun Blade Sect, Hyunchen Palace. Of these, Juryong Sword Sect was the undisputed lead. The others vied fiercely for second place. At the head of the group sat Jang Mui, sect master of Long Sword Sect, a man in his late 20s. He glanced at the young man seated beside him and asked, "Excuse me, Vice Sect Master, when exactly is your father planning to appear?" The man addressed Han Sachin, Vice Sect Master of Juryong Sword Sect, gave a slow breath before answering. "I understand your frustration, but my father's secluded training has no set end. That's how these things go, isn't it? Still, it's been nearly a year now. Don't you think it's about time?" A voice cut in before he could finish. It was Du Chenhing, Sect Master of Chingun Blade Sect. "What the hell happened to Bingxiao Jiomhun? I don't know. Disappeared. Didn't he just leave for Sialep a few days ago? How can a man like that go missing?" The events that had unfolded in Yanyong over the past few days defied all logic, and the reason these 4 were now gathered was a single event that defied explanation more than any other. Ho Muching, Sect Master of Hyunchen Palace, pulled a sealed letter from within his robe and placed it on the table. They had all received the same one. The contents read, "At this time when the will of the eternal snow mountain grows deep, I, Sial Unwai of Sialep, respectfully offer this letter. In years past, Sialep lost far too much. The Hanrung jade veins of Chingnung mine were ours by right. The profits from Sialhin mine were meant to be shared equally, as promised. Has Yanyong's leadership truly forgotten these agreements? The resources and wealth stolen by Yawun are not mere theft. They are an insult and affront to Sialep itself, and those insults, as you surely know, were not delivered alone. The four great sects were deeply complicit, yet I have calculated with great generosity. I priced the jade at its lowest, the spiritual resources and elixirs at minimum market value. Even the interest was kept to its absolute minimum. And so Hunshin Palace owes Sialap exactly 9,800 gold taels. This is not only the price of debt. It is the cost of our shattered pride. Upon receiving this letter, a response is expected within a single day. If no reply is received, we will interpret it as a choice to answer in blood. As the sages said, greet first with courtesy and only then with the sword. Let this letter be that courtesy. The laws of the martial world, forged through 10,000 years, remain unchanged. I await your wise judgment. Sial Unwai. This letter has been delivered simultaneously to all four great sects. Hunshin Palace's sect master had received this. So had the others. Only the amounts and accusations varied, but the message was the same across the board, an invoice, one written in impossible numbers. Ho Muching crushed the letter in his fist. My decision is made. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. That bastard branch lord of Sialap. I'm going to bury him, and he wasn't the only one. Han Sachin, Jiang Mui, and Du Chenhing all wore the same expression. Hunshin Palace owed 9,800 gold taels, Chingun Blade Sect owed 10,000, Longsword Sect 30000, and Juryong Sword Sect 2 million gold taels. These weren't just steep, they were unpayable, unrealistic. Especially Juryong Sword Sect's bill. Even the wealthiest trade guilds in Zhangyuan would balk at such a demand. No, Evan, they couldn't pay it. 2 million taels was a declaration of war. Let's draft a plan. Of all of them, Jiang Mui, who had lost elite martial artists in the mines, was the angriest. He wanted to tear Sial Unwai apart then and there, but knew better. This would take planning. After all, like it or not, the boy still carried the blood of the everlasting Snow Palace. I'll reach out to his maternal side's affiliated sects. That was Han Sachin. Let's seize this moment to take full ownership of the two mines. Tear up those damn agreements. That came from Du Unwai of Chingun Blade Sect. If he sent this kind of letter, it means the fool's been faking it all along. We need to find out what's changed behind him, and I'll mobilize the information network. We need to find out what really happened to Bingxial Jiomhun, and if Sialap owes us blood for the dead in the mines, we'll squeeze them for every coin they have. Ho Muching and Jiang Mui exchanged looks. Everyone spoke, everyone planned, everyone prepared. Because they all knew a storm was coming, and Sial Unwai was the one bringing it. The unity of these four sects was solid as steel. They had already ruled Yangyong County for decades, not just a year or two, but for generations. The county magistrate says he wants nothing to do with this. After all the bribes he's taken, if he won't back us on this, there's no reason to treat him with any respect. What can we do? He is the magistrate, Tusk. Jiang Mui clicked his tongue and rose from his seat. That was the end of their meeting. There was only one response to the letter from the snow compression branch, rejection, and they all fully intended to watch Sial Unwai kneel before them and beg, arrogant little bastard. The training grounds of the snow compression branch reeked of sweat, as 5 members moved in perfect sync across the drill field. Sial Unwai, watching from the side with faint dissatisfaction, finally spoke. The 5-fold snowflake formation only works if the 5 of you move as one. At this pace, your heads will be rolling before the formation is even deployed. The 5-fold snowflake formation. It was a formation Sial Unwai had devised himself. In his past life, during his time with the Central Blood Sect, he had created a technique known as the Blood Lotus Formation. The 5-fold snowflake formation was its refined evolution tailored for 5 users instead of 1. Originally, it was a highly complex formation, requiring 6 or more seamless transitions. Those who had once used it in the Central Blood Sect had known no defeat. Its original incantation was simple but ominous. A path forged in blood, the blood road stains heaven crimson. The 5-fold snowflake formation altered that verse into something new. 5 snowflakes become a blizzard. 5 streams of cold become a glacier. From the start, Unwai had no plans to drastically increase their numbers. What he needed was a formation that could be executed with just 5 and that could draw out maximum efficiency from only 5. That was the 5-fold snowflake formation. It consisted of 3 distinct patterns. The first was the snow compression formation, a fundamental pentagonal shape that allowed for both omnidirectional offense and defense. The second was the ice peak formation, designed to break through enemy lines with concentrated force perfect for piercing dense clusters. The third was the snowfall cascade formation, built for swift movement and relentless assault. It had existed even in the original Blood Lotus formation. The names were different, but the intent was the same. This third pattern was the heart of the entire formation. In truth, Unwai had likely created the whole system just to legitimize this final move. Stop. At his word, the 5 warriors halted instantly. Unwai watched them regain their breath before slowly drawing his sword. You've memorized the movements, but you still aren't flowing together. It's disjointed. There was only one way to fix that. Drill it in with real combat. he gave a single command. Compression. They had already learned the cue words for each formation: compression for the snow compression formation, peak for the ice peak formation, and cascade for the snowfall cascade formation. The moment they heard compression, the 5 warriors' eyes lit up as they sprang into motion, forming a perfect pentagon in a flash. At the center stood the towering Chinpeng. Around him moved Wanyang, Han Murin, Jin Soyop, and Beek Myeonggik, each focusing their internal energy in place. Don't wait to channel your energy until after forming the shape. Start gathering it from the beginning. You need to be ready to deploy this formation at any time. Unwise sword flashed as he spoke. A streak of pale blue light cut through the air like lightning, slamming into Chinpeng's forehead, then whipping down to strike Han Murin's thigh. Their groans hadn't even finished echoing before he spoke again. The key to this formation is to be as natural as a blooming snowflake. Your movements are stiff like metal grinding. His blade spun like a storm, cutting through the formation. Wanyang's sword flew at him in response. Pointless. Unwise sword flipped and deflected it with the back of the blade. Clang, metal rang out. Wanyang stumbled from the impact. Without hesitation, Unwise twisted and struck Jin Soyop's shoulder. Crack, he'd used the flat of the blade. If it had been the edge, Wanyang's head would have flown and Jin Soyop's arm with it. When Wanyang attacked, Jin Soyop, "Why didn't you move?" Unwise lifted his blade high and slammed it down toward Jin Soyop's other shoulder. Boom. The boy nearly dropped to the ground, but Wanyang moved in to fill the gap. Too slow. Clang, thud, a blow to Wanyang's face. Chinpeng took a strike to the gut. Beek Myeonggik caught one on the thigh. Han Murin was kicked in the side. Unwise blade never stopped. It howled through letter 1D40D, letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D422D them like a snowstorm. React. He kept moving. None of them were stupid. He knew he was holding back. He hit hard but not to kill. He struck just enough to let them respond. Their eyes sharpened. Despite the pain, they swung their swords. But Chinpeng's massive frame was useless before the flat of Unwise blade. Han Murin, with his upbeat nature and erratic swordplay, managed to deflect a single strike. Jin Soyop, precise and analytical, did something strange. He used the sole of his foot to kick Unwise sword flat away. Beek Myeonggik, trained in traditional swordsmanship, blocked just once. They were adjusting, bit by bit. Finally, Chinpeng's blade knocked Unwise to the side. In that instant, Wanyang lunged his sword streaking toward Unwise's throat. Good. In a blink, Unwise vanished. Whoosh. Wanyang's blade slashed empty air. All 5 warriors looked up. Unwise stood some distance away, wiping sweat from his brow. Peek, he said. They rushed to reform this time into a spearhead shape. A charge formation meant to focus everything on one devastating point, but Unwise's blade was already in motion. Chinpeng, leading the front, had his head snapped back from the blow. The others for in a line were cut down the middle, slammed in the gut or ribs before they could react. In an instant, the formation collapsed. Tusk, even a moment's lapse when shifting formation is enough to get you killed. Xiao Unwise lowered his sword. The enemy will be waiting for that one opening. Get up. The branch members, drenched in sweat, nodded and slowly rose to their feet. Cascade. It was the final formation. The 5 warriors charged forward like a crashing waterfall, attempting a chain assault. Blades blurred through the air, shadows weaving fast and tight. They were better than before, but still not good enough. With a single sweeping strike, Xiao Unwise blocked all of their attacks at once. HMPH, lowering his sword, he muttered, "It's not good enough to be satisfied with." His gaze landed on the 5, panting and shaking. But it's good enough to be useful. A faint smile spread across their exhausted faces. They understood what that meant. To hear even that much praise from Xiao Unwise meant something fundamental had shifted. Train until it's flawless. With a brief command, Unwise's eyes moved to Wanyang. He hadn't noticed it at first. But now, watching her fight and move, it was obvious. He hadn't asked why she was disguised as a man, but he could guess. It wasn't about talent. That much surprised him. This snow compression branch was remote, the edge of the world, far from the central plains, yet not completely severed from them either. It was, what should he call it, a place for those who had fled the central plains but couldn't fully let it go. Rest for half a quarter hour. Wanyang, you're coming with me. Still catching her breath, she nodded without a word. They walked to a secluded corner of the training ground, silent, tucked away, almost forgotten. There were a few small chairs and a low table, likely meant for breaks. He dragged one over and sat down casually. Wanyang followed, her expression blank with confusion. She truly didn't seem to know why she'd been called out alone. He asked bluntly, "How long did you plan to keep hiding your identity?" At his words, she swallowed hard and answered in a small voice. "I wasn't planning to hide it forever. I'm sorry for deceiving you about my gender." He shook his head. That wasn't the point. In a quiet voice, he began reciting the incantation of a martial technique. Observe the sword and see the heart clearly. Under the clear sky, reflection shines. The moment the incantation ended, Wanyang pointed a sword straight at his neck. It had to be a dressed, didn't fail to react. He simply chose not to. How do you know that? Her blade trembled and her eyes were filled with one thing, fear. What he had just spoken was the mantra of a long-destroyed noble householdone of the 5 great martial families, the Namgung clan's inner technique. What kind of family was the Namgung? In the ancient era, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the 9 sects in one school, arguably the foremost among the 5 great families. The name of that technique was the Clear Sky Sword Heart Mantra. He stared at her quietly, then raised a hand and gently touched the blade at his neck. Your sword is shaking. When you drew it just now, that was the sharpest movement I've ever seen from you, and yet now it trembles. That means your heart has lost its anchor. I put it away, you won't use it anyway. As he quietly lowered his hand, Wanyang withdrew her sword as well. He had known for a while that she was a woman. Not once had he referred to her as one though, because she clearly wanted to be seen as a man, but it was all too clumsy. Chunpeng's talent was decent, but the potential before him was something else entirely, and that potential was being suffocated by something as intangible as fear. What a waste. How did you know? I saw traces of the Namgung style in your movements. What? It would sound ridiculous to most people, but that only proved how far removed they were. To him, it wasn't just plausible, it was the truth, pure and simple. Back when he was in the Central Blood Sect, there was a madman. What's your relation to Namgung Ho? He's my uncle and your parents. They're dead, so you came all the way out to these remote, snowy mountains to escape his reach. Yes, that explained a lot. He'd wondered why she bothered with the awkward male disguise. Namgung, of course. What kind of place was the Namgung clan? In the martial world, if someone bore the title of Sword King, Sword Emperor, or Sword Master, odds were 8 out of 10 they came from the Namgung clan. That's how deep their legacy with the sword ran. They were wiped out centuries ago, or so it was believed. Only Namgung Ho was thought to still carry the name forward. How much of Namgung's sword arts do you actually know? Only a few basic techniques. What about the Clear Sky Sword Heart Mantra and Clear Sky Sun and Moon Sword? I've learned the opening chants a little, but nothing beyond that. What I had recited earlier was the first incantation of the Clear Sky Sword Heart Mantra. I looked at Wanyang. She was clearly rattled, thinking of running away. If I stay here, something terrible will happen, because the Central Blood Sect's claws might reach even this far. Yes, I laughed. Why are you laughing? It's just so absurd. Sorry, I casually crossed one leg over the other. Wanyang. Yes, I'm offering you a chance. A chance? You've probably noticed I don't keep people close. The branch members are talented, sure, but none have your potential. I need someone who can act as my sword Somyo and who will move at my side. But if you take me in, you'll be making an enemy of the Central Blood Sect. Is that supposed to scare me? What? When you accept someone, you accept their burdens too. If death comes for me because of that person, then so be it. If I couldn't carry that weight, I'd never have accepted them to begin with. I wasn't joking. That's how I live. If you choose to be mine and the Central Blood Sect comes to kill you, then I'll give everything I have to wipe them from existence. That's what it means to take responsibility. My lord, make your decision. Wanyang thought long and hard, then she shook her head. I can't watch Yao or anyone else get hurt because of me, even if I offered you the Clear Sky Sword Heart Mantra. Her eyes trembled violently. If you're a direct descendant and still couldn't learn Namgung's core techniques, it means Namgung Ho was deliberately holding you back. Your parents, were they killed by him? Yes, so he didn't lose your trail, he let you go. How do you know all this? I know the kind of man Namgung Ho is. And the disguise dressing as a man, changing your name, should I call it a half-hearted disguise, dropping only the Namgung and calling yourself Wanyang? That's not exactly subtle. It had been a guess, but her reaction confirmed it. Still, despite all this, her resolve hadn't wavered. If I stay, you'll be in danger, so will the others. That surprised me. I truly believed her yearning for the Clear Sky Sword Heart Mantra was genuine, and yet she was willing to set it aside for others. Every martial artist has their contradictions. Call it duality, call it whatever you want, but someone like Wanyang, she probably falls on the good person side of that line, and she proved it with what she said next. I'm not much of a martial artist. But I know the worth of the techniques you've given me. I know you won't trust a mere promise not to spread them. So, take one of my limbs if you must. You're asking me to let you go. Wanyang dropped to her knees. I know it's shameless, but I'm begging you. So you want me to spare your energy core? You planning to take revenge on Namgung Ho? Yes, I smirked. You've got talent, but your judgment could use work. Excuse me, wouldn't it make more sense to stay with me, grow strong, and then take your revenge? Wanyang blinked, stunned. If you leave the branch, I can give you the incantation for the Sword Heart Mantra. I might even throw in some elixirs. But once you're gone, what kind of life do you think you'll have? No one will be around to guide you, so what then? Go back to disguises and living off scraps. Wasting years. In letter 1D40D, letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D42D. Hiding. She hung her head and I uncrossed my legs. I wasn't a fool. I could see what was happening. I walked up to her and knelt on one knee facing her directly. Are you really that afraid of the Central Blood Sect? She flinched when she realized how close I was, instinctively trying to step back, but I reached out and grabbed her shoulder. I asked if you're really that terrified of them. How could I not be? They're the Central Blood Sect, the collective embodiment of demons, the most powerful sect in the Central Plains. That's only true right now. A descendant of Namgung, huh? Not bad, Wanyang. Yes, this is the first and final offer I'll make. I won't repeat it. If you turn me down, I'll let you walk away, no guilt, no grudges. I won't send anyone after you. I won't track you down. I swear that on my name. Understand? Wanyang, now serious, gave a firm nod. I continued. Work under me for exactly 20 years. When I say dig, you dig. When I say run, you run. If I say kill, you kill. Total obedience. In return, within those 20 years, I'll make sure you can kill Namgung Ho with your own hands. She swallowed hard, then asked, You really think that's possible? You still don't get it, do you? Do you have any idea how much I know? Hanchial's techniques. I mean, no offense, but even if they're ranked as top tier, they're useless to me. The Sword Heart mantra is no different. Its true value, even among martial god level arts, is near the bottom. What? The flow of the incantation is broken halfway. Let me be clear, there's another chant that follows. The Clear Sky Sword Heart mantra, is only half of what it's supposed to be. Even incomplete, it's still valuable to most. But to call it the secret technique of a clan that once led the 5 great families, it's disgracefully shallow. Is that really true? If you're unsure, ask Namgung Ho yourself someday. He knew it was incomplete, so he combined it with a demonic art from the Central Blood Sect to create an entirely new technique. How do you know all this so well? There are ways to know everything. A side note, the technique Namgung Ho crafted that way had severe side effects. It granted explosive power in short bursts, but the backlash wrecked the meridians, requiring days of recovery at minimum. I've made my offer and said all I needed to. Now decide. Wanyang hesitated, then slowly rose to her feet and offered a respectful martial bow. I ask for your continued guidance and correction. Her eyes no longer wavered. Her body no longer trembled. Her mind was made up. Good, but you're still lacking. In what way? You're in the radiant heaven realm, correct? Yes, not bad for 18, but it's not enough. Ascend to the refined chi realm as quickly as you can. I will, without fail. When you reach the 5 pillars of tempering, I'll give you the completed Clear Sky Sword Heart mantra. Until then, train with the Heavenly Image Heart technique. Yes, I was about to wave her off, then paused. Almost forgot something. No more disguising yourself as a man. From now on, you'll have your own quarters. Understood? Yes, go on. Wanyang returned to her training and I was alone again. Not alone. Looking up at the sky, I said quietly, if you have something to say, come out and say it. Footsteps behind me. Didn't need to turn to know. Commander Seong, I heard you weren't the type to eavesdrop. I wasn't. Seems I've picked up some new habits lately. Commander Seong approached in silence and stopped beside me. Are you truly going to make an enemy of the Central Blood Sect? I smirked. You're asking the wrong person. Excuse me, that question should be asked to the Central Blood Sect's leader, not me. There will be countless enemies along the path I walk. That's the nature of the martial world. But whether someone becomes my enemy or not, that's not up to me. Young master, one of my people wants revenge on Namgung Ho of the Central Blood Sect. What more reason do I need? Commander Seong gave a strange, unreadable expression, then let out a long sigh. I honestly don't know anymore how long that confidence of yours will last. Then I'll have to live a long time. I glanced over with a smile. Any response from Yangyong? Not a single one. I sent 4 letters and got nothing back. That meant they'd made their choice. No more hesitation then. The justification was on my side. Yangyong was the debtor. I was the creditor. They refused to pay. That meant it was time to begin forced collection. Commander Seong. Yes, young master. Summon Yangso of the Iron Mountain Sword Sect. I looked across the yard where the branch members were sweating bullets, throwing themselves into formation drills. Tell them they have 5 more hours of training. After that, return to quarters and get some proper rest. That all. Also make sure they're supplied with resources to speed recovery. Understood. Speaking of that formation they're training with, if I may, it looks extraordinary. If I compiled a report for the Everlasting Snow Palace, later. I see there's still a lot to refine. Once I judge it complete, I'll submit it. Until then, don't rush. Commander Seong scratched his head and asked in a quiet voice, Is it tonight? I didn't answer. I had clearly written 1 day in the letters I sent to Yangyong. In most cases, 1 day meant until midnight. That's right, midnight. Without a word, I rose from my seat. May I ask where you're going? To Yangyong. Alone? Xiao Unwai had never said it aloud, but he preferred moving alone. It had always been that way, even in his previous life. Even after joining the Central Blood Sect, even after nurturing hundreds of martial artists in the 4 realms of heaven and earth, and dozens of monsters in the 5 realms of the martial god, that preference had never changed. Unless it was a full-scale war where entire strike units mobilized, at most he would take 1 or 2 companions. And even now, that habit remained unchanged. Do you wish to come with me? I would like to, but I know I'd only be a burden. You're right, as you are now, you would be. His words were cold, but if you looked deeper, they weren't heartless. If I grow stronger, would I be able to move alongside you? Perhaps. But after exhausting your body so brutally this morning, training again without resting will only slow your progress. Xiao Anwai had offered an opportunity, and Wanyang had accepted it. She no longer disguised herself as a man, and she doubled her usual training hours. Serving under Xiao Anwai was the opportunity of a lifetime. A slight touch would awaken techniques not only from Hanchial's martial arts, but even from the Namgung clan's inner arts. She had even created the 5-fold snowflake formation, something so rare that no one could have predicted it. The most astonishing was the formation itself. Martial arts and formation arts were similar in spirit but fundamentally different. They could never truly be the same, and with her, no clear limits could be guessed. Following him was the right decision. She could feel herself slowly becoming one with his path. Wanyang slowly took off the snow-white fur cloak she was wearing. Normally, warriors of the snowy mountains didn't wear only a single cloak. Over their black robes, they wore fur mantles made from white weasels or foxes called snow-white fur cloaks. Once she fully removed it, she extended it toward Anwai. It keeps the warmth well, she said casually, but her voice trembled ever so slightly. So did her fingertips stretched out toward him. She didn't even know exactly why. Was it because she wanted to warm him, standing there in nothing but a black cloak under the freezing sky? Or was it simply because she served him? Anwai stared at it for a moment, then took the cloak. It still carried Wanyang's lingering warmth. Is it all right if it gets a little dirty? I don't mind, she answered calmly, but her eyes said otherwise. I'll make good use of it, he said, turning around without further word. The cold wind of the snowy mountain flapped the edges of his cloak. Wanyang gazed after him endlessly. The cloak, infused with her body heat, now draped over his back as if she herself were embracing him. Even after Anwai's figure disappeared from sight, her eyes remained fixed on that spot. Snow began to fall. She stayed there, unmoving, until Anwai's fading footprints were finally swallowed by the snow, quietly. The light snow soon turned into a blizzard. Whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, Xiao Anwai didn't ponder it. Snowfall or no, he simply did what needed to be done. Past midnight, he stood atop the roof of an unnamed building, his eyes narrowed toward the large manor visible in the distance. The head of the snow compression branch's open gate division had provided all the information he requested, including the layouts of the 4 great sects compounds ruling Yangyo. Manor before him was the Chang'an Sword Gate. Its master was Du Chenhing, his martial level at the Samwa Meditation Hall stage. His deputy was Du Sagong at the Yang Radiance Appears stage. Though Sialap was small, Yangyong was not an enormous city either. Given the brutal climateclear from the current blizzard, no proper sects would willingly settle here. Only one real concern remained. The Juryung Sword Sect, highest among the 4 great sects, served as the Martial Alliance's regional office. Yet Xiao Anwai didn't care. No, wasn't even interested. The Martial Alliance, they were nothing. Snow rapidly accumulated on his snow-white fur cloak, covering him entirely, yet he didn't move a muscle. What was Xiao Anwai's greatest strength? There were mana, but if one had to choose, it was adaptability. Fighting Bing Xiaojiam, he had realized something important. It wasn't about some sudden, miraculous growth. Xiao Anwai's knowledge and experience were unparalleled. Even when his level had plummeted overnight, he adapted, and so he survived. Back then, Bing Xiaojiam was at the Samwa Meditation Hall stage, and Anwai was at Yang Radiance Appears. Anwai had to burn his blood to fight, leaving his body in tatters. But from that bitter experience, he had found ways to fight more aggressively, more efficiently. His experience was his deadliest weapon, maximizing it, never hesitating, executing instantly. When all these factors aligned, the results were unimaginable, and tonight it would happen again. Before long, the lights inside the Chang'an Sword Gate began to extinguish one by one. Only 2 buildings remained lit. According to the intelligence he'd received, one was the Sect Master's Hall and the other was the Medicine Hall. That was all he needed. Anwai's gaze shifted slightly. Further away stood a larger Manorth Jang Sword Gate. Among the 4 great sects, the Juryung Sword Sect was preeminent, but their master was away and Bing Xiaojiam had vanished. If Juryung Sword Sect fell, the Jang Sword Gate would rise to replace it. They had even begun directly managing nearby Mindsclear proof of ambition. Anwai rose silently to his feet. Snow slid off his fur cloak in heavy clumps. He turned his back to the scene. Further beyond lay a palace. Compared to the everlasting snow palace, it was a child's toy. Still, its structure was undeniably that of a palace, not a simple manor. It was the Hyeonchin Palace. Many lights were still on, but it was acceptable. Sial Unwai mapped the optimal route in his mind. Without a sound, he launched himself downward. The rooftop was high, but he landed as softly as a bird alighting on snow, facing forward. Eyes locked onto the Chungun sword gate. He moved once he had exchanged brief words with Sial Horyong about stealth. True stealth, they said, required both erasure Chinese letter and emptiness Chinese letter. One must vanish and become hollow. Before even a snowflake could settle onto his footprints, there was only a faint white mark indistinguishable from the surrounding snow. The footwork technique he now used was a refined version of the ghost gate step from the Wandering Soul sect, trace free shadow returning step. Amid the blizzard, it was even more powerful. No sound, no traces, not even the faintest ripple of presence. Only one flaw remained. His speed was not particularly fast, no more than a casual jog by ordinary standards. But that was simply a matter of level, not effort. Without pausing, Sial Unwai leapt over the wall of the Chungun sword gate, silently crossing past 4 buildings before slipping deep into the heart of the compound. The blizzard worsened by the moment, but Sial Unwai pushed forward through the raging snow until he finally arrived at Du Chenhing's residence. 2 guards stood at the entrance. Unwai calmly released his trace-free shadow returning step and came to a stop. It was only then that the 2 guards noticed the figure standing silently in the blizzard, and the moment they did, their faces filled with shock. They hadn't sensed his approach. They hadn't even realized he was there until they happened Novelrecap to glance around. Who are you? Is the sect master inside? Why yes, that was all he needed to know. Without hesitation, Sial Unwai drew the cold ice dagger from his waist and hurled it in a swift, fluid motion. Thwack! Like a bolt of light, the dagger buried itself into the head of one guard, sending him crumpling to the ground. The second guard, momentarily frozen in horror, snapped back to his senses. He tried to draw his sword to defend himself, but the cold touch of a blade pressed against his throat before he could even move. In that instant, recognition dawned in the man's terrified eyes. As Sial Unwai's lips curled faintly into a cold smile. Thwack! The guard's throat was pierced without mercy. Sial Unwai shook the blood from his sword with a flick of his wrist, then retrieved the dagger lodged in the first guard's skull. Without a word, he pushed open the door to the sect master's hall. Inside, the hall was silent. With calm, deliberate steps, Unwai moved deeper into the building, heading toward the private quarters of the sect master. The Chungun sword gate had a particular arrangement. The sect master's residence lay directly behind the main hall. He advanced steadily until finally a single door appeared before him. He paused. He could feel it, the murderous intent leaking from beyond that door. Soon enough, with a creaking sound, the door opened from within. Standing there with a frosty expression was Du Chenhing, master of the Chungun sword gate. "You dare come here to assassinate me," he said. "Rather than an assassination, I would prefer you think of it as a part of a greater plan," Sial Unwai replied. "A plan? In the plan I have laid out," Unwai said, extending his sword toward him. "Your role is simple." He spoke without the slightest hesitation. "Today you die." "You truly are mad," Du Chenhing growled, the bloodline of the everlasting snow palace crawling around like some lowly assassin in the night. "Who put you up to this? What do you mean? You couldn't have planned this alone. Who helped you?" Sial Unwai said nothing. "Was it the Hanbing sect? The Hanbing sect, you say? It was an interesting guess. The Hanbing sect, thy mother's clan, and the background of Sial and he was well known. So they decided to aid a bastard son in murder after all," Du Chenhing sneered. "Scheming snakes, the lot of you." Unwai let out a soft laugh. Why had he acted today? To be precise, he had no choice but to act today. The masters of the 4 great sects were known to be extremely close. The moment they received his letters, they would start devising countermeasure plans that would be troublesome and exhaustive to deal with. Therefore, the solution was clear. Widening the battlefield would only be the act of a fool. It was far simpler to eliminate their leadership altogether before their plans could even take shape. That was why he was here, to cut off their heads before dawn. "Is that all you have for your final words?" Unwai asked coldly. "Final words?" Du Chenhing roared. "Did you just speak to me of final words? You damned fool, a mangy pup thinking he can challenge a tiger. Fine then, I will beat you within an inch of your life." Before he could finish, Du Chenhing jerked his head to the side. A dagger whizzed past, grazing his cheek and embedding itself deep in the opposite wall. It had been fast, almost impossibly so. Only by watching the dagger's twisting trajectory until the very last instant had he managed to dodge it. Even so, the close call made it clear. The technique Sial Unwai had used was no ordinary martial art, certainly not something born of the everlasting snow palace. No. It was filled with a murderous aura, unmistakably resembling the techniques of the demonic sects. "So that's it, there was a demonic spawn hiding within the everlasting snow palace all along. Remove your mask at once." Sial Unwai simply shook his head and tightened his grip on his sword. "I am very busy tonight," he said calmly, "so let's get straight to it. Slowly, the blood vessels along his arms began to pulse and stir, as if awakening to the coming violence. Let's begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Du Chunhing sprang into action. For someone who had reached the Samwa meditation hall stage, his movements were even faster than expected. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, raising his sword high above his head and striking down with lethal force. Chungun 36 sword forms. Form 4 Chungun soaring dance. Xiao Unwai, standing calmly, pressed one foot against the ground. A surge of cold energy, coiled beneath the earth, propelled his body backward with effortless grace. Snow cloud step. Du Chunhing's sword aura sliced through the air, grazing just in front of Unwai's nose. Its force was chilling and devastating, but what mattered was that it only grazed him, not a direct hit. Du Chunhing's eyes gleamed sharply as he scowled in frustration. The veins along his forearms bulged as he gathered even more internal energy, gripping his sword with both hands before swinging again with deadly power. Chungun 36 sword forms. Form 13, Chungun mountain crushing strike. The sword aura, tinged with a brilliant blue light, swept through the chamber like a dragon ascending into the heavens. Scrolls hanging on the walls flapped violently, and teacups crashed from the tables, shattering into countless shards. Yet Xiao Unwai still did not move, at least not his body. His eyes, however, moved ceaselessly, analyzing everything about Du Chunhing's flow of his swordsmanship, the distribution of his energy, the way his weight shifted with each step, which foot struck the ground first, and how his energy circulated through his meridians. He had seen enough, twice, and for Xiao Unwai even a single observation would have sufficed. With one effortless step forward, he raised his sword and thrust. Black Ice Sword, Form 1 Heavenly Ice Blossom. The technique resembled the falling of snowflowers in midwinter. Cold energy surged from the blade, encircling Du Chunhing's sword aura in a frost-laden embrace. It happened in an instant. The vibrant aura froze and shattered like frost-covered petals scattered by the wind. Du Chunhing's face twisted in disbelief. What is this? For an ordinary martial artist, this reaction was inevitable. How could someone at the Yang Radiance appear stage so easily neutralize the martial techniques of a Samwa meditation hall master? The difference in the density of energy, not to mention its volume, should have made such a thing impossible. Grinding his teeth, Du Chunhing resolved to unleash an even stronger attack. His internal energy surged upward like a rising tide. Chungun 36 sword forms. Form 35 Chungun domain severance. The sword aura poured down like a waterfall, tearing apart the very air itself. Condensed into a tangible force, the blue-tinged sword energy rained down with ferocious momentum. Yet even as the deadly aura fell, Xiao Unwai lifted his sword with a casual, almost languid grace. He had no need to summon his false void energy. Victory was not determined by the sheer quantity or quality of energy. It was decided by judgment, by understanding how the opponent's energy flowed through their meridians, how their techniques unfolded, and how to disrupt them at the critical moment. Xiao Unwai saw all of it with perfect clarity. Even a man fallen from the heavens could still mirror the sky. Among the countless sword strikes descending upon him, one shone brighter than the rest. Without hesitation, Xiao Unwai swung his sword toward that single point. Black Ice Sword. Form 2 10,000-year snowfall cascade. The arc of his blade resembled a century's worth of accumulated snow cascading down all at once from a towering peak. Even as he met the full force of Du Chunhing's assault head-on, Unwai's sword dispersed the energy with the softness of water flowing around an immovable stone. It was not resistance, it was dispersion. One thread unraveled, and then the surrounding currents of energy collapsed in rapid succession. In that moment, Du Chunhing understood with horrifying clarity. Xiao Unwai's thin stream of internal energy had disrupted the flow at its weakest point, severing the technique at its root without effort. And once disrupted, the energy dispersed on its own, leaving Du Chunhing helpless to intervene. Such a feat was not easily described. It required executing countless precise calculations within a fraction of a moment, faster than thought, faster than instinct. And Xiao Unwai had done it not once, but twice, without a single mistake. Du Chunhing had not even been able to react. The control Xiao Unwai demonstrated over his energy not only surpassed that of a Samwa meditation hall master, it overwhelmed it completely, even to the point of interfering directly with another's techniques. It was beyond comprehension. The once mighty sword strike, delivered with such momentum, now fell to the ground, utterly drained of all power. It struck the earth with a hollow, empty sound. Everything unfolded as naturally as the falling of snow. Thwack! Xiao Unwai's sword pierced straight through Du Chunhing's heart. Coughing blood, Du Chunhing collapsed to the floor, his life force fading rapidly. In his final moments, Xiao Unwai's calm, emotionless voice rang in his ears. "Your swordsmanship is impressive on the surface," Unwai said, his tone cold and steady, "but it reveals too many openings. Choke, your energy leaks outward unnecessarily, giving the illusion of mastery when in truth it is nothing more than a hollow display." How can a martial art that is only flashy ever possess true strength? Xiao Anwei withdrew his sword and stood over Du Chunhing's fallen body. His eyes were devoid of emotion. He accepted this outcome as natural, the gaze of a true master, of one who belonged to a realm far beyond reach. And in facing those eyes, Du Chunhing could not even draw breath. It was not the sword through his heart that suffocated him. It was the crushing weight of the difference between their very existences. The overwhelming gap in their realms. Typically, martial artists who have reached the 5 realms of the martial god use only a very small number of techniques. And do you know what they all have in common? Xiao Anwei asked. What is it? Du Chunhing stammered. It is simple, Anwei continued, lifting his sword. Even at their most skilled, most of them rely on no more than 5 distinct techniques. Some even fewer, sometimes just 2. And the reason for that is clear. He held his sword calmly, as if giving a lesson rather than passing judgment. When Novelite, a martial artist, truly becomes one with their art, the number of techniques no longer matters. At that point, forms exist only as a starting point, a frame of reference. A warrior who wields a sword will inevitably slash, thrust, or cut downward. These are basic actions that any technique must begin with. What matters is that as mastery deepens, the lines between forms blur. A thrust can become a slash. A cut can become a spiral. There is no boundary. Xiao Anwei tilted his head slightly, as if musing. You referred to your sword art as the Chang'an 36 sword forms, didn't you? Du Chunhing's breathing was ragged, his life hanging by a thread. Yet he summoned all the willpower he had left, straining to listen, desperate to hear. He nodded weakly. In the art of swordsmanship, Xiao Anwei said, 36 forms are far too many. You don't need so many. They become harder to merge later. I don't claim to know every single one of your 36 forms, but if it were me, I would discard at least 30 of them without hesitation. You, who are you really? Du Chunhing gasped. I am Xiao Anwei, he said quietly, the fool of the snow compression branch, the puppet they once propped up. No, you're not. You can't be. Xiao Anwei no longer cared. There was no point in explaining, no reason for mercy. This is impossible. Du Chunhing muttered. How could someone like you? It has been said, Xiao Anwei answered calmly, that only those who have crossed the boundary between the possible and the impossible can truly understand its meaning. I don't want to die. Before he could finish, Xiao Anwei swung his sword. Slice. With a single, clean stroke, Du Chunhing's head fell to the ground. A martial artist speaks with the sword, not with words. Xiao Anwei stooped, picked up the severed head, and turned away without a glance back. There was still much left to do tonight. Zhang Mui, master of the Zhang sword gate, tossed and turned in his sleep. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of unease jolted him awake. It was not something that could be explained rationally. It was an instinctive fear, primal and oppressive. His eyes were naturally drawn toward the table standing at the side of his private quarters. There should have been nothing there, yet something was placed atop it now. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Mui tried to focus in. What he saw froze him in place. What? A stupid, hollow sound escaped his lips. 2 severed heads sat on the table, unmistakably familiar. They belonged to none other than Du Chunhing of the Chang'an Sword Gate and Ho Mucheng of the Hyeonchan Palace. Both had been masters of the Samwa Meditation Hall stage, yet here they were, reduced to nothing more than grisly trophies. And sitting casually next to the table, one leg crossed over the other, was a young man, calmly tossing a small medicinal pill into his mouth. It was bizarre. He was sitting there in plain view, yet somehow Zhang Mui had not noticed his presence until now. It was even stranger that he had noticed the severed heads first and not the living man. Even as he focused his gaze, the sensation did not change. It was as if the man's existence bent reality itself. But among all the strange things, the most terrifying was the young man's identity. Xiao Anwei, you must still be groggy from sleep, Xiao Anwei said softly. Allow me to explain a few things. Zhang Mui swallowed hard and slowly rose from his bed. Xiao Anwei made no move to stop him. He simply continued speaking, as if reciting facts. Tonight, 3 of the 4 great sects will lose their leaders, excluding only the Juryung sword sect. You bastard, Zhang Mui began, but Anwei cut him off with a slight motion. I didn't bother with long conversations for the other 2, he said, nodding toward the heads of Du Chunhing and Ho Mucheng. But with you, Zhang Gate Master, I have a few questions. His clear, piercing gaze locked onto Zhang Mui. I imagine you've been hoarding quite a lot of cold jade essence. Surely you didn't divide the mining profits fairly among your sect members. I also heard that recently, your warriors occupied the mines for more than 2 weeks. His voice remained calm, almost curious. I wonder, Xiao Anwei said, where all that money went. Surely the silver you extracted must total thousands of nyang. Yet on my way here, I noticed something peculiar. He smiled faintly. The buildings are grand, but your warriors' swords are chipped and their cloaks are worn and torn. Even their meals seem poor. It's clear you've been siphoning the profits for yourself. Isn't that right? Zhang Mui said nothing. Instead, he reached for a sword resting in the corner. Xiao Anwei chuckled softly. Judging by your expression, you must have something hidden away, something valuable, something meant not to be wielded but consumed when the time is right. An elixir perhaps, not a weapon, not even armor. He let his voice trail off into a small laugh. But that doesn't matter. I can already tell by your face. It's time to move on. Move on. Move where? Jiang Mui spat, gripping his sword. To the 3 rivers of death, Xiao Anwai replied coolly, you son of a. Your 2 dear friends are already waiting for you, Anwai added, nodding toward the severed heads on the table. And as you may have noticed, he continued, I'm feeling a little tired tonight, so I would prefer to finish this quickly. Xiao Anwai's eyes glinted with cold light. Please, Jiang Gate Master, show me your finest techniqueth when you are most proud of. There's no need to waste time with anything else. Jiang Mui's face turned scarlet with rage. You arrogant little bastard. It's not me who will die tonight, it's you. With a roar, he lunged forward. His longsword sliced through the air, aiming directly for Xiao Anwai's throat. The strike was swift and sharp, as fine as a hair-thin thread. It was vicious, deadly. But Xiao Anwai merely tilted his head slightly to the side. The sword missed by a hair's breadth, severing a few strands of his hair, which floated lazily through the air. The sight stunned Jiang Mui. Such a perfect evasion, using only the smallest of movements. He immediately withdrew his sword and swung again with all his strength. However, clang, Xiao Anwai's blade struck his mid-swing, deflecting it effortlessly. Jiang Mui stumbled back a few steps, the shock plain on his face. You're justified in feeling confident, you mean me. That puppet has been putting on an act all this time, hasn't he? Does it seem that way to you? It does. You're no longer the fool we once knew. But it doesn't matter. No matter what you've done, you won't reach me. A faint smile rose on Xiao Anwai's lips. Forgive me, but how many exchanges have passed for you to make such a judgment already? That's what most people would call arrogance. Unlike before, Jiang Mui no longer reacted so easily. No longer seeing Xiao Anwai as a mere scarecrow, Jiang Mui now had to act like the true master of the Jiang Sword Gate. Come, gladly. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiao Anwai's sword thrust toward Jiang Mui's chest. Jiang Mui twisted his body with a fluidity almost like water, narrowly avoiding the attack. It was a movement almost impossible for a man nearly 7 feet tall, but he pulled it off. A master of the Samhwa Meditation Hall realm should be capable of at least this much. However, there was something he hadn't anticipated. Xiao Anwai's sword. The blade halted abruptly in midair, then slid sideways. Jiang Mui frowned and shifted his stance, and the sword sliced through empty space with a whispering hum. Immediately, he spun his body and swung his longsword. Chang! Xiao Anwai's sword was deflected, but it was only once. The next thrust came immediately. Jiang Mui blocked it with the flat of his blade, but a chill ran down his spine. A bad feeling. An instinct told him he had to move. It was the right call. He lashed out with his foot, aiming for Xiao Anwai's side. SSHRRK. In that instant, Xiao Anwai's sword slashed across Jiang Mui's shoulder. Blood poured from the torn fabric in heavy streams. Had he not kicked Xiao Anwai away just in time, the wound would have cost him his entire left arm. It was chilling. Was this truly the same fool from before? Swallowing hard, Jiang Mui closed the distance in a heartbeat and swung his sword. Whoosh! Stepping with snow cloud step, Xiao Anwai evaded with minimal, almost imperceptible movements. And that was just the beginning. Jiang Mui's following strikes shattered the ground, tore the walls apart, and reduced luxury furnishings to rubble. Yet even amid that devastation, Xiao Anwai's movements remained smooth, efficient, not a single wasted motion. Dodge, dodge again. Jiang Mui's eyes suddenly flashed. An opening. Xiao Anwai, twisting his body mid-step, had exposed his abdomen. Without hesitation, Jiang Mui lunged. But whoosh! Once again, he struck only air. Xiao Anwai had already retreated far out of reach. The ghostly speed of it left Jiang Mui both impressed and for the first time faintly afraid. He tightened his grip on his sword. He had to press the attack. The boy was exhausted, that much was clear. If he kept the pressure up, gaps like the one just now would continue to appear. All he needed was to seize them. Yes, that was the way. He charged forward and thrust his sword toward Xiao Anwai's head. Xiao Anwai avoided it again, simply tilting his head aside, but Jiang Mui's eyes remained unwavering. It had been a feint. The true attack came the next moment. His foot shot out like lightning toward Xiao Anwai's knee, aiming to cripple his lower body. And then Klang, the deafening sound of steel against steel. Xiao Anwai's sword sheath had intercepted Jiang Mui's foot. He read it. At the same moment, a flash of light streaked across. Slash, blood sprayed from Jiang Mui's right shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his body and swung his leg. Bam! Xiao Anwai's fist slammed into his shin. Yet the force behind the kick was stronger than expected. Xiao Anwai was knocked sideways, while Jiang Mui quickly pressed his wounded shoulder and staggered back 2 steps. Though brief, they had already exchanged dozens of attacks and defenses. The ground around them was littered with footprints and bloodstains. How entertaining! There was something uncanny about it. An undeniable difference in realms still separated them. Samhwa Meditation Hall against Yang Radiance appears. And yet, in this short clash where neither had even used formal sword techniques, it was Jiang Mui who bled first. What made the difference? He shook his head. It didn't matter. It was time to unleash his strongest technique. Jiang Mui took another step back and his aura changed entirely. Xiao Unwai's eyes gleamed. At last. The moment he had been waiting for. Face this, and remember the instant you die. Jiang Mui roared and charged, his longsword cleaving through the air. Long cloud heaven sundering sword. Fifth form, soaring cloud piercing heaven. His sword body soared upward with the force of a spear that could pierce the sky itself. The pressure of his sword energy shredded the air around him, but by then, Xiao Unwai was N-A-V-Y-L Yoda GHT. Just before the technique could fully form, just before the gathered energy could collapse onto him, Xiao Unwai's sword touched Jiang Mui's shoulder. Thunk, with a wet tear of flesh, Jiang Mui's shoulder split open. Gah, Jiang Mui staggered, but a grim smile twisted his lips. Sometimes one must sacrifice flesh to claim the bone. From their earlier exchanges, Jiang Mui had discerned Xiao Unwai's habits. No matter the situation, he would always try to act quickly. Exhausted or not, faced with a technique like soaring cloud piercing heaven which required time to unleash, he would inevitably attack during the build-up. And he had. This was the true art of battle. Long cloud heaven sundering sword. Seventh form, peerless heavenly cloud. Jiang Mui's second form exploded forth. His sword split the sky like a rending cloud, the energy pouring down like a waterfall. It took only half the time to unfold compared to the previous technique. At this rate, Xiao Unwai's body would be shredded to pieces. But at that moment, Xiao Unwai's eyes flared. Clouds flow from east to west. Waterfalls fall from high to low. His sword moved. A single line of swordlight pierced through the cascading waterfall of energy, threading through like a needle through a tiny eye. Xiao Unwai's sword did not aim at Jiang Mui. It pierced the very heart of the energy Jiang Mui had unleashed. The principle was simple. What happens when a mass of gathered energy loses its core? Bo! It exploded. The chaotic energy from Jiang Mui's disrupted technique lost its direction and control, ripping through everything around him in a frenzied blast, and yet none of it even grazed Xiao Unwai. What is this? Realizing the true meaning of what had just happened, Jiang Mui was overwhelmed with shock and could do nothing to stop the next attack. Slice. With the sickening sound of flesh tearing, Jiang Mui's right arm, still clutching his longsword, was severed cleanly from the shoulder. Thud. In the same breath, Xiao Unwai's sword plunged deep into his abdomen. Jiang Mui's body crumpled without resistance. Xiao Unwai spoke, his voice calm and detached. Your sect's ancestors must have created your sword art while watching the clouds. There was no anger or mockery in his tone. It was simply a statement, but clouds follow the wind. And the wind follows natural law. How can someone barely at the stage of Yang Radiance appears, dismantle my techniques, a master of the Samwa meditation hall? I've seen similar martial arts before. Impossible. The long cloud heaven sundering sword exists only within our Jiang sword gate. Did you really believe that sword arts inspired by clouds existed solely in your sect? I've been thinking this for a while now, Xiao Unwai said quietly, but you're truly arrogant. You dare. Xiao Unwai stepped closer. For years you exploited the snow compression branch and played with me as if I were a toy. Jiang Mui glared at him, bloodshot eyes full of hatred. What did you buy with all the money you extorted from Xialap? The question, thought to have been settled earlier, struck Jiang Mui off guard once again. There's no such thing. He could have easily extracted the truth through torture, but there was no need. No, more precisely, there was no point. Because just now, even without meaning to, Jiang Mui's body had already betrayed a reaction. Xiao Unwai could already guess where it was hidden, but more importantly, suddenly remembered something. A great sage once said, first deal with others through courtesy and only afterward by force. Shut your mouth, I don't want to hear it. Xiao Unwai ignored him. The one who repays kindness with betrayal will be judged by the heavens, and the one who forsakes duty will be judged by man. Master Jiang, if you etch those words deep into your heart, perhaps death will not feel so unjust. Who the hell was that sage? I've never heard such nonsense in my life. To that Xiao Unwai answered without hesitation. It was me. What? I said those words before ripping the head off Gun Mu Jiol, the leader of the martial alliance while he was still alive. First deal with others through courtesy and only afterward by force. The one who repays kindness with betrayal will be judged by the heavens, and the one who forsakes duty will be judged by man. Lastly, leave this world like a warrior who defined an era. Gun Mu Jiol had praised those words as wise and admirable. And Xiao Unwai had responded by tearing his head clean off, just as he did now. Xiao Unwai's hand closed around Jiang Mui's throat. Xiao Unwai had moved silently. The heavy blizzard worked in his favor, muffling his steps even further. As a result, news traveled slowly. At the exact moment Xiao Unwai was dueling Jiang Mui, word spread. The heads of Qinggun Sword Gate and Hyeonchan Palace had already been slain, and now Jiang Mui was dead too. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 great houses had lost their leaders. The sheer absurdity of it left everyone trembling in fear. What kind of assassin could accomplish this? What level of monster could slay 3 masters of the Samhwa Meditation Hall realm in such a short span? It was natural to be terrified. And the one most paralyzed by fear was Han Sochin, the acting sect master of the Juryung Sword Gate. He was terrified. There was no doubt who was responsible for this massacre, Sial Unwai. Who else could it possibly be? Sial Unwai had never cared about money. While other sects might have negotiated, the Juryung Sword Gate had demanded 2 million gold taels, not silver taels gold. 2 million gold taels could buy an entire city and still leave enough to spare. If the Juryung Sword Gate had possessed such wealth, they would have long since abandoned this rural backwater and marched into Zhongyuan proper. And in the letter he received yesterday, Sial Unwai had given them exactly 1 day. Now, just past midnight, the slaughter had begun. Everything fit perfectly. Now only Han Sochin remained. Acting master, please don't worry too much. Han Sochin turned at the voice. It was Hwang So Pyong, the leader of the Juryung Sword Gate Sword Spirit Corps known as the Soaring Light Sword. He too was a master of the Samhwa Meditation Hall realm. If Bing Xiaojian, the Snow Crystal Sword, was the strongest martial artist aside from the sect master, then Hwang So Pyong was second. Surely that man has some reason. After all, now that word of the assassinations has spread throughout the land, he wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt another strike tonight. Besides my elite sword spirit corps, and I will be taking turns guarding you personally. Those words offered a sliver of comfort. From the perspective of an assassin, if one had to infiltrate the Juryung Sword Gate right now, where would they strike? There were only 3 possible entry points into the Juryung Sword Gate. The first was the canyon leading directly to the main gate. However, with less than 2 hours having passed since the murder of 3 sect masters, more than 100 warriors were standing there, forming an ironclad defense. The second was the rear mountain behind the Juryung Sword Gate, a steep cliff stretching 1,000 spans high, renowned as one of the most breathtaking sights in Yangyong County. Even under normal circumstances, 50 elite warriors guarded it. Now, in this crisis, their number had likely doubled. And finally, a subterranean waterway running beneath the eastern wall. It was an old channel, built 100 years ago to divert mountain water when the Juryung Sword Gate was first founded. Unlike the other areas, only 5 warriors patrolled it. Why so few? Because no one considered it a realistic point of infiltration. Only an idiot would try it. The sect master's residence, where Han Sochin currently was located far from the drainage outlet. Anyone serious about infiltration would either storm the front or attempt the cliffs. No one would be stupid enough to come through the third route, and yet. Sial Unwai chose the third. While everyone's attention was focused on the front gate and the rear cliffs, a single shadow slipped silently beneath the eastern wall. It was Sial Unwai. His steps were utterly soundless, as if walking on clouds. No one could detect the stealth of trace-free shadow returning step. Thus, he strolled leisurely into the inner grounds. Encountering the first patrol squad at the edge of the rear courtyard, releasing his stealth, he drew the sword from his hip. Who goes there? The 8 warriors cried out, and then they saw it. A sword gleaming white under the moonlight, descending through the heavy snowfall. And that sword was rapidly closing the distance. The first strike aimed for the throat of the foremost guard. With a wet slicing sound, the man's head launched into the sky. Next, the warrior standing beside him. Slash. Once again, the target was the neck. Blood erupted in a geyser even before the severed head hit the ground. Sial Unwai's sword was already moving toward the next target. Sial, the third warrior tried to shout. But his voice was cut off midway. Sial Unwai's sword pierced his chest, twisting as it exited. Dragging the man's heart out along the blade, the remaining warriors lunged at once, swords flashing. But in Sial Unwai's eyes, their every move was laid bare. Stepping lightly with snow cloud step, he moved between their attacks with an almost lazy grace. Slash. The 4th warrior's arms were severed at the shoulders. Slice. The 5th was cleaved in half at the waist. Crack. The 6th's neck shattered under a blow from Sial Unwai's sword sheath. The courtyard was drenched in blood. The last 3 warriors were frozen, terror written across their faces. Run. As they turned their backs, Sial Unwai's killing intent surged. He charged, sweeping his sword in a great arc. Heavenly Ice Blossom. 3 heads flew into the night sky at once. Flicking the blood from his sword, Sial Unwai resumed walking. Along the way, he encountered 2 more patrols. But he simply ignored them. He advanced without hesitation toward the sect master's residence, where Han Sochin awaited. And soon arrived. At the entrance, 3 men stood guard. Sial Unwai charged immediately, even before they could fully turn. Slash. One man's head soared skyward. Stab. Another's heart was pierced through. Clang. The third barely managed to deflect Sial Unwai's blade. But he couldn't stop the follow-up kick that shattered his heart. crack, as the fallen warrior clutched his broken chest. Xiao Anwai calmly beheaded him. Lifting his gaze, he stared at the door ahead. He moved forward and pushed it open. In that instant, a sharp streak of sword light shot out from the gap. Xiao Anwai twisted his body, spinning backward to dodge. The air where the sword light had passed was torn apart. A low chuckle echoed. As the door swung fully open, a man stepped out. The sword in his hand gleamed blue under the moonlight. So the illegitimate son of the everlasting snow palace has stooped to playing assassin now. How wretched this world has become. Xiao Anwai, recognizing him from the intel obtained through the open gate sect, muttered his name quietly. Hwang Sopyeong, the soaring light sword, leader of the sword spirit corps, a master of the Samwa meditation hall realm. I had planned to kill you eventually, but it seems you're impatient to meet your end tonight. Ha. You arrogant fool, failing in your assassination, and yet spouting such drivel instead of begging for your life. Failure. A dry laugh escaped Xiao Anwai's lips. Unfortunately for you, I don't attempt actions doomed to fail, unlike you. Way you speak, is it truly you, Xiao Anwai? Xiao Anwai didn't bother answering. There was no point repeating himself to a man soon to become a corpse. Come, very well, I'll tear you in half with my soaring light heaven-sundering sword. Hwang Sopyeong charged, unleashing the first technique of his sword art, radiant spirit sundering heaven. His sword energy slithered through the air like a living serpent, striking toward Xiao Anwai. But Xiao Anwai did not move, only his eyes gleamed coldly. He lifted his sword and cleaved through the attack in one stroke. Clang. HRM, the force behind Xiao Anwai's blow, was far beyond what Hwang Sopyeong had anticipated. Suppressing a grimace, Hwang Sopyeong staggered. Xiao Anwai charged in at once. His sword thrust forward like a spear. Barely managing to twist his body aside, Hwang Sopyeong dodged by a hair's breadth. Thud, only to be struck brutally in the right thigh by Xiao Anwai's follow-up kick. His body stumbled. Xiao Anwai raised his sword high, then brought it down mercilessly. Boom! The impact sent Hwang Sopyeong skidding across the floor, and yet, showing the resilience of a true master, he somehow blocked the fatal blow. But his face was painted with shock, and anyone else would have worn the same expression. How can this be possible? They had been exchanging blows sword to sword. How could a martial artist at Yang Radiance appears fight evenly against a master of the Samwa Meditation Hall? It defied all common sense. But there was something Hwang Sopyeong did not know, regardless of Xiao Anwai's reincarnation. There was a reason the four realms of refined qi were grouped together. The heart of the four realms was the middle danshan. When it began to open, Yang Radiance appears. When fully opened, 5 dragons converge. When united with the lower danshan Samwa Meditation Hall. When the full unification completed, Sovereign of Primordial Oneness. At the level of Sovereign of Primordial Oneness, Xiao Anwai's head would have been severed before he could even lift his sword, but up to Samwa Meditation Hall. The difference could be overturned by skill, especially for someone like Xiao Anwai, who had once ruled the martial world. Even if he hadn't dueled such masters before, he could still predict their movements. Encounter them, Xiao Anwai was simply that exceptional, and he had no intention of explaining any of this. Hwang Sopyeong sprang to his feet, unleashing his ultimate technique without hesitation. Radiant Thunder Blade. Blades of light shot out like lightning from every direction. 22 of them at a rough count. It was a spectacular assault, but in that moment, Xiao Anwai's eyes were already dissecting the attack. Seeing the spaces between the 22 blades, he saw the path. There were 4 paths Xiao Anwai could take to slip through the 22 sword beams and reach Hwang Sopyeong. He didn't hesitate. Once judgment was made, action had to follow. He pushed off the ground. The 22 slashes tore through the hems of his snow-white cloak, but not a single cut reached his body, through the wide open path. Hwang Sopyeong's eyes filled with despair. Xiao Anwai's remained calm, unflinching. Without pause, Xiao Anwai's hand slipped to his belt. Gripping the dagger secured there, flashing Void's single thorn technique, the dagger shot forward at lightning speed. Thunk, it buried itself precisely in Hwang Sopyeong's throat. Xiao Anwai twisted the handle, snapping the man's cervical spine, and then wrenched the blade free. Leaving Hwang Sopyeong's collapsing corpse behind, Xiao Anwai walked on. Inside the residence, a faint sound of movement stirred. The small, terrified scuffle of a man too afraid to breathe. Xiao Anwai didn't miss it. He approached. There, cowering and trembling, was Han Sochin. Please spare me." But no plea could slow Xiao Anwai's steps. Soon he stood before Han Sochin, gazing down at him with quiet, indifferent eyes. Is Hanjiang Guang still shut away in seclusion? Why, yes, he is. You'll be seeing your father very soon. What? Flashing Void's single thorn technique. Xiao Anwai's dagger struck mercilessly. The blade pierced Han Sochin's throat. Desperately, Han Sochin grabbed at Xiao Enwai with trembling hands, clinging to life. Xiao Enwai's eyes didn't even flicker. Do you wish to live? Gook. Why yes. Yes. I gave you every opportunity. You were the ones who refused. That was, if you couldn't handle the consequences, you should never have reached for more than you deserved. Because of your greed, I'll now erase your 4 great houses completely. I'll leave not even a single ant alive. And your father will be no exception. Please. Too late. Xiao Enwai twisted the dagger. A sickening crunch echoed as Han Sochin's spine shattered. Xiao Enwai calmly finished it, decapitating him in a single, silent motion. Just as silently as he had entered, Xiao Enwai left the Juryeong sword gate. He returned to the drainage channel he had used to infiltrate, retrieved the 3 heads he had hidden there, and made his way back to Sialap. It had all unfolded within the span of just 2 hours since Xiao Enwai first set foot in Yangyong County. The blizzard raged on as if a hole had been torn in the sky itself, showing no signs of letting up. Yet there was someone waiting for him at Sialap. Beneath the eaves, hugging her knees tightly to her chest, a young woman slowly lifted her head. You waited, it was Xiao Enwai. At the sound of his voice, Wanyang's face lit up in a bright smile. Yes, I waited, but, about your trip. Her words trailed off, not because of fear, but because she had just caught sight of what Xiao Enwai was holding, 4 severed heads swinging in his right hand. Her eyes widened, her mouth falling open in stunned silence. You recognize them, I see. How could I not? They're the sect masters of the 4 great houses, and the acting master. Xiao Enwai set the heads down on the ground, speaking quietly. Commander Xiong. As if waiting for his cue, a man emerged from the shadows. It was Commander Xiong. And she jumped again in fright, but didn't interrupt. Bring the white tiger heavenly garments. Yes, young master. Commander Xiong immediately entered and brought back a pristine set of the white tiger heavenly garments, and Enwai, receiving it with his blood-free hand, draped it over Wanyang's shoulders. You really didn't have to. How long have you been here? Commander Xiong answered that question. I've been here ever since you left, young master. The current time was around the middle of Inchi 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. It had taken Enwai about 1 siege 2 hours to finish his work in Yangyong County, including the time spent traveling and the delay caused by the heavy snowfall on the way back. So you've been here for nearly 4 siege. Enwai murmured quietly as he gazed at Wanyang. Commander Xiong. Yes, young master. Prepare 4 boxes and place the severed heads in them. Yes, understood. There was no time for her to even ask where they were going. We're heading to the training ground. Commander Xiong looked like he wanted to stop him, thinking it was too much for someone already clearly exhausted, but gave up when he saw Enwai shake his head. Commander Xiong knew. Since his return, Enwai's stubbornness had grown to unimaginable levels. On the way to the training ground, Wanyang kept trying to dissuade me, saying it was fine that we could train later. It was clear she said it because, even outwardly, I looked severely fatigued and obviously needed rest, but I couldn't leave it alone. In my judgment, at least from the sharpened sense I had right now, Wanyang was right on the verge of stepping into the 4 realms of refined qi. This had to be pushed through. The training ground bathed in moonlight. Wanyang, wearing the white tiger heavenly garments, seemed very burdened by the attire she had on, but it was fine. It's just clothing after all, but this is clothing that only polar bloodline successors like you should wear. It's merely a formality. Even if you weren't wearing the white tiger heavenly garments, the fact that you're a polar bloodline successor wouldn't change. Besides, I was the one who borrowed your clothes first, and they ended up as rags. Returning rags would not be the proper thing for a person to do, so keep wearing it until tomorrow, young master. And then, are you confused? What are you referring to? I'm talking about your current state, standing at the end of the celestial cycle realm. So that's what you meant. Yes, I'm confused right now. Maybe it was the weather, but Wanyang's breathing was strangely rough. Steady your breath. At my words, she took a deep breath and began to calm herself. Having reached the final stage of the celestial cycle realm, she was Novelrecap now ready. Your middle dantian is about to open. Quietly, only my voice echoed across the training ground. Staring at Wanyang, whose eyes widened, I continued calmly. Your internal energy is already sufficient. I slowly circled around her. To move from the final stage of the celestial cycle realm to the twin radiance manifestation, it's not about accumulating more internal energy. I approached Wanyang. Then I extended my right hand and placed it firmly over the center of her solar plexus. Looking at her blushing face, I spoke briefly. Focus. Yes, my energy penetrated her body. Can you feel it? Yes, your internal energy is swirling around your middle dantian like a guest knocking on a door, but that door doesn't open from the outside. As soon as I finished speaking, Wanyang's breathing quickened as if she was concentrating all her senses inward. Inside her body, her internal energy slowly began to swirl. It was an incredibly pure flow of energy. Until now, you've been accumulating internal energy, but the 4 realms of refined qi is different. It's not about accumulation, it's about realization. Just like the sun naturally rises, it must come naturally. The chill radiating from my hand seeped into Wanyang's body, stimulating her internal energy. The middle dantian is already within you. You simply haven't seen it yet. Close your eyes. Feel the path your internal energy flows. Wanyang closed her eyes. Her consciousness began to follow the flow of her internal energy. Until now, your internal energy has only been rising upward. A true realization begins from descending, just like water flowing from high to low. As my words continued, Wanyang's internal energy gradually began to change. The energy that had only been surging upward now started to flow downward as well. You truly are quick to learn. That's right. Feel the rise and fall, the cycle. Twin radiance manifestation begins where the two lights meet. Wuong, a special resonance began to emanate from Wanyang's body. Her middle dantian had started to open. Can you see it now? At my quiet voice, Wanyang nodded silently. I continued without stopping. Those who reach the four realms of refined chi can wield great power even with small amounts of internal energy. The middle dantian is not merely a source of strength. It is the starting point of transformation. Tears welled up at the corners of Wanyang's eyes. They were not tears of pain, but tears of realization. Yes, feel it. This is the beginning of the four realms of refined chi. Without anyone telling her, Wanyang sat down cross-legged on the spot. As she closed her eyes and began to regulate her energy, a distinct light started to leak from her body. It was a signal that she had entered the threshold of twin radiance manifestation. As I quietly watched over her, someone approached and held an umbrella over me. It was Commander Xiang. You went a little far this time, young master. I don't feel that way at all. Are you really going to see this through to the end? I chuckled. What exactly are you so worried about, Commander Xiang? Everything. I appreciate the sentiment, but you're worrying unnecessarily. The severed heads. I placed them in the 4 boxes you ordered. I nodded. Soon Han Jianguang will break free from his seclusion. He will. By today, all the warriors of the 4 great sects will gather and march on Sialap. That's how it'll be. Han Jianguang is a master of the Ogi formation. If he emerges from seclusion, he will have fully matured his true elixir field. I just laughed. Are you worried? Wouldn't it be strange if I weren't? Then don't worry. The things I do may seem insane, but this is the path I've chosen. Understood. Please get some rest then. You look extremely exhausted. I spoke before he could finish. Wanyang looks cold. Since it seems you have nothing else to do anyway, I'd like you to keep the snow from piling up. If I do that, will you rest immediately? I will. Understood. Commander Xiang stood next to Wanyang, holding the umbrella. I turned around and headed toward the armory located in the corner of the training ground. I sat down at the entrance and leaned my back against a pillar. My whole body felt sluggish. Commander Xiang. Yes, young master, I want to write a letter. Do you have a brush and paper? Shall I fetch them? I nodded, and Commander Xiang planted the umbrella into the ground and vanished from the spot. With a soft sound, his body disappeared completely from view, and before I could even count to 5, he appeared before me. Here they are. I took them and immediately scribbled something onto the paper, then handed it back to Commander Xiang. At dawn, deliver this to the 4 great sects. Shall I use the Open Gate sect? I nodded. Understood. Commander Xiang returned to where Wanyang was and picked up the umbrella lying on the ground. It was almost the exact same scene as before. I felt a bit sorry. With power like his, all he could do was act as a bodyguard. When I smiled faintly, Commander Xiang gave a slightly awkward smile in return. I then pulled out a small box from inside my robes. Before I killed Jiang Mui, I had asked him, what had he bought with all the money he had embezzled? At that moment, Jiang Mui had reacted. Unconsciously, he had glanced at his own chest. So when I severed his head, I searched his chest, and that was where I found this. When I opened the box, there was a tiny glass bottle inside. It contained a small amount of opaque liquid, barely enough for 2 drops. Commander Xiang, who had been watching me from a distance, opened his mouth wide in shock. It was understandable, because this was the famous empty clear stone milk. Why, young master, that's SHH. Commander Xiang was standing close to Wanyang, and if he spoke too loudly, it could affect her. I quietly lifted the glass bottle. What is empty clear stone milk? First of all, it's an elixir with 2 effects. The first, immediate recovery from fatigue and circulation of internal energy. The second, expansion and reinforcement of the meridians. My blood vessels are thicker than those of ordinary martial artists. Because of that, I can unleash more than double the internal energy that a typical practitioner at the twin radiance manifestation stage could, with almost no side effects. The only side effect, if you could call it that, is the exhaustion that comes from completely wringing out all available energy like now. Jiang Mui probably obtained this elixir in preparation for advancing to the Ogi formation. His judgment was correct. The Ogi formation is the stage where the true elixir field is completed, and adding the energy of the empty clear stone milk would make the true elixir field even sturdier, allowing one to unleash even greater energy. But unfortunately for him, it's now in my hands. Drinking this wouldn't immediately let me ascend to the 5-dragon apex, but that didn't matter. I was planning to ascend to the 5-dragon apex within half a month anyway. Right now, what mattered was recovering my strength, expanding my meridians, and filling my completely emptied dantian. That would be enough. Without hesitation, I opened the glass bottle and consumed everything inside. The reaction came immediately. I sat cross-legged and began circulating the Grand Void Immortal Bloodheart technique. Take Shuan blood connects all principles. The profound blood of the Grand Void connects to all principles. Innate vital blood turns to true void. Innate vital blood transforms into true void. All laws return to one, revealing the great Tao. All myriad laws return to one and reveal the great way. It had truly been a long day, but today was merely the beginning. From sunrise onward, things would get very busy, and Yangyong County would be cleared out within the day. I had to recover my strength. There was so much work to be done. Such stray thoughts quickly sank below the surface of my consciousness. Now was the time to focus entirely on the energy of the empty, clear stone milk. I closed my eyes, and I sank into a state of selflessness. Commander Xiang, to be honest, was not someone who startled easily. Since joining the White Snow Phantom Corps, he had experienced countless things. He had traveled to Zhongyuan, worked as an assassin, and served as a regular bodyguard as well. He had gone through countless experiences. Yet lately, Commander Xiang found himself being startled unusually often, and all of it was related to one person, Xiao Enwai, the young master. When he first heard that Xiao Enwai had reincarnated, he honestly hadn't believed it, but the more he thought about it, the harder it was to doubt. A person's way of speaking and acting does not change in a short period of time. The Xiao Enwai of the past had truly been weak, but the Xiao Enwai now was not. He was so dignified that every word he spoke carried weight. If you listened carefully, it wasn't like he was reading from a book of famous sayings, yet every time he spoke, his words resonated deeply. The same was true for his martial arts. If you so much as poked him, a peerless martial art would emerge. Among all of it, what was most astonishing was precisely this. He just drank the empty, clear stone milk without any preparation. Normally, to consume that elixir, one needed complete physical and mental stability, as well as intact dantian and meridians. It was absolutely not something you could take while so exhausted, and yet seeing it now, there were strangely no side effects. On the contrary, he was absorbing all the energy of the empty, clear stone milk completely. Is he a monster? I didn't know anymore. Come to think of it, I had never asked. In his previous life, just how far had Xiao Enwai climbed? He had been capable of toppling the everlasting snow palace, then perhaps he had reached the very end of the 5 realms of the martial god. Scratching my head, I looked down at Namgung Wanyang, who was seated cross-legged below. At first, Commander Xiang hadn't known either, that this young woman was a daughter of the annihilated Namgung clan, but Xiao Enwai had recognized it at a glance. No matter how you thought about it, he really was a monster, and the girl's talent was also extraordinary. Without even tapping her pressure points or guiding her energy flow, she's stepping into the 4 realms of refined chi just by listening to a few N-A-V-Y-L Cyrillic letter 456 Ge HT don't copy, read here words. This is, honestly, baffling. Namgung Wanyang, how far could this girl eventually climb? On this point, Commander Xiang was making a big mistake. Wanyang was someone personally marked by the reincarnated Enwai. Just how far must she rise in the future for him to have already set his sights on her? Maybe she'd reach the level of a sword king or a sword venerable. Commander Xiang felt a spark of greed. Maybe she could even join the White Snow Phantom Corps, or the White Phantoms. For now, he wasn't sure. Quietly caressing the letter in his robes, he thought to himself, today was going to be a truly busy day. Because of the disturbance that had occurred overnight, Yangyong County was completely turned upside down. The unprecedented incident where all the heads of the 4 great sects were lost was something that should never have happened, yet it had already occurred. So what needed to be done now? There was only one answer. Revenge. Before dawn, in front of the Blue Dragon Rock on Qinggun Mountain behind Juriyoung's Sword Gate, hundreds of people had already gathered. This Blue Dragon Rock was the very place where, 2 years ago, Han Jiangguang, the master of Juriyoung's Sword Gate, had entered for closed-door training. Normally, disturbing someone's closed cultivation was one of the greatest taboos in the martial world, but today was different. Master, please come out. The 4 great sects have been turned into a sea of blood. Wailing cries shook the mountain. Among them were the elders and disciples of each sect, and even some of the chief officers. Terror and despair were etched into everyone's faces. In just one Jin, an elder of the Qinggun Sword Gate spoke with a trembling voice. Our sect master and the sect masters of 2 other sects have died. Kyuhuk, unable to continue, he broke into sobs. The faces of those around him twisted in horror. What had happened overnight exceeded their wildest imagination. 3 of the 4 great sect masters had been beheaded, and it had taken only one Jin. That wasn't even the end. Even acting master Han Sochin has died. Voices filled with rage rang out. This is all because of Sialap. We should never have touched that mine. That's right, our sect master, an old man continued bitterly. Our sect master suggested turning Sialap's Unwai into a mere puppet. But silence fell. Everyone here knew. They all knew where this tragedy had begun. But now was not the time to lay blame. What they needed now was Han Jiangwang, the greatest master of Yangyong County, who had reached the Ogi formation and was standing on the threshold of the Dao transformation realm. They didn't know what he might have achieved inside during his 2 years of seclusion, but at the very least, he would have fully matured his Ogi formation, just as everyone was about to cry out once more for him to come forth. Boom, the rocky wall of the Blue Dragon Rock rumbled, and the cave entrance opened. There, standing with wild hair and tattered clothes, was a man with an unyielding presence, Han Jiangwang, the seven-fingered divine sword. Sochin is dead, no one could answer. Han Jiangwang ground his teeth so hard that it made an audible cracking sound. Xiao Unwai, that bastard, how dare he? The killing intent released by the master of the Ogi formation wrapped around the area. It was then, one of the chief officers of Juryung's sword gate cautiously approached and handed over a letter. This was delivered today by Zhang Xiok, the branch head of the Open Gate Sect Sialap division. There was no need to ask who had sent it. It could only be Xiao Unwai. To Sect Master Han Jiangwang, the events of last night are truly regrettable. However, I would like to remind you that all of this stems from your own choices. Had you given a wiser answer to the letter I sent, none of this would have happened. Had you not overstepped your station, neither of us would have had to grow weary. Since you were unable to pay the price yourself due to being in seclusion, I collected it from acting Sect Master Han Sochin instead. Yet I feel that it is still far from enough. The original 2 million gold taels you owed me have now increased to 5 million as compensation for the precious time you wasted. Most importantly, I now possess 4 severed heads. Du Chenhing, Zhang Mui, Ho Mucheng, and your son, Han Sochin. They were foolish, presumptuous men. I had considered tossing them to the wild dogs, but decided instead to present them to you as a gift. Since you have forcibly broken your seclusion and have much to deal with, I shall grant you a little more time. At the stroke of midnight, when the moonlight is at its stillest, I will be waiting for you at the transport route of the snow-cold gorge. I sincerely hope you will not waste another's life under the excuse of seclusion. Xiao Unwai. The letter trembling in his hand, Han Jiangwang's bloodshot eyes scanned its contents with a pale face. How dare he? How dare he? Crack. Han Jiangwang crushed the letter in his hand and spoke. Gather all the warriors. His chilling gaze seized control of the surroundings. Today I will turn Sialap into a sea of blood. There was no need to even ask when. Right now. Midnight under the moonlight. What a joke. He would go right now and tear him apart alive. Transport route through the snow-cold gorge referred to a narrow path between 2 blade-like cliffs. The cliffs, towering hundreds of jang high, were far more imposing than one might imagine, and the road between them was barely 20 steps wide. And on one of those 2 cliffs, members of Sialap's branch in Yangso were stationed. Branch master. Unwai turned his head. It was Yangso. I have decent ears, you know. From what I'm hearing, hundreds of martial artists from the 4 great sects are coming. Are you afraid? How can you even ask that? Unwai replied briefly. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't stop you. Go if you wish. Not just youth eyes applies to all of you. By all of you, he meant Wanyang and all the Sialap branch members present. At that moment, aside from Unwai, there were 6 men and women on the cliff. Yet no one chose to leave. If a martial artist received grace, it was right to repay it. Yangso chuckled dryly. Come on, who said I was leaving? I was just curious about the plan. The plan, there's nothing special. There truly wasn't much to it. We'll annihilate them all here. Wait, annihilate, setting aside whether that's even possible. What if they don't come this way and head straight for Sialap? This transport route is known as the safest path connecting Sialap and Yangyong County. Moreover, I clearly wrote the name of this place in the letter I sent. Han Jiangwang, driven mad with rage to kill me, has almost no chance of choosing another route. And if he does, then it simply means Han Jiangwang is even dumber than I thought, and I'll just adjust my plan accordingly. Yangso scratched his head. What exactly did easier mean in that case? He couldn't tell. What kind of person was this man, really? Then Unwai asked Yangso a question. Have the warriors from Chialson's sword gate arrived yet? They're on their way. They had a lot to prepare. Ah, there they are. Unwai turned his head. He could see about 30 martial artists climbing up toward them. Each warrior, except for the man at the very back, carried 2 bows and quivers full of arrows, while the man at the rear climbed up bearing a single flag slung over his shoulder. That flag was the Snow Spirit banner, the banner of the everlasting Snow Palace. I can more or less guess what you're planning, but honestly I have no idea. If you feel it's too dangerous, run. I won't blame you. Yangso laughed again. I Yangso haven't lived so cravenly. The martial art you taught me was real, and if I think of this situation as a kind of trial, well, you'll give me the next technique, right? Unwai nodded as he slowly walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. It was extremely high. From here to the road below was roughly 330 jang, about 999.9 meters. He needed to move to a better position, roughly halfway down or a bit less. As Unwai gazed below, his eyes gleamed. There was a space large enough to accommodate about 50 people. Just then, Wanyang approached Unwai. Having stepped into the beginning of the four realms of refined chi, she was now worthy of being called a true martial artist. She asked quietly, "Branch Master, are you not afraid?" "Fear, huh? I had a similar conversation with Commander Siang not too long ago. Strictly speaking, the subject had been slightly different, but the essence was the same. Though he had expressed his mindset back then, he had not yet shared it with Wanyang. Unwai spoke in a quiet voice. Fear is something people naturally feel because it's difficult to control. You, me, and everyone standing behind me. Everyone turned their eyes toward Unwai. Since he hadn't lowered his voice, all could hear him. Whether the enemy is strong or weak, whether you can handle them or not, whether their number is 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, all these judgments rely on your own measure. However, Unwai's eyes did not waver, and his voice remained clear. Let it go. Even if heaven and earth collapse, to those walking beside me there are no enemies. It was an overwhelming confidence. The source was unknown, and yet, strangely, it was utterly convincing. Wanyang swallowed nervously. Unwai turned his head slightly and smiled faintly. "Even know, are you still afraid?" As if entranced, Wanyang shook her head. Something descended into her heart, though the blizzard from the night before had left the world frozen cold. It was spring. Suppressing the blazing anger burning inside him, Han Jiangwang walked forward. His disheveled hair, his wild NAV letter 2170, IGHT read more on our source beard, and his ragged clothes looked almost exactly the same as when he had broken out of seclusion. It had been between 9 and 11 a.m. when he emerged. Now it was nearing evening. Between 5 and 7 p.m. he had spoken as if he would charge out immediately, but he wasn't that thoughtless. During those hours he had prepared to turn Sialep into a sea of blood, prepared to rip Sial Unwai's body apart with his own hands without leaving any room for consequences. That kind of preparation. "Lord Han, you needn't worry about what comes after," one of his men said. The Hanbing sect already agreed to take care of the aftermath and smooth things over. Han Jiangwang raised a hand, cutting him off. "I'll think about the aftermath later. Today I will honor the spirit of my son and the spirits of the other fallen masters." His voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Now there was only one thing left to do: act. Following behind Han Jiangwang were exactly 484 warriors. He had brought the elites from the four great sects and anyone else who looked even remotely promising. There were even porters among them. All moved with one heart, rage toward Sial Unwai. It didn't matter who had started the fight. They had lost comrades, revered sect masters, and for Han Jiangwang, his beloved son, that was all that mattered. Thus they entered the snow-cold gorge, but halfway through they came to a halt. "Arrogant little bastard," Han Jiangwang muttered under his breath, his gaze lifting upward. The snow-cold gorge was split by two towering cliffs, and there, standing midway up one of the cliffs, was Sial Unwai. Visibly he stood alone. "You've brought quite the army," Sial Unwai called out. "It's not just you. I intend to wipe the entire city of Sialap from the face of the earth," Han Jiangwang answered coldly. "Of course I had to bring them, I see. In that case, you should have at least cleaned yourself up before coming. Before we begin, I have a gift for you." "Why?" Han Jiangwang cut him off, voice low and seething. "Why what? Why did you kill my son?" Han Jiangwang was struggling to suppress his fury, but Sial Unwai simply tilted his head in puzzlement. "You really don't know why?" "I don't. If anyone should know, it's you, Lord Han. As I even wrote in the letter I sent, you toyed with me all this time. Over something so petty." "This isn't something petty, Lord Han. There's a saying, if you can't bite, don't bark. Do you even understand where we are right now? This is the martial world. You dared to provoke me without preparing for annihilation. You dared." "Dared," he says. "You think you're untouchable just because you pulled off some assassinations in the night. So you do know," Sial Unwai said, "that it was me personally." "I didn't at first," Han Jiangwang admitted. "I thought you either hired assassins or used the power of the everlasting snow palace. But no, it was you." Sial Unwai's expression shifted strangely. "I see. I think I understand now what's about to happen." A slow smile curved across his lips, thick with killing intent. "I warned you. I warned you that interfering would come with a price. And yet, it's exhausting truly. There are just so many fools in this world who don't understand plain speech." So Han Jiangwang growled, "You dragged me out here to negotiate, did you? A worthless assassin like you. Negotiate. You threw out some absurd figure, 200,000 gold coins, 500,000, whatever is bait to leave room for bargaining. But let me make it clear, I have no intention of negotiating. Today you die. And Sialep will be drowned in blood." Sial Unwai chuckled. "You're making a grave mistake." "What? I didn't name 200,000 gold coins as a joke." "You insane bastard. Do you even know how much that is?" "I know exactly how much it is," Sial Unwai said. "And if you wanted to treat me like a clown, you should have been ready to pay at least that much. I fully intended to collect that price. And one more thing, Sial Unwai said, voice sharpening. You seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding about how faction wars work. Oh, enlighten me, will you? Yes, in faction warfare, it's simple. It's a matter of who cuts off the enemy leader's head first. That's why skilled assassins are so feared. That's why they stay in the shadows. Everyone covets the blade that can strike a head clean off, so they hide it. I, Sial Unwai said, voice like ice, am the leader of Sialep. And the leaders of the four great sects are already dead. Han Jianguang sneered. You can see me standing right here, can't you? I apologize for the mistake, Sial Unwai said politely. You'll be dead soon enough. And speaking of gifts, in front of him sat 4 wooden boxes. Sial Unwai casually nudged each box with the tip of his foot. One after another, the boxes toppled over the cliff, shattering on the rocks below. Crack, crack. Even though they fell from halfway up the cliff, a height of over 100 yards, and shattered on impact, everyone recognized what had been inside. 4 severed heads, the 4 men assassinated in the dead of night. You bastard, let's begin, shall we? With a lazy movement, Sial Unwai drew the cold ice dagger from his belt. He had wielded it well until now, but today would be its final service. Without hesitation, he hurled it. Han Jianguang frowned deeply as he watched it fly not at him, but across the gorge. You crazy bastard, where the hell are you throwing it? It was a fair question. The dagger embedded itself deep in the opposite cliff, and then... K-R-R-R-R-R-R-A-C-K. A hideous cracking noise split the air. Around the point where the dagger struck, deep fractures spiderwebbed outward. It defied all reason, but Sial Unwai could make it happen. He wielded the Grand Void immortal Bloodheart technique, and this cliff, even in his previous life, was a known avalanche zone. This wasn't coincidence. This was a trap he had prepared. The cliffs began to rumble. K-U-U-U-U-U-M. Cracks that had been forming over decades, even centuries, exploded open. The massive cliff crumbled, collapsing downward in an unstoppable roar. RRUN. Before Han Jianguang could even finish shouting, the warriors hiding behind Sial Unwai sprang into action. The agents of the Snow Compression Branch and the soldiers of the Iron Mountain Sword Sect suddenly appeared, raining a volley of arrows into the canyon below. THWIP, THWIP, THWIP. The warriors of the 4 great sects, trapped in the narrow gorge, fell one after another without a chance to escape. Their skin was torn apart, bones shattered, bodies shredded by flying stones, ice shards, and avalanches of snow. This was a living hell. Even among Sial Unwai's own forces, about half of the archers dropped their bows and vomited on the spot. Among them were members of the Snow Compression Branch except for 3. Han Murin, Jin Soyop, and Beek Myonggik. Those 3 didn't vomit. They did stop firing, though. Jin Soyop and Beek Myonggik wore clear expressions of hesitation, but Han Murin was different. He was smiling as if exhilarated, as if he were enjoying the massacre. Sial Unwai turned his gaze slowly to the 3 of them and spoke in a low voice, keep shooting, don't stop. Yet there were still some who hesitated, fingers frozen on their bowstrings. Sial Unwai gave one final warning. I made myself clear, he said. You were free to turn back, but you chose. You chose to stand with me here. Then don't waver. If you call yourselves warriors, once you begin something, you must see it through no matter what. A sharp, deadly gleam lit up in Sial Unwai's eyes. Fire. At last, everyone who had hesitated drew back their strings and resumed shooting. Even though the cliff had crumbled halfway down, there was still at least 150 jang left to fall nearly 150 yards. But at that range, missing would have been more ridiculous. Because the people fleeing the avalanche had no choice but to run straight into the kill zone. The targets themselves were closing the distance. If you couldn't hit them now, you had no business calling yourself a warrior. They fired until their quivers ran dry. They fired until the bowstring snapped, and they grabbed spare bows to continue. They unleashed arrows with reckless abandon without a second's thought. At some point, the avalanche stopped. The thunderous roar ceased. Sial Unwai. A man's howl tore through the now silent gorge. There was nothing else. Only Han Jianguang remained. In the span of barely a few dozen heartbeats, he alone had survived. The sheer cold radiating from him froze the surrounding blizzard solid. Sial Unwai, seeing this, calmly drew his sword. At that, Wanyang and Chenpeng also reached for their swords, as if preparing to assist him. Sial Unwai shook his head. Stand down. Stay where you are. But Han Jianguang is a master who has reached the 5 Qi ascension. So, just watch, Sial Unwai said. Watch carefully and you will understand why those who walk with me have no need to fear enemies. As Han Jianguang surged forward, blazing with murderous intent, Sial Unwai kicked off the ground to meet him head-on. I'll kill you, you filthy demon bastard, KWANG. Perhaps his years of closed-door training hadn't been for nothing. Han Jianguang's true core had stabilized, and the internal energy surging from it was solid beyond measure. KWANG. Sial Unwai's sword clashed against him, and the sheer force of impact twisted Han Jianguang's sword arm sharply backward. Han Jianguang's eyes flared, and Sial Unwai's brow furrowed. In that fleeting moment, the choices they made left real marks on the battle. Slash. Han Jianguang's sword grazed Xiao Enhui's shoulder as it swept past. Had Xiao Enhui not twisted his body at the last instant, his arm would have been severed clean off. Han Jianguang landed lightly atop the snow and launched himself again, slamming his shoulder into Xiao Enhui. KWANG. The impact was powerful enough to send Xiao Enhui skidding backward, kicking up a spray of snow. A shadow loomed over his face. He turned his head. Slick. Han Jianguang's sword sliced across Xiao Enhui's cheek. At that moment, Han Jianguang thought, this bastard, he's like a filthy little rat. But just then, something prickled at the side of his head. It was the instinct of someone who had reached the level of 5 Qi Ascension, a warning forged through countless years of battle. He tried to focus his internal energy and twist his head away. Crack! Xiao Enhui's heel struck him squarely across the side of the skull. Reeling, Han Jianguang staggered back several steps but recovered quickly, swinging his sword in a vicious arc. Clang! Xiao Enhui's sword, which had been thrusting toward him, was knocked aside. Without pause, Xiao Enhui drew a dagger from his belt and lunged. Clang! That too was blocked. If it had been the cold ice dagger, maybe it would have frozen Han Jianguang's sword, even for an instant. And even the smallest hesitation could have opened a fatal gap. It was regrettable, but it didn't matter. Truly, it didn't matter. Xiao Enhui immediately dropped the dagger he was holding. Just before it hit the ground, he kicked it upward with his foot, and absurdly enough, the dagger's blade flew straight toward Han Jianguang's throat. Han Jianguang's eyes widened in disbelief at the impossible display of skill. It wasn't just the speed, even the angle was perfect. At the last second, he threw his head back. The dagger narrowly missed, slicing through the air. In that brief instant, Han Jianguang's balance broke, and Xiao Enhui didn't miss his chance. Slash! Xiao Enhui's sword swept across Han Jianguang's thigh. Had Han Jianguang not instinctively twisted his leg aside, it would have been severed entirely. Han Jianguang staggered backward. He shouldn't have. He should have deflected the falling dagger first, should have knocked it away before retreating. But he didn't. Xiao Enhui caught the falling dagger neatly, and without a shred of hesitation, hurled his sword instead. Slash! Han Jianguang twisted his body to avoid it, but Xiao Enhui's sword grazed his shoulder in a long, deep line. Before he could even react, Xiao Enhui threw the dagger next. Han Jianguang, a seasoned master of the 5 Qi Ascension, trusted his instincts and twisted aside again, but it was useless. Xiao Enhui had already carefully studied his every reaction. This time there would be no escape. Thud! The dagger pierced straight into Han Jianguang's right shoulder with terrifying precision. Blood erupted. Strength fled from his arm. A perfect strike, it severed not only the blood vessels but the nerves as well. His sword slipped from his useless hand. Han Jianguang's whole body shuddered violently. "Yous, what are you?" Xiao Enhui, came the cold reply. "No, you, this makes no sense." His right arm hung limp. It was no different from being crippled. Gritting his teeth, Han Jianguang bent down and picked up his sword with his left hand. But no matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't understand it, this situation. You think it doesn't make sense. You can't understand how someone still in the Twin Radiance manifestation could fight evenly against a master of 5 Qi Ascension. That's right, it's not that complicated. Whether it's a duel between martial artists or a war between sects, if you can predict your enemy, you can fight on equal terms no matter the gap in power. So you're saying, Han Jianguang said slowly, that you're predicting all my movements? Yes, you, mad bastard, that's impossible. He trailed off, but the result was right in front of him. Impossible or not, it was happening. Normally, it would take 3 martial artists at the Twin Radiance manifestation level to match one 5 Qi Ascension master. To match one 3 Flowers Gathering Essence master, you needed at least 5. And for a 3 Flowers Gathering Essence martial artist to stand against a 5 Qi Ascension expert like Han Jianguang, it would take 10 or more. Yet here, Xiao Enhui, a mere Twin Radiance manifestation, was fighting him alone. For this fight to make any sense at all, there should have been at least 100 Twin Radiance manifestation martial artists backing him. Why? Because the quality of internal energy, the sheer power behind each move, was completely different. Martial artists didn't just use internal energy for fancy techniques. They flew through the sky and shattered mountains not because of myths, but because their strength made such things real. They could channel their energy through their blood vessels and unleash destruction beyond human imagination. Their martial skills could easily destroy buildings or tear apart cliffs, whether they intended to kill or not. On top of that, the experience they accumulated over decades turned them into living weapons, blades honed to perfect sharpness. It was no wonder Han Jianguang couldn't comprehend it. No matter how exhausted I am, he couldn't finish the thought. Han Jianguang struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. Luckily, one hypothesis floated up. For you to predict not just my next move, but my next 5, no, at least 6 moves ahead. Is that what's happening? No, it must be. Otherwise, this situation couldn't exist. He swallowed hard. Before I even swing my sword, before I even step forward, you already have the entire fight drawn out in your mind. and if even a single prediction is wrong, if I move even slightly differently, you'll die instantly. He was right. Till now, the strongest opponent Xiao Anwai had ever killed was at the Three Flowers Gathering Essence level. Even the famed Ice Frost Sword Scar had failed to reach 5 Chi Ascension. That was the difference, the massive gap between realms and between individuals. Without a single mistake, you're reading my every move how a 5 Chi Ascension master fights, and with that, even minimal strength is enough to turn the situation. Han Jianguang shook his head. You're truly capable of that. What are you? You're more perceptive than I expected, Xiao Anwai said calmly. At this rate, you probably would have reached the heaven and earth death boundary in the near future. Maybe not the martial god realm, but at least the ascended realm. You really think so? Judging by your insight and movements, yes. Unfortunately, you'll never make it there. You'll die here today. Han Jianguang no longer smiled. He finally understood. Xiao Anwai's confidence was not empty bravado. I'll clarify something for you, Xiao Anwai said. Yes, you were right earlier. I am predicting your every move. I'm reading the entire flow of this fight 5 moves or more ahead, so you're distributing your internal energy accordingly. Exactly, Xiao Anwai said. I use the least amount of movement to achieve the greatest efficiency, especially when facing a higher realm opponent. That's the ideal strategy. If you want to kill me, Lord Han, Xiao Anwai continued, there's only one way. You have to break free of my predictions. You have to completely shatter the flow of battle I see in my mind, because I allocate my energy according to that mental map. If you strike into my blind spot first, I'll die without even realizing it. Aren't you afraid of dying? Han Jianguang asked. It wasn't an idle question. If you thought carefully about everything Xiao Anwai had said, it became clear. He was constantly walking the blade's edge, every moment staking his life without hesitation. Even the slightest misstep meant death. He was moving through battle atop the knife's edge of death again and again. Without absolute conviction in himself, it would be impossible. Even with conviction, the looming shadow of death would be no illusion, but a brutal reality. Until now, I had the wrong idea about you, Han Jianguang said quietly. You will become a great demon, me? Xiao Anwai said calmly. With that kind of spirit and boldness, Han Jianguang said, you wouldn't die easily anywhere, and your background is even the everlasting snow palace. You didn't hesitate to slaughter hundreds of martial artists, and even when their deaths were certain, your eyes never wavered. Yes, in the end, you'll bring down the everlasting snow palace. You'll become a great demon. I'll take that as a compliment, Xiao Anwai replied. Today I will kill the seed of that great demon, Han Jianguang said, gripping his sword tighter. Come, he growled. You come to me, Xiao Anwai answered calmly. Ha, so it's not part of the plan you've mapped out in your head, is it? Xiao Anwai burst into laughter. This man. He was more interesting than expected. Don't forget, Xiao Anwai said, voice sharp, even a beast can take down a tiger. Before he even finished speaking, Han Jianguang's sword tore through the air. His movements were different now. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Xiao Anwai's prediction was off. Han Jianguang's swordplay had changed. It was as if he had been hiding his true skills all along. A chill radiated from his blade. Slash. The sword cut deep across Xiao Anwai's shoulder from an unexpected angle, blood spraying into the air. The textbook precision of Han Jianguang's swordsmanship had suddenly turned erratic, unconventional. His sword flashed again, this time striking downward from above. Xiao Anwai twisted his body just in time, but the blade grazed his cheek as it passed. It'll be different now, Han Jianguang said, different from before. Xiao Anwai's expression didn't change. Wounds. He had never assumed he wouldn't be wounded. Unorthodox swordplay. It didn't matter. Unexpected movements. Such things did not exist. Han Jianguang locked eyes with Xiao Anwai. Xiao Anwai had lost all his weapons. But the look in his eyes had grown even sharper, even more dangerous. Han Jianguang slashed again. A brilliant arc of swordlight ripped toward Xiao Anwai's neck. Xiao Anwai crouched low, driving his body into the ground. The snow of the mountain exploded upward, blinding Han Jianguang's sight. Clever little tricks, Han Jianguang roared. With a blast of internal energy, the blinding snow was blown away. But in that instant, a stone clutched in Xiao Anwai's hand flew straight toward Han Jianguang's temple. Crack, his defensive aura blocked it, but the shock threw Han Jianguang's footing off balance. Xiao Anwai didn't miss the opening. With a surge of grand void internal energy, he drove a fist toward Han Jianguang's chest. Han Jianguang stumbled backward. As expected of a master at 5 Chi Ascension, Xiao Anwai said almost casually, your defensive aura is no joke. You still have the nerve to taunt me. Han Jianguang roared, his voice trembling with fury. He swung his sword again, slicing the air. Xiao Anwai twisted his body and narrowly dodged, but the blade caught the edge of his robe, slicing it open. And in that moment, Han Jianguang should have thought it through. Why had their positions shifted to this place? Why had Xiao Anwai suddenly started using his fists? With his grand void internal energy, Xiao Anwai could have torn through Han Jianguang's defensive aura. But he hadn't. He had only pushed. The answer lay beneath Xiao Anwai's feet. Han Jianguang's gaze finally shifted downward and his skin crawled. The snow-white sword. Xiao Enwai's snow-white sword lay at his feet. The very same sword Xiao Enwai had thrown earlier, the one Han Jianguang had knocked aside. It was lying exactly where it needed to be. Every single one of Xiao Enwai's movements had been calculated from the start. By the time Han Jianguang realized it, it was already too late. Xiao Enwai's body el Goda GHT. In a flash, he snatched up the snow-white sword, and the blade was already flying toward Han Jianguang's solar plexus. Shing. Han Jianguang barely managed to raise his sword and block it, his face twisted in shock as he stumbled backward. Enwai grasped the hilt of his sword. This might be the first time he was using it since returning to this life. You should consider it an honor. This is the sword of one who bows to no heaven, who walks a path unafraid of the world. He recited the incantation aloud. The blade of defiance shatters the heavens. All laws crumble in its wake. A single strike pierces through the ages. Gods and demons vanish before it. Heaven-defying sword of desolation. And then, from his sword, an illusory force began to rise. It was a power that could never exist within the realm of twin radiance, manifestation impossible to perceive or comprehend. At least, that's how it appeared to Han Jianguang. What is this? Eyes wide, Han Jianguang stared at the force blooming from Enwai's blade. It was so blindingly brilliant, it felt like it could tear heaven and earth apart. Even in the realm of 5Chi ascension, he had never seen anything like this. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of what was unfolding before him, he falteredly to pull himself together almost instantly. Enwai hadn't been wrong. That sword carried too much, a path he'd never seen. An understanding he had never reached. Soon the air itself began to tremble. The wind stilled. The falling snow hung motionless in the sky. Desolation blade piercing the heavens. The moment Enwai's sword moved, a blade of light shot forward straight and true. Han Jianguang saw it, a sword strike that not even his full internal energy and momentum could hope to block. It was something that surpassed the boundary of cultivation itself. He tried to raise his blade. The sound was like the sky itself being torn open, and then silence. There was no spray of blood, no torn flesh. It was as if the world had been neatly sliced in half. Han Jianguang's upper body began to slide downward. The sword in his hands had split in two and clattered to the ground. The snowdrifts behind him were cleaved clean through, and the shattered cliffs from earlier bore deep, jagged sword marks, some split entirely in half. The very sword that once split the eternal snow mountains in Enwai's past life had now split a single life. Soon, the snow-white sword in Enwai's grasp turned to dust and scattered to the wind. The martial art was simply too vast for such a blade to contain. Blood poured from Enwai's lips, yet he did not fall. He walked forward steadily, silently toward Han Jianguang, who stood with eyes wide, still staring up at the sky. What did you see? A sword? No, something beyond a sword. Your end was not as pitiful as I imagined, but it still doesn't change what I have to do. I was prepared. I will erase Juryung's sword gate from this world. So it shall be. Han Jianguang glared at Enwai with bloodshot eyes, then bowed his head. He wasn't dead, not yet. Could I ask you one favor? Not long ago you were calling me the next great demon, and now you ask for favors. How shameless, I know, but what else can I do? If my end wasn't too disgraceful in your eyes, if it didn't disgust you, then I ask you to spare at least one of my bloodline. Uprooting the bloodline is the usual rule. If you want me to break that rule, you'll have to offer something worth my while. In the cave where I secluded myself, there's a wall marked with crossed blades. If you dig behind it, you'll find an elixir. What kind of elixir? Empty clear stone milk. Enwai's eyes gleamed with interest. Han Jianguang saw the change and asked, You must have obtained a drop when you killed Zhang Mui, didn't you? I did. I was the one who introduced that market. I secured some for myself before you did. How much? 6 drops. And how many remain? 4. 4 drops, Enwai murmured softly. If it's not there in that cave corner. Do as you please. A warrior moves by debt and vengeance. Though an enemy, Han Jianguang had paid his debt with his life and offered a reward to block the cycle of revenge. If the elixir was real, Novelrecap, then Enwai could show some flexibility. If you add something else on top of that, I'll spare them all. At that, Han Jianguang desperately searched his mind. What did he have left to offer? It had to be something of real value, something that would tempt Xiao Enwai. And then like a lightning flash across his memory, Chosui of the Hanbing sect, I made a deal with him. He promised to clean up after I killed you. In return, I gave him a share of the profits I made from selling the Cold Ridge Jade essence I secured in Sialap. That money ended up flowing into the Hanbing sect. That, to Enwai right now, was the most important piece of information. Do you have a ledger? It should be in my quarters, but by now they may have moved it. I can't say for sure. I see, Chosui of the Hanbing sect, and the empty clear stone milk. Very well, I'll spare your bloodline. Thank you, cough, and even at death's door there was one thing Han Jianguang absolutely had to know, that sword art. What is it? Anwai looked at him in silence for a moment, then spoke in a quiet voice. It's called the heaven-defying sword of desolation. Heaven-defying, yes, a sword art that contains my entire life. It's divided into 5 initial forms and 3 final ones. The technique you just witnessed was the first of the final 3. And the 5 initial forms, I call them the 5 songs of defiance, a sword that sings. I wish I could see them, but I know I never will. Anwai said no more. This was not a sword art to be shown lightly, not a technique one revealed often. It was forged from the regrets, sorrow, Rajavari joy and grief of his past life. All of it flowed into those songs. Unless truly necessary, he had no wish to draw them again. Han Jianguang coughed up blood. His body began to tremble violently. He tried to speak, but no words came. No matter how superhuman his focus, his final light had already faded. His eyes dimmed. His life slipped away. Anwai turned his body. He saw the stunned faces around him, their expressions blank with disbelief. Prepare yourselves. F for what? Yangso asked. Anwai's answer was crisp and final. We're going to Yangyong. A promise once made is a promise kept. A word once spoken is a word fulfilled. Today, Yangyong will fall. Anwai arrived in Yangyong. It wasn't like the times before climbing over walls in the dead of night or sneaking through the shadows. This time he walked in through the front gate. Behind him followed the warriors of the Snow Compression Branch and the swordsmen of the Iron Mountain Sword Sect led by Yangso, 40 in total. A small number, perhaps, but in Yangyong at this moment it was an overwhelming force. The townspeople froze at the sight of them, shocked, terrified. These were people who should not be here. Hadn't the elite of the 4 great sects already marched out to kill them? And then only then did the crowd notice what Anwai held in his hand, a severed head. There wasn't a soul in Yangyong who didn't recognize that face. It was the head of Han Jianguang, the gate master of Juryeong Sword Gate. It meant one thing, annihilation. So then what were these men planning now? Their curiosity drowned in fear, the townsfolk watched as Anwai spoke curtly. Yangso. Yes. You'll take the Iron Mountain warriors and head to Juryeong Sword Gate. Just us? Yes, just you. Make sure no one escapes. Yangso scratched his head, then gave a firm nod. Understood. The Iron Mountain warriors peeled away, leaving only the Snow Compression Branch. Anwai walked forward. Their destination, the gate of Jiang's Sword Gate. 2 guards stood at the entrance, just about to speak when Wan Yang, standing beside Anwai, surged forward, her blade flashing twice. SHHK, SHHK, 2 heads dropped to the ground. Anwai strode forward like it was nothing and slammed his foot into the gate. Boom, the heavy wooden doors shattered apart, revealing the courtyard inside. Roughly 50 men and women stood within. Anwai stopped. His voice was calm and commanding. Listen, yes sir, what I'm about to do you may find it distasteful. Some of you may not agree, but as I said at Snow Cold Gorge. Once a warrior begins something, he sees it through to the end. The air inside Jiang's Sword Gate turned heavy with dread. Today you'll see that end with me. The warriors of the Snow Compression Branch hardened their expressions. 5 snows become frost. At Anwai's words, the branch warriors shouted in unison, 5 colds become ice. 5 snowflakes become a blizzard. 5 waves of cold become a glacier. Anwai gave one final command. Erase them. Sir, Jiang's Sword Gate was considered one of the stronger sects in Yangyong. They had no less than 10 warriors at the level of the 5 dragons of fortitude. 9 of them had died at Snow Cold Gorge. 1 remained. He was Yon Segwang, the smiling blade. With fury in his eyes, he drew his sword. You bastards, I'll avenge my gate master. He didn't finish the sentence. Anwai lunged forward like a bolt of light, closed the gap instantly, and grabbed Yon Segwang by the head. He didn't stop. He drove the man's skull into the stone pillar behind him. Crack, a sickening sound. His head burst like rotten fruit. Anwai turned from the collapsing corpse. Leave no kin alive. From his eyes poured a chilling, suffocating, killing intent. Kill them all, sir. Within half a quarter of an hour, Jiang's Sword Gate was no more. Their next target, Hyeonchin Palace. The phrase unstoppable as splitting bamboo had never been more fitting. This was it, the true meaning of overwhelming force. Within half a quarter, Jiang's Sword Gate was wiped out. Its halls burned. Half a quarter later, Hyeonchin Palace went up in flames. And another half quarter after that, Chingun's Sword Gate followed. The people of Yangyong cowered in terror. Screams echoed from every direction. Cries for mercy cut through the night like blades. Doors slammed shut. Families barricaded themselves inside and didn't dare emerge. Yangyong was bathed in blood, and watching this massacre with a faint sneer was one man, the magistrate of Yangyong, Jiang Mugi. Well shit, that's one crazy bastard. With his stern features twisted in disbelief, he listened as reports poured in. 3 of the 4 great sects excluding only Juryeong had been destroyed, and at this rate, even Juryeong's Sword Gate wouldn't last much longer. Hey. At his call, a man in a black conical hat responded. Yes, magistrate, can you kill that lunatic? The man's face was devoid of emotion as he replied simply, yes. Even though he's the heir of the everlasting Snow Palace, the sword does not see bloodlines. Before even stepping foot in Yangyong, Anwai had fought countless battles. There had been no time for rest. Every move was swift and decisive. Anyone with half a brain would understand what that meant. To lose to someone like that, only fools would fall so easily. The man in the black hat Yudohi, chief enforcer of Yangyong, was a master of the three-fire convergence realm. He wasn't the kind of person who should have been stationed in a backwater like this in the first place. But 4 years ago, he'd agreed to serve Magistrate Jiang Mugi for 5 years to repay a personal debt. He had 1 year left. Killing him would make things messy. I'd rather not go that far. So how about this instead? What do you mean, sir? Let's just subdue him. Even if it's symbolic, there's still a line between the court and the martial world. If we can end this madness by putting a leash on him, the everlasting snow palace won't dare ask us to clean up for free. And the higher-ups will owe us, probably even toss in a reward. Yeah, that feels right. What about the Hanbing sect? The Hanbing sect, huh? That Chosui guy, is he still with the government? No, he's already returned to the Hanbing sect, HMPH. We treated him well and this is how he repays us. No honor among martial artists, as always. Jiang Mugi turned around. Behind him stood Yu Dohi and more than 40 constables. Surely 40 armed men could handle 6 exhausted warriors. If this went well, he might even squeeze some gold out of the everlasting snow palace. Maybe even get promoted. He had no intention of dying as a minor official in this forgotten countryside. By the way, you said they're surrounding Juriang Sword Gate. Yes, sir. The only group from the martial world with any real strength in Sialap, Iron Mountain Sword sect has them encircled. Iron Mountain. Never heard of them. No need to worry, sir. Their leader Yangso joined Sialap 5 years ago and founded the sect himself. Ah, a fledgling sect, only 5 years old. Yes, then not worth remembering. Still, how pathetic for Juriang Sword Gate. Yudohi said nothing. He agreed. Here in Yangyong, there were few. Jiang Mugi himself wouldn't dare cross, but the former gate master of Juriang was one of them. A master in the 5 Chi Ascension realm, destined to reach the apex of martial cultivation. It had made sense to build ties. Jiang Mugi had protected and favored him, and in return received a cut of the profits from Cold Ridge Jade Essence. Very profitable. And now that very Juriang Sword Gate was surrounded by a 5-year-old newborn sect. What's the sect leader's level? 3 Fire Convergence Realm. That's higher than I expected, but more importantly, how exactly did Han Jiangguang die? We sent scouts to investigate. One of the cliffs in Snow Cold Gorge collapsed entirely. A collapsed cliff, huh? With a weak foundation and last night's snowfall adding weight. Yes, sir. With an avalanche and rockfall like that, even a master in the 5 Chi Ascension realm wouldn't walk away unscathed. So the martial artists were wiped out, and by sheer luck, that bastard son and his men were on the far side of the gorge. It appears so. We can attribute it to extraordinary luck. Damn, even a scarecrow gets heaven's favor these days. He dismissed it. He assumed it was luck, nothing more. But truthfully, Jiang Mugi had gathered every constable in Yangyong and stationed them at the mountain pass for one reason only. Ah, speak of the devil. 6 figures appeared bloodied grim. They'd have to pass through this road to reach Juriang Sword Gate, just as he'd expected. Jiang Mugi stepped forward and called out, "Halt, you violent thugs, this ends here." He tried to present himself with gravity and authority. It seemed to work. The man at the front unstopped in his tracks. His expression was that of someone who'd just remembered something he'd meant to take care of. "You must be Magistrate Jiang Mugi of Yangyong." "Ho ho, so you know me. How could I not? You're someone I could never forget." There was weight behind his words. Jiang Mugi sensed it, but chose not to press. "I see you've annihilated 3 of the 4 great sects. Let that be enough. Enough, you say. Is that an order? Well, if you insist, then yes. But take it as a request if you prefer. Refuse it and more than half of you will die. Perhaps all of Yao except Yao will be slaughtered. So it's a threat. What else could it be? I am the magistrate. You are an outsider who attacked this province. This land belongs to the Empire of Yang. You entered unlawfully and took the lives of our citizens. Today you shed even more blood. Your actions may well be seen as the everlasting Snow Palace launching a preemptive strike on the Empire, but I'm willing to let it go if you stop now. Leave 1 arm behind. 1 arm. That's all. Of course not. You'll also kneel and apologize. Do that and I will generously bury this whole affair." Anwai responded in an unexpected way. He laughed short, dry. "So that's your offer, magistrate. Then allow me to make one of my own." "Oh, you're quite the strange one. You're not really in a position to negotiate. But go on, I'll humor you. According to a certain ledger I recently obtained, you've taken precisely 2,000 silver taels and 300 pounds of Cold Ridge Jade Essence over the past 6 years. Ha, I have no idea what you're talking about, so you deny it, I see. Deny? This isn't denial, it's truth. I am a government NAV El Cyrillic letter 456 GHT don't copy read here official. I don't collude with the martial world. I merely govern. 2,000 silver, Jade Essence. If I had that, I'd have no more dreams left to chase. Now then, why don't you?" I wasn't finished speaking. Jiang Mugi's brows twisted in irritation. Beside him, Yu Dohi unsheathed his blade. Anwai ignored them and continued, "Return the full amount you took. If the jade essence is gone, convert it at current market value. Pay it back, then leave this place. Everyone always seemed to get this part wrong. Anwai wasn't some mad dog. He had rules. He valued debt and revenge. He honored them, lived by them. That was what it meant to be a warrior. Debt and revenge weren't simple things. They could come from misunderstanding, from mistakes, from circumstances. That's why Anwai always offered a chance to repay what was owed, a chance to retreat, a chance to survive without betting your life. Every sect he destroyed had refused that chance. Jiang Mugi would be no different. I already thought you were insane, but this confirms it you were beyond saving. Accusing a magistrate of corruption. You little bastard, I've changed my mind. I'll take both of your arms and the heads of all your branch warriors, chief enforcer. At his call, Yudohi raised his head. Go, take his arms, take their lives. Yes, magistrate. Yudohi stepped forward, and with him 40 constables surged into motion. They thought he wouldn't dare, that no matter how mad a martial artist became, they'd never lay hands on the court. They were wrong. Anwai wasn't a typical martial artist. Crush them. At Anwai's words, the 5 branch warriors immediately fell into formation. I'll take responsibility. Kill them all. Even for the branch warriors, raising blades against government forces was no small matter. But 3 of them didn't waver in the slightest. Chinpeng, Wanyang, and Han Murin. As Anwai drew his sword and clashed with Yudohi, 3 constables' heads flew skyward in a crimson arc. Magistrate Jiang Mugi's eyes went wide. Something was going wrong. And just as that thought crossed his mind, 3 more heads were severed and hurled into the air. The constables stumbled back, visibly shaken. Something was wrong. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. You dare attack officers of the court. Are you out of your damned minds? Drop your swords and surrender immediately. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, but it meant nothing. Anwai surged forward, slashing his sword with unflinching force. Chang, Yudohi parried the strike with his own blade. Even in that fleeting moment, Yudohi was rattled. The force behind that sword. It wasn't normal. Anwai stomped down. Crack, khggh. Yudohi's right foot, which had stepped slightly ahead, was pulverized on impact. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Yudohi swung his forehead down in a brutal headbutt. Whoosh, it struck nothing but air, an unnatural movement. He'd seen Anwai's foot touch the ground, but in the next instant he vanished from view. SHHK. A sharp slicing sound followed, and blood sprayed from Yudohi's right shoulder. Wincing, he reached out with his free left hand. His fingers caught the edge of Anwai's cloak. A chance. As a master in the 3-fire convergence realm, Yudohi's instincts were sharp. He'd read Anwai's speed. All he had to do was catch him. And once caught, it was over. He slammed Anwai into the ground and raised a fist to smash his face in. But then, thunk, a sickening noise like flesh pierced by a blade. Yudohi froze mid-motion. Gook, a torrent of blood poured from his mouth. Kneeling now, he realized something was lodged in his neck. When did you? Rising to his feet, shoulder throbbing, Anwai answered simply, just now. Impossible. A warrior is most vulnerable at one exact moment, when they believe their attack has succeeded. In that instant, they unknowingly open a perfect gap. Anwai never missed that moment. You calculated getting caught. This was Anwai's own version of sacrificing flesh to cut bone. He reached for the dagger embedded in Yudohi's neck and twisted it. Shulk. The neck severed cleanly. Anwai pulled the blade free from the corpse, turned, and hurled it forward without hesitation. Thud, ga. The blade found its mark, Jiang Mugi's thigh. The blinding pain overwhelmed his senses, and he collapsed. For a normal man, that kind of shock was more than enough to drop him. And sure enough, you bastard. I'm a magistrate. Anwai walked forward, slowly. There was no trace of composure left in Jiang Mugi's eyes. The so-called inviolability of court and martial world. It didn't matter who broke it first. What mattered was who would bear the consequences. That was what Anwai believed, and he had made his choice. Stop what you're trying to do. Money, I'll give it to you. I'll give it, so please just stop for a moment. Let's talk a little. We've been talking all this time, haven't we? That's why I said I'd give it to you, didn't I? Anwai stopped walking in front of Jiang Mugi. You've made me waste my precious time, so the price has gone up a bit. Just say it. I'll give it to you. 2,000 yang in silver has turned into 20,000 yang in gold, and 300 jun of cold ridge jade essence has turned into 30,000. Jiang Mugi gaped, mouth wide open at the sheer absurdity of it. My time is more precious than anything in this world. If something like money could buy it, I'd have already bought it. Magistrate, what will you do? That amount is unrealistic. How could I possibly? I take that to mean you won't pay. Who in the world would give you that? Speak like you're sane, you lunatic bastard. Then I have no choice. Since you won't pay, I'll take the rest of your time instead. He raised his sword. By taking his time, he didn't mean using him as a servant or anything like that. He meant he would simply kill him, and Jiang Mugi clearly understood that. Wait, I am a magistrate of the Yang Empire. If you kill me, it's no different from declaring war against the Yang Empire. I'll handle the consequences, that kind of thing. Puck, unwise sword pierced Jeong Mugi's heart. He pulled it right back out. Jeong Mugi coughed up blood, SRRK, and Unwai took his head clean off. Everyone stared blankly at the magistrate's head soaring into the sky. No one thought he'd actually go that far. No, killed a government official. It was as if time itself had N-A-V-Y letter 2170, IGHT, read more on our source stopped. Ta Lord, they all understood what it meant to kill a magistrate. Unwise surely understood it too, but surprisingly he didn't seem to care. He adjusted his grip on his sword and kicked off from the ground. SRRK, the head of a constable standing across from him, flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the constable beside him also lost his head, as Unwise spun his body and slashed. SRRK Gak, 3 heads hit the ground. Unwise had killed 5 constables in an instant, then spoke curtly. Kill them, all of them. Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik were still hesitating, but the other 3 were not. Wonyang was the first to start swinging her sword, followed by Chunpeng and Han Murin. Exterminate and annihilate. This was an alleyway. Even if countless eyes in Yangyong were watching the situation, if they killed everyone here, at least for now, they could blind and deafen this part of the city. And so, it didn't even take a full quarter of an hour for all the constables to be dead. Unwise shook the blood off his sword and spoke. Jin Soyop, Baek Myonggik. The 2 men lifted their heads at his voice. You don't want to do it. Ta Lord, there was just cause when we targeted the 4 great sects of Yangyong, but attacking the officials, that's something else. That was Jin Soyop's reply. I don't believe this is the right thing to do, and that was Baek Myonggik's answer. Unwai quietly looked at the 2 of them. After thinking for a moment, he gave a small nod. We'll need to have a longer talk, it seems. Once today's work is done, I'll arrange a time. As he turned around, Unwai spoke. And so Unwai's party headed toward Juryeong Sword Gate. However, the one person not entering Juryeong Sword Gate was Unwai himself. Was it Blue Dragon Rock where that empty clear stone milk or whatever was hidden? That's what Han Jiangwang said. That was a conversation between Chunpeng and Wonyang. Just as the 2 had said, Unwai was heading to Blue Dragon Rock to find the empty clear stone milk Han Jiangwang had promised. That's why only these 5 had come to Juryeong Sword Gate. There the warriors of Iron Mountain Sword Sect in Yangso were present, and at the center of it all were the disciples, warriors and overseers of Juryeong Sword Gate, all forced to kneel. Having lost their elite force at Snow Cold Gorge, Juryeong Sword Gate had fallen so far that they couldn't even fend off the Iron Mountain Sword Sect. It was a bitter reality about what could be done. This was the martial world after all. Han Murin grinned lazily and asked Wonyang, by the way, aren't you worried? Wonyang tilted her head at that. Worried me? We messed with the authorities. This is definitely going to blow up. No matter how thorough we are with the extermination, if the Yang Empire sends an investigation unit, it'll be the best of the best. Ah, who knows? Wonyang thought for a moment at Han Murin's words, then answered firmly. I believe he'll take care of it, somehow. Wow, you must really trust Ta Lord, huh? And you don't, Han Murin Nim, I trust him. But trust and faith aren't exactly the same, are they? That's all I meant, Han Murin. He was truly unreadable. When Wonyang revealed she was a woman, he just chuckled like he expected it. And when Unwai gave the order to kill, he moved without the slightest hesitation in par with Wonyang. Earlier, Wonyang had killed the most constables, but that was only because she was in the Twin Radiance manifestation realm. If Han Murin were in that same realm, he would have killed even more than her. You know what? What do you mean? You change a lot once you pick up a sword. Han Murin smiled again. Whether it's that me or this me, it's all still me. Don't you think that's a problem? I don't, but you seem to. Then instead of me, maybe try doing something about those 2 over there. Han Murin pointed. There stood Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik, and approaching them was Chunpeng. He hadn't said anything, but Chunpeng had been visibly irritated for a while now. Chunpeng spoke. Hey, you 2 out of your minds. Baek Myonggik, always the silent type, didn't respond. But Jin Soyop did. What did we do so wrong that you're this worked up? Wow. You little shits, you think this scar on my shoulder just appeared out of nowhere. That cut on Wonyang's calf, Han Murin's torn side. All of that happened because you 2 hesitated like dumbasses. You don't get that. Chunpeng was unusually serious now. While it wasn't a secret that he had his eye on the now vacant position of Branch Lord, this had nothing to do with that. This was a matter of basic trust. And yet, Jin Soyop only snorted. Seems like you really don't get who's the idiot here. Fighting the 4 major sects, killing all their disciples and warriors. Fine, that's the martial world, but the government? No, touching the government means not only making enemies of them, it means making enemies of the entire martial world. You cowardly little fuck, aren't you? Maybe you don't know the difference between cowardice and intelligence. God damn, you son. As Chunpeng reached for his sword, someone grabbed his wrist. It was Wonyang. What now? Don't. What do you mean don't? Did you not see the attitude on these bastards? Guys like them need to be half killed at least. Ta Lord knows. Wonyang turned her gaze toward Baek Myonggik and Jin Soyop. What was it that Unwai desired most? Absolute subordinates who would obey without question. while those two had taken part in the slaughter of the four great sects' warriors and disciples, when it came to the government officials, they hadn't killed a single constable. That wasn't a joke, they hadn't killed even one. They had only deflected swords or subdued them. The only ones who killed were Chen Peng, Wanyang, and Han Muren. From that moment, those two had already strayed far from unwise ideals. What more was there to say? This wasn't just branch business anymore. It had become unwise business. And Unwai knew. He knew that the wounds on the bodies of those three were because of those two. Regardless of one's cultivation level, the 5 snow ice formation had to move as one. If even one persona, in this case, two, began to hesitate, the damage would naturally fall on the other 3. That's why Unwai said he'd speak to them later. It would be inappropriate for Wanyang or Chen Peng to interfere here. And so Wanyang turned away, and Chen Peng, as if sulking, jerked his head to the side in irritation that didn't match his bulky frame. Only Han Muren, arms crossed in the distance, was smiling like he found the whole situation amusing, and before long, Unwai arrived. He immediately sensed the fracture between the 5 of them and voiced his impression with a single blunt comment: "What a fucking mess." The World Commerce Association. They had played a central role in the distribution of Cold Ridge Jade Essence. It wasn't possible to move forward with the story while leaving them out. After a brief moment of thought, Unwai spoke: "Give them 10,000 nyang in silver." Excuse me, his agreement with Han Jiangguang had only promised to spare their lives, but he could afford this level of grace. Give it. Yangso scratched his head and handed the money over to the Han family disciples of Juryong Sword Gate, and with that they left the sect. Unwai spoke quietly: "Set it on fire." As he had done after eradicating Jiang's Sword Gate, Chenggun's Sword Gate, and Hyeonchan Palace, he set each one ablaze. Juryong's Sword Gate would be no different. He gestured to Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik to follow him and moved to a corner near the wall. The two, called out, quietly bowed their heads. Unwai looked at them for a while, then began to speak slowly. "When I first accepted you, I told you to obey me without question. Do you remember? We do, and yet you didn't." "We're sorry," he shook his head. "I'm not asking for an apology. I'm asking you for your reasons." Jin Soyop took a deep breath and answered first. "As a martial artist, I believe it's natural to repay grievances. But attacking the authorities is different. Different, to be blunt. Touching the authorities means breaking the order of the martial world. I don't want to turn the officials into enemies, because you used to be a soldier." At those words, Jin Soyop suddenly looked up. His eyes were trembling. "How did you know?" "You can tell from the way you move." Unwai pointed at Jin Soyop's feet. "Every 3 steps, you put more pressure on your left foot. It's a habit of those who have spent long hours on horseback. And the angle you draw your sword from, the upward diagonal from the left waist, that's optimized for mounted combat. It's also the standard sword-drawing technique of the Yang Empire's cavalry." Silence fell. Jin Soyop's face had gone paler than ever, and Baek Myonggik. At my call, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. "You still retain the breathing technique of the Qingxiang sect." How, though the Qingxiang sect was annihilated hundreds of years ago, their breathing method is an ancient art that affects the natural flow of the heavens and earth. Every time you adjusted your breath, the air around you trembled slightly. Even if you only know a part of it, the fundamentals don't just vanish. And I can see traces of military training in you as well. Doesn't seem like the Yang Empire. Where was it? Walguk, did you commit a crime? No, my ancestor from the Baek family was a first-generation disciple of the annihilated Qingxiang sect. The breathing technique he obtained back then still survives in our family. My father, who was a military officer, taught it to me. So that's why I see traces of both the Walguk infantry and Qingxiang in your style. Yes, because you had a military father. You didn't want to make enemies of the officials. Is that right? Something like that. Unwai fell silent, lost in thought. Who is Xiao Unwai? Judging from his actions so far, Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik assumed there was a very high chance they would die today. Even so, they couldn't bring themselves to make enemies of the officials. That was their conviction. Faced with a conflict between that conviction and Unwai's command, the two of them had chosen conviction, and they were prepared to accept the consequences. The 2 men quietly closed their eyes, and then, above their bowed heads, Unwai's voice rang out unexpectedly. "Conviction is a strange thing." The 2 men didn't flinch. Unwai continued. "Sometimes it weighs more than a mountain, other times less than a feather. You're probably feeling its weight right now." Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik lowered their heads even further without a word. "I too sacrificed many things for conviction. As a result, I ended up living every moment in the past, filled with regret. Whether it was right or wrong, I don't know. But what I do know is that I never want to repeat it." A note of sorrow was buried in Unwai's voice. "I won't say your decision was wrong, but it's an undeniable fact that your choice put your comrades' lives in danger." A breeze passed by. The leaves beyond the wall rustled. "After tonight, you are no longer members of Sialep branch." The shoulders of both men flinched. Unwise words meant one thing. Jin Soyop raised his head. I thought you would kill us. A faint smile touched Unwise lips. If it ended in death, it would be punishment, not a lesson. Baek Myonggik opened his eyes and looked at Unwai. I accepted you. I gave you martial arts and I gave you a cultivation technique. Hanchial's martial skills are solid, and the heavenly image heart technique I created will be compatible with whatever inner method you study in the future. I won't take back a single thing. I won't demand payment either. Their mouths fell open. They had expected to at least lose their dantians. As I have my path, you have yours. No one knows where your road will lead, not even I, but... Unwise gaze turned sharp. If at the end of your road we meet again and it's not the same as mine, then we'll be enemies. So live with dignity, hold on to your convictions. Understood. Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik knelt at once and clasped their fists in salute. In their eyes was a mix of regret, gratitude, and resolve. We in Novelrecap will never forget Ta Lord's teachings. Unwai said curtly. Wanyang. From not far off, Wanyang answered quickly. Yes, Ta Lord. You said 3 treasured swords were found in Juryung Sword Gate. Yes, bring me all 3 of those swords. Wanyang flinched for a moment, then nodded. She quickly received the 3 treasured swords from Yangso and ran over to Unwai. Unwai silently stared at the 3 swords for a while. Then he handed the one in the center to Wanyang and gave the remaining 2 to Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik. The 2 men were nearly overwhelmed, unable to process the continuing generosity and grace. Where do you plan to go? To that question, Jin Soyop said he would return to serve in the government of the Yang Empire, while Baek Myonggik said he would return to his hometown. Unwai turned his back as he spoke. Go. The 2 men bowed deeply one last time and left. Even after they disappeared, Unwai stood there for a while, quietly staring at the wall. Only the moonlight fell silently, and someone approached him. It was Han Murin. I heard the entire conversation, unintentionally, so you seem like the kind of lord who listens to his subordinates. And so what? May I speak my mind? Go ahead. Shouldn't they have been killed? At those words, Unwai gave a faint chuckle. Why, are you afraid the martial arts will be leaked? Hanchial's martial techniques and the heavenly image heart techniques, they hold great value. But even if they are leaked, I'm not afraid of that. Then what are you worried about? I'm worried about the way it was handled. I don't trust those 2. Whatever convictions they may claim to have, they caused harm to the comrades who stood beside them. If the 5 snow ice formation hadn't been so tightly linked, at least one of us 3 would have taken a serious wound. And that one would have been me with the lowest cultivation. Unwai listened quietly to Han Murin's words. To not punish people who committed such a crime is one thing, but to send them off with gifts, that I can't agree with. So it was a more layered concern than I thought. Yes, then I'll give you a clear answer. Those 2 were my people, but those 2, and so are you. At those words, Han Murin stopped smiling and fell silent. It felt like his heart had just pounded loudly in his chest. I don't care if those 2 take the martial arts I taught and spread them elsewhere. The same goes for you and for Wanyang and Chinpeng back there. Think back carefully. Did I ever tell any of you not to leak the martial arts? You didn't. You're all making a very big mistake right now. What kind of mistake? Martial arts are just tools. No matter what kind of tool it is, the person wielding it is what matters most. People are born first. Martial arts come after. I accepted you as my people, and I respect the convictions each of you hold. Unwai walked forward and stood in front of Han Murin. To accept someone means to accept everything about them. The reason I never asked about your past is because of that. Han Murin swallowed hard. Do you know my past? I do. How? I keep saying the same thing, but I'll make it clear for you. A person's movements reveal more than they think. This has nothing to do with cultivation. When someone breathes, eats, channels energy, or simply moves, traces are left behind. Some can read those traces, and some can't, but at the very least I can. Then if I stay here, your enemies will increase. Your life will be at risk. I told you already. Even if heaven and earth are overturned, those who walk with me have no enemies. Unwai placed his hand on Han Murin's shoulder. I don't hold back people who want to leave. I'm not afraid of martial arts leaking either. Because to me, conviction is more important than some martial skill. And what kind of martial artist worries about getting hurt? If you had been seriously injured, it would have been my oversight and I would take responsibility. You understand what I'm saying? Han Murin looked at Unwai with trembling eyes. He didn't know what to say. His nervous scale was on another level. In the martial world, not all lives are equal. That's a basic truth. Unwai didn't stray far from that truth either, but he drew a clear line, the lives of his own people and the lives of others. He cherished the former fiercely and treated the latter like roadside garbage. Was he always this consistent, this absolute in his standards? Han Murin wasn't sure. Was this really the illegitimate son of Sialap? To the still silent Han Murin, Unwai spoke. Do not pursue Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik. Do not kill them. Is that an order? It is. A smile formed at the corner of Han Murin's lips. Understood. Unwai walked toward the cliff. It was a place from which all of Yangyong County could be seen at a glance. Flames rose from a few places, but despite that, the view was rather magnificent. Wanyang. Yes, Ta Lord, plant the Xiaoyong flag. Tonight, Yangyong became the territory of the everlasting snow palace. Xialep and Yangyong, what happened in that remote backwater barely even a proper town reached the heart of everlasting snow palace almost instantly. When the Novelrecap report came, Xiao Yunchen, the Lord of Ice and Heaven, showed a rare expression. A faint chuckle escaped his lips. For anyone else, that might not mean much. People laugh all the time, but this was Xiao Yunchen, a man known as a cold-blooded tyrant. He was not one to laugh, not even in mockery. That was why everyone in the palace's inner circle froze in shock. Especially Yang Xiaojun, who had been delivering the report, was visibly shaken. He'd always thought he understood Xiao Yunchen better than anyone, but something felt off. Had he been mistaken? It was then that Xiao Yunchen asked him a question. So all 4 major sects in Yangyong were annihilated. Yes, sir. A warrior settled a grudge with his own hands. Is that a problem? It would depend on who was watching, but by any measure, Hyun Xiaolin, Xiao Enwai, had taken Yangyong through just means. In fact, his justification had been sound from the very beginning. He'd lived as a puppet for 6 years, and now his revenge had been carried out flawlessly. But there was one complication. I'm told he also killed the magistrate. Still, Xiao Yunchen didn't seem bothered. If those so-called sects were extorting funds from Xialap, the magistrate must have been complicit. Isn't that right? Yes, sir, but there's no solid evidence. I heard there was a ledger. That ledger is in Hyun Xiaolin's possession. We haven't seen its contents, so you don't know? That's correct. Xiao Yunchen fell silent, lost in thought. This was unexpected. He hadn't exactly been hoping for much. But this went far beyond his expectations. They had made a wager about the paths they'd walk, who would reach the end first. He never imagined it would be this path. Path balanced precariously between the way of demons and the way of tyrants, walking a tightrope between destruction and righteousness. But if you trace the chain of events, it became clear this wasn't something ordinary. First came the warning, sent via letter, then a deadline midnight. Before they could even formulate a response, Xiao Enwai had already infiltrated Yangyong and assassinated the leaders of all 4 sects. Then came the appearance of the master of Juryong Sword Gate, who had been in seclusion. That part was impressive, too. Naturally enraged, the master rallied every last martial artist of the 4 sects and they too were wiped out. He collapsed a cliff. This wasn't a reckless gamble. He chose the most efficient path possible. And where was Xiao Enwai now? At the early stage of Twin Radiance manifestation. A martial artist at that realm, seeking the best outcome, would have done exactly what Enwai did. Then what if he reached the level of earth and heaven transcendence? He wouldn't just rely on raw strength. He would use his mind. There were now many who saw Enwai in a new light after this incident. Impressive. Again, an agony impressive. The execution was flawless. A martial artist of Twin Radiance manifestation had seized control of an entire county with fewer than 40 people. Even with government forces involved, he'd secured proper justification and sealed the matter with the ledger. Yang Xiaojun had said the ledger existed, but no one could confirm whether the magistrate's name was written inside. That's the thing. Depending on what Enwai decided, the name could be there or it could not. Had he calculated that far ahead? Truly, it was astonishing. Finally, Xiao Yunchen's lips twitched. And then, ha 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 ha. A booming laugh burst forth so suddenly that everyone in the chamber went silent. Just moments ago, they had all been clamoring that Xiao Enwai should be summoned and scolded, that he should be held accountable, that this mess might destroy their alliance with the Yang Empire and someone must take responsibility. Now, those same people swallowed their words. Ha ha, it's entertaining, truly entertaining, and Xiao Yunchen meant it. Now you're finally acting like a true heir of the polar throne. The youngest had made a promise and kept it. Now, it was time for the father to fulfill his own. Vice Palace Lord. Yes, my lord, that flower we spoke of, Everfrost Flame Blossom. Is it ready? Once again, every person nearby widened their eyes. The Everfrost Flame Blossom, that priceless spiritual creature. All of a sudden, I made a promise to Hyun Xiaolin. I intend to keep it. One shock followed another. It wasn't just the flower itself, but that he intended to give it to the youngest. My lord, you mustn't. The one who cried out was Jin Yongj, master of the Hanbing secton of Xiao Enwai's maternal bloodline clans. You mustn't. Why? That treasure, how can you give it to someone who's only reached Twin Radiance manifestation? More than Thaith's committed a grievous offense. Xiao Yunchen cut him off coldly. His eyes were icy. I made a promise to Hyun Xiaolin. Now that it's been said aloud, there's something I'm curious about. Why, yes, no matter how lowly a child of a concubine Hyun Xiaolin may be, he is still the heir of the polar throne. Why then did those sects in Yangyong try to kill him? What exactly were they relying on? Jin Yongj, would you be satisfied if I launched a full investigation into this incident? And no, sir. Xiao Yunchen stared at him for a moment with an odd look, as if the whole situation fascinated him. Allow me to offer one piece of advice. I will listen carefully. any grudge or feud within the palace. I do not intervene. That will not change. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, I understand. Truthfully, he didn't understand at all. What did that even mean? He doesn't interfere in personal feuds, so nothing's changed. Yang Xiaojun, sorting through documents with darkened eyes, didn't understand either, but both of them should have carved that warning deep into their hearts. Hyunshim. At Xiao Yunshin's command, a man leaning against a pillar at the corner of the chamber straightened his back and knelt on one knee. Yes, my lord, go to Hyun Xiaolin. Tell him I've summoned him to the main palace, at once. And with that, Hyunshim's body vanished like smoke. By the time the catastrophe in Yangyong reached the main palace of Everlasting Snow Palace and began rippling through the martial world, there were already some who had begun to breathe sighs of relief. Those people were the World Commerce Association, Yangyong's dominant trading group. The 4 major sects had fallen. The magistrate was dead, but that was it. The Cold Ridge jade essence extracted from the 2 mines between Sialep and Yangyong had always passed through the World Commerce Association before reaching the market. That arrangement had been established through a simple agreement by Chen Iyajin, the head of the association. Once the ores were extracted, they would all be sent to the association. The association would then transport and sell them throughout Zhongyuan. The resulting profits were split between the 4 sects and the magistrate according to prearranged percentages. As a result, the World Commerce Association became the only trading group in Yangyong. All others had been driven out, a complete monopoly. So when the sects collapsed and the magistrate was executed, Chen Iyajin had trembled with fear. Would Xiao Unwai's wrath reach them next? Would the World Commerce Association be left unscathed? It seemed unlikely, but strangely, even as the first day passed, nothing happened. And so they exhaled. We're in the clear. Even Xiao Unwai must have some use for the association. With that conclusion, the future didn't seem hard to predict. Xiao Unwai would visit them soon, most likely. Then they'd renegotiate terms. The association had sold Cold Ridge jade essence multiple times before. They were practically experts. A new deal would be struck. Business would resume. Chen Iyajin's forecast was, to an extent, correct. At the very least, he was right about one thing: Xiao Unwai would be paying them a visit. That much he got right. Chen Iyajin was sipping tea on the top floor of a tower that overlooked the entire association headquarters, including the front gate, when he felt something off. Almost unconsciously, he glanced toward the main gate. KRAAKOOM, the gate exploded. He jumped to his feet. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance were beheaded on the spot, and before anyone could react, a sword pierced the chest of Jin Janghyukbitter, known as the Single Saber of the Horizon, a master hired from Zhongyuan. Something had gone terribly wrong. Boom, the doors were kicked open without hesitation. As the hinges shattered, Chenpeng and Wanyang rushed in, slicing through the 2 guards at the entrance with brutal efficiency. It all happened in a flash, far too fast for anyone to react. Footsteps followed, calm and unhurried. As they crossed the threshold, someone shouted from ahead, "You there? This is the World Commerce Association. How dare you launch a daylight? Who are you?" "You don't recognize me?" "No, HMPH. I suppose it's not surprising, stuck out here in some Yangyong backwater. I am the Single Saber of the Horizon." The what? Han Murin leaned in and whispered to me. "He's a martial artist who gained some fame out west in Hworyong near the Yang Empire's border. Name's Jin Janghyuk. His cultivation is at the 3-fire convergence stage. He fights with twin sabers. No one's sure where he originally trained, but he's affiliated with a group now." "Didn't even need to guess. Stormwind Alliance." "Ah, your insight is always impressive. Just from the way he walks, it's obvious he's trained in the Wind Beyond Dust Step. Would have been weirder if I didn't know." Han Murin's eyes twitched hard. "So it's true then, that you can read a man from his footwork alone." I turned my head slightly. Stormwind Alliance, a rogue martial group founded by Jiang Chenryong, the so-called Wave King. It was often referred to as the Vagabond Union. Jiang Chenryong had reached the 2nd realm of the martial gods' 5 paths, the realm of martial apex incarnation. There was a reason they called him the Wave King. He created the Wind Beyond Dust Step, a technique taught to every martial artist who joined the alliance. For newcomers at the foundation stage, he offered the basic breathing step. For those at the flame convergence realm, he introduced the adaptive step. Once they reached the transcendence of earth and heaven, he passed down the dust step. And for those beyond, the profound step. The Wind Beyond Dust Step was among the highest tier movement techniques in the heaven grade. It had been a pain to deal with in my previous life. Jin Janghyuk's footwork now alternated between featherlight steps like wind and weighty presses like stormcloud, see it with a deceptive softness, as if he were walking on air. On the surface, it might not seem like much, but there was a clear rhythm to it. Just from that, it was obvious. He was a rogue from the Stormwind Alliance. I don't care that you're being paid for this job, but I'll say this once. Listen closely. You insolent bastard. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm. Leave now. If you go, I won't chase you. Ha, so the name of the Stormwind Alliance scares even you. Then allow me to offer you a deal instead. I'll take responsibility for the 2 dead guards. Just walk away now. I shook my head. This was enough. I drew the sword at my waist and stepped forward. Jin Janghyuk stared at me as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jevon, as I began to swing my sword, his expression didn't change. His legs braced, sliding him sideways across the ground. In that instant, his inner force exploded outward, and just as he tried to push off with his foot, thunk! My sword pierced straight through his heart. Wah! He collapsed with a heavy thud, his face frozen in bewilderment. Honestly, I couldn't blame him. There's a momentary opening in the second step of the adaptive step technique. As I mentioned earlier, Wind Beyond Dust step is among the highest tier footwork techniques even within the heaven grade. Created by a master of the martial gods' 5 realms, it could easily rival divine-level techniques in the right hands, but if that technique is used by someone in the 3-fire convergence stage. Of course there will be flaws, and Jang Chunryong, its creator, knew that. He patched most of them as best he could, but one critical gap remained: the second step. During the first step, internal energy gathers at the heel. In the second step, it shifts to the toes. That tiny instant where balance wavers, that's the opening. I withdrew my blade. Gah! As Jin Janghyuk coughed up blood, I took his head clean off and turned around. Several armed guards and martial artists of the World Commerce Association stood frozen, watching me. I'll count to 5, I said, casually flicking the blood from my sword. If Chen Iyajin, head of the World Commerce Association, isn't kneeling before me by then, every single one of you dies. I didn't even reach 3. Chen Iyajin appeared and knelt before me. He must have been nearby. His first words were desperate. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yes, I offer my full apology. Until now, the World Commerce Association has colluded with the 4 sects and the former magistrate of Yangyong, Jiang Mugi, to siphon Cold Ridge Jade essence from Sialap. I actually paused for a second. No lies, just the raw truth spoken plainly. I wasn't used to that. Most people tried to worm their way out of blame. It was refreshing. I crouched down in front of him. Didn't expect you to be so reasonable. I'm a merchant, and a merchant should always keep the door to negotiation open. Then this will be simple. You've committed a crime worthy of death. The 4 sects paid with their lives. So did Magistrate Jiang Mugi. The World Commerce Association won't be an exception. You're absolutely right. That's fair. So how do you plan to make amends? As a merchant, the only thing I can offer is money. I'll provide as much compensation as I can. Compensation, huh? Normally, I don't charge interest. But you know something? What is it? It's been 1 full day. 1 day since I took over Yangyong. And in that 1 day, I stayed at the county office. The distance to your headquarters isn't that far, and yet not even a letter, not a single word. And that was. So I came myself, but you know I'm not a man with time to waste. You made me spend it. That means you owe me. Any objection? None. Good. I've had to kill hundreds just to finally meet someone who knows how to hold a proper conversation. Jin Iyajin flinched, but I meant every word. I've spoken to far too many people who couldn't understand a thing I said. Literally had to kill hundreds before someone with a functioning brain finally appeared. That in itself was a huge achievement. Listen carefully. From now on, Yangyong belongs to Everlasting Snow Palace. The old magistrate's office will become our Yangyong branch. I intend to keep the building, but its structure will change. The warehouse will be expanded. The training yard will be enlarged, and we'll build a new herb garden to supply cultivation resources. The World Commerce Association will handle all of that. Understood. You have 1 day. By then I expect a full proposal, prepared and delivered to me directly. Naturally, you'll bear all costs. Yes, of course, it shall be done. Just applying pressure isn't enough. You need to offer an opportunity, too. The mining of Cold Ridge Jade essence will be shared between Sialap's Chingun Trading Company and your association. Just remember one thing: if you pull anything, the World Commerce Association will vanish from existence. Understood? Yes, and one more thing. I leaned forward, whispering by his ear. Magistrate Jiang Mugi brought the 4 sects and your association together. He planned to storm Sialap and have me killed. I believe you hold the evidence of that meeting. Chen Iyajin blinked. Evidence, you say? I wasn't even aware such a plan existed. If it did, I wasn't there. Really now, I thought you were a fast thinker, but you're slower than I expected. Let me repeat it. The meeting happened. You were there. So were the magistrate and the heads of the 4 sects. They all signed a joint pledge entrusted to you for safekeeping. Now Chen Iyajin's eyes began to tremble. He finally understood what I was implying. I'd like you to bring that pledge with you tomorrow. I'm sure you can forge handwriting well enough if necessary. He seemed to hesitate, but that was fine. It didn't matter if he hesitated. Given the current situation and what was coming next, had no choice but to do what I wanted. I patted his shoulder. You're a merchant, so start calculating like one. Calculating, I have the ledger, and you represent the interests of the 4 sects and the magistrate. If we align our statements, just how much money could we extract from the Yang Empire? Chen Iyajin took a deep breath. I have no intention of using political leverage, but if they start it, I'll respond in kind. If Everlasting Snow Palace and the Yang Empire go to war, who do you think wins? Figure out how much we can reasonably take. and bring that proposal with you tomorrow as well. Of course, your cut will be measured in pennies, not silver taels, but look at the big picture, be a merchant. Finally, a smile crept onto Chin Iyajin's face. Don't worry, I'll make sure we both come out with the maximum possible profit. Good, I said, and it seems your World Commerce Association has a promising talent. We have several, but may I ask who you're referring to? There's a junior overseer named Han Seokhyun. Chin Iyajin's brow twitched just slightly, but enough to show he recognized the name. Give him a proper position and bring him with you tomorrow. I stood up. He would understand what this conversation truly meant. You'd have to if you were going to run a merchant guild of this scale. I was about to turn away when Lord Hyun Seolin, the voice came from an unexpected direction. It was right beside me. The moment people realized who had spoken, several gasped audibly. Some couldn't even raise their heads after seeing his face. They pressed their foreheads to the floor as if afraid to make eye contact. And rightly so. The white snow phantom core of Everlasting Snow Palace wielded absolute authority within the palace's territory, especially its commander Hyunchim. There was no need to explain his presence. It's been a while, Commander, yes, but more importantly, you really went through with it, so I did. Hyunchim studied me for a moment with a strange expression, then spoke curtly. The palace lord has summoned you. I smiled faintly. I see. I just have a few loose ends to tie up. I'll come after that. Shouldn't you go immediately? Neither I nor the palace lord would want that. While you're here, there are a few things I'd like to discuss. Shall we move somewhere quieter? Hyunchim paused for a moment in thought, then gave a small nod. And so, he and I relocated to the Yangnyeong branch office. In a small office inside the Yangnyeong branch, I sat across from Hyunchim with a table between us. Overseer Seong brought us each a cup of tea, bowed, and exited without a word. Even after the door shut behind him, Hyunchim remained silent. At last, he spoke in a quiet voice. You knew. I smiled faintly. Are you referring to the properties of the snowleaf tea in front of us, or the true identity of our Overseer Seong who just stepped out? I'm not quite sure which you mean. The latter. I've noticed this before. You have a particular talent for asking questions you already know the answer to. I don't have such a talent. It's just a strange habit that comes out whenever I speak to you. More importantly, how did you know? The White Snow Phantom Core uses movement techniques so refined that even martial godlevel experts can't track them. It's just a little trick of mine. Which is your polite way of saying you'd rather not explain. Precisely. Hyunchim stared at me with unreadable eyes. I returned the gaze with my own expressionless stare. I still can't get used to this. You've changed far too much. Whether I've changed or not doesn't matter. The me back then and the me now both are still me, Commander. I see, then it must be that I failed to see your essence. No one saw it. Now, if I may, I have a question for you. I think I can guess what it is. May I speak first? Of course. Hyunchim looked around the room, then lowered his voice. This is something I say only because you are the heir of the Polar Throne. You must not repeat this anywhere else. Understood. Very well. You once told me to keep an eye on the Phantom Core. You said there was a traitor among us. I did. You were right. I've identified 5. That made my brow twitch. 5. That wasn't a large number, not out of over 150 members in the Corps. Novelrecap. Honestly, it wasn't even worth discussing in hushed tones. Unless, of course, those 5 weren't ordinary soldiers. 3 of them are Cold Aura officers at the Manifestation Realm. The other 2 are from the 12 Cold Phantoms. I see. My calm reply clearly caught Hyunchim off guard. You don't look surprised. I take it you already suspected. If Everlasting Snow Palace was breached, then naturally it must have been by someone from the White Snow Phantom Corps. If that traitor had been limited to a mere Cold Aura officer, it could have been prevented. It would have taken someone of the 12 Cold Phantoms caliber to fool not only the White Snow Phantom Corps, but also the intelligence network of the Phantom Corps itself. That much makes sense. But I wasn't expecting there to be 2 of them. Are you surprised because there were too many? He shook his head. No, I'm surprised there were so few. I expected at least 3. Just 2. Are you sure you investigated properly? In my eyes, it's 2 members of the 12 Cold Phantoms and 3 Cold Aura officers. That's all. Nodding, Unwai asked where were they from. Various places. 2 of the Cold Aura officers were with the Stormwind Alliance. 1 was from the Central Blood Sect. As for the 12 Cold Phantom Zone came from the Martial Alliance, and the other, also from the Central Blood Sect. Unwai fell silent. You look surprised. He didn't deny it. He was surprised. He had anticipated the Central Blood Sect's involvement, but not infiltration by the Stormwind Alliance or Martial Alliance. I take it. You killed them all. I did. Did you get any useful intel out of them? I did extract something, but it wasn't of much value. Not useful. It's true that the 2 spies from the Central Blood Sect were responsible for luring the Venom Serpent Valley into Everlasting Snow Palace, but that's it. So they were merely waiting on standby. Is that what you're saying? That's right. Did you torture them? I did. I assume you didn't stop at just physical torture. Did you involve their families too? I did. Unwai fell silent again. This didn't make sense. It wasn't that he doubted Hyunchim, but if the torture had gone that far, they should have cracked. And if they hadn't, it could only mean one thing: they were truly just meant to lie in wait, which meant their real role was still to come. There is one minor detail. They seemed to be looking for something. Looking for something. Yes, one of the 12 cold phantoms mentioned it with his dying breath, said he was searching for the treasure of Snow Mountain, not a treasure of the palace but of the Snow Mountain itself. At that, Unwise brow twitched. Who was looking? Yucheng of the Central Blood Sect. Yucheng. In the martial world, that name alone was enough to send shockwaves. Naturally, because while the strongest man in the Central Blood Sect was its cult leader, the one handling its real day-to-day operations was its vice leader. Vice leader Yucheng. He was the one who, some 40 years later, would break away from the sect and restore the Millennium Demon cult. After that, the vice leader's seat remained empty. The cult leader once offered that position to Unwise himself, but Unwise declined. After a moment of thought, Unwise spoke in a quiet voice. Who knows about this? As of now, only the Palace Lord, the Vice Palace Lord, and you, Lord Hyun Sealan. Who's the next to be informed? Lord D. Sealan. After that, word will be passed down in order to all polar descendants. And yet, the reason Hyunchim had informed Hyun Sealan first, skipping even the Palace Lord's heir, was obvious. He was the first one Hyunchim had ever told about the spies. Unwise rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and Hyunchim waited. At length, Unwise said, I see. More importantly, what are your plans for the vacant seats in the Phantom Corps? They'll be filled. Are you planning to promote internally? I am. Unwise gave a faint, ambiguous smile. There's one expert I'd like to recommend has reached the realm of enlightenment. That unexpected remark made Hyunchim blink. A recommendation, if you mean someone from the White Snow Phantom Corps. No, then, an outsider, yes. We can't accept an outsider into the Phantom Corps without thorough vetting. I understand. Have you heard of Sim Munryong? Sim Munryong. You mean the one they call the Lone Phoenix of Mount Hua? That's the one. Hyunchim ran a hand down his face. The title said it all. Sim Munryong was the last disciple of the annihilated Mount Hua sect. More precisely, he was the only surviving martial artist of this generation continuing the sect's legacy. His current level, Enlightenment Realm. More than enough to take a cold aura officer's seat in the Phantom Corps. Of course, that would be if he were to transfer allegiance to Everlasting Snow Palace. There was only one reason Hyunchim was hesitant. Isn't he infamous for being a mad dog? He is, for now. And even if we summoned him, do you think he'd come? Would you be willing to take him in? That question made Hyunchim falter slightly. Over the course of their conversation, he hadn't even realized it. At some point, he'd begun accepting Unwise words without question. A year from today to the date, a hidden realm will open in frozen White Gorge. It's the hidden realm of Chungmun. Chungmun, you mean? Plum Blossom No Sword. Yes, one of the two disciples of the Plum Blossom Sword God. If not for the Millennium Calamity, he was destined to reach supreme unity and lead Mount Hua, that Chungmun. May I ask where this intel came from? I saw it in a dream. Hyunchim was stunned into silence. Unwise continued without pause. The cold aura officers aren't strictly necessary for the Phantom Corps to function, but the 12 cold phantoms must be complete. Bring Sim Munryong into the Phantom Corps. I'll vouch for his talent. He's already in the realm of enlightenment, and he'll reach the celestial realm faster than anyone. In time, he'll be a true blessing to Everlasting Snow Palace. If the hidden realm doesn't appear, who knows what that lunatic might do? It will appear, and even if it didn't matter. Unwise had all of Mount Hua's techniques in his head. He could simply pass them on. I understand your concerns, Commander. But as I said before, I too want Everlasting Snow Palace to endure forever. Hyunchim looked at Unwise in silence. Unwise did not avoid his gaze. Understood. I'll meet Sim Munryong in person and decide then. Please do. As for returning to the palace, I'll depart once my business here is done. Then I hope you'll finish as soon as possible. I'll try. As Unwise rose to his feet, Hyunchim called out, Lord Hyun Sealan. Unwise turned. That offer Novelrecap Madito take you in as my disciple. It still stands. Unwise smiled gently. As I said then, I'll accept the sentiment. Nothing more. Though his words were firm, Hyunchim didn't look like he was giving up. It seemed he still planned to keep offering. And truthfully, how could he not? Even now, Unwise was like this. Who could say what he'd become in time? He was more than fit to be the next master of the Phantom Corps. Exactly one day had passed. Jin Iajin of the World Commerce Association brought a proposal for establishing a county office. I accepted without hesitation. He even brought a declaration of extension that he'd drafted himself. It wasn't just passable, it was practically flawless. He must have spent so long stuck in political gridlock with the heads of the 4 great sects and the local magistrate that he could now copy their handwriting to perfection. Even if I were to give him only 5% of what I planned to extract from the Yang Empire, he'd probably thank me on his knees. And in fact, he did. His way of reading the wind impressed me. In more ways than one, I liked him. I'd already decided he's more useful alive than dead. I intend to keep him at my side. And Han Seokhyun, the young man with the gentle face, smiled. Yes, my lord, serve your master well. Help him accomplish what he desires. He offered a respectful fist and palm salute. Han Xiaoqian was clearly an unpolished gem. I had briefly considered bringing him into the palace to fill the vacant general administrator position, but he made his choice to remain with the World Commerce Association. I don't force anyone to choose. I merely present the options. In his case, he'd already provided critical intel during my campaign to crush the four great sects. I owe him, and I pay my debts. Jin Iyajin, watching us both in turn, gulped quietly. Then wisely he excused himself and left with Han Xiaoqian. If he had any sense, he'd have no choice but to assign Han Xiaoqian to a major position. What happens from here is up to Han Xiaoqian. After they left, I remained behind, glancing between the ledger and the declaration. Xiang, the acting administrator, approached me and asked, Lord Unwai, what exactly is your plan here? You worry too much. Can you blame me? Yanyong is more important than you might think. To the west is Saryang, a coastal city. To the east is Jiakin, and to the south Bangri. He didn't say it outright, but the truth was clear. All three were commandery-level cities. Bangri commandery, Saryang commandery, Jiakin commandery. All of them ranked above a mere county like Yanyong. That meant bigger populations, more sects. And yet each one had already been claimed by a major power. Bangri by the Martial Alliance, Jiakin by the Stormwind Alliance. Saryang was split in two, half controlled by the Martial Alliance, half by the Stormwind Alliance. That was what Xiang was worried about. Yanyong, tucked away in a backwater region and bordering everlasting Snow Palace territory, had always been avoided by major sects. That's why even a second-rate martial artist could act like a king here. But that wouldn't hold true for the surrounding commanderies. Administrator Xiang. Yes, my lord, let me tell you something interesting. What is it? That concern of yours, though, you really think you're the only one who has it? Pardon, Bangri, Saryang, Jiakin. Each of them is already feeling cautious just from the fact that they border everlasting Snow Palace territory, and apparently the martial world has given me a new nickname. You mean Demon Lord of the Snow Mountain? At first I didn't care, but after hearing it a few times I've grown rather fond of it. Normally, a nickname with Lord in it is far too grand for someone like Mesomion who's only just reached the nascent Chi realm. Not for too grand doesn't even cover it. It's absurd, but under certain rare circumstances it becomes permissible. First, the fact that I carry the bloodline of everlasting Snow Palace directly. Second, when I do something so outrageous, no one can help but mock it, and it's that second one that matters most. The nickname Demon Lord of the Snow Mountain was clearly meant to be an insult. That's true, but why insult me? A smile crept across my lips. In just one day, every sect in Yangyong County, every constable, even the magistrate wiped out, and all of it done by a bastard son who barely qualifies as a minor noble. Alone. Is that even possible? Xiang looked completely dumbfounded. Of course, acting administrator Xiang and everyone else who acted alongside me knows the truth that I did it all alone. The others here in Yangyong may have heard the rumors, but do you think they'll really believe it? Logically speaking, this wasn't something a lone martial artist from a minor noble house could pull off. Han Jiangguang, a sect leader of the four great sects, was a warrior at the peak of the fifth Qi Ascension realm. Beneath him stood countless elites, each one a master in their own right. And yet the outcome was clear. Everlasting Snow Palace had taken Yangyong. From an outsider's perspective, it could only mean one thing. Everlasting Snow Palace had intervened directly. As I said before, common sense exists for a reason. That's why the nickname was born as mockery. A bastard son who couldn't achieve anything on his own, who needed the backing of the palace to accomplish anything at all. Thus, Demon Lord of the Snow Mountain. Right now, not just those three commanderies we mentioned, but even the imperial court of the Yang Empiracy all believe everlasting Snow Palace intervened. I have no plans to lean on the power of any faction going forward, but they don't know that. In that kind of climate, they'd have to be insane to make a move on Yangyong. Don't you agree? Well, yes, that makes sense, but aren't you even a little worried? Should I be? Gods, you said you don't want to rely on a faction's strength, didn't you? But what if they do go insane and come charging in? What else is there to do? I'll kill them all. Xiang stared at me, mouth agape. I don't enjoy killing people, you know. You don't? Of course not. For now, I intend to focus solely on absorbing Yangyong fully. During that time, Bangri, Saryang, and Jiakin won't dare get involved. At most, they'll try some minor interference, such as blocking trade routes, wiping out merchant convoys. Nothing else really comes to mind. And that qualifies as minor. That sounds more like picking a fight. I looked at Xiang in silence. Forgive me if I'm a little unclear, but isn't there a gold mine in Bangri Commandery? He flinched and gave no answer. I asked you a question. Is there or isn't there? There is a massive one, and where is it located? Between Yangyong and Bangri, though it's definitely closer to Bangri. I see. Good to know. Why are you saying things like that? You're making me nervous. No need. I need to build up strength for a while anyway. That's it. Has there been no communication from the Yang Empire yet? By now, they should have sent at least a messenger, if not a detachment. Well, you know how they say, speak of the devil. I turned my head. They were here. 5 riders bearing the banner of the Yang Empire. Yes, only 5. But the horses they rode weren't ordinary. I could tell from the sound of their hooves alone. They came to a halt in front of the county office courtyard. The man leading them dismounted and shouted, "An imperial decree from the Yang Empire." I snorted. Xiang moved as if to bow, but I raised a hand to stop him. He had no reason to show courtesy to the so-called emperor of the Yang Empire. Xiang was to bow to the palace lord of everlasting Snow Palace and no one else. That went for anyone under my command. I glanced toward the snow compression branch members nearby and gave a subtle signal. If anyone bowed, I'd sever their head on the spot. I turned to face the imperial envoys. Their uniforms were ornate. Each one bore the imperial crest on their chest. The flag was the same. For the unforgivable crime of savagely killing Magistrate Jiang Mugi and wiping out the county's officer's everlasting Snow Palace is hereby condemned. By the decree of the emperor, that's enough. I've heard all I care to. What did you say? Do I look like a subject of the Yang Empire to you? The envoy fell silent, stunned. Yang Noryang is your emperor. He is not mine. I rose from my seat. You sent envoys instead of soldiers. That suggests you're open to negotiation. But based on what I've just heard, you have no idea what's actually happening. Explain yourself. If my ears aren't failing me, you just said your magistrate was innocent, didn't you? That's correct. Then the Yang Empire truly is filled with idiots. You bastard, what did you just say? The soldier beside the envoy bristled with rage, but the envoy grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him back. He turned to me. If you have a point to make, speak clearly. I ignored him and held out a hand to the side. Wanyang, come here. At my call, Wanyang, who had been waiting at a distance, ran toward me. I handed her the ledger and the declaration I'd been holding. Give these to those fools. Wanyang flinched. She glanced at me as if to ask, are you sure? These are the originals, I smiled. Of course I was sure. If they had even half a brain, they wouldn't dare destroy them. And if they did, it would only strengthen our side's justification. After a brief pause, Wanyang stepped forward and handed the documents to the envoy. His brow furrowed as he read through them, and soon his face turned ashen. I gave him time to read them both twice. Then I spoke. The declaration is from 3 days ago, signed by the magistrate and leaders of the 4 great sects, pledging to assassinate me. The ledger contains a detailed list of bribes your innocent magistrate has accepted over time. It also proves he violated the peace between court and martial world from the start and actively conspired with the sects. Do you have anything to say now? Envoy Mak Sohung found himself speechless for the first time in a long while. He had to be sure of one thing. To his eyes, the ledger and the declaration weren't copies. He wasn't an expert, so he couldn't say for certain, but there was no way a forgery could be crafted this flawlessly, or so Mak Sohung believed. In short, they had the justification on their side. But you still massacred everyone, didn't you? That is clearly a crime. Unwai gave a short, humorless laugh and asked quietly, do you not understand what it means to violate the pact between the imperial court and the martial world? All that talk of tradition and decades of peace, forget it. When the court steps into the martial world, it's an unspoken agreement to resolve matters by martial world standards. And the reverse applies as well, I assume. I won't deny it. You're right. Tables were turned. It would have been fine for them to handle it by imperial law. But did Magistrate Jiang Mugi ever have that choice? The martial world does not argue with words. He paid with his life. I have no regrets about that, but can the same be said of you? Unwai stood. Mak Sohung silently watched him approach, each step deliberate as he closed the distance between them. There's no point in dragging this out. You're just a messenger. So let's keep it simple. I will give you 2 demands. If either is rejected, the Yang Empire's ruling family will be replaced. His hand clenched slightly. This bastard. Do you understand the weight of what you're saying right now? Of course. Why, you think I won't follow through? He couldn't answer right away. If it were just Xiao Unwai alone, of course he wouldn't be able to. The Yang Empire was vast. It was home to countless masters who had reached the 5 divine peaks of martial god path. But Xiao Unwai's backing wasn't just anyone. He came from everlasting Snow Palace. Mak Sohung swallowed hard. Unwai continued in a calm voice. Listen closely. First, from this moment on, Yangyong belongs to everlasting Snow Palace. It is no longer Yang Empire territory. Withdraw all military camps in the surrounding areas. Second, reparations. Every coin you've stolen from me, every injury my people have suffered, myself included, must be accounted for. The man responsible is dead, but the damage remains. That must be settled. The compensation I demand is exactly 10,000 yang of gold. The numbers he'd thrown at the 4 great sects before were exaggerated and unrealistic, but this thighs wasn't. This was a demand made to a nation. It was entirely reasonable and payable, but to the envoy standing there, it was anything but. He stared at Unwai in disbelief. Are you saying that seriously? A cold smile twisted across Unwise lips. It seems you don't quite grasp reality. Shall I clarify it for you? Would nailing your severed head to the imperial banner in the capital help get my message across? Max Sohung swallowed again, this time visibly, as Unwise gripped his shoulder tightly. I don't know who you'll deliver my words to, but if you could please give them to someone who actually understands. I consider Yangyong to be sufficient. But if even one of my demands is ignored, I will destroy and tear apart every inch of Yang Empire territory surrounding this region. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? If you don't want everything razed to the ground, then accept my terms, and if you won't, then I'll make you. Very well, I'll report it as such, please do, and with that the envoy left. Max Sohung headed for the Ministry of Heaven and Earth. He had no other choice. Only the provincial governor of the Ministry of Heaven and Earth had the authority to respond swiftly to a crisis of this scale, like the assassination of a magistrate. Song Hak, the provincial governor of the Ministry of Heaven and Earth. He held Novelegt all the power now. Song Hak carefully reviewed the documents Max Sohung had brought with him. 2 demands 10,000 yang in reparations and the withdrawal of all military camps surrounding Yangyong. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen someone this competent. Max Sohung blinked in confusion. Competent, that madman, Lord Governor, the documents are clearly authentic, but after insulting the Yang Empire to its face, wouldn't it be better if we just burned them here and now, and after we burn them, then what? Pardon, Song Hak gently stroked his beard and spoke in a composed, deliberate tone. Whether they're originals or copies doesn't matter. This is the will of everlasting Snow Palace. If we tear this up, that alone will make it real no matter what it was to begin with, to be precise. This move was 3 steps ahead. First, the magistrate struck first, so the justification is already theirs. Second, by handing this to an official envoy like you, they've formalized the incident cornering us. Third, the demands are calculated. 10,000 yang, that's far cheaper than a war. A faint smile curled his lips. The current imperial court has neither the funds nor the political will to wage a war, especially not against everlasting Snow Palace. They've been trying to avoid even friction, let alone conflict. And you think everlasting Snow Palace doesn't know that? These humiliating terms may look like a provocation, but in truth, they're favorable for us too. Max Sohung looked confused. A benefit? What benefit? Reading his expression, Song Hak scoffed with an exasperated look. Don't you get it? Pulling back our troops may look like a loss on the surface, but in truth, it means we're being removed from the power struggle brewing between the martial sects. That includes the thugs in Bongri and those crooks from the new Samgak who pay bribes instead of taxes. He set the documents down on the table with a quiet thud. Sial Unwise fangs are already at their throats. Once we pull our military out, the area will fall squarely under martial world jurisdiction. And if Sial Unwai comes out on top in that fight, then ironically, we'll have gained an even easier man to deal with. But Lord Seeing Tisu, 10,000 yang, it's a lot, sure, but not more than we can spare. The amount of tax siphoned off in Jinggan province over 6 months is at least that much. Frankly, it sounds like he's inviting us to make a deal. Max Sohung fell silent. Song Hak narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's the kind of man Sial Unwai is. Calculating doesn't even begin to describe him. He turned and fixed his gaze on Max Sohung. Go back and tell him we accept all his terms, every last one, and while you're at it, ask him this. What should an Novelrecap ask? Ask him what he thinks about the gold mines between Yangyong and Bengri, about all the resources in that area, the gold mines. And the resources, yes, and if he answers something like, I'll take practical profit over taxes, Song Hak's eyes flashed, then my theory is correct. Sial Unwai had said this, make sure this message reaches someone with a working brain, be it the court Seeing Tisu, whoever, just someone who understands. Max Sohung blinked. What are these 2 men even talking about? What kind of game are they playing with just 1 letter? A chill ran down his spine. He suddenly felt like one of the stones placed on a go board, and Song Hak said to him, well, what are you waiting for? Go. Why yes, right away. Max Sohung gathered the documents and hurried off. Left alone, Song Hak murmured with a strange smile, Sial Unwai, you really are a dangerous man. 2 days later, Max Sohung returned to Yangyong with a cart loaded with 10,000 yang in gold. He also brought back the ledgers and written statement I had given him. When I asked why he hadn't burned them, he said, you're a vicious man, me. Whether these are real or copies, the moment we tear them up, wouldn't they become the real deal? Not exactly. But I didn't bother saying it out loud, because the moment they accepted them, whether scribbled trash or not, they already became official. Lord Seeing Tisu of Jinggan province has taken full responsibility. Everything we discussed will be carried out. This incident was a failure of both the Yang Empire and Magistrate Jiang Mugi. So you're drawing a line. That's right, we're drawing the line now. I mean, come on, going to war with Xiaogung over 1 measly magistrate. Ridiculous. We could have negotiated the price down, but we didn't. And why is that? Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Goodwill, huh? The non-aggression pact between the court and the martial world still holds. We don't want to escalate this by awakening the northern giant, nor do we wish for bloodshed. Also, Lord Tisu has a question he wants me to ask. Go ahead. He'd like to know what you think about the gold mines between Yangyong and Bongri and the surrounding resources. A smile tugged at my lips. I'd asked for someone who understands, and they actually sent one, so I gave the answer I'd planned from the start. I'll choose profit over taxes, but it will be on my terms in my time. Max Sohung's face lit up at first, then his brow furrowed at the second part. Not the answer you were hoping for. It's that second part that bothers me. Then take it as it is. There's no need to rush and no benefit to rushing. While conflict can break out at any moment, surely someone among them has the brains to make the right call. Tell Seeing Tisu that. He'll probably smile when he hears it. Max Sohung thought it over, then gave a slow nod. You and Lord Seeing Tisu, you're exhausting people, you know that, do I? I've realized I'm just a small man in the grand scheme of things. I laughed. No one else sets your limits for you. Only you can do that. Max Sohung looked up sharply. If you believe you're small and insignificant, then you'll remain that way. But if you stop defining your limits and look beyond them, you might just stop being so small. Max Sohung looked like he was about to say something, then closed his mouth. He sighed deeply. Maybe so, at least in front of you and Lord Seeing Tisu, I truly do feel small. I'll be going now. To those capable of true dialogue, my door is always open. Oh, and one more thing, I'd like to use some prisoners. Prisoners, there are 2 mines in Sialap. I want to increase output, but the weather's too harsh, no one's volunteering. That part, at least, was true. If you've got prisoners beyond saving, send them here. I'll pay generously. Max Sohung gave a dry chuckle and nodded. The envoys of the Yang Empire left Yangyong faster than they had arrived. And with that, Yangyong was officially designated as territory of the everlasting Snow Palace in writing. Now came the real work, actual governance. With a flick of my hand, 3 agents from the Snow Compression branch who had been training in the corner immediately stepped forward. There's no way you've been relaxing these last 3 days in Yangyong. Report what you've learned. Wanyang was the first to speak. With the destruction of the 4 clans that once ruled Yangyong, the city no longer has any dominant power. 5 groups have begun moving in to fill the Void Jade Tiger Gate, Blue Cloud Sect, the Yong family, the Shin family, and the World Commerce Association. At the mention of the last name, a familiar one, Xiao Unwai chuckled faintly. The World Commerce Association. Yes, sir. Word spread like wildfire these past 4 days that you were backing them, and ever since they've been rapidly expanding their influence. Such as... Exactly 2 days ago, they forcefully acquired 2 blacksmiths, 2 apothecaries, 3 small merchant groups, and 5 inns. And just yesterday, they began construction on pavilions over the ruins of Hyeonchingung and Jiang Sword Gate's former lands. A laugh escaped my lips. What do you think? If you're asking my opinion, I'd say the World Commerce Association is crossing a line. Chinpeng and you, I agree completely. Han Murin, your thoughts. Han Murin was never one to speak much. Famously stoic, he gave his answer in a short sentence. Let them be. And why is that? If we leave them alone, the association will come to control more than half of Yangyong. And when that time comes, we can simply wipe out their merchant lord and his entire bloodline. Their power will naturally become yours. That went beyond cunning. It was cold-blooded brilliance. Wanyang and Chinpeng both blinked, unable to hide their shock. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether Murin was a man or some devil in disguise. Surprisingly, I found myself intrigued. I liked that idea. Wanyang and Chinpeng whipped their heads toward me in disbelief. Judging by their expressions, they were wondering if I was serious. I ignored them and continued speaking. I do like it, but for now, we hold off. Han Murin, perhaps never meaning to propose it seriously, quietly stepped back without protest. Han Murin, yes, your method is efficient, I won't deny that. But the World Commerce Association is already under my command, so I'll give them one chance. Even if they cross a line, they may appear to cross the line by your standards, but by mine they haven't, expanding their influence. An organization that plays both merchant and martial roles, of course they'd do that. If they hadn't, I'd be questioning their competence. But you're right, they deserve a warning. A chill touched my lips as a cold smile curled at their edge. No matter how loyal a subordinate may be, it's unacceptable for them to start thinking they own the land. The solution I laid out was simple. We'll hold a banquet tonight. A banquet? What's the largest winehouse in Yangyong? That would be Yangyong Hall. Yangyong Hall. Named after the region itself, the 6-story building was the grandest in the county. Its courtesans were said to be the finest in Yangyong, especially their talent in zither playing, which ranked top tier. People even came from other provinces to enjoy their company. Tonight, summon the heads of all major sects in Yangyong to Yangyong Hall, as you command. The 3 immediately rushed out, and once I was alone, Siang, the steward, approached me. Sir, I turned to him. I just heard this from the chamberlain. The palace is wondering when you intend to return. The process of swallowing Yangyong was still ongoing. It wasn't finished yet. To wrap things up would take at least another day or two. Tell them I'll return in 2 days. 2 days, understood. As Siang turned to leave, I asked, don't you need more people? Siang gave a faint smile. Wanyang stops by occasionally to help, so I'm still managing just fine. Though a martial artist by background, Siang hadn't used force in years. Over a dozen years had passed since his last real battle. In that time, he'd been a housekeeper, a steward, a man of paperwork, not violence. His identity as a warrior had almost completely faded, and yet that was fine. For someone at the entry level of enlightenment, even without battle experience, he still had the strength to protect himself. If you ever want to return to active duty, just say the word. Siang let out a laugh. I'm content with my work now, and judging by how things are unfolding, I doubt my martial strength is needed. It's not about strength. Siang tilted his head. Not about strength. I don't want to see my people forced to do something they don't want to do. At that, Siang visibly flinched, touched to his core. His eyes even glistened, as if on the verge of tears. Speak plainly, Chief Steward. Siang had once been a martial artist. He'd entered the everlasting snow palace to live as a martial artist. Novelrecap trained and grew stronger there, but the post he was given was within the White Snow Phantom Corps, an entity devoted to preserving the palace's bloodline by concealing its identity thoroughly, utterly. It was not the path he had set out to walk, and yet no one ever told him that. Everyone just assumed it was the natural course of things. Not just the division leader Revan Palace Lord Xiao Yunqian thought nothing of it. There was nothing left to say after that. This was the first time anyone had said something like this to him. Why are you suddenly saying something touching like that? At this rate, I won't live long. Xiao Unwise silently looked at Siang, whose eyes were already reddening, and then said quietly, recruit more stewards, and I'm planning to establish the position of protector. Protector, starting today, you're my protector. The duties are simple: monitor the individuals I assign, and if necessary, assassinate them. You're seriously going to use me? Why wouldn't I? You're my man. Siang scratched the back of his head. However, both internally and externally, you're still the chief steward. Only 2 people will know you hold the title of Protectorm, and the one who will be joining you in that position soon. I feel like you're going to work me to death. Who's the other one? I'm still deciding. Anyway, your first commando, your first request. I want information on Jin Soyop and Beek Myonggik. Siang blinked, clearly not expecting that. Knowing those two, they should have at least sent a letter. But it's been completely quiet. You think something's happened to them. It might just be my imagination. That's why I'm asking you. Understood. As it happens, Zhang Xiok, who is the head of the Xiaolap branch of the Beggars Union, is being transferred today to head the Yangyong branch. I'll see if I can get some help from him. I gave a nod. And I need information on Cho Sehui of the Hanbing sect. Can you get it? Of course. I'll have a report ready by tomorrow. I watched Siang as he turned to leave, then slowly stood from my seat. When it comes to breaking through cultivation realms, the most important factor is time. Raising one realm and then another's requires adjustment. The term essence, energy, spirit exists for a reason. If you forcibly break through 2 or 3 stages at once without proper transition, your body will eventually rupture from within. After advancing to the realm of dual light manifestation, I had honed my body further through real combat experience. The adaptation period was complete. Now it was time to leap forward again. I went straight into the inner quarters of the government office, pulled out the spiritual pills I had stored away, and swallowed them in one go. Tonight, I would ascend to 5 Dragon Blooming Star. I sat cross-legged and let myself sink into deep meditation. Ha, I thought the great man himself might come, but to think the famous chief steward Siang would visit in person. Zhang Xiok, newly assigned as the head of the Yangyong Beggars Union branch, was positively beaming his words and smile bursting with joy. From his point of view, this was nothing short of a miracle. Originally, Zhang Xiok had only been a rank 2 informant. People in that position never led entire branches. At best, they might assist someone else in a remote place like Xiaolap, but then he met Unwai and was forcibly made head of the Xiaolap branch. What came next was what truly mattered. One day, after a deep conversation with Unwai, Iron Hand Ghost Jin Sugeng raised the entire Yangyong Beggars branch to the ground, and the man chosen to fill that vacancy was Zhang Xiok of Xiaolap. The logic was simple. If someone who had a connection to Xiao Unwai was placed in charge of the Yangyong branch soon, to fall under Unwai's rule, things would go much smoother. It would also greatly improve relations with the Beggars Union. But those 2 individuals you're looking for, to be honest, we don't know their current whereabouts. Ah, is that so? Yes, frankly speaking. We did try to trace their movements. Ah, but don't misunderstand, we didn't receive any specific orders. You know how it is with the Beggars Union. Our informants are scattered everywhere. After gathering the available intel, we found their trail disappears near the 9 Dragon trade route. They vanished. Is that what you're saying? Yes, but the beggars stationed there were only rank 1 and white-garbed informants, so I apologize. Why was Jiang Xiok being so respectful toward Chief Steward Xiang? The reason was simple. Xiang had deep personal ties to Xiao Anwai. When Anwai lived in the palace, it was Xiang who had all but raised him. In that sense, Xiang's words carried the same weight as Anwai's. Just to confirm once more, their trail stopped on the Nine-Dragon route, correct? Yes, Xiang's expression darkened. Ah, please don't worry too much. That terrain is brutal and the path leads toward the Divine Ginseng route, doesn't it? Those two know about the area, I bet they just took a detour. Divine Ginseng route. That road led into Divine Ginseng Valley's stretch of land between Bongri, Jiakan, Saryang, and Yangyong. The valley was famous for producing divine ginseng flowers. More accurately, it was the largest production site for them. These flowers were used as potent medicinal herbs. They expanded the bloodstream, boosted qi flow, sharpened focus, triggered temporary awakenings, and significantly accelerated training. The flowers were rarely consumed raw. Most were refined into either divine ginseng smoke or divine ginseng pills. The smoke could be inhaled like a rolled paper cigarette, no pipe needed. It worked instantly, short-lived, but intensely effective. The pills were high-grade training resources. Many sought them for their long-term effects and sustained potency. If Jin Soyop and Beek Myeonggik were in their right minds, they wouldn't have gone there. Yangyong had almost no real connection to Divine Ginseng Valley. Though closest to it in distance, its power compared to the three other regions was practically non-existent. It was the kind of place where a mid-tier master from the 5-banner division could play king. Hardly the level of battlefield those two would be drawn into. Anyway, that aside. Where exactly did their trail disappear? Ah, just a moment. Jiang Xiok pulled out a nearby map, pointed to a spot along the Nine-Dragon route. Here it is. Xiang stared at the spot in silence, then finally spoke. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Next time I'll make sure I bring you better news. Ah, and please do tell Lord Anwai that I'll be paying him my respects later today. I just haven't had time to get everything sorted since the sudden transfer. Xiang gave him a faint smile as Jiang Xiok scratched his head, clearly feeling guilty. I'll be sure to pass it along. I'll take my leave now. He bowed and turned away. As Jiang Xiok called out, please speak well of me to the Lord, Xiang didn't even reply. He didn't have to. That was how serious his expression had become. Just a moment ago, he'd been smiling. Now, the second Jiang Xiok was behind him, his face turned ice cold. Anwai had been right. This was no mere worry. Jin Soyop and Beek Myeonggik had undoubtedly displayed exceptional martial prowess during the annihilation of the 4 great clans, though they had lowered their swords against the imperial forces. Prior to that, the two of them alone had taken the lives of over 40 martial artists. Among the slain were warriors in the dual light manifestation realm and even those who had reached heaven's circulating aperture. How could those two have possessed such overwhelming martial strength? It was because of the martial arts they used. The 1,000-kill wolf star technique, given to them by Anwai, and the heavenly image heart technique. Chief Steward Xiang, without hesitation, stepped into an alley, and the moment he felt all surrounding gazes disappear. He amplified the internal energy coursing through his entire body. His legs began to glow. Fwang, with a thunderclap of air bursting apart, he vanished from the spot like a bolt of light. Even in his deep meditation, Anwai remained utterly calm, as if there was not a single thing in this world he needed to worry about. Why had he decided the time had come? It was simple. Because during his time in the dual light manifestation Yangguang Aihyun realm, his middle dantian had already begun to open. The realm of 5-dragon blooming star Oryang Bongxiang is the stage where the middle dantian is fully opened. The fact that it had already begun to open meant that his vessel had started to overflow, signaling that dual light manifestation could no longer contain him. Like light piercing through the crack of a door. Anyone in that situation just Anwai would have tried to leap to the next stage. Now, all he had to do was widen that crack. Anwai's consciousness turned inward. The internal energy that had been swirling within his middle dantian began to flow toward a new path. Like water seeking a new channel, his energy began to knock on the Chang meridian first. Clack. A subtle vibration spread through his meridians. The Chang meridian was opening. As the energy followed this newly forged path, his inner force gradually stabilized. But not yet, it wasn't enough. This energy was still just ordinary qinat, yet fused true essence. He refined its flow with even greater precision. It was sufficient for the Chang meridian alone. But to reach 5-dragon blooming star, both the Chang meridian and the Dai meridian had to be opened. Only then could the middle dantian function freely. As he focused his consciousness, the Dai meridian, which encircles the waist like a belt, began to react. It slowly opened, and as it did, Anwai's internal energy began to harmonize more completely. Quoom, a massive resonance erupted from within. With the Chang and Dai meridians opening simultaneously, the middle dantian was fully unlocked. The energy surging through his entire body. The force rising from his now flourishing middle dantian. Anwai felt it all slowly, deeply. At last, he had stepped into the realm of 5 Dragon Blooming Star. He opened his eyes. The surrounding air froze with a sharp chill. It was a small change, but unmistakable proof that he had ascended to a higher realm. As he continued on this path, he would next open the Conception Meridian and Governor Meridian, and beyond that, the full awakening of the 8 extraordinary meridians would await him. But for now, he needed to focus on this moment. 3 flowers converge, essence refined. 5 banners form, origin reforged. And beyond that, the realm of heaven-earth intertwined perception. And even higher, the realm of martial gods, 5 realms. The road ahead was still long, but Anhwae was moving forward one steady step at a time. He closed his eyes again, drawing in breath, absorbing energy. The 9th bend of the 9 Dragon trade route. Siang Yanghono, chief steward Siang, stood tall upon it. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings. The wind, the thick snow piled high, the trees, the branches, the leaves, everything fell within his gaze. As his dormant blood vessels rapidly regained their full sensation, the process surprisingly didn't take long. Chief Steward Siang moved silently, stepping forward before carefully brushing aside the snow gathered near the base of the cliff. Footprints. He examined how deeply the prints were pressed into the snow, which direction the weight had shifted, and whether the wielder had channeled their inner power through the entire sole, only the toes, or just the heel. Everything revealed itself to his eyes, and he was certain. It began here. This was where inner force had been drawn forth. The traces made it clear it happened in the moment of shifting into a defensive stance upon encountering someone. His fingers brushed over the gouge in the tree nearby. The depth and angle of the wound told a story. It was shallow but unmistakably a sword mark. From high to low, then twisted rightward as the blade was withdrawn. Someone had clashed swords here, and yet there were no other footprints, only 2 sets. Chief Steward Siang inhaled slowly, then rose and scanned the surroundings. This time he saw traces of footwork. Though buried in snow, they could not deceive his eyes. Jin Soyop's military advancement step, and he brushed aside more snow. Baek Myonggik's flowing step method. Back in the Sealap days, Siang had observed both men closely. Even if Jin Soyop and Baek Myonggik had received martial arts and internal techniques from Anhwae, Chief Steward Siang still knew their footwork patterns. Jin had served in the cavalry, but cavalrymen didn't only fight from horseback. The footwork they used after dismounting was called the military advancement step. Baek Myonggik, on the other hand, used flowing step methoda technique once belonging to the Qingxiang sect, refined with the disciplined formation of Walguk's infantry. There was no doubt these were their movements, and in Siang's mind the scene began to form. The two had encountered summonan, drawn their swords. They had fought. Based on the intervals where movement paused, there had even been an exchange of words. Chief Steward Siang silently followed the footprints. At times he noted which way the branches had been disturbed. At others, he read the faint nicks left on stones. Eventually, he stopped before the edge of a cliff. His eyes flashed. As I thought, he bent down, brushing snow from the cliff's edge. A red stain, old blood. He had to look below. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground, bracing against the rock face as he began to descend. He soon spotted scattered blood traces. This wasn't blood drawn from a sword in midair or some such dramatic display. Someone had been flung from the cliff and, struggling to survive, had swung their arm not to strike, but to find a handhold. Their goal had been simple: to catch the wall. But it hadn't gone well. The trail of blood cut off abruptly. That confirmed it. Chief Steward Siang loosened the strength in the arm he'd been using to brace against the wall, and his body dropped. Roughly 100 jang down it, he landed light as a feather. He scanned the base again, more closely this time, and spotted a gouged-out portion of the cliff. There he found the corpse, mangled beyond recognition. Wild dogs had clearly got to it, but the cause of death was unmistakable: a sword wound. One deep, clean strike. The body belonged to Baek Myonggik. Chief Steward Siang stared down at the corpse with cold eyes. Every person lives by their choices. If one has no regrets about those choices, that's enough. Baek Myonggik had made his choice to leave, to hold on to his convictions, but to believe those convictions would always lead to good outcomes was a delusion best abandoned. This is the martial world. The romanticism of the martial world has long since died, Siang quietly reflected. Baek Myonggik's corpse is here, but the blood trail nearby clearly belongs to Jin Soyop, so why is there no body? With that much blood loss, the injuries would have to be critical. Odd, he needed more than certainty, needed confirmation. He stepped back, looking out over the area as a whole. Footprints, broken branches. The scene came together. Baek Myonggik had been wounded and thrown from the cliff. In response, Jin Soyop had thrown himself after him, breaking branches as he landed. Then someone followed Jin Soyop down and fought him there. The enemy toyed with Jin. Parts of the cliff were gouged, blood was splattered, branches broken. Jin had been thrown into the wall 8 times at least. It was clear now. Jin Soyop had suffered grievous wounds, so severe that without treatment, survival was unlikely, but at some point the bleeding had stopped. His opponent had stemmed the bleeding. That meant they needed him alive. They had a reason to take him, more certainty, only one culprit. Chief Steward Siong's eyes narrowed. Taking both men would have been difficult, so the enemy made a choice to dispose of one. All the clues now fit together. Their attacker was a master. At least 3 flowers converge, possibly even 5 banners form. That level of power was necessary to dispatch them so cleanly. More than that, the enemy had revealed neither footwork nor martial techniques. They had subdued and killed with plain swordplay alone. Even though Jin Soyop and Baek Myung-gik had unleashed everything they had, it wasn't enough. They hadn't even managed a scratch. It was enough. Baek Myung-gik was dead. Jin Soyop had been taken. Chief Steward Siong recovered the corpse, then left the gorge. He had a report to make, to Unwai. Shortly after reaching the realm of 5 Dragon Blooming Star, Sial Unwai began examining the changes in his body, one by one. Inside him, his inner force now flowed with far greater strength along the Chang and Dai meridians. Compared to the dual light manifestation stage, the power coursing through him was incomparably stronger, like a quiet stream that had suddenly become a surging river. Even with the use of false innate energy, that much remained true. He raised his palm and gathered inner force. A pale white glow began to shimmer above his hand. Before, this process would have taken time. Now a mere thought summoned it instantly. That was what it meant to unlock the middle Danshan. To be honest, he still didn't quite like it, but he chose to see it as a positive. He quietly steadied his breath. His inner force swirled violently, circulating through every part of his body. A subtle vibration began beneath his skin, followed by a faint mist rising from his pores. The impurities within his body were being expelled. After continuing his meditation for about 1 more shijin, Unwai slowly rose to his feet. At most, it had been 3 shijin. When he advanced further in cultivation, the conception and governor meridians would open. Beyond that, the complete awakening of the 8 extraordinary meridians awaited him. It was fine. He wasn't in a rush. To be impatient would be to walk the path of those other carriers of wide meridians whose bodies had ruptured under the pressure. He wasn't stupid enough to make that kind of mistake, because Sial Unwai was not that kind of man. After changing into clean clothes, Unwai stepped outside and froze. Found him on the 9 Dragon trade route. It was the corpse of Baek Myung-gik, mutilated beyond recognition. Unwai stood in silence for a long time, staring at the body. So his worst suspicion had Novelegt come true. But as with most things in life, one's intuitions don't always come to pass. Unwai was no exception. He had made countless predictions in his life, and many of them were wrong. He had hoped the unease he felt over Jin Soyop and Baek Myung-gik's disappearance was just that unfounded worry. He ran a hand down his face. This was reality. Unwai spoke. Any thoughts on who it was? I'm not sure. He raised his eyes to Han Murin. Do you have something to say? I say this only because it might cross your mind. But it wasn't me. Unwai studied Han Murin for a moment before replying in a calm voice. There's one thing I can make absolutely clear. I don't suspect any of you. Given the timing alone, it's impossible for it to have been you. So put that worry aside. Then Unwai turned to Chief Steward Siong. You said it was someone above 5 banners form. Yes. From what I could tell, at the very least 5 banners form. Siong's words trailed off. He'd spoken so naturally, caught up in the moment, but officially, both inside and outside the palace, Siong was nothing more than a civilian. Unwai watched his pale expression and said quietly, Chief Steward Siong is a member of the White Snow Phantom Corps. His current realm is Spirit Ascension Stage. Namgung Wonyang and Chinpeng both gasped, as did Siong himself. Only Han Murin remained unsurprised. Young master, you shouldn't reveal that so casually. They were bound to find out sooner or later. Better to answer the questions I ask than waste time playing pretend. Siong scratched his head and sighed. Fine, I understand. I'm sure you have your reasons. Then to answer your question, Eyes, it was at least a master of 5 banners form. If the attacker had been merely 3 flowers converge, there's no way Jin Soyop and Baek Myung-gik would have been taken down so easily. Your reasoning, you already know, you've watched them train. Those 2, even as they were, could have at least left a small wound on a master at that level, maybe scrawled a name across their back in blood. If they'd gone in ready to die, they could have carved out a solid gash handspan wide, but there was nothing there, no blood but theirs. You're certain? Absolutely. Not a single extra bloodstain, not even a scrap of torn cloth, not a single strand of hair. It was a game to the attacker. They played with them, then abducted one. Yes, one person came, killed one, took the other. You believe he's still alive? It's possible, but I'm doubtful. Time to return to the root of the matter. Why had Unwai suspected something might happen to those 2 in the first place? It wasn't intuition born of ignorance. It was a matter of how you used the information you had. In this case, a single name had to be considered. What's the martial level of Hanbing Sec's Cho Sehui? He's at 5 banners form. 4 days ago, the day I arrived in Yangyong and burned down the 4 major sects and killed the magistrate, I heard Cho Sehui left for Hanbing Sect that same day. Is there any definitive proof that he actually left? No proof, just a few resident eyewitnesses, and that's it. but he did leave the government office, that much is certain. What if he left the office and simply observed from afar? The Hanbing sect is part of my maternal lineage. Even before this, I've always kept them in check. No, not just in check. His voice dropped, colder now. They played a major role in turning me into a dog. Young master, before he died, Han Jianguang said something. If Zhuriang's sword gate managed to kill me, Hanbing sect would clean up the mess. They'd struck a deal. You never mentioned that. That needs to be reported to the palace lord immediately. Chief Steward Xiang hadn't been there when that happened, which meant this was his first time hearing it, and for once, he was visibly furious.